In a dilapidated, run-down villa, a piercing scream rang out. Chu Vu Fong, kill me. The man named Chu Vu Fong was currently snoring loudly on the bed, with several beer bottles scattered beside him. The screaming continued, come and beat me to death. Chu Vu Fong's hands suddenly trembled, and he dry heaved. Wretch, Chu Vu Fong thrashed about like a poisoned dog. The scene shifted to a bustling metropolis. At this moment, Chu Vu Fong was raising a glass with a business partner. President Chu, to you. President Chu. With a crash, the wine glass shattered, and Chu Vu Fong clutched his chest as if he couldn't breathe. He fell to the ground, amidst the panicked cries of the people around. President Chu, are you all right? He seems to be suffocating. Call 120 quickly. He suddenly snapped his eyes open and woke up. Whoa! Chu Vu Fong slipped on his sandals and stood up, stumbling towards the door, wondering where he was. Suddenly, a jolt shot through his brain, making him freeze in place. Chu Vu Fong, 22 years old this year, had been married to Tuong Chu Doa for 2 years. His parents passed away in an accident while operating machinery. He trembled. These are the memories in his head. Have I been reborn? A sound in the corner of the room snapped him out of it. It was crying, sob, sob, sob. It was Tuong Chu Doa huddled in the corner. Sobi, sobi, sobi. Chu Vu Fong. Iora bastard. Sobi, sobi. Chu Vu Fong looked at her and stammered. Hello. Tuong Chu Doa's eyes were brimming with tears, and she was speechless. Chu Vu Fong awkwardly looked away. I'm sorry. But Tuong Chu Doa continued to look at him silently. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the awkward atmosphere. Chu Vu Fong went to open the door. It was Chu Vu Na and Chu Chin. The moment Chu Vu Fong saw Chu Vu Na, he cried out in alarm. Sister, who hit you? Was a Ho Han. The scene flashed through Chu Vu Fong's mind. Chu Vu Na questioned the man. You're the one who killed my parents. The man immediately slapped her. Get lost. Don't spout nonsense. Chu Vu Na said to Chu Vu Fong. Her voice choked with emotion. I just wanted to ask. Chu Vu Fong, we're out of food. Chu Chin hasn't eaten all day, so I came to get some money. Chu Vu Fong calmly replied. You too. Come inside first. Chu Doa, how much money and food do we have left? Tuong Chu Doa answered honestly. Only 5 yuan. But we still have 5 jin of food ration coupons and 1 jin of flour. Chu Vu Fong looked at her with a pleading gaze. Tuong Chu Doa, can I ask you for a favor? Please give that 5 yuan, along with the 5 jin of food ration coupons, to Chu Vu Na first. The remaining 1 jin of flour will be enough for us for a few meals. I'll figure out what to do after that. Okay. Of course, she wanted to get the things right away. Chu Vu Fong held them out to Chu Vu Na. Take these. After that was done, he turned and headed for the door. Tuong Chu Doa called after him worriedly. Where are you going? Chu Vu Fong replied grimly. To find Ho Han and settle the score. Sharpening scissors, sharpening knives, hot buns, freshly baked buns here. After that, Chu Vu Fong walked slowly down a small alley, eventually stopping in front of a dilapidated building. As he went upstairs, he thought to himself, it's strange. Chu Vu Fong's parents had worked at the steel mill for almost 20 years. How could they have made such a basic, fatal mistake? Furthermore, this Ho Han is the workshop director. By reporting a work accident to claim compensation, the factory pays while he gains a good reputation. Why wouldn't he do it? By now, it was late at night, and the 2 men had returned home. They were fumbling with a bunch of keys, getting ready to open the door, when a strange sound made them jump. Hey! The 2 of them trembled in fear and shouted. Who are you? Who is it? Chu Vu Fong asked with a friendly smile. Just getting back. The old man's son angrily moved to grab Chu Vu Fong. Chu Vu Fong, are you insane? Ho Han spoke up, asking, what are you doing here? Chu Vu Fong forced a smile. Uncle Ho, I came today to ask for your help with something. Ho Han frowned. Oh, ask me for what? Chu Vu Fong clasped his hands together, speaking with a troubled look. About my parents' incident. They were indeed in the wrong. My sister even came to make trouble for you, and I'm here to apologize on her behalf. Ho Han was stunned for a moment, then quickly got into character. Tu Fong, you're the one who understands things. With such an incident at the factory, how could I not be heartbroken? Your sister Vu Na accusing me of killing your parents. Isn't that just malicious slander? Chu Vu Fong scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, you're absolutely right, uncle. I came this time to ask for your help, to apply for some compensation from the factory on behalf of my family. My family is completely out of money. Ho Han narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Well, that's one thing to say. Chu Vu Fong suddenly shouted agitatedly, Uncle Ho, if the factory won't give it, I'll go make trouble. I can't survive anyway, so I'll stir things up until they're finished. Ho Han's heart jumped, and he hurriedly soothed him. Chu Fong, don't be agitated. The superiors are inspecting very strictly right now. If you rashly go to the factory and cause trouble like this, aren't you afraid of being arrested? What would your brother and sister do then? Chu Vu Fong continued to shout, I can't care about that much anymore. If they don't give me money, I'll just have to go make trouble, and we'll see if my parents really died because of an operational error. Ho Han feigned sympathy, Chu Fong. Workers who make operational errors in the factory don't receive compensation. But calm down first. Your parents and I were old acquaintances, and considering our relationship, you should call me uncle. This money, I'll give it to you on the factory's behalf. Chu Vu Fong asked bluntly, then how much can you give? If it's too little, it's not worth it. I'd rather go make trouble at the factory. Ho Han patted his shoulder. Looking understanding, the factory's compensation is usually 600. My family are just ordinary workers, so I can only get 500 from the house. Wait a moment, I'll go in and get the money for you. Chu Vu Fong nodded along. All right then. Ho Han rushed into the house and started rummaging. A moment later, he came out holding a stack of money. Chu Fong, this is for you. Clutching the money tightly, Chu Vu Fong gritted his teeth and thought, Ho Han, I will make you pay for this blood debt with blood. Just then, an old woman selling candy walked by. Looking at the skewers of Tong Halu, he seemed to remember something. Returning to the dilapidated courtyard, as Tuong Chu Doa opened the door, she was met with the sight of a Tong Halu skewer and Chu Vu Fong's bright smile. Happy birthday. Tuong Chu Doa was so touched, she blushed at ah. Chu Vu Fong explained quietly, I couldn't help it. I was late coming back from Ho Han's, and this was all that was left. I'll make it up to you with something else next time. Tuong Chu Doa took the Tong Hulu skewer and bit into it. It's so sweet. Aren't you having some? Chu Vu Fong replied politely. I already ate. You have it. He smiled watching her eat. After I'm gone, I hope the real Chu Vu Fong will treat you well. It was now past 10 o'clock at night, and Tuong Chu Doa's voice drifted from the bedroom. Aren't you coming to bed? The moon was bright, and the breeze was cool outside, but the air inside the room felt a little stifling. Chu Vu Fong tried to shift to the edge of the bed, but Tuong Chu Doa's full bosom pressed increasingly tight against his back. Chu Vu Fong's face was bright red, and he kept repeating to himself, this is someone else's wife, this is someone else's wife. Before long, it was morning. Chu Vu Fong was awakened by the crowing of a rooster, and he muttered in annoyance, so damn noisy. Sooner or later, I'm going to slaughter those chickens of Bavong's. Click, the door opened. Chu Vu Fong, holding a bowl of noodles, explained, longevity noodles, to make up for your birthday last night. Eat the egg first. I borrowed it from our neighbor, Bavong, but she doesn't know about it. Tuong Chu Doa asked timidly, why did you steal Bavong's egg? Chu Vu Fong calmly replied, didn't I just tell you? I borrowed it. I'll return it later. He placed a stack of money on the table. Tuong Chu Doa's eyes widened in shock. Where did you get so much money? You didn't steal it, did you? Chu Vu Fong explained sheepishly, don't get worked up. This is the compensation for my parents. Tuong Chu Doa frowned, questioning compensation from the factory. Weren't they said to have made an operational error? They were even used as a negative example. So how could there be compensation? Chu Vu Fong had no choice but to tell the truth. I demanded it from Ho Han, and he gave it on the factory's behalf. He has a guilty conscience and was afraid I'd go make trouble at the factory. Tuong Chu Doa asked worriedly, so what's your plan? Chu Vu Fong answered nonchalantly, gather evidence first. Ho Han couldn't have been so thorough as to leave no loose ends. Now that I've taken the money, he'll definitely lower his guard. With this money, we won't have to worry about our livelihood, at least for a while. Tuong Chu Doa watched in astonishment as Chu Vu Fong cleared away the bowl and chopsticks. And she asked insistently, are you really Chu Vu Fong? Chu Vu Fong turned away awkwardly. Ahem, what silly things are you saying? All right, let's discuss something. Of that money, you keep 300 and I'll take 200. We'll give 100 to Vu Na and use 100 to exchange for food ration coupons, all right? Okay, then I'm going to find Vu Na. He had just stepped out the door when he met Ba Vong feeding her chickens. Seeing Chu Vu Fong, she asked, Chu Vu Fong, have you seen my eggs anywhere? He replied politely, yes, I have. You weren't home earlier, so I borrowed one. Ba Vong's face froze for 2 seconds. Then she shrieked at the top of her lungs, borrowed? Who gave you permission? Isn't this just hooliganism? Chu Vu Fong held out his powerful talisman. Tu Jiao, here, please take this. The money for the egg. Ba Vong immediately beamed. Oh my, feel free to borrow again next time. Chu Vu Fong continued on to the street corner, where he ran into Lu Nai Quang. Chu Fong, where are you headed? Chu Vu Fong greeted him politely. Ah. Goom, Lunai Kwong grinned. There's a card game with Tran Kwok Dat tonight. Let's team up and fleece him. Chu Vufong's expression shifted slightly. Jun Guok Dat. His father was a retired leader from the Linshui steel mill, and he himself now worked at the Linshui mill. Lunai Kwong didn't reply, just eyed Chu Vufong speculatively. I'll come by your place tonight to get you. We don't do be home. Chu Vufong's eyes shifted, thinking, this Tran Kwok Dat, but he still turned to leave. How about I come find you at your place instead? I'm leaving first. Lunai Kwong watches retreating back with a gloomy look. This good-for-nothing. How did he land such a beautiful wife? The scene shifts to Chu Vuna's house. Chu Vufong was about to knock when the door swung open. Huh? Why wasn't the door closed? Suddenly, Tu Chin peeked out shyly from behind the door. Seeing that it was Chu Vufong, the boy cheered happily. Second sister, big brother is here. In a rather old room, Chu Vu Noyet, who was cooking, poked her head out and asked Tu Chin, "What's wrong?" Tu Chin pointed happily. Big brother is here. The smile on Chu Vu Noyet's face faded. Oh. Chu Vufong rolled up his sleeves and came over, saying, Chu Vu Noyet, go take a break, let me do it. The girl was taken aback. Chu Vufong expertly kneaded the dough, while Chu Vu Noyet stood beside him, staring intently. The door opened. Vu Noyet, are the noodles done yet? It was Chu Vuna returning from outside. Chu Vufong answered with a radiant smile. Making them now, they're almost ready. Chu Vuna was stunned in disbelief. Why are you here? Seeing that the water in the pot was boiling, Chu Vufong turned and grabbed the noodles. He put the noodles in first, deciding to talk later. Chu Vuna saw the empty flour basin and yelled angrily, Chu Vufong, why did you use so much of my flour? Chu Vufong grinned widely and comforted her. It's okay, Vuna. Our family has money now. Chu Vuna grew even angrier. Money? Where did the money come from? She yelled in Chu Vufong's face, besides selling things from the house, gambling, and hitting your sister-in-law. What else do you know how to do? Chu Vufong was stunned. He reached into his pocket and fumbled around. A moment later, he held out a wad of cash in front of Chu Vuna. Here, take it. Your exam is coming up, so eat more nutritious food and don't skip meals. Chu Vuna was even more alarmed. Where did you get this money? You didn't go, and Chu Vufong quickly pushed Chu Vuna out of the kitchen. Hey, it's all right. We'll talk after we eat. I even stir-fried some meat. It's been a while since we've had any, right? After that, Chu Vufong served a table full of food, and the four siblings sat down. Chu Vufong explained, I got this money from Hohan. Chu Vuna and Chu Vu Noyet exclaimed in astonishment. Hohan, time flew by in a flash. Chu Vufong continued, Mom and Dad's death wasn't due to an operational error. It's related to Hohan. I suspect the equipment he bought for the factory had safety issues. Chu Vuna choked up, so Chu Vufong slammed the table and stood up, saying, so that old dog insisted Mom and Dad made an operational error because he was afraid the equipment would be inspected. I'm going to gather evidence first. Chu Vuna asked, confused, evidence. Chu Vufong explained, there must be invoices for the equipment purchase. If we find those and contact the supplier directly, old Hohan won't be able to get away. As soon as he finished speaking, he thumped his chest and declared, Vuna, Vunoyet, you don't need to worry about these things. I'll figure out a way to handle it and get justice for Mom and Dad. Both of them stared blankly at this unfamiliar side of Chu Vufong. He shyly pulled out a bill and tucked it into Chu Chin's hand. Here's 50 cents. Chu Chin, take it and buy some candied hawthorns. Vuna, you focus on studying for your exam. Leave the tuition fees to me. On the way home, Chu Vufong heard a vendor shouting, popsicles here, nice cold popsicles here. He walked over to the small stall to get a popsicle. Opening the ice-cold cooler, the vendor quickly took out a popsicle and handed it to Chu Vufong. Here, 20 cents. Looking at the simple popsicle in his hand, Chu Vufong sighed. Times really have changed. Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder. Hey. Chu Vufong turned around, confused. Behind him, a group of unfriendly-looking people was approaching. Hey. Chu Vufong frowned slightly. Fo Dai Hai, Truong Tu and Huy. He waved his hand, forcing a smile. Long time no see. Chu Vufong scanned the group, silently assessing them. There's also Tam Tu Neem. She seems to be Tuong Tu Doa's best friend. Judging by her makeup, her family must be the wealthiest of the bunch. The guy with green hair suddenly rushed forward, pointed at Chu Vufong, and cursed, Chu Vufong, are you brain dead? What are you looking at? Fo Dai Hai advised, Tu-san, what are you doing? There's no need for that. Seeing this, Tu-san became even more emboldened. Exactly, this kind of trash dares to act like a hooligan in front of Tu Neem. I really don't know what that Tuong Tu Doa sees in you. Lu Man sneered. Haha, who knows? Maybe their Tuong Tu Doa likes this type of hooligan. Chu Vu Fong finished the last bite of his popsicle before retorting, Tu Son, you've misunderstood. Tu Doa and Tu Neem are friends. How could I act like a hooligan in front of my wife's friend? Everyone chimed in to dissuade him. That's right, Chu Son, let it go, let it go. Hearing this, Tam Tu Neem was silent for a moment. Then she turned and said to Ho Chu Sun, all right, Ho Chu Sun, we're all classmates. Let's go. Tam Tu Neem's group then pulled each other away, leaving Chu Vu Fong standing there alone. Chu Vu Fong frowned, his eyes icy as he thought to himself, Ho Chu Sun, you won't be at peace for much longer. After that, he went to the market to buy some meat and vegetables. On the way, Chu Vu Fong ran into Tuong Tu Doa. Seeing him, Tuong Tu Doa let out a startled cry, ah. Then she subconsciously covered her face. Chu Vu Fong approached and asked, are you eating a popsicle too? I. Tuong Tu Doa answered in a panic. She timidly held up the watermelon in her hands. It's delicious. I haven't had one in a long time. I also bought a watermelon for you. Seeing Tuong Tu Doa like this, Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but give a gentle smile. He reached out and patted Tuong Tu Doa's head. Chu Vu Fong said gently, we have money now. Buy whatever you want to eat. We'll have even more money in the future. Tuong Tu Doa nodded obediently. Yes, yes. Chu Vu Fong then said, let me carry that for you. Are you tired? Tuong Tu Doa stammered in reply, no, not tired. All right, give it to me. With that, Chu Vu Fong took the bag of watermelon from her hands. Tuong Tu Doa silently closed her eyes, saying nothing more. She recalled Chu Vu Fong's large hands from the old days. Back when they were students, he used to carry her hot water thermos just like this. Tuong Tu Doa would chatter away while walking behind Chu Vu Fong. Chu Vu Fong glanced at Tuong Tu Doa and called out softly, what are you spacing out for? Let's go home. At this moment, Tuong Tu Doa snapped back to reality. Then she hurried over that I'm coming. On the small path, the silhouettes of the two looked a bit like they did in their student days. That evening, a loud shout came from inside a house. I'd rather just die outside. Then came the creaking sound of a door being knocked on. Lu Nai Kwong yelled impatiently, let's go, let's go. Chu Vu Fong asked in surprise, Brother Kwong, what's wrong? We'll talk on the way. Lu Nai Kwong pulled him into the house by the hand. Afterwards, Lu Nai Kwong began to complain with an annoyed look. Didn't I just steal a little money this afternoon? That hag acted like she was crazy. Gambling has its wins and losses. He grinned widely. Chu Vu Fong, you know Director Tran's son, Tran Kwok Dat, right? Lu Nai Kwong put his arm around Chu Vu Fong's shoulder and said intimately, a guy who treats money like dirt. It's very easy to get hooked playing with him. If we team up, but Chu Vu Fong pushed him away and asked with a smile, Brother Kwong, so how much money did you bring? Lu Nai Kwong laughed heartily at me. Haha, your sister-in-law here hasn't gotten her salary yet, right? I'll borrow from you first and pay you back when I win. Chu Vu Fong scratched his head helplessly. Brother Kwong, you still haven't paid back the $3 you borrowed from me last time. I only have $1 now. Lu Nai Kwong yelled in disbelief. You gotta be kidding me. You're going to gamble with $1. Chu Vu Fong glared back and retorted, leaving Lu Nai Kwong speechless. Well, you didn't bring any money either, did you? Then, Chu Vu Fong suggested, Brother Kwong, how about we play next time? But Lu Nai Kwong didn't want to let him go. He grabbed Chu Vu Fong's hand and said, since you're already here, let's just go. I'll lend you some. Seeing Lu Nai Kwong take off his shoe, a big question mark appeared over Chu Vu Fong's head. When he saw him take off his sock, Chu Vu Fong's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, the sound of a door opening was heard in the courtyard again. Tran Kwok Dat stepped out and asked, Kwong, you're here? Chu Vu Fong is here too. Hurry up and come in, Tran Kwok Dat urged. Inside the house, Lu Nai Kwong asked curiously, Brother Tran, why did you make us come all this way just to play cards? Tran Kwok Dat took a drag from his cigarette and replied, don't mention it. I've been helping my grandfather harvest fruit all day, and I have to do it again tomorrow. But your place? Lu Nai Kwong grinned widely. Brother Tran, I heard there's a new way to play. Teach your little brothers. Tran Kwok Dat slapped the table repeatedly. Come here, sit, sit, sit. I'll teach you. Then, he held up a card and began to explain the rules. From one deck, we keep 3 cards as the kitty, and the rest are dealt to 3 players. Whoever calls to be the landlord first gets to bid first. Whoever has the highest bid gets the 3 cards on the table. After that, Tran Kwok Dat grinned slyly. Let me tell you, this game is very exciting. The 2 who don't get to be the landlord can team up to beat the one who is. As long as one of you 2 wins, you both win. The final card plays are the same as usual. You can have 3 consecutive pairs, a straight, or a bomb. Tran Kwok Dat held up a finger and continued. Chu Vu Fong thought irritably. Damn it, isn't this just fight the landlord? Tran Quoc Dat immediately shuffled the cards. Come on, come on, come on. I'll be the landlord for the first round. Excited cheers echoed in the small house. I won. Again, Tran Quoc Dat looked at the cards in his hand, then casually threw them on the table. A pair of sevens. He took a drag from his cigarette and said, one card left. Chu Vu Fong picked up his cards and said, a pair of eights. Lu Nai Quang looked at his cards and shook his head. What kind of hand is this? Pass, pass. Tran Quoc Dat threw two cards on the table, sighed, and said loudly, a pair of kings. He crossed his arms smugly and said, sorry, I won again. After that, Tran Quoc Dat played his cards continuously. A pair of sixes. Two cards left. Chu Vu Fong played his cards. A pair of kings. My turn. Lu Nai Quang shouted excitedly, slamming two cards on the table. He roared, a pair of aces. Then, Lu Nai Quang, sweating profusely, cried out, damn it, I played the wrong card. Tran Quoc Dat, with a cigarette in his mouth, said pass, pass, playing so aggressively. Lu Nai Quang scratched his face. Sigh, I'm out of pairs. I can only play singles. A three. Want to play singles? A jack. Tran Quoc Dat immediately shouted excitedly. Seeing that both were silent, Tran Quoc Dat said smugly, neither of you want it? Sorry, I win. Lu Nai Quang gave a thumbs up. Brother Tran is the best. Chu Vu Fong just glanced at them silently, holding a bomb of twos and four other cards in his hand. Then, Chu Vu Fong scratched his head awkwardly. My hand is pretty much a bust. He put his cards down. Lu Nai Quang cheered happily again. A bomb of sixes. Looks like I'm going out first this round. Chu Vu Fong immediately held up his cards. What a coincidence, I happen to have a bomb of twos. He slammed the four cards onto the table, on top of Lu Nai Quang's bomb of sixes. The other two stared, their faces pale. Chu Vu Fong smiled and said, a bomb of twos, that's $4 from each of you. He looked at Lu Nai Quang and asked, Brother Quang, where's your money? Lu Nai Quang could only manage a dry laugh. After that, everyone played with increasing intensity. A pair of twos. Tran Quoc Dat shouted, last card. Chu Vu Fong replied, pass. Lu Nai Quang said excitedly, pass, pass, pass. Tran Quoc Dat held up a two of hearts. I win again. Lu Nai Quang was so angry, he slammed his cards on the table and yelled, what is this garbage hand? Chu Vu Fong quietly reminded him, Brother Quang, you owe Brother Tran almost $100 now. But Lu Nai Quang still wouldn't give up. Again. Let's play two big rounds. While shuffling the cards, Chu Vu Fong asked Lu Nai Quang directly, what are you going to bet with? Can you even dig a single cent out of that torn sock of yours? Lu Nai Quang slammed the table with a loud bang. You dare talk to me in that tone? Nobody's leaving today. Chu Vu Fong fanned his cards towards Lu Nai Quang, stood up without backing down, and yelled, today, I'm talking to you exactly like this. Lu Nai Quang, if you want to keep playing, bring out the money. If you don't have money, then get lost. He leaned close to Lu Nai Quang and threatened in a low voice. And let me remind you of one more thing. If you dare harass my wife again, I'll cripple you. Chu Vu Fong's eyes were bloodshot, as if he could really kill Lu Nai Quang. Then, Chu Vu Fong turned to Tran Quoc Dat, his murderous expression instantly replaced by a radiant smile. Brother Tran, you're a magnanimous man. I'll just play this much for today. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow to apologize. Seeing this, Tran Quoc Dat broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. It wasn't until the early morning that Chu Vu Fong returned. As he walked, he thought to himself, Tran Quoc Dat's father is the retired director of the steel mill. He has extensive connections. He should be able to help with that matter. Arriving home, Chu Vu Fong exhaustedly collapsed onto the bed. So damn tired. Just then, noisy cursing echoed from outside. Lu Nai Quang, you goddamn bastard. You stole all the money. How are my son and I supposed to live? Chu Vu Fong grunted in annoyance. Sob, 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 sob. The sound of miserable crying came from the front door. Chu Vu Fong buried his face in his pillow and sighed. Haze. After resting, Chu Vu Fong went to a tea house. He waved and called out, shopkeeper, a pot of tea. The shopkeeper smiled and replied, certainly, 5 yuan. Chu Vu Fong silently poured the tea into his cup. Just then, a doubtful voice came from the other side. Did the Liu family's eldest son really go out to brave the world? It turned out to be two guys at a nearby table chatting. That's right, he was doing well at the factory and just quit on a whim. Such a stable job, and he just threw it away. No idea what he was thinking. Chu Vu Fong calmly took a sip of tea, thinking to himself, the 80s are a time of great change. So many tycoons got their start in this era. He thought to himself, if I go back to 2020, wouldn't I miss the golden opportunity of this era? Chu Vufong looked out the window, his gaze distant. Then, Chu Vufong roughly ruffled his hair. Hayes, forget it. In 20, I still have myself working hard. He opened his eyes filled with determination. All right, it's decided. Chu Vufong shouted loudly. After I settle things with Ho Han, I'll go back however I can. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed on the street, getting closer and closer to Chu Vufong's tea house. Chu Vufong looked out the window and thought to himself, well, today's main character has arrived. He went downstairs, waving, Brother Tran. Brother Tran, Tran Kwok, that exclaimed in surprise. Chu Vufong? Chu Vufong approached and said, Brother Tran, what a coincidence. Yeah, I just finished harvesting the fruit. I'm dead tired. Tran Kwok that scratched his head and laughed. Chu Vufong spoke again. Brother Tran, you came at the perfect time. Let me treat you to a meal as an apology for last night. Seeing this, Tran Kwok Dad immediately laughed heartily. It was all trivial stuff. It's nothing. But Chu Vufong still said generously, it's not a small matter to your little brother. Let's go, Brother Tran. We'll go to the state-owned restaurant. Upon entering the restaurant, a waiter immediately handed a menu to Chu Vufong. Sir, what would you like to order? Chu Vufong opened the menu to look. As soon as he looked at it, Chu Vufong's face immediately turned pale. He was screaming internally, Maotai liquor for 7 yuan, fish and sauce for 2.9, mapo tofu for 39 cents, roasted chicken for 4.5. Seeing a table full of food being served, Tran Kwok Dat smiled and said, Chu Vufong, ordering so many dishes, you're being too formal. Chu Vufong came forward to pour wine for Tran Kwok Dat. It's nothing. It's rare to have a meal with Brother Tran. Let's just eat to our heart's content. Just then, Ho Chu's son and Fo Dai Hai also walked in with a group of people, followed by Tam Tunim and Lu Man Man. Ho Chu's son said excitedly, I heard the food at this state-owned restaurant is delicious. Suddenly, Ho Chu's son saw Chu Vufong. He let out a cry of surprise. Oh? Ho Chu's son pointed at Chu Vufong's face and asked mockingly, Chu Vufong, came here to spend money? But Chu Vufong didn't answer, just calmly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Ho Chu's son immediately flared up. You really are a piece of trash. I wonder where Tuong Tu Doa is picking up vegetable leaves to eat. Tam Tu Neem said disdainfully. What a buzzkill. Let's go. Let's go eat at another place. Seeing that Ho Chu's son was still angry, Fo Dai Hai pulled his arm. All right, let's go. Tran Kwok that turned his head and asked, do you have a grudge against that kid from the Ho Han family? Chu Vufong answered honestly. We were classmates before. We had some conflicts. Oh, Tran Kwok Dat lit a cigarette. He took a long drag and said casually, playing cards last night, you kept letting me win. You think I couldn't tell? Chu Vufong frowned and asked, Brother Tran, you and Ho Han aren't on good terms, are you? As soon as I mentioned him, you seemed unhappy. Tran Kwok Dat began to dredge up the past and complain, that year in the factory's election for director, I lost to Hua Truongjong. The result was, because of one vote, I wasn't elected as the director of Workshop 4. He said through gritted teeth, before my father retired, Ho Han's position as director of Workshop 2 was single-handedly promoted by my father. At this point, Tran Kwok Dat slammed the table and cursed angrily. What an ungrateful bastard. Chu Vufong moved closer to console him. Brother Tran, calm down. Here, let me pour you a drink. Tran Kwok Dat finally calmed down. Haze refreshing. Chu Vufong took the opportunity to probe for more information. Who is this Hua Truongjong? Could he be the son of the Lam Tui factory manager? Tran Kwok Dat drained his glass and drunkenly spilled everything. Nonsense. Just a client with connections to a supplier. Chu Vufong advised him. Then Brother Tran, why don't you consider going into business for yourself? Stop working at this rotten factory. He frowned and sighed. I've thought about it. My father won't agree. Tran Kwok that stood up indignantly and went on a tirade. Let me tell you, a friend of mine in Ma Du started an electronics business last year and made over 100,000 in one go. He laughed smugly. That's 100,000 yuan. Became 100,000 yuan a year household in one fell swoop. Tell me, how long would it take to spend that much money? Chu Vufong praised. Impressive, very impressive. He began to probe. By the way, Brother Tran, isn't your factory about to distribute the heat prevention allowance? It's not a small amount, is it? Tran Kwok Dat nodded. That's right, why? Chu Vufong slowly suggested. If you take the fruit harvested from your family's orchard and distribute it to the workers as the heat prevention allowance, wouldn't the money just go back into your pocket? Tran Kwok Dat immediately refused. Hayes, no, that won't work. He looked troubled. If I directly distribute my grandfather's fruit, it'll be a lot of trouble if some jealous people write letters to report me. Chu Vufong stood up, patted his chest, and asserted, Hey, Brother Tran, isn't your grandfather my grandfather too? Hearing this, Tran Kwok Dat was stunned. Huh? Chu Vufong explained his plan, changed to a middleman. Use my name to supply the fruit. Tran Kwok had a sudden realization and praised him admiringly. Wow, why didn't I think of that? You're a smart kid, little brother. After the meal, Chu Vu Fong helped the drunk Tran Kwok home. Brother Tran, let me take you home, he asked drunkenly. Huh, do you know how to ride a motorcycle? Chu Vu Fong smiled and replied, it's a piece of cake. On the way, he sped along on the motorcycle, and Tran Kwok praised him endlessly. Young Chu, you're really capable. Chu Vu Fong smiled humbly. Brother Tran, you flatter me. That night, he dragged his exhausted body back home. He quietly opened the door, thinking to himself that Tuong Tu Doa must be asleep by now. Unexpectedly, the first thing he saw was Tuong Tu Doa sitting motionless in the middle of the room, waiting. Chu Vu Fong took the initiative to ask, why aren't you asleep yet? Seeing her silence, he immediately admitted his fault. I'm back too late, aren't I? I'm sorry. Tuong Chu Doa didn't dare to look in the eye, as Tam Tu Neem's bitter words echoed in her head. Tuong Chu Doa, is Chu Vu Fong more important than your own family? Aunt Zhang is hospitalized. When I went to the hospital a few days ago, she was still in a coma, constantly calling your name. Tuong Tu Doa's eyes were heavy with sadness, but that aunt now, compared to before. Seeing this, Tam Tu Neem scolded her loudly. A leopard can't change its spots. A gambler who only knows how to beat his wife. What more can you expect from him? Back in the present, Chu Vu Fong asked worriedly, what's wrong? Are you worried? Tuong Tu Doa's sobs grew louder. Sob, sob. Suddenly, she shot up from her chair, rushed over, and threw her arms around him, calling his name, Chu Vu Fong. She said shyly, tonight, you could do whatever you want. Her body pressed against his, and Chu Vu Fong's face flushed red as he looked at her. Late that night, the clock had struck past 12. Chu Vu Fong lay on the sofa, his mind a tangled mess, still unable to fall asleep. Just before, he had answered Tuong Tu Doa. Chu Doa, he had gently refused her. Today, I drank. I'm not feeling well. I'm going out for a walk. You go to sleep first. Immediately after, he had rushed to splash cold water on his head, trying to tell himself, calm down, calm down. I'm someone who has to go back. Don't get attached. I can't get attached. Early the next morning, as the rooster crowed at dawn, Tuong Tu Doa had already hurriedly left his house, but her eyes were full of reluctance. Goodbye. I have to go. Chu Vu Fong. She turned to leave, her heart heavy with regret. If only he had changed a little sooner. I don't have any more time to wait. A while later, Tuong Tu Doa arrived home. She immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. The person on the other end of the line asked, hello, who is this? She called out softly, Dad. He immediately replied eagerly, Tu Doa, is that you? What's wrong, sweetie? It's Dad. Whatever it is, I'll handle it for you. Her voice choked with emotion. It's nothing. I just want to come home. Her father quickly comforted her. Tu Doa, don't you go anywhere. Wait for me. I'll drive over and pick you up right now. At the same time, Chu Vu Fong went to the apple orchard in the village to check on things. The fruit grower chatted with him. I talked to my father about this, and unexpectedly, not only did he not object, he agreed right away. Chu Vu Fong looked surprised. Really? Then I'll trust you. Next, we'll have to rely on Brother Tran's connections. The fruit grower said with satisfaction, Vu Fong, if this succeeds, I'll give you a 100 yuan commission. Chu Vu Fong smiled politely. You can rest assured about this matter. In that case, I'll thank you in advance, Brother Tran. Then he returned home, and as soon as he entered, the housekeeper reported, Vu Fong, you're back? You have many relatives visiting. Chu Vu Fong found it strange. Relatives? He guessed to himself. Could it be Tuong Tu Doa's family? He pushed the door open and walked straight in. Unexpectedly, it was indeed Tuong Tu Doa's parents, Tuong Vin Quang and Zhang Tan. Chu Vu Fong was immediately delighted and greeted them respectfully. Father, mother, when did you two arrive? Tu Doa didn't even tell me, so I could prepare sooner. However, Tuong Vin Quang's expression didn't change in the slightest. Chu Vu Fong continued to invite them politely. Father, mother, have you eaten yet? I'll go cook a meal for you both right away. Suddenly, Tuong Vin Quang raised his hand high, and without hesitation, brought it down in a resounding slap across his face. While hitting him, he scolded, This is for my daughter. He loudly criticized him. Look at the state you've driven my daughter to. Tuong Tu Doa stood to the side and reminded him shyly, Dad. Chu Vu Fong silently endured it. Tuong Vin Quang, still not satisfied, was about to land another slap. This one's a bonus for you. This time, Tuong Tu Doa shouted to stop him. Dad, that's enough. She rushed between the two of them and asked Chu Vu Fong with a worried look, Are you okay? He said sadly and guiltily, Tu Doa, this is what I owe you. The man I was before wasn't worthy of you. He looked straight in her eyes and said, "I'm sorry." Tuong Vin Quang angrily scolded him. "Chu Vu Fong, stop pretending. You must divorce Chu Doa immediately." Tuong Chu Doa and Chu Vu Fong looked at each other in silence for a long time. Zhang Tan, her mother, pleaded tremblingly, "Chu Vu Fong, I'm begging you. Please let my daughter go." She couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed. Mrs. Tan, Tuong Vin Quang ran to comfort her. "Don't be angry." Chu Vu Fong still wanted to hear Tuong Chu Doa's opinion. "Chu Doa, what do you think?" She hesitated to answer, slowly turning to walk away. Tuong Chu Doa spoke softly. "Chu Vu Fong," her voice turning cold, "let's get a divorce." Afterwards, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce. The clerk confirmed with them. "Chu Vu Fong, Tuong Chu Doa, if there are no issues, I'll stamp it." Tuong Chu Doa nodded slightly. The clerk seemed a bit impatient. He grumbled, "Young people these days, who knows what they're thinking?" After saying that, he decisively stamped the divorce seal. That afternoon, the two of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Her parents came to take Tuong Chu Doa home. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Mom, wait a moment. I have a few things to clear up with Chu Vu Fong." She handed Chu Vu Fong a thick envelope, pressing it into his hand. "This is the money you gave me to hold on to before. There's 285 yuan left." Chu Vu Fong pushed her hand away, explaining, "Chu Doa, you should keep it. I owe you so much. How could I have the face to take this money?" He also added a careful instruction. "Also, if one day I revert to my old self, you must cut all ties with me." Tuong Chu Doa's expression changed instantly. "What do you mean by that?" He didn't explain much. "Just pushing her away. Just remember it. Your parents are waiting. Go on." Tuong Chu Doa still felt reluctant to leave. He just said goodbye to her like that. "Chu Doa, take good care of yourself." However, he didn't know that she was also crying from heartache. The next morning, Tran Quoc Dat ran over to tell him some earth-shattering good news. "Vu Fong, it's done, it's done." He rushed over, announcing as he ran, "The factory has issued a notice. This time the heat relief benefits have been changed to fruit." This made him grin from ear to ear. "My God, distributing benefits like this means we've made over 1,500. He praised him endlessly. "Vu Fong, well done. When this is over, I'll give you 200 yuan for your work." However, Chu Vu Fong replied modestly, "Thank you, Brother Tran, but we still haven't bought the packaging." He waited for Tran Quoc Dat to go buy it. Tran Quoc Dat gave him directions. The nearest plastic packaging factory is at Lu Tian Market. Chu Vu Fong looked doubtful. "Brother Tran, do you know anyone at Lu Tian Market?" It seems the packaging factory doesn't sell to individual small traders. Tran Quoc Dat then realized, no, I thought you knew someone. Chu Vu Fong shook his head. "I don't know anyone either. Let's just go and see. There's always a way." Hearing this, Tran Quoc Dat became a little worried. "Vu Fong, this is no joke. Without packaging, we'll be easily exposed." The two of them quickly arrived. Chu Vu Fong stopped the vehicle at a distance. "Brother Tran, we're here." Tran Quoc Dat was anxious. "How do we get in?" Chu Vu Fong replied calmly, "We just barge in." The two of them sped in on their vehicle, causing the security guard to rush out and block them. Hey, who are you?" Chu Vu Fong deliberately stopped the vehicle in front of him and said confidently to the guard, "We're looking for your director on urgent business." "Why couldn't we get through on your landline?" Unexpectedly, the guard believed him. "Oh, you're here to see Director Lee?" Chu Vu Fong casually asked, "Which office is Director Lee in?" The guard gave him directions. "The first room on the left on the second floor." Chu Vu Fong immediately drove past, not forgetting to say thank you. Tran Quoc Dat was still on pins and needles. "What now?" "The director doesn't know us." Chu Vu Fong just instructed him, "Just don't say anything later." The two of them went straight up to Director Lee's office. He heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." He came out looking puzzled and asked, "And you are?" Chu Vu Fong greeted him with a smile. "Director Lee, hello. I am Tran Quoc Dat, the chairman of the board of the fruit orchard. It's a great pleasure to meet you." Director Lee was extremely surprised. "How did you get in here?" Chu Vu Fong explained while reassuring him. "We already explained the situation to the guard. Actually, we were planning to go to Zayadheim Market to buy plastic packaging, and since we were passing by, we thought we'd drop in to take a look. We heard your plastic packaging is very good. We specialize in the fruit export business." Director Lee thought for a moment. "Fruit export business?" He bluntly refused. "We make plastic packaging. It has nothing to do with your fruit." Hearing Director Lee say this, the atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. Then, Chu Vu Fong's fingers were seen slowly pulling a cigarette from its pack. And he spoke again. "It might be related." Chu Vu Fong smiled and offered the cigarette. adding, Director Lee, we just finished buying olives at Lam Tween Market. Now all we're missing is the plastic packaging. After saying this, he invited Director Lee, who was standing in front of him. As Director Lee put the cigarette in his mouth, Chu Vu Fong thoughtfully lit it for him, then continued, It's mainly to consider transportation costs, so we stopped by your place to check first. Director Lee leaned in accordingly and replied, Oh, I see. Then, Chu Vu Fong also raised both hands and said, But the prerequisite is product quality. After all, we are a large enterprise. Director Lee gently placed the teacup in his hand on the table and asked probingly, Are you an international trading company or a private enterprise? But Chu Vu Fong changed the subject. Do you have any tea? I'm a bit thirsty. Director Lee let out a soft, oh, and said embarrassedly, Oh my, look at me. I forgot to pour you two some water. Then he turned to the cabinet to get the tea box. Director Lee held the tea box and a kettle in his hands and introduced, It's just local tea, nothing famous. Please don't mind. Chu Vu Fong smiled and asked a question. Director Lee, our demand is quite large. Can your side produce 1 ton of plastic packaging within half a month? Director Lee, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, was so shocked his jaw dropped, and he asked, 1 ton? Chu Vu Fong nodded and replied, That's right, 1 ton. Seeing this, Director Lee gently rubbed his chin and thought, With a little overtime, it should be possible. Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but be overjoyed upon hearing this, and he blurted out, That's great, Director Lee. We need you to provide some samples for us to take back and test for quality. Director Lee replied without hesitation, No problem. That's as it should be. A moment later, Director Lee led the two of them to another area. He began to introduce, The plastic packaging warehouse is all here. Feel free to take some back to test the quality. After looking for a while, Chu Vu Fong finally extended his hand, signaling for a handshake. He also said, Director Lee, as for the quality test results, we will send someone to your factory tomorrow to inform you. Director Lee did not hesitate to reply, Okay, and shook his hand. Afterwards, Director Lee watched in bewilderment as Chu Vu Fong prepared to turn and leave. Leaving so soon? At least stay for a meal in the workers' canteen. He immediately clasped his hands and replied, I'm sorry, Director Lee. We still have some business to attend to, perhaps another day. Chu Vu Fong turned to leave, adding, We'll have many more opportunities to meet. Director Lee also waved and replied, Many more opportunities. Tran Quoc Dat followed behind him, joyfully blurting out, Chu Vu Fong, you're really something, little brother. We got the plastic packaging in hand without spending a single cent. Chu Vu Fong turned his head back to remind him. Brother Tran, call Director Lee tomorrow morning and tell him the quality isn't up to standard. Don't give him false hope. He immediately replied, Okay, no problem. Not long after, at the door of Tran Quoc Dat's house, he exclaimed happily, This packaging is great, haha. Chu Vu Fong walked out with his hands in his pockets and replied, All right, stop pretending. He subtly reminded him, Didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal at the state-owned restaurant? Hearing this, Tran Quoc Dat replied helplessly, You have a good memory, little brother. No wonder you wouldn't eat my cooking. Meanwhile, Chu Vu Fong thought to himself, Link after link, not a single one can be missing. My plan needs Lu Nai Quang. After the two got in the vehicle, Chu Vu Fong spoke up, Brother Tran, let's invite Lu Nai Quang to come with us. Tran Quoc Dat replied in surprise, Huh, that guy. Last time we played cards, he teamed up with me to cheat you. Chu Vu Fong reasoned, Just call him. He and I live in the same area. We're bound to run into each other. Not long after, they were at the state-owned restaurant. Chu Vu Fong and Tran Quoc Dat could only watch helplessly as Lu Nai Quang devoured the food in front of him. He exclaimed while eating, This is delicious. I haven't eaten all day. After eating and drinking his fill, a drunk Tran Quoc Dat waved goodbye to the two of them. Chu Vu Fong called out from a distance, Brother Tran, get home safe. I won't see you off tonight. Lu Nai Quang turned his head to look at the person beside him and asked, Vu Fong, are you and Tran Quoc Dat doing some kind of business together? He just replied softly, No. Under the bright moonlight, Lu Nai Quang's voice sounded softly. Don't lie to me. I heard everything during dinner. Let me in on it. Chu Vu Fong could only scratch his head helplessly. This. Lu Nai Quang continued with a smile. Vu Fong, we've known each other longer than Tran Quoc Dat. At this point, Chu Vu Fong relented and told him the story. All right, the truth is, after hearing the whole story, Lu Nai Quang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What? In 3 days, you help him deliver the fruit, and he gives you 200 yuan? After the initial shock, he gently reminded him, I'm not saying this out of jealousy, but last time we played cards, Tran Quoc Dat forced me to cheat you. Don't get tricked. But in his heart, Chu Vu Fong was silently cursing him. Damn it, do you take me for a fool? Outwardly, however, Chu Vu Fong just gave a perfunctory reply. Brother Quang, Thanks for the reminder. But I'm dirt poor. What could he possibly cheat me out of? If you come with me, I'll give you 50 yuan. Hearing this, Lunai Kwong agreed with satisfaction. Okay. They walked for a while and arrived at Lunai Kwong's house. He asked politely, Vu Fong, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Chu Vu Fong didn't stand on ceremony and immediately replied, yes. Once inside, Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but ask, Brother Kwong, did you rent or buy this house? Lunai Kwong didn't answer right away, instead going to pour a glass of water. Chu Vu Fong looked at Lunai Kwong's back and heard him say, it's rented. Where would I get the money to buy it? How can that be? I heard people say you're the #1 locksmith in our village. You must have earned quite a bit. Lunai Kwong suddenly turned his head and said, don't mention it. I've been out of the business for a long time. I once got greedy, picked my neighbor's lock, and got caught. Chu Vu Fong egged him on. Brother Kwong, you can't let a skill like that go to waste. Show me your lock-picking skills. Lunai Kwong smiled without hesitation and said, all right, for a regular lock, we'll need this little tool. After speaking, he held up a thin piece of wire. Lunai Kwong bent down slightly towards the lock, reminding Chu Vu Fong behind him, don't blink, watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, his nimble hands began to work on the lock in front of him. In no time, the lock opened with a click. He proudly exclaimed, done. Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's amazing. Brother Kwong, teach me. But Lunai Kwong coldly raised his hand to refuse. This skill can't be passed on. I'm afraid you'll walk down the path of crime. Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong just quietly held up one finger, making an offer, 100 yuan, I'll give you 100 yuan tomorrow after delivering the fruit. This made Lunai Kwong's eyes widen in astonishment. He was immediately tempted upon hearing it, and he even confirmed, you said it, not long after, at the Lin Shui steel plant. Seeing Chen Guo stop his motorcycle up ahead, Chu Vu Fong quietly raised his hand and called out, over here. Chen Guo looked at the two people in front of him and couldn't help but wonder, why is he here too? Chu Vu Fong replied as he walked over, Brother Chun, he's here to help me. After entering the factory complex, Chu Vu Fong quietly rolled up his sleeves, thinking to himself, no one gets up early without a reason. The relationship between Hu Han and Su Chong Jiang must not be simple. He looked around warily, continuing to ponder. Su Chong Jiang's backing is the supplier, and with Hu Han in the middle, there's naturally something fishy going on. Just then, there were sudden footsteps behind him. It was Chen Guo. He stared blankly at the person in front of him, blurting out, Chu Vu Fong, balancing a basket on his head, smiled and said, what's wrong? Don't I look like a fruit seller? Hearing this, Chen Guo even gave a thumbs up in praise. Professional enough. Vu Fong, the fruits are all packed. They're all in the warehouse. It's all up to you now. A long time passed. It was already 12:20. The workers were engrossed in their meal in the cafeteria, while Chu Vu Fong and Lunai Kwong were pushing a cart in a nearby corridor. Chu Vu Fong said to the person beside him, at noon, all the workers are in the cafeteria. Distributing now is the most time and labor saving. Lunai Kwong just replied softly, oh, you arrange it then. Afterwards, the two of them quickly moved the items from the cart to the ground. Suddenly, Chu Vu Fong frowned and blurted out, ouch. Lunai Kwong, who was moving things, also stopped and asked, what's wrong with you? He clutched his stomach and replied in pain, my stomach hurts a little. A second later, Chu Vu Fong had already run off. Before leaving, he shouted, I can't hold it anymore. Brother Kwong, you distribute the fruit first. I'll be right back. Lunai Kwong had no choice but to agree, no problem. At the same time, Chu Vu Fong calculated in his mind as he ran. While everyone is in the cafeteria, I have to get this done quickly. Not long after, Chu Vu Fong stopped in a corridor. This was the place, Hu Han's office. Chu Vu Fong's hand gently rested on the doorknob and tried to turn it, but the door was locked from the inside. Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but curse inwardly. Old man, locking the door even when going for a meal. But even so, Chu Vu Fong had another way. He took out the thin piece of wire, smiling to himself. Good thing I came prepared. Thinking this, he directly inserted the wire into the small keyhole on the door. The door was easily opened. Chu Vu Fong slowly poked his head in to look around. Then, Chu Vu Fong quickly and nimbly rummaged through the files on the bookshelf. Soon, Chu Vu Fong had a file he needed in his hands. Found it. The more Chu Vu Fong read, the stranger it seemed. Strange, why is there no official seal? Where's the real sales contract? When he looked up at the bookshelf, he said softly, the 4 great classical novels. A glint of suspicion flashed in Chu Vu Fong's eyes. Logically, this old Hu Han shouldn't be reading these kinds of books. Chu Vu Fong held the contract in his hand and reached for the bookshelf again. as he took a book down from the shelf. His hand slipped, and the book fell from his grasp. The copy of Journey to the West fell to the ground with a thud. Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but look left and right worriedly. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, what kind of book makes such a loud noise when it falls? After the copy of Journey to the West fell, it revealed a tightly sealed cover on top, and the papers inside immediately flew out. Seeing this, Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but take notice a box. Looking closer, he also couldn't help but exclaim to himself, damn, so there was something hidden inside. Chu Vu Fong didn't hesitate to bend down and examine the various documents below. It's unclear what line he read when he blurted out, got it, this is it. Chu Vu Fong smiled with satisfaction, saying to himself, Hu Han, your doomsday has arrived. A moment later, Chu Vu Fong returned to where Lu Nai Kwong was waiting. He couldn't help but complain. Did you fall asleep in the bathroom? I'm almost done distributing, and you're just now coming back. Chu Vu Fong didn't rush to answer, but slapped a stack of papers against Lu Nai Kwong's body and said, 110. A second later, Lu Nai Kwong was already grinning and saying, thank you, Master Chu, take care, leave the rest to me. Seeing this, Chu Vu Fong immediately turned and left. Only when he was alone did Chu Vu Fong pick up the paper to examine it closely, then muttered to himself, a mere workshop foreman forging an official seal, and embezzling over 2.5 million. Chu Vu Fong's face darkened, and he sighed. He really has a death wish. That afternoon, at a certain villa complex, 3 figures stood at the door, calling out, Zirue. The girl came out from the house and replied, you're here. As soon as she came out, Lu Man smiled and greeted, Zirue. Hu Shaoshan also offered a few flattering words. Zirue, you're dressed so beautifully today. But Zirue seemed to see something and exclaimed in surprise. She ignored the 3 friends in front of her and craned her neck to ask the person behind them, why are you here? Fudahai and Hu Shaoshan also turned their heads to look. Hu Shaoshan didn't forget to be sarcastic. Oh, Chu Vu Fong is in the mood for a stroll. After asking, he answered his own question. That's right, you're divorced now. You have a lot of free time. Seeing this, Lu Man beside him didn't forget to chime in. Poor Xiao Duo. It's very difficult for a remarried woman to find a husband. Hu Shaoshan became more animated as he spoke. Xiao Duo should have dumped this good-for-nothing long ago. Chu Vu Fong paid no attention to the 3 of them and walked straight past, calling, Zirue. Hu Shaoshan immediately felt his pride was wounded, and he angrily asked himself, how dare he ignore me? Then he looked at Chu Vu Fong's back and shouted, Chu Vu Fong, look at the clothes you're wearing. It's an eyesore. With just a glance, Chu Vu Fong realized someone was about to make a move from behind. He charged forward without any fear, roaring at his opponent, don't be a fool. In a single move, Hu Shaoshan's arm was twisted behind his back by Chu Vu Fong. He groaned in pain. Ow, it hurts. Let go. In a quiet area, only Hu Shaoshan's frantic screams could be heard. You lunatic, let go of my hand. Chu Vu Fong didn't want to make a scene, so he immediately let him go. He said softly, get lost. Hu Shaoshan fell into Lu Man, and both Hu Shaoshan and Lu Man fell backwards onto the ground. The 2 of them cried out in pain, OWA. Chu Vu Fong looked down on them from above, warning, you have no guts, but you dare to squawk like a hen. It's so noisy. This made Hu Shaoshan's face flush with anger, but he still wasn't afraid, getting up and cursing. Who the hell are you talking about? Chu Vu Fong quietly crossed his arms, looked at him, and replied, whoever answers is the one I'm talking about. Hu Shaoshan's pride was immediately hurt, and he loudly insulted his opponent. Didn't you just get a little money from my dad? What's there to be so smug about? Not only was Chu Vu Fong not afraid, but he continued to provoke. TSK. Hu Han, you mean? He's about to be finished. This made Hu Shaoshan furious. What nonsense are you spouting? I'll show you. But before he could finish, Chu Vu Fong continued to needle him. Show me what? Hu Shaoshan, think about it. Since April, hasn't your dad changed in any way? In an instant, Hu Shaoshan was stunned, blurting out, April. Changed? The wicked things he had done immediately flashed through Hu Shaoshan's mind. Right after, Hu Shaoshan was seen collapsing to the ground, denying vehemently, No, it's not true. Chu Vu Fong paid him no more mind and immediately turned around. Before leaving, he added, don't you already know the truth in your heart? Then Chu Vu Fong was seen walking towards Zhang Zirue. He said gently to the young girl, Zirue, can I borrow your landline for a moment? I'll pay for the call. Zhang Zirue obediently replied, yes. The 2 of them entered the house. Zhang Zirue stood in front of the landline. She turned her head and asked him, where are you calling? What's the number? Chu Vu Fong thought to himself. After a moment of thought, he spoke up, Hainan Equipment General Factory. I'm looking for Ma Qin Bao. The number is, A moment later, Zhang Zirue called him again. It's ready. You can take the call. When he put the phone to his ear, he heard the other end answer. Hello, Hainan Equipment General Factory. Who are you looking for? Chu Vufang said directly. I'm looking for Ma Qin Bao. The other side heard this and replied. This is he. Who are you? Hello. Chu Vufang quickly replied. This is the Linshui steel plant. The man named Ma Qin Bao sounded a little flustered upon hearing this. Linshui steel plant? This phone number of yours. It doesn't seem to be the number for the Linshui steel plant. Chu Vufang cleverly replied. It's a newly installed phone. We have a very urgent matter here. Ma Qin Bao was convinced. All right, please state your business. Chu Vufang didn't waste words and got straight to the point. He said, from April to June, the equipment parts ordered by Hu Han had quality issues. In Chu Vufang's living room, an angry voice rang out. Because of the parts from your factory, our factory has had a serious accident. Someone died. Chu Vufang angrily roared at the person on the other end of the line. Now our factory will pursue your criminal liability. On the other end of the line, a man slammed the table and stood up, roaring back at Chu Vufang. What nonsense are you talking about? At that time, Hu Han specifically called me, clearly confirming that the parts did not need to be replaced. And this person was the one in charge of the Hainan Equipment Factory, Ma Qin Bao. Hearing him say this on the phone, Chu Vufang questioned in a low voice. Then why does the sales contract on this end clearly state that they are your parts? Ma Qin Bao immediately retorted in a tone of disbelief. Impossible. Get your director Kong, Jianzhong, on the phone. But at this moment, Chu Vufang threw him a line. The director is not in the office. You can just call the director's office landline. After that, hearing the busy beep, beep, beep from the other end of the line, he smiled with satisfaction. In the director's office, a bald old man was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. He was the director of the Linshui steel plant, Kong Jianzhong. Suddenly, Kong Jianzhong heard the phone ringing loudly. He picked it up and answered, Hello? A voice came from the other end. Director Kong, I never signed any sales contract with Hu Han. Hearing the other party's sudden statement, Kong Jianzhong was bewildered. Just speak slowly. What's the matter? On the other end of the line, the caller was none other than Ma Qin Bao. Ma Qin Bao repeated loudly once more. I said that we and Hu Han did not sign any sales contracts in the second quarter. Kong Jianzhong was now extremely suspicious. He asked Ma Qin Bao, what? You're saying that for those 3 months, Hu Han didn't sign any sales contracts with you? Ma Qin Bao hurriedly replied, That's right. Your steel plant even called to question me. Upon hearing his next question, Kong Jianzhong's face turned pale. That's right. They even said I would be held responsible. What on earth is going on? Kong Jianzhong's expression immediately turned stern and asked Ma Qin Bao, what was that person's phone number? After finishing the call with Ma Qin Bao, Kong Jianzhong closed his eyes, thinking about what he had just heard. The phone number Ma Qin Bao had just read out was clearly a number from within the workshop. Could someone from the outside be reporting this? Moreover, the other party most likely already had evidence. The 3 months of the second quarter was when workshop number 2 had the highest procurement expenditure, amounting to over 3 million. Kong Jianzhong suddenly thought of something. If Hu Han forged the documents, then where did he get the equipment from? Wait a minute, he shouted his guess. The couple in workshop number 2 who died from an operational error before, could it be? Kong Jianzhong rushed off. He ran to his desk, picked up the phone, and called someone named Master Vu. Hurry, get all the equipment in workshop number 2 running, immediately. Oh, don't let Hu Han know. Then, he dialed another number. On this side, Chu Vufang was leisurely crossing his arms. He closed his eyes slightly and predicted, it should be soon. Sure enough, the phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. Chu Vufang's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. It's here. One morning, at the construction site, in the office, a bald man was on the phone. He said to the person on the other end, Hello, I am the director of the Linshui steel plant, Kong Jianzhong. Then, he heard the person on the other end say, I have all the evidence of Hu Han's crimes in my hands. Hearing this, his gaze immediately became serious, and he replied, Oh, please speak. The person began to speak. First, Hu Han forged a sales contract with the Hainan Equipment Factory. After embezzling over 3 million, he then signed a 500,000 yuan sales contract with the Shika company and purchased the corresponding amount of equipment. Hearing this, Kong Jianzhong's face immediately turned deathly pale. He shouted in astonishment. What? His voice trembling, he asked the person on the other end, Is the evidence with you now? The person replied, Yes. Hearing that, Kong Jianzhong said to the person on the other end, I'll come find you. The person reminded Kong Jianzhong, All right, but it's best that you report it to the police in your capacity as the director of the Linshui steel plant. That way, you can clear your name and avoid punishment. He replied, Understood, I understand. After they finished talking, he hung up the phone. A look of suspicion still flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, who is this person? His voice sounds very young, but his thinking is incredibly meticulous and sharp. And on the other side, the mysterious person who called Kong Jianzhong was none other than Chu Vufang. After calling Kong Jianzhong, he thought to himself, this way, Kong Jianzhong owes me a favor. Moreover, using his identity to report to the police will be much more effective. Beep, beep, beep. On the opposite side, Zhang Zirue had heard the entire conversation between Chu Vufang and Kong Jianzhong. The little girl looked at Chu Vufang in a daze, frowning slightly, and thought to herself, did Chu Vufang just call the director of the Linshui steel plant? And it seems they discussed something very important. After receiving Chu Vufang's call, Kong Jianzhong hurriedly walked out of his office. He shouted, giving an order, quick, 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 I need a car. The other person immediately replied, yes, director. The yellow car then sped away. Just a moment later, there was a knock on the door of Chu Vufang's house from the outside. Chu Vufang walked to the door and opened it. When Kong Jianzhong saw that the person who opened the door was Chu Vufang, he exclaimed in surprise, huh? Why is it you? Chu Vufang's identity flashed through his mind. Isn't he the son of the worker who died in the accident before? Seeing Kong Jianzhong's expression, Chu Vufang remained calm, handed him a piece of paper, and said, Director Kong, please come in. The evidence is all here. You can take a look. Looking at the paper, Kong Jianzhong was puzzled. He saw Hu Han's signature and the Hainan equipment factory on the paper and thought in astonishment. These sales contracts, plus Hu Han's signature, are enough to prove his criminal acts. After obtaining the evidence, Kong Jianzhong happily placed a hand on Chu Vufang's shoulder, smiled kindly, and asked him, young man, you're very capable. What's your name? He replied, Chu Vufang. After that, Chu Vufang gave a bright smile and said meaningfully to Kong Jianzhong, however, Director Kong, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to the director's tireless efforts in collecting evidence. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached Chu Vufang's house, followed by several police officers running in. Chu Vufang, police officer Zhao, was in the lead. He called out to Kong Jianzhong, Director Kong. With a serious expression, police officer Zhao asked Kong Jianzhong, Director Kong, you called so urgently. Did something major happen at the plant? Kong Jianzhong glanced briefly at Chu Vufang, saw him turn his face away, acting as if it had nothing to do with him, and immediately understood his intention. It seems this kid intends to give the credit to me. After that, Kong Jianzhong handed several files of evidence to police officer Zhao. Officer Zhao, take a look. He continued to tell the police, I found his sales contract in Hu Han's office. This is evidence of him defrauding state assets. At this point, Kong Jianzhong secretly glanced at Chu Vufang, who was watching from behind, and continued, moreover, it involves 2 lives. Let little Chu explain the specific situation to you. Then he walked over to where Chu Vufang was standing and patted his shoulder. Over the next few hours, Chu Vufang reported everything he knew to police officer Zhao. After taking down Chu Vufang's statement, police officer Zhao turned to ask Kong Jianzhong, Director Kong, the situation is roughly as this young man described, correct? He replied, that's right. After confirming, police officer Zhao asked Chu Vufang again, so, does Hu Han know that he's been exposed yet? He answered vaguely, probably not. Chu Vufang rubbed his chin and stated his speculation, but if you send people to stake out both the plant and his house, and then control the people inside his home, you should be able to catch him easily. All right, after hearing this, police officer Zhao was secretly amazed. How did he know I was worried about how to catch him? He then turned to Kong Jianzhong and said, all right, we'll take action immediately. Director Kong, please come with us. He didn't hesitate and agreed. All right, in the plant, Hu Han was pouring himself a glass of water. When he looked up, his face suddenly turned pale. He looked at the crooked books on the shelf and muttered, it looks like someone touched the books. Hu Han was so agitated that he dropped the glass of water he had just poured onto the floor. He shouted in a panic, it's gone, it's all gone. But suddenly, Hu Han remembered, wait a minute, back then in the cafeteria, there seemed to be a man dressed as a farmer, wearing a hat, wandering around. He rubbed his head, tried to recall the person's attire. You could tell at a glance he wasn't from the plant. Moreover, I feel like I've seen that back somewhere before. It looks very familiar. He suddenly widened his eyes. He remembered who it was, Chu Vufang. In the afternoon, at the residential area, Xiaojing opened the door and seeing it was Chu Vufang, called out, brother. He entered the house and saw that besides Chu Vuna, there were 2 others sitting there in school uniforms. One was Lin Chong, Chu Vuna's classmate, and the other was Lin Nan, also Chu Vuna's classmate. Chu Vunoyet came out holding a notebook and asked in surprise when she saw him, "Brother, why are you here?" Chu Vufang replied, "I was just passing by to check on you." Then he smiled and asked Chu Vuna, "The exams are coming up, right?" Chu Vuna replied, "Yes." Chu Vufang said gently to them, "I have something to tell you all today." Lin Nan, taking the hint, stood up to say goodbye to Chu Vuna. "Vuna, we'll head off first. See you tomorrow." She smiled and replied to her friend, "Okay." Lin Nan pulled on Lin Chong's shirt, complaining to him, "Hurry up, you're so slow, just gathering a few books." Being pulled away by his older sister, Lin Chong looked unhappy and asked Lin Nan, "Why are you pulling me? Does he have something to say?" He glanced back at Chu Vufang and said bluntly to his sister, "What else could it be? He's definitely short on money again and wants to sell things from the house." Hearing their conversation, Chu Vufang could only remain silent. After the Lin siblings left, Chu Vufang called his 3 siblings over. "Vuna, Vunoyet, Xiaozhong." He told them, "The matter with Huhan has been resolved. You don't need to worry anymore." But suddenly, Chu Vuna's face turned pale. She pointed behind Chu Vufang and screamed in terror, "Ah, it's Huhan." Chu Vufang immediately became alert and whipped around to look. Outside the door, a tall male figure stood there, his eyes bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. Chu Vufang immediately stood in front of his siblings. "You guys step aside." Huhan's face was full of anger, his eyes wide, and he growled, "It really was you, you bastard." He then lunged straight at Chu Vufang, reaching out as if to grab him. "Give my things back." But Chu Vufang just leaned slightly, timely dodging Huhan's massive body. He then grabbed Huhan's arm, twisted it behind his back, and subdued his entire body, forcing him to bend over towards the ground. In pain, Huhan immediately cried out miserably. He cursed at Chu Vufang, "Ah, my arm, you bastard, let go." But Chu Vufang acted as if he didn't hear Huhan's cries of pain, and asked him with a sly smile, "You said I took something of yours? You have to be clear, was it the one from Hainan or the one from Shika?" Hearing this, Huhan flew into a rage, his face so angry it looked like steam would come out of it, and he roared, "Where are the contracts? Give them to me now." Seeing his defiant attitude, Chu Vufang's expression also darkened, and the force in his hand increased. At the same time, he said, "Give them to you? It seems you still don't understand the current situation." With his arm being twisted by Chu Vufang, Huhan's face turned pale with pain, and he screamed, it hurts like hell." A kick flew out. Chu Vufang kicked Huhan, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chu Vufang's expression was incredibly dark. He grabbed the glass bottle on the table, smashed it hard against the table, and the body of the bottle instantly shattered. But this sudden action of his immediately startled Chu Vuna and Chu Vunoyet. Chu Vufang then pressed the broken glass bottle to Huhan's neck, threatening him in a gloomy tone. "Huhan, do you see the current situation clearly now?" Feeling the cold object against his neck, Huhan replied to Chu Vufang in a trembling voice, Yes, I do." His face was pale, his whole body trembled, utterly terrified, with none of his earlier arrogance left. But Chu Vufang didn't stop there. He swung his fist, punching Huhan straight in the face, knocking out several of his teeth. Really? His whole body was knocked backward by Chu Vufang's blow, and he cried out in pain, "Ouch!" Huhan trembled uncontrollably, breaking out in a cold sweat. He said to Chu Vufang in terror, "Didn't I already say I understand?" Huhan raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying to suppress the intense pain as he asked Chu Vufang, "What on earth do you want?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes, his expression dark as he said, "To settle the score for you hitting our Chu Vuna and the debt you owe our parents." He lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists, yet they were still trembling. Over here, Chu Vuna was also so angry, she gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling with rage as she ground out, "Huhan." Chu Vunoyet sensed something was wrong with her sister and immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. "Sister." Meanwhile, Huhan was trying to find an excuse to shirk responsibility. Chu Vufang, "What happened to your parents has nothing to do with me. I knew them for many years, and I'm also very heartbroken that something like this happened." Oh, hearing him say this, Chu Vufang pretended to have a realization, so that's how it is. Seeing this expression, Huan thought he had convinced him and pressed on even harder. "Yes, that's exactly right. Chu Vufang, hurry up and give me the contract. That's collective property. If it's discovered, you'll have to go to jail." "Oh," Chu Vufang replied to him nonchalantly, "Is it that serious? Then let's go find the contract." Hearing this, Huan seemed to forget his pain, jumped up, and hurriedly asked Chu Vufang, "Where is it?" He then put his arm around Huan's shoulder. leading him to the door. Uncle Hu, I've hidden it. I definitely don't have it on me. Seeing him change his tune so quickly, Hu Han asked Chu Vu Fong in confusion. So you're taking me to get it now? Chu Vu Na and Chu Vu Noyet stood behind, watching the two figures leave, their faces full of question marks. Up ahead, before leaving, Chu Vu Fong turned his head and gave his sisters a reassuring smile. The pitiful Hu Han followed behind Chu Vu Fong, then lowered his voice to ask him, Chu Vu Fong, where on earth did you hide the thing? Chu Vu Fong glanced at him and replied, Don't be hasty, Uncle Hu. Let's discuss how to split the money first. Hu Han immediately denied it in a panic. What money? I don't have any money. I gave it all to you last time. Chu Vu Fong finally couldn't hold back and punched him in the face, cursing, Stop stalling, or I'll give the contract directly to Kong Jianzhong. You choose. Hu Han didn't expect to be hit with this punch and cried out in pain. Standing before Hu Han, who was sprawling on the ground, Chu Vu Fong asked him coldly, Where is the 2.5 million hidden? He weakly backed away, stammering, You know everything? Chu Vu Fong stopped pretending. He coldly approached Hu Han and said in an icy voice, So let's just be direct. Besides, I don't need much either. Hu Han could only stammer in reply, but seeing his trembling state, Chu Vu Fong reassured him again. Don't worry, I'm cooperating with you. Wouldn't harming you be harming myself? Then he continued in a low voice. Wait until the procurement in July. You buy new equipment, replace the poor quality equipment from the Sheikah company, then wouldn't it be that no one will find out? Although Hu Han's legs were still trembling, he still managed to struggle to his feet and say, Then let's go. The sunset shone on the dry branches. Under that tree, Chu Vu Fong watched from a distance as Hu Han struggled to dig up the ground. A moment later, Hu Han, hugging a large bag of money, ran up to Chu Vu Fong and said, This is the 10,000 we talked about. Don't you go back on your word. When the bag was opened, stacks of glistening cash appeared before Chu Vu Fong's eyes. A cunning smile also appeared on Chu Vu Fong's cold face. The two of them started walking into the city. Suddenly, Chu Vu Fong spoke up. Uncle Hu, I'm going to the store to buy a few things. Wait for me for a moment. Hu Han stood in place waiting for him. Not long after, Chu Vu Fong was seen coming out carrying a bag. Chu Vu Fong immediately said, Uncle Hu, you should change your clothes first. Dirty clothes are easily suspected. After hearing this, Hu Han couldn't help but admire. The kid is really careful. After a while, Hu Han asked quietly, Chu Vu Fong, where is the contract? Chu Vu Fong just said calmly, It's under the red brick next to the trash, can downstairs from your place. This made Hu Han exclaim in alarm. Why would you leave something so important there? After saying that, he immediately turned to leave. Quick, quick, quick. Let's go get it right now. The two of them returned to that building. Hu Han looked down at the ground, muttering, red brick, but a figure appeared before his eyes. Hu Han couldn't help but blurt out, Oh? Hu Han exclaimed in astonishment, Master you? Why are you here? That Master you saw him, and also cried out happily, Ah, little Chu. Master you suddenly pointed at Hu Han and shouted, He is Hu Han. Being pointed at, Hu Han was stunned. Then came a flurry of hurried footsteps, a hand gestured, and two strong security guards quickly pinned his arms behind his back. Don't move. Hu Han immediately struggled. Why are you arresting me? A police officer shouted at him. Hu Han, cooperate. Hu Han seemed to realize he had been tricked. He glared at Chu Vu Fong, who was standing nearby, and growled through clenched teeth. Chu Vu Fong. Chu Vu Fong just snorted contemptuously. Hu Han's eyes became dazed. Wait, he suddenly vaguely realized, could it be that bastard told me to change into clean clothes and walk behind me to avoid suspicion? In his mind, he replayed the moment Chu Vu Fong had instructed him, change into clean clothes and wash your hands and feet too. And just now, he had foolishly urged him, You hurry up. Hu Han came to a sudden realization. His clothes were so clean, not at all like someone who had just come from a cemetery. Now, even if he wanted to drag him down with him, there wasn't a shred of evidence. Hu Han gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. This bastard, he's been acting ever since he demanded the 500 yuan in consolation money. Finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth and shout, Let me go. Let me go. While not far away, Chu Vu Fong's footsteps gradually moved away from this noisy place. He left the crowded area, the chatter of the crowd echoing in his ears. The suspect has fainted. Hold him tight. Don't let him play any tricks. Chu Vu Fong paid them no mind. He gently closed his eyes, thinking to himself, Xiao Duo, Hu Han's matter is finally settled. It's time for me to go too. That night at his home, at a square table, Chu Vu Fong, Xiao Zheng, Chu Vu Na, and Chu Vu Noyet, the four of them, sat facing each other. Chu Vu Fong spoke first. Hu Han has been arrested. Everyone will know the news tomorrow. He glanced at them briefly and continued. In a moment, I'm going to take something out. The three of you must not get excited, and especially don't scream. Chu Vu Noyet, Chu Vuna and Xiao Zheng all looked at him curiously. Chu Vufang's hands quickly opened a blue cloth bag. He smiled and turned the bag upside down, and banknotes immediately rained down. The two girls, Chu Vunoyet and Chu Vuna, couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Chu Vufang immediately put on a serious face and shushed them. In the slum where they lived, Chu Vufang hurriedly reminded them, "Shh, keep it down." Chu Vuna came back to her senses and calmly asked the question, "Brother, where did you get so much money?" Chu Vufang picked up a stack of money and said, "This money, our parents traded their lives for it." He glanced at it briefly before recounting the entire story. That day, Chu Vufang recounted it from beginning to end. After finishing, he said again, "That's basically the story." Chu Vufang then instructed Chu Vuna, "I'm entrusting this money to you to manage. If there are any large expenses, remember to discuss them with Vunoyet." Chu Vufang didn't stop. He lowered his eyes to the money on the table and continued. "Also, if I fall back into my old ways in the future and come to you asking for money," he looked up at them and said, "You must ignore me. Don't give me a single cent." Chu Vuna and Chu Vunoyet both looked at him in confusion. After a moment, Chu Vufang gently slapped the table, deciding, "All right, I have to go. You guys put the money away." As he reached the door, Chu Vuna suddenly called out, "Wait." Chu Vufang turned his head and replied, "What is it?" Although Chu Vuna was shy, she still spoke up. "It's getting dark. Stay and have dinner." But Chu Vufang still refused her. "I won't eat. I still have things to do. You guys go out for a nice meal tonight. You have so much money after all." After saying that, Chu Vufang suddenly remembered something and stopped. He looked gently at his three younger siblings and said, "All right, Vuna, how about you call me brother just once for me to hear?" After hearing this, Chu Vuna couldn't help but blush shyly. She recalled those days. She and he had argued countless times. Seeing her lack of response, Chu Vufang wasn't sad, but instead helped her out of the awkward situation. "It's okay. Next time then." After he finished speaking, he closed the door and left. The three siblings remained in their farewell posture, still stunned. After leaving the house, Chu Vufang let out a soft sigh of relief. Phew. His steps were slow, and he thought to himself, maybe. Chu Vufang looked at the scene before him, both familiar and strange, and couldn't help but lament. There won't be a next time. I have to leave this place. Night gradually fell. In a small eatery, the owner was still shouting his familiar phrase, "Come again next time." Chu Vufang, who had just stepped out the door, replied, "Thank you, owner." Chu Vufang hugged 2 bottles of liquor, smiling contentedly to himself. Good thing, a little later, and the shop would have been closed. A lonely expression appeared on Chu Vufang's face. He quietly wondered to himself, 2 bottles of high-proof white liquor, that should be enough, right? The night had completely fallen. In Chu Vufang's house, he was already drunk, but was still chugging the bottle of liquor in his hand. On the table was another bottle of liquor and a few side dishes. After taking a few gulps, Chu Vufang couldn't help but say, "Ah, so strong." Chu Vufang suddenly looked to his side. He saw Jiang Xiao Duo smiling and sitting on the sofa looking at him, and he couldn't help but call out, "Xiao Duo." Chu Vufang then sat down in the empty spot next to Jiang Xiao Duo and said cheerfully, "Vuna, Vunoyet Xiao Zheng goodbye." After saying that, he continued to drink. As he drank, past memories flashed through his mind. The sun soon began to rise again. Snores echoed in the living room. Chu Vufang was still in the same position, asleep on the sofa. On the sofa, Chu Vufang was drooling in his sleep, groaning. Before his eyes was a patch of darkness. He tried to open his eyes, struggled a bit, but still saw a green light in front of him. Chu Vufang's eyes suddenly flew open, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Chu Vufang leaped up, roaring, "Fuck, I can't go back anymore." He stomped his feet frantically and yelled, "Who held the funeral? And even sent me to the crematorium? If not for that, I would have shown you all a mummy coming back to life long ago." Finally, Chu Vufang panted and said, "Fuck, I've been burned to ashes." He said dejectedly, "I really can't go back anymore." A moment later, Chu Vufang calmly stood in front of the mirror, buttoning his shirt. He continued to button the remaining buttons, telling himself, "If I had known from the beginning that I couldn't go back, maybe I wouldn't have let go." Then, Chu Vufang picked up the photo of himself and Jiang Xiao Duo, gazing at it intently. He took one last look, made up his mind, and told himself, but Zhang Zirwei can contact Shun Ziren, so Shun Ziren must also have a way to contact Jiang Xiao Duo. A while later, there was a knock on Chu Vufang's door, with a tap-tap-tap sound from outside. Chu Vufang looked at his 3 younger siblings in surprise and asked, "You all came?" He invited the 3 of them into the house. smiling and saying, come in, come eat with me. I was just about to cook some noodles. Chu Vu-na said shyly, oh, brother, come eat at our place. I bought pork. Chu Vu-fong couldn't help but feel happy inside, but still replied calmly, okay. A moment later, the four siblings walked happily down the street. Brother, Xiao Zheng suddenly asked, will you live at our house from now on? Chu Vu-fong answered without hesitation. He even squatted down to pat the boy's head and said, don't be in a hurry. Wait until the lease on my place is up, huh? Xiao Zheng obediently replied, okay. Just then, Chu Vu-na called out again, brother. Chu Vu-fong was a little surprised, but still answered, yeah? What's up? She smiled and said, the news about Hu Han is all over Lin Shui City. Not just him, but all his relatives involved in his case have also been arrested. Chu Vu-fong smiled and added, humph, not unexpected. And this time, Hu Han will most likely get the death penalty. Chu Vu-noyet exclaimed happily, humph. What goes around comes around. Beside her, Xiao Zheng also chimed in, serves him right. The scene of the four of them getting along happily. Chu Vu-fong praised generously. Xiao Zheng has grown up. You even know how to use idioms now. Being praised. Xiao Zheng even showed off. I know other idioms too. The two girls beside them just laughed ha ha ha. At the same time, in a nearby villa area, someone shouted from outside the door, Zirwei, Zirwei, Zirwei. Zhang Zirwei opened the door and saw Lu Man and Tian Liang standing outside. She couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lu Man then jumped out and said, Zhang Zirwei, help us. Lu Man cried and clutched Zhang Zirwei's hand, saying, aren't you close with Dahai and Chu Vu-fong? Go beg him. Boo-hoo-hoo. Fu Dahai poked his head out from inside the house and asked, what happened? Lu Man, as if she had found a lifeline, immediately said, Dahai, you're here too? That's great. Tian Liang, behind her, gently reminded, calm down, whatever it is, say it slowly. After speaking, Tian Liang continued, it's about Xiao Shan's father's case. It's a big deal. I heard Xiao Shan and the others have been arrested, and it seems Chu Vu-fong personally named them at the police station. Fu Dahai, not understanding, continued to ask, you guys weren't involved? What are you afraid of? Tian Liang stammered in reply. That's true, but Tian Liang stammered again. That day, Man and I had a conflict with Chu Vu-fong on the street. Then, he recalled what Chu Vu-fong had said the time. The ones who robbed me of my evidence also included you too. How could I forget? Lu Man was already terrified and asked, Liang, and I usually hang out with Xiao Shan. Will the police arrest us too? In front of a large building outside, a loud voice was heard. Dahai, Zirwei, you two have to help us. Fu Dahai worriedly rubbed his chin and wondered. I wonder if Chu Vu-fong reported it to the police? How about we go over there and see? Hearing this, Tian Liang immediately suggested, then let's go quickly. The sun was gradually setting. In a small house, Chu Vu-na was focused on her homework. Xiao Zheng was playing with toys, and behind them, another sister was cleaning up. Just then, Chu Vu-fong came out with a plate of hot food and said, wash your hands and let's eat. On the table were colorful dishes with vegetables and meat, looking extremely appetizing. While eating, Chu Vu-fong smiled and asked Xiao Zheng, how's my cooking? The little boy, while gnawing on a chicken leg, praised profusely. The food you cook is super delicious. Chu Vu-fong also took a chicken leg for himself and was eating when there was a sudden knock on the door. He immediately volunteered to get the door. I'll get it. It turned out to be Fu Dahai. As soon as Chu Vu-fong saw him, he said, fatty, and Dahai called out intimately, Vu-fong. Chu Vu-fong asked suspiciously, you didn't just follow the smell of food here, did you? Behind Dahai were Tian Liang, Zhang Zirwei, and Lu Man. The three of them peeked their heads out, giving an extremely friendly smile and greeting. Hi. So many people startled Chu Vu-fong. The situation made him think in annoyance. Did these people come here as a gang? He could only cordially invite everyone into the house. Come in, please come in. Have you all eaten? Chu Vu-fong turned his head and said to Xiao Zheng, go to the kitchen and get bowls and chopsticks for your big brothers and sisters. Tian Liang said shyly, Vu-fong, no need, we've already eaten. We came here mainly to talk to you about something to clear up a little misunderstanding. Hearing this, Chu Vu-fong was confused and asked while eating his chicken leg, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Tian Liang immediately turned to Fu Dahai, signaling him to speak. Dahai faked a few coughs, then asked, Vu-fong, about Tian Liang and Lu Man's matter. Have you reported it to the police yet? Hearing this, Chu Vu-fong's expression immediately changed, and he replied, oh, that matter, not yet. I was planning to go after I finish eating. His words made Tian Liang and Lu Man's faces turn pale with fear. What? Lu Man hurriedly pinched Fu Dahai's back. He was about to stop Chu Vu Fong when she gave him a painful pinch. Don't, Vu Fong. They're not involved in Hu Han's case. Don't be so heartless. Ah, the sunset dyed a patch of the sky golden. Tian Liang and Lu Man were trembling with fear, clasping their hands and begging, while Chu Vu Fong was still engrossed in his food. Only then did he speak. What Fatty said seems to make sense. Hearing this, Liang and Man happily asked in unison, Chu Vu Fong, you mean you're not going to the police station anymore, right? Chu Vu Fong sighed and said with a hint of reluctance, I'm not going anymore. Fu Dahai also happily patted his shoulder. I told you. How could Vu Fong be so heartless? After that, a small hand was diligently doing homework. Vana was concentrating on a difficult math problem. Suddenly, Chu Vu Fong walked over. He only needed a glance to spot it. Vuna, you did this problem wrong. Hearing this, Vuna couldn't help but be surprised. Really? Chu Vu Fong then sat down and explained. For this type of problem, you have to approach it from a different angle to solve it. Soon, that difficult problem was easily solved by him. Vuna looked at the steps he had just written down, so amazed her eyes widened, looking from the paper to his confident face. Wow. As night fell, Vuna asked, Brother, are you not going home today? Chu Vu Fong replied, Yeah, before you finish your college entrance exams, I'll stay here temporarily to help you study. He thought to himself, I originally planned to go to Zhahai City to develop my career. Jiang Xiao Duo is also there. But for now, I'll wait until Vuna finishes her exams. As he was playing with Xiao Zheng, Vuna asked caringly, Brother, do you want to soak your feet? I prepared the water. Chu Vu Fong immediately turned and replied, Okay. Chu Vu Fong slowly placed his feet into the basin of warm water, and he exclaimed in comfort, Oh, this feels so good. While soaking his feet, he thought happily, this must be what family feels like. And so, for several days at home, he cooked, helped Chu Vu Na with her studies, and managed the household chores like a true family man. On the day of the exam, it was pouring rain. The gate of the exam site was still crowded with people holding umbrellas, coming and going. As Chu Vu Na walked in, she didn't forget to turn back and remind Chu Vu Fong, Brother, you should go back quickly. The rain is too heavy. He, however, enthusiastically shouted, Vuna, you can do it. Seeing this, Chu Vu Na was a bit embarrassed, and while looking around, she reminded him, Don't be like that, brother. Keep your voice down. There are so many people. In response was an incredibly gentle smile. A big brother. Looking at Chu Vu Na's retreating figure, Chu Vu Fong thought to himself, the day of Vu Na's exam has finally come. He fell into thought, I should also prepare for the trip to Zhahai City in the next few days. Afterward, the sky cleared up and both the blue sky and the sun emerged. Chu Vu Fong walked down the street carrying an umbrella and suddenly noticed the street vendors. He thought, it seems there's still some pork at home. I'll buy some noodles and make pork noodles for the kids tonight. Then, he noticed the conversation of two strange men. Have you heard? Not only did they dig up money near the Hu Han family's ancestral tomb, but they also found money at his relatives' places. He walked over, pretending to look at vegetables while eavesdropping. Her a long time ago, embezzling so much money, and even taking lives, he can't be forgiven. That's right, he only does beastly things, daring to swindle the state's money. Arrest them all and have them shot. That's a given. But he was caught before he could spend a single cent. What was he planning after all? Who knows? Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong's hand, which was holding a head of cabbage, suddenly twitched. His hand trembled, tightening its grip on the cabbage. The vegetable seller uncle saw this and angrily yelled, Hey, why are you crushing the vegetable? Chu Vu Fong hurriedly said, Sorry, I'll buy this one. After saying that, he ran home like a madman. As he ran, he thought anxiously, Damn it, how could I forget? This world is different from the one I used to live in. In this era, cash doesn't circulate quickly, especially in a small county like Linshui. If the amount of money Hu Han embezzled and the amount found don't match in the end, they will definitely launch a large-scale investigation. At that time, Hu Han will definitely latch onto me and not let go. Although I have merit for cracking the case, if they investigate to the end and the cash amount still doesn't match, the investigation will surely lead to me. As soon as he reached his door, he shouted, Vu Noyet, take that money out. There's a problem. Vu Noyet, who was clearing the dishes, heard this and asked in confusion, Brother, what's wrong with you? Chu Vu Fong, panting from running at full speed, said, I was too naive before. Now we have to return that money. But don't worry, it's still salvageable. Dusk fell. Chu Vu Fong, wearing a hat and holding a paper bag, was looking around to see if anyone was there. It turned out he was doing something in the cemetery, stealthily like a thief. He walked to Hu Yinshan's grave, saw that the tombstone was still intact, and thought with a sigh of relief. The grave hasn't been dug up. Phew. Luckily, Hu Han hasn't revealed this place. There's still time for everything. At this moment, in the temporary detention center, Hu Han was locked behind prison bars, with a police officer guarding outside. Old Kong Jinjong walked in and asked Officer Zhao, "How is it?" The officer replied, 100,000 in cash is still missing. Hu Han insists that he was tricked out of it by that kid Chu Vyufing. What do you think? Hearing this, Kong Jinjong was extremely astonished. How could that be? This matter was a coordinated effort between me and young Master Chu. Why would he sabotage himself at the critical moment? His words made Officer Zhao's expression darken, and he said, "Director Kong, that's 100,000. The sun was gradually setting. Officer Zhao said sternly, "Hu Han's testimony is very unfavorable for Chu Vyufing. Hu Han had gone to find Chu Vyufing before. We have investigated and confirmed that this did happen." After speaking, he turned to leave, saying, "In short, Chu Vyufing is highly suspicious. We will bring him in for investigation." Kong Jinjong reached out, grabbing one of Officer Zhao's arms, and asked, "Officer Zhao, can you let me see Vyufing first?" However, Officer Zhao callously shook his hand off, a flash of anger in his eyes. "Director Kong, if it weren't for the fact that we've known each other for a long time and know each other well, then right now, the first person I would suspect would be you. This matter must be handled strictly." Kong Jinjong was extremely flustered. He tried to persuade him, but officer, the interrogation room door was slammed shut. Kong Jinjong could only remain silent, unable to say another word. Officer Zhao loudly ordered, "Keep a close watch on Kong Jinjong. He's not to go anywhere until Chu Vyufing is caught." At this moment, Chu Vyufing was eating a popsicle while thinking, "In the past, I never felt like I belonged to this world, always thinking about leaving. Too arrogant, I almost brought disaster upon myself." His eyes were intently watching two men playing Chinese chess, but it could be considered lucky. Suddenly, an uncle shouted loudly, "Checkmate." It turned out the uncle in the baseball cap was gaining the upper hand. "Ahaha, who told you to underestimate my knight?" Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached him. Ahead, two police officers running to arrest Chu Vyufing had spotted him, but he was extremely calm, as if he had anticipated it. Chu Vyufing had also just finished his popsicle. He seemed to have a plan. "They're here. Now it's my turn to checkmate." Later, in the interrogation room, Officer Zhao directly asked Chu Vyufing, "Where is that 100,000 yuan?" He feigned confusion. "What money?" Officer Zhao frowned. "The 100,000 yuan you tricked from Hu Han." Chu Vyufing replied very calmly, asking back, "Is that what Hu Han said?" Hearing this, Officer Zhao angrily slammed the table. "I told you to answer my question, not to question me back." He spread his hands. With an innocent expression, "I didn't trick him." Officer Zhao asked again, "Then why did Hu Han come to your house?" This time, he finally answered to the point. "He came to me to demand evidence." Officer Zhao made a deduction. "And then what? Did you tell him you had evidence, and then trick him into giving you 100,000? In the interrogation room, Chu Vyufing tremblingly pleaded his innocence. "I didn't." Officer Zhao lowered his head, his attitude completely different from before. He said sarcastically, "Really?" Chu Vyufing answered decisively, "Yes." All this time, Kong Jinjong had been standing outside observing this interrogation. Officer Zhao continued to ask, "But at that time, Hu Han didn't know we had set a trap to catch him. Why did you go out with him?" Chu Vyufing lowered his head, saying word by word, Hu Han killed my parents." He trembled, gritting his teeth as he said, "I followed him to witness his arrest with my own eyes." At this point, Chu Vyufing pushed his chair back and shot up, roaring with determination and indignation. "I want him to go to jail. I want." Hearing this, Officer Zhao seemed to have a realization, unable to refute. He went from being angry to consoling Chu Vyufing. "Calm down, calm down." Officer Zhao continued, "But Hu Han said he took you to the ancestral grave, took out 100,000 and gave it to you." Hearing this, Chu Vyufing looked puzzled. "You mean Hu Han took me to dig up his own family's ancestral grave?" Kong Jinjong, who was observing the interrogation, couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. This time it was Chu Vyufing's turn to present his points. "Officer Zhao, I have 2 points of suspicion. First, Hu Han said he took me to dig a grave that day, but I remember very clearly that he was dressed very neatly and cleanly that day. Second, could it be that he deliberately said that for Hu Xiaoshan's sake, to save some money for his son? These words made Officer Zhao rub his chin and reconsider. Then he suddenly stood up and walked towards the interrogation room door. The iron door slammed shut, just as Chu Vyufing broke into a victorious smile. Officer Zhao ordered his subordinate, reread Hu Han's statement, see where the 100,000 he gave to Chu Vyufing is located, and go check immediately. Yes, sir. The officer immediately replied, yes, sir. While waiting, Kang Jinjong paced back and forth, seemingly with a lot on his mind. At this moment, the other officer rushed in to report, sir, we found it. The 100,000 is still in the original place. Kang Jinjong couldn't hide his joy. You found it? The officer said, yes, not a single cent is missing, right at the location Han stated. Kang Jinjong walked over, offered Officer Zhao a cigarette, and consoled him. Officer Zhao, you've worked hard during this time. But he frowned and turned away. All right, stop with the phony flattery. Kang Jinjong confirmed again. So young Master Chu can be released now? Officer Zhao replied, of course. On the way out, Kang Jinjong asked solicitously, young Master Chu, you probably haven't eaten yet, have you? He suggested, how about we go to the state-run restaurant for a meal? This old brother hasn't properly thanked you yet. Chu Yufeng smiled. However, he still politely declined. Mr. Kang, let's do it next time. My family still doesn't know my current situation. I have to go back. After hearing this, Kang Jinjong didn't dare to bother him further. Is that so? Then next time it is. Just then, Chu Yufeng voiced his question. All right, Director Kang, I have something I want to ask you. It's about my parents. Before he could finish, Kang Jinjong reassured him. You can rest assured about this matter. I've already submitted the application. The higher-ups have all signed off. There should be a notice in about 2 days. Chu Yufeng eagerly requested. Then could I trouble you to see if the compensation money can be issued sooner? You know my family situation. He gave a wry smile and confessed. Besides, I still don't have a job right now. Kang Jinjong encouraged him. Young Master Chu, you don't need to be so formal with me. I'll go back and apply for this, and I'll give you an answer within a week. He revealed, actually, the job matter is very easy to solve. Hu Xiaoshan has been arrested. He originally had a spot at the steel factory. You can go work there now. After hearing this, Chu Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. In reality, Chu Yufeng was a little disappointed in his heart. What's so great about a steel factory? I still want to go to Zhai City. He still replied politely, Director Kang, thank you for your consideration, but I must decline. I will keep your good intentions in my heart. Kang Jinjong was stunned. His mind was buzzing, a position that so many people would fight tooth and nail for. He just refused. After speaking, Chu Yufeng said goodbye to him. Director Kang, I'll be leaving first. The next morning, a girl's voice echoed. Mao Dan, raise it a little higher. It turned out to be Zhang Zirwei, playing Chinese jump rope with some neighborhood kids. That's right, just like that. The little girl jumped happily, click-clack. She was engrossed in the game, spinning and spinning, click-clack. Chu Yufeng happened to walk by. He stared wide-eyed from a distance, utterly surprised. Is Zhang Zirwei this idol? So much so that she unconsciously sang out loud while still jumping. 5, 6, 7, let's jump rope together. Chu Yufeng called out her name loudly. Zirwei. Zhang Zirwei was startled and turned around. Chu Yufeng waved his hand high. Over here, over here. The girl pouted, thinking to herself, oh my god, my ladylike image. Chu Yufeng walked over and stammered, Zirwei, I need to see you about something. The girl found it strange. What is it? He smiled pleadingly. I want to borrow your home phone for a bit. The girl immediately agreed. Sure. Chu Yufeng asked, Zirwei, do you have Jiang Xiao's home phone number? Help me give her a call. Hearing this, Zhang Zirwei understood his purpose. The girl recalled that Lu Man had specifically warned her before, absolutely do not give Jiang Xiao's phone number to that scumbag. Seeing her silence, Chu Yufeng asked, what's wrong? You can't give it to me? Zhang Zirwei listlessly shook her head. I don't know Jiang Xiao's home phone number. Actually, Chu Yufeng knew she was lying. This girl's talent for lying was just too terrible. He had no choice but to change the question. Then you must know Shan Ziren's phone number, right? Zhang Zirwei bluntly refused. I especially can't give you Shan Ziren's. Chu Yufeng immediately caught her slip up. So you admit it, you deliberately didn't give me the phone number just now. Zhang Zirwei was startled, knowing she had misspoken. Chu Yufeng tried to explain to her. Zirwei, I understand, I was a terrible person before. But Jiang Xiaoduo and I were husband and wife for many years. His eyes were full of regret. I want to see her one more time. After hearing this, Zhang Zirwei's heart was instantly filled with conflict. Chu Yufeng didn't want to make things difficult for her. How about this? I'll leave first, Zirwei. The girl looked at him sadly. Chu Yufeng. Soon a week had passed. Chu Yufeng was diligently cooking in his eatery. That day, Chung Guodao pushed the door open and announced big news. Yufeng, your family's compensation money has come through. Director Kang will personally bring it over tonight. Chu Yufeng was startled and turned around. Brother Chun, why are you more excited than I am? Chung Guodao came closer and asked, what delicious dish are you making? Chu Yufeng smiled and said, just making a bowl of noodles. noodles. Come on. Chun Guada craned his neck to look at the bowl of noodles he was cooking. He was surprised and found it strange. How come there isn't even an egg? You have money now. Chu Vyufing chuckled. Chun Guada calculated. The compensation money adds up to almost 4,000. He pleaded with Chu Vyufing. Come on, crack an egg to celebrate. Chu Vyufing looked troubled. Annie Wang's hen died. I don't know who to borrow an egg from. After that, Chun Guada continued to slurp his food. He praised admiringly. This bowl of noodles looks plain, but it's really fragrant. Next time you make noodles, remember to call me. Hey, Chu Vyufing spoke up. Brother Chun, I'm preparing to go to Zhahai to make a living. I'm leaving tomorrow. Chun Guada immediately shouted, his voice echoing throughout the house. What? He asked in alarm. What are you going there for? Did someone find a job for you? Chu Vyufing said calmly, no, I'm going on my own. There's no future staying here, so I might as well go out and try my luck. After hearing this, Chun Guada could only remain silent. That evening, there was a knock at Chu Vyufing's door. He went to greet Kong Jinzhong. Director Kong, you're here. Please come in and have a seat. Kong Jinzhong immediately confirmed. I heard you're going to Zhahai City tomorrow. He entered the house, sat down for tea, and scolded Chu Vyufing. You kid, if Chun Guada hadn't told me, were you planning to sneak away? Chu Vyufing explained. I was planning to tell you when you came looking for me. He laughed teasingly. This kid is all talk. You refuse to work at the steel plant, so it turns out you have a better job in Zhahai City. At this point, Chu Vyufing told the truth. I'm not going to Zhahai City because of a better job, but because I want to do a little business. This news was too surprising for Kong Jianzhong. Starting a business? Chu Vyufing corrected him. Director Kong, you think too highly of me. I'm just going to the big city to do some small trade to make a living. Kong Jianzhong put his teacup down heavily, praising enthusiastically. Vyufing, you're too modest. You're so smart. I'm very curious. How did you manage to get that contract back then? In his mind, Chu Vyufing had a clear plan. Kong Jianzhong, director of the Linshui steel plant, in his 40s, with a boundless future. I must befriend this person. He leaned in and instructed him. Director Kong, you have to keep this a secret. Okay. He nodded. Okay. A long while later, Chu Vyufing had told him everything. That's basically the whole story. Kong Jianzhong's eyes grew wider and wider. This story was too incredible. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be even a tenth as capable as him. As he was leaving, he sincerely advised him, Vyufing, when you get to Zhahai, if you run into any difficulties, just call me directly. Yes. Chu Vyufing saw him off. Yes, Director Kong, let me see you out. He waited until Kong Jianzhong had left. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the money's been collected, the person's been seen off, time to go back and pack. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, I'll definitely be in Zhahai for a long time. Instead of letting the electronics at home gather dust, I might as well. That night, he immediately ran to Vuna's house and knocked on the door. Vuna, open up. When she saw him, she was extremely surprised and asked, Brother, why did you bring the color TV here? Chu Vyufing struggled to carry the item into the house. Aya, TVs from this era are so heavy. Vuna, quick, give me a hand. I can't hold on much longer. Once it was done, he plopped down, panting heavily. Phew, I'm dead tired. Vuna happily called out, Vu, quickly pour a glass of water for your brother. Yes. Late at night, when other houses had turned off their lights, only Chu Vyufing's house was still lit. Voices could be heard from inside. The total compensation is 3,980 yuan. Vuna, count it again. Yes. Chu Vyufing looked at his younger siblings, and said, There's one more thing. I've already told you. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Vuna looked a little sad and asked her brother, Brother, are you leaving tomorrow for good? Chu Vyufing smiled and replied, Yes. I'll take 500. You guys keep the rest. Hearing this, Chu Vuyu looked a little worried. Is that enough? Zhahai is a big city. The cost of living must be very high. Chu Vyufing sensed Chu Vuyu's worry. He smiled gently, patting her head and said, It's enough. I'm going to earn money, not to spend it. Then he turned to ask Chu Vuna, Chu Vuna, where's Xiao Zheng? Is he asleep? Her eyes glanced slightly towards Xiao Zheng's room as she answered Chu Vyufing. Yes, he played too hard today, so he went to bed early. Seeing this, the quick-witted Chu Vyu asked Chu Vyufing, Brother, should I wake Xiao Zheng up? But he waved his hand and refused. No need. I'll just take a look at him and then go. Chu Vyufing then gently walked to Xiao Zheng's room. He stood at the door and looked inside. When he saw Xiao Zheng sleeping soundly, he smiled. He raised his hand and waved, saying softly, Xiao Zheng, your second brother is leaving. Early the next morning, the sound of roosters crowing filled the air. In the room, Chu Viewfing was packing his luggage. Toothpaste, toothbrush, towel. He then picked up a photo of himself with Jiang Xiaoduo. I'll take this too. After packing his luggage, Chu Viewfing slowly walked out into the yard. From Xiao Zhang's room, the boy's snores could still be heard. Coco. As soon as he reached the gate, Chu Viewfing saw someone already waiting there. Brother Chun. When Chun Guoda saw Chu Viewfing come out, he smiled and said to him, "Leaving so early, I was planning to treat you to lunch today." Hearing this, Chu Viewfing didn't stand on ceremony and got on Chun Guoda's motorcycle. He smiled brightly and said to him, "If I go to Zhahai now, I'll arrive just in time for the afternoon, giving me time to find a place to stay." Chun Guoda's motorcycle then sped down the tree-lined road. Soon, they arrived at the Linshui bus station. Chun Guoda told Chu Viewfing to have a meal before leaving, but Chu Viewfing just waved goodbye. Chun Guoda said loudly, "The bus over there is about to leave. I'm off, Brother Chun." Chun Guoda also smiled happily and waved goodbye to Chu Viewfing. Viewfing, work hard when you get to Zhahai. Zhahai City. On the streets, the traffic was heavy and the scene was bustling, creating a prosperous atmosphere typical of a big city. Chu Viewfing admired the city scenery as he walked, exclaiming, "Zhahai is indeed much more prosperous than Linshui. It has the air of a big city." Suddenly, Chu Viewfing heard a voice calling from behind him. "Young man, looking for a room?" The voice came from a guest house named Heart to Heart Guest House. The speaker was a lady with short brown hair. She smiled and said to Chu Viewfing, "Young man, looking for a room? It's just in the back." He took the card the lady handed him and saw the words Heart to Heart Guest House written on it. Looking at it, Chu Viewfing immediately turned his face away, pretending to be evasive. He blushed and asked the brown-haired lady, "Is it decent?" The lady couldn't stop laughing and replied to Chu Viewfing, "It's decent, but we also have the indecent kind." The lady's eyes lit up as she eagerly promoted her services to Chu Viewfing. "Whatever you need, we have it all." Frightened by the lady's enthusiasm, Chu Viewfing quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No need, no need." But the brown-haired lady wasn't going to let Chu Viewfing go so easily. She grabbed his arm, leading him into the guest house area. "Come on, take a look at the room first. I guarantee it's clean and tidy." Chu Viewfing was immediately scared. Suddenly, at that very moment, a bus arrived. The bus announcer's voice came over the speaker. "Shaoyin Bridge stop has arrived. Passengers wishing to alight, please use the rear door." Seeing this, Chu Viewfing's face lit up as if he had struck gold, and he hurriedly ran towards the bus. As he ran, he waved his hands and shouted, "Bus, there's still someone," leaving the lady behind, who could only shout helplessly, "Young man, don't run. The price is negotiable." A moment later, Chu Viewfing was settled on the bus. He looked at the map in his hand and made up his mind. "First, I need to find a cheap place to stay temporarily. Otherwise, with this little money, I won't last long in a big city, let alone doing business." Elsewhere, in a huge villa, the phone rang. "Hello, are you calling to book a car?" Shun Ziren held the phone and said to the person on the other end, "The address is in the Garden District, but I only booked the car with license plate 411. The other person replied, "Haha, understood, Miss Shun." Afterwards, she slowly walked outside. Once outside, Shun Ziren saw a figure sitting in a taxi, waving at her. "Ziren, over here, over here." After getting into the passenger's seat, Shun Ziren turned to look at the person and said with a smile, "Shi Jiang, tell me, how are you planning to thank me?" Shi Jiang was a young man with short brown hair. Hearing what Shun Ziren said, he replied with a somewhat awkward expression, "The girl is very pretty, but she's been married once." Hearing Shi Jiang's words, Shun Ziren's expression immediately turned sour. She frowned and said to Shi Jiang, "Xiaoduo met a terrible person before. Didn't I already tell you that? And now you're not satisfied?" Seeing her expression, Shi Jiang didn't dare say anything more, forcing a smile to smooth things over. "Just kidding. How could I not be satisfied with someone Miss Shun introduced?" Then he asked Shun Ziren, "So, shall we go to the library to pick up Xiaoduo now?" She replied, "Yes." Shi Jiang then stepped on the gas, and the car quickly sped down the road. At the Zhahai library, Jiang Xiaoduo was happily shelving books inside. Suddenly, she heard a voice call from behind her, "Xiaoduo." Hearing it, she turned around in confusion. Oh, on the crowded street, the man with glasses sitting in the taxi cried out. The driver, Shi Jiang, sitting in the driver's seat, smiled and turned his head to say to Chu Jun in the back, "Brother, don't worry about it. To me, it's just the cost of one trip. You know how expensive taxis are now." Hearing this, Chu Jun clenched his fists and made up his mind. "Okay, wait until I get paid. I'll treat everyone." Elsewhere, Chu Viewfing exclaimed in shock, "What? 35 yuan a month?" The lady with permed hair saw Chu Viewfing's reaction and calmly continued to crack melon seeds. While cracking them, she said to Chu Viewfing, "You think it's expensive? Then go stay in the collective dormitory. It's 50 cents a night over there." Hearing this, Chu Viewfing's face lit up as if he had struck gold, and he quickly asked the lady, "Where is it?" In the evening, in a dilapidated apartment complex, the bald uncle led Chu Viewfing to the place and said, "Young man, this is it." Looking at the bunk beds in front of him, Chu Viewfing thought with doubt, "Ah, so this is like renting a sleeping spot?" The people lying on the beds secretly glanced over, observing this newcomer. The bald uncle said to Chu Viewfing, 50 cents a night, paid daily. Chu Viewfing wasn't picky anymore and just opened his mouth to ask him, "So where's the bathing area?" The bald uncle replied, "Go out the door and turn left, there's a small water pump." A moment later, Chu Viewfing was at the water pump washing his face. As he wiped his face, he smiled with satisfaction while observing his surroundings. Although the conditions here are a bit poor, it saves money. Afterwards, Chu Viewfing went back to the room. But as soon as he got near his bed, Chu Viewfing discovered that the bag he had hung up was gone. He immediately looked around in a daze. "Where's my bag? It was clearly hanging there just now. How did it suddenly disappear?" At this moment, Chu Viewfing realized someone had stolen his bag. He was so angry his face turned red, and he roared, "Damn it, who stole my bag?" A man sitting on a bed calmly, smoking a cigarette, saw him and offered a piece of advice. "Hey, buddy, you have to be more careful when you're out. Just consider it paying your tuition fees. Once something is lost here, you won't get it back." Chu Viewfing's face was blank, and he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, luckily I had the money on me, otherwise I'd be done for." Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. "Uncle Yu, are there any spots left?" He looked over and immediately spotted a familiar face. He called out loudly, "Chu Jun, class monitor." The two then pointed at each other without planning it, exclaiming in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Chu Viewfing then asked his class monitor friend, "Long time no see. I don't think we've seen each other since high school graduation." Chu Jun also smiled in agreement. "That's right." Suddenly, Chu Viewfing remembered something. He pointed to a bed of his and asked Chu Jun, "That's right, the spot across from me is empty. Do you want to?" Hearing this, Chu Jun understood his meaning and immediately said, "Oh, is that so? Thanks." A moment later, after they had both settled their lodging for the night, Chu Viewfing started chatting with Chu Jun. "I didn't expect to see you here. After graduating from university, didn't you get a job assignment?" Chu Jun replied, "I did at the tax bureau, but the dormitory won't be available until the middle of next month." After hearing Chu Jun's explanation, Viewfing understood. No wonder the class monitor was also here, joining the crowd. Chu Jun suddenly asked doubtfully, "So what are you doing in Zhihai?" He didn't think much of it and replied, "I'm here to do some business and visit Xiaoduo while I'm at it." Seeing Chu Viewfing's nonchalant demeanor as if nothing was wrong, Chu Jun could only curse him silently in his heart. Who in our class doesn't know about the things you did? Why pretend to be a good person? Viewfing continued, "Class monitor, who didn't come to my wedding, that was really disrespectful." But Chu Jun only replied with one sentence, "I had a family matter." Hearing this, Viewfing didn't know how to continue the conversation with Chu Jun, so he could only force a laugh. Well, can't be helped then. The next morning, on the street, Chu Viewfing was holding a freshly bought pastry. Today, he walked to the front of a fashion center, calculating in his mind, "Let's start from here." Chu Viewfing mumbled while munching on the pastry, "I'll do some field research today, see what kind of business can be done here." Then, he stepped into the center. Chu Viewfing observed the situation inside as he walked. He thought to himself, after walking around, although Zhihai is a big city, it's still far behind Shanghai. Looking at the fashion styles hanging on the racks, Chu Viewfing silently assessed. It takes some time for a popular item in Shanghai to spread here. However, even though it's not on par with Shanghai, the consumption level in Zhihai is not much lower than Shanghai's. He smiled to himself. This time lag is a business opportunity. Chu Viewfing smugly thought about the ideas in his head. Leather jackets, A-line skirts, bell-bottoms, cuffed pants. Then he decided, let's start with bell-bottoms then. Jeans are already popular, so doing business with bell-bottoms on this foundation probably won't be difficult. It was still early, so he decided to walk around a few more places. After that, Chu Viewfing wandered around until it got dark. After a day of market research, he came to a conclusion. Many popular things originate from small, individual places like night markets. Coincidentally, Jiang Xiaoduo was also strolling on the street. Just as Chu Viewfing was looking around at the surrounding streets, he saw a familiar figure. Is that Jiang Xiaoduo? Jiang Xiaoduo also saw Chu Viewfing walking ahead. When he saw her, a flash of surprise appeared in Chu Viewfing's eyes. Jiang Xiaoduo was also extremely surprised to see Chu Vyufeng here. Chu Vyufeng was the first to break the silence, calling her name Xiaoduo. Immediately after, Chu Vyufeng's expression became overjoyed, only now realizing what had just happened. He called out her name, loudly again, Xiaoduo. Chu Vyufeng walked up to Jiang Xiaoduo and greeted her. Long time no see. But Jiang Xiaoduo's expression didn't look happy at all. Her eyes avoided Chu Vyufeng as she hesitantly replied, long time no see. In the distance, Shi Jiang also noticed Chu Vyufeng's appearance. Meanwhile, Chu Vyufeng was trying to start a conversation with Jiang Xiaoduo, asking her, have you eaten? Let's go eat together. But Jiang Xiaoduo just replied coldly, I've eaten. Chu Vyufeng still didn't give up and shamelessly continued, oh, is that so? Then can we take a walk together? I have a few things I want to say to you. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps was heard, and Shun Ziren's figure appeared, blocking Jiang Xiaoduo. She angrily shouted at Chu Vyufeng. Is there something you can't say here? Jiang Xiaoduo has already divorced you. What else is there to say? Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes darkened. Her face fell, and she said nothing. Chu Vyufeng ignored Shun Ziren's words, focusing only on Jiang Xiaoduo, seeking her opinion. Xiaoduo, is that okay? Then, he heard Jiang Xiaoduo softly reply, yes. Jiang Xiaoduo then turned to Shun Ziren and said, Ziren, I'm going to talk with Chu Vyufeng for a bit. There are some things that need to be said clearly. You guys go on ahead. But Shun Ziren was still a little worried, but Jiang Xiaoduo knew she was worried about her, so she gave a reassuring smile. It's okay. Then Jiang Xiaoduo turned to Chu Vyufeng, pointed in a direction, signaling for him to follow. Shi Jiang witnessed everything that had just happened, his hands clenched into fists, trembling with anger. His face showed disbelief as he shouted, right in front of her blind date, Jiang Xiaoduo is leaving with her ex-husband? Shun Ziren could only sigh, haze. Then she turned and left, while saying to the others, it's getting late, let's head back first. Chu Jun immediately understood and followed Shun Ziren in the opposite direction of the other two. Shi Jiang stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, his whole body seething with anger. On the other side, after Chu Vyufeng and Jiang Xiaoduo had some private space, he scratched his head, shyly starting the conversation. Long time no see, you seem to have gotten a little chubbier. It seems I didn't take good care of you before. Jiang Xiaoduo's expression remained unhappy. She called his name in a low voice. Chu Vyufeng. Chu Vyufeng replied, yeah. Jiang Xiaoduo continued, lately, my family has been setting me up on blind dates. My mom faints often, and I'm very worried about her health now, so I have to go along with my family's arrangements. Jiang Xiaoduo lowered her head and said to Chu Vyufeng in a sad tone, if things go quickly, I might get married this year. He was stunned, not knowing what to say after hearing this news. Having said what needed to be said, Jiang Xiaoduo turned, slowly walked past Chu Vyufeng, and prepared to leave. Only then did he snap out of it, quickly turning around and hastily chasing after her. Xiaoduo. Jiang Xiaoduo heard Chu Vyufeng's call, but she didn't turn back, as if afraid he would see the tears streaming down her cheeks. Chu Vyufeng continued to follow behind Jiang Xiaoduo. Then, as if having made up his mind, he reached forward, grabbed Jiang Xiaoduo, and pulled her back, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. Jiang Xiaoduo was forced to turn and face Chu Vyufeng, his arms tightening around her in an embrace. Next, Chu Vyufeng gently placed a kiss on her forehead. This action made Jiang Xiaoduo's cheeks, still wet with tears, flush red. As he brought his face closer to hers, he softly called her name, Xiaoduo. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes flew open, as if she had woken up in an instant. She immediately pushed Chu Vyufeng away, shouting at the same time, Chu Vyufeng. Chu Vyufeng was pushed back, stumbling a few steps. He stammered, wanting to explain to her, Xiaoduo, but before he could finish, she cut him off. Chu Vyufeng, don't say anything. He heard her say, actually, I really hate you. I hate why you suddenly became so good. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been so heartbroken when I left you. Jiang Xiaoduo called Chu Vyufeng's name. She recalled everything she had been through and said angrily to Chu Vyufeng, in those 2 years, you almost killed me. You'd hit me at the slightest provocation, take it out on me when you were unhappy, and if someone else made you unhappy, you'd torment me too. Hearing Jiang Xiaoduo's words, Chu Vyufeng didn't know how to explain it to her. In a deserted corner, Chu Vyufing and Jiang Xiaoduo were arguing. Chu Vyufing tried his best to explain to Jiang Xiaoduo, actually, But Jiang Xiaoduo was furious and wouldn't listen to a word he said. Then you suddenly became very strange, which made me feel even more insecure. Now you're being so nice to me. Are you trying to trick me again? She was red in the face with anger. I don't know why you suddenly appeared in Zhihai. I don't know why I ran into you at the night market. Chu Vyufing knew she had misunderstood him. Xiaoduo, listen to me. It's not like that. Agitated, Jiang Xiaoduo covered her ears. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. She shouted. Whatever reason you're here for, I don't want to know and I don't care. After saying that, without giving him a chance to say another word, Jiang Xiaoduo turned and ran. I have to go home. Don't follow me. Seeing her so angry, he didn't know what else to say. Chu Vyufing could only watch helplessly as her figure receded into the distance. Only heaven knew what he was thinking. Xiaoduo, do you know, I really want to tell you the truth. Chu Vyufing sighed, but he sat dejectedly on a stone bench. What's the point of telling her? Do I want to ruin the relationship between Jiang Xiaoduo and her family? Don't harm her. Chu Vyufing, your situation right now is really terrible. Still living in a communal dormitory with a younger brother and sister to support. What do you have to make Jiang Xiaoduo happy? That being said, Chu Vyufing was still nurturing a plan for the future in his heart. The most important thing is to get some startup capital. How can I make money quickly? Scene changes to the next day. On the antique street, the cries of street vendors could be heard. Honest business, no cheating the old or the young. The stall owner laid out his goods on a red cloth. Genuine goods at a fair price. Suddenly, a particular item caught Chu Vyufing's eye. He picked it up to examine it closely. The stall owner reminded him, be careful with that. It's from the Ming dynasty. Finding the ring quite to his liking, Chu Vyufing asked the owner, boss, how much? Hearing someone ask for the price, the owner boasted smugly, don't even ask about the price of this one. It's very expensive. You can't afford it. But he paid no mind to the owner's words. All right, boss, how much for this piece of dongling jade? Hearing this, the owner knew he had run into an expert. Oh my, an expert, are you? He held up 2 fingers towards Chu Vyufing. I'll just charge you for the labor. 2 yuan. But an expert wasn't so easy to deal with. Mass-produced items aren't that expensive. Chu Vyufing turned the ring over and over in his hand. Look at this cut, and look at the quality of this jade. It's so rough. Faced with Chu Vyufing's confidence, the owner embarrassedly changed his tune. Okay, 1 yuan. After getting the item he wanted, he fumbled around in the park for a long time. A moment later, Chu Vyufing excitedly admired his handiwork. Just like that, it's done. The originally rough ring, under his skillful hands, had become much more beautiful. It looks much better this way. At the city gate, Chu Vyufing was leisurely sitting and eating noodles. Oh, suddenly, he heard someone say loudly, oh, honey, let's go over there and take a look. Chu Vyufing looked over. Over there was a foreign couple preparing to look at antiques. All right, my love. He put down his half-eaten bowl of noodles, hastily placing his chopsticks on the table. The foreign girl pointed to an item and asked her lover, honey, what era do you think this is from? The owner heard them talking and was startled. Damn it, these 2 Westerners speak such fluent Chinese. I'm afraid they won't be easy to fool. He saw the girl pick up the item and shouted in fear. Careful, don't drop it. The girl smiled and said, all right, I'll be careful. The girl gently caressed the body of the vase. I can feel its history. The man beside her saw how much the girl liked it. So he said, then let's buy it. He turned to ask the owner, boss, how much is it? The owner didn't expect them to decide so quickly and feigned reluctance, saying, this item is very old. I'm a bit reluctant to part with it. The man wouldn't give up, determined to buy this item. I will treasure it. Hearing him say that, the owner took the opportunity to raise the price. Seeing, as you have a connection with it, I'll just charge you 1,000 yuan. The man was preparing to take out his money when, at that moment, the kind-hearted Chu Vyufing walked by and reminded them, you 2 are being scammed. That's a fake. If you want that thing, I can give it to you directly. The 2 of them looked at him in astonishment. Chu Vyufing responded to them with a confident smile. Seeing his expression, they believed him and changed their minds. We're not buying it anymore. After saying that, the couple turned and walked away. The owner called from behind. Too expensive? 700 is fine too. Seeing the customers leave, the owner was unwilling to give up and chased after them, calling 100. The foreign man angrily roared at the owner. Your stuff really is fake. The 2 of them immediately chased after Chu Vyufing to thank him. Hey, my friend, thank you for the reminder. He said to them in a friendly manner, no need to thank me. The foreign couple, seeing how well he spoke English, curiously asked, are you from our country? Chu Vyufing explained, no, I'm a local, but but my father does business over there. The man asked again, oh, so how did you know that item was a fake? Chu Viewfing didn't hesitate to enlighten them, explaining, for this kind of imitation antique porcelain, the color of the finished product is wrong, and even the size and volume are incorrect. The color has obvious signs of artificial aging, and the volume and shape don't match that dynasty. After showing off his knowledge, Chu Viewfing very humbly concluded, actually, I only know a little. The foreign man greatly admired his knowledge. So, you also like to collect these things? Chu Viewfing smiled and told them, haha, actually my father's business is in collectibles, so I've seen a lot and know a little. Unexpectedly, when a man heard him say this, his eyes lit up. That's great. Can you help us pick out a real antique? Chu Viewfing was someone who knew how to seize an opportunity, so he didn't refuse. Of course, I'd be happy to help you too. Seeing him agree, the man happily introduced himself. My name is Tom, and this is Lena. He also introduced himself. My name is Defoe. After getting his approval, the three of them quickly entered the antique market once again. The owner who had sold something to Chu Viewfing earlier saw them. Oh, that little expert kid is bringing two Westerners over. Almost as soon as he saw them, the owner immediately waved at the three of them. Come here, come look at this. Chu Viewfing crossed his arms and said to the owner with a blank expression, Boss, bring out the real stuff for us to see. The owner knew a big spender had arrived and hurriedly and carefully rummaged through his bag. Wait a moment. A moment later, he took out an old wooden comb. This was left by my grandmother, passed down through several generations. It's from the palace. Chu Viewfing bent down to examine it. He was surprised to find that the glossy glaze on this wooden comb was very difficult to fake, and judging by the style, it was also an old item from a long time ago. However, this item was priceless, and it didn't have any special meaning, making it very difficult to determine its value. Chu Viewfing turned and said to the foreign man, This item isn't bad, but don't act like you really want it. I'll help you bargain. Hearing him say that, the man also quickly got into character. I don't really like it. Isn't it just a comb? It's too ordinary. The owner was very surprised to hear that. At this point, Chu Viewfing pretended to persuade him. This wooden comb is from a long time ago. It's not ordinary at all. It's very collectible. Right. The owner also chimed in. It's old. It's collectible. He turned his head and asked the stall owner, Boss, what's the lowest price? If the price isn't right, we're leaving. The owner was sweating bullets and held up one finger, then 100 in foreign currency. This was really left by my grandmother. I can't go any lower. Seeing Tom signal his agreement, he then said, all right. After they paid and left, the owner was still staring blankly at the backs of the three people. He scratched his head. Did I sell it for too little? When they reached an empty corner, the man hurriedly said, Thank you so much, Mr. Defoe. Let's have a meal together tonight to show our gratitude. I hope you won't refuse. Hearing this, Chu Viewfing was overjoyed. This is exactly what I was waiting for you to say. The three of them went to a large restaurant. Defoe, you look at the menu first. He took the menu. Okay. The girl turned to Tom and said, Honey, I really like this wooden comb. He also took the opportunity to praise. Miss Lena's luck is really good. This comb is worth at least 1,000 in foreign currency. Tom gave him a thumbs up in admiration. 1,000? But we only spent 100 in foreign currency. We're so lucky to have met you. But Chu Viewfing let out a soft sigh, fiddling with the ring on his hand. What a pity. The other two immediately tensed up. A pity about what? He deliberately held up his ring finger. If this wooden comb were the work of a famous artisan, it wouldn't just be this price. Tom breathed a sigh of relief. But we only spent 100. That's already a great deal. But Chu Viewfing's action had successfully caught the man's eye, making him notice the ring on his hand. Defoe, what era is this ring of yours from? Is it the work of a famous artisan? Chu Viewfing shook his head. I don't know. Tom was surprised. You don't know? He began to brag. I bought it from a village not long ago. I couldn't tell its age either. I just bought it because I thought it was beautiful. The man listened to his story, extremely curious. Even you can't tell? So how much did you buy it for? Chu Viewfing named a figure many times higher, 1,000. Tom leaned forward, wanting to see the ring. Can I take a look? Chu Viewfing generously handed it over, of course. Tom and Lena stared at it intently, as if they had seen a treasure. Wow, it's so beautiful. Chu Viewfing smiled. I'll wear it for a few days since it's pretty and sell it when I get tired of it. As if waiting for him to say just that, Tom immediately got to the point. Then sell it to me. Lena really likes it. Chu Viewfing's scheme was working better than he could have imagined. On the surface, he still pretended to ask, Tom, are you sure? I just said, I can't determine its value either. But Tom didn't care. Lena and I like it. We don't care about those things. That's right. He pretended to be taking a loss and said, if that's the case, then I'll let you two have it. Seeing that the treasure was his, the man couldn't stop smiling. Defoe, thank you so much. You're truly a gentleman. He had sold the ring for 1,000. Lena asked, confused, you sold it to us at cost. Aren't you making a profit? Hearing Lena's question, Chu Viewfing said, it's a friendship price. Out here, you rely on friends, and I've gained a friendship of you too. In the dormitory, he saw that Chu Jun was still not asleep and asked with concern, class monitor, still reading the newspaper? Hearing his question, Chu Jun hurriedly put down the book, turned around, and pretended to sleep. What's wrong, class monitor? You go to sleep as soon as you see me. Chu Jun still refused to turn back. I have to work tomorrow. He asked Chu Jun, let me ask you a few questions. Who was the man who pulled Jiang Xiaoduo away last night? But he was still met with silence. He sighed, another one who thinks he's not good enough for Jiang Xiaoduo. Chu Viewfing shook Chu Jun hard. Class monitor, class monitor. Chu Jun sat up in frustration and roared, Chu Viewfing, who is the person with Jiang Xiaoduo? And what does it have to do with you? You two have been divorced for a long time. Stop bothering her. Seeing the class monitor get angry, he had no choice but to lower his voice. So who is he, exactly? Chu Jun was at his wit's end with him, and had to say, sure Jiang, he's a driver. As if in disbelief, he asked again, sure Jiang is just a driver? Chu Jun lay back down on the bed. His one-day's salary is equal to your 1 month wages. You should give up. The scene changes to the train station. Looking at the approaching train, Chu Viewfing calculated to himself, 1,000 yuan. It should be enough to import a batch of good quality bell-bottoms from Guanghai. In Guanghai City, he got off the train, looked at the tall buildings before him, and thought happily, I'm here. Just looking wasn't enough. He also made an assessment. It seems to be 3 or 4 times larger in scale than the wholesale market in Zhihai City. Chu Viewfing looked around, searching for something. It turned out he was looking for a temporary place to rest. Usually people at the wholesale market grab goods very quickly, but it's only 2 in the morning now. It's definitely still early. I'll rest here for a while, and I can go grab the goods as soon as I wake up. The sky wasn't even light yet, but the vendors had already gathered in large numbers. How much longer until it opens? Hurry up, hurry up. Awakened by the noise, he opened his eyes. Chu Viewfing saw that he was surrounded by people and was startled. My goodness, it's so crowded this early in the morning. It's unbelievable. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately plunged into the crowd. I have to hurry. If I'm a step too slow, all the good stuff will be snatched up. Since he already had a goal in mind, Chu Viewfing went straight to the clothing area. Regular pants are 40, bell-bottoms are 55. Hearing the vendor quote the price, he was shocked. So expensive. If converted to 2020 prices, a pair of jeans would be 3,000 yuan, and they weren't even brand name. But giving up now was not an option. Chu Viewfing bargained with the owner. Boss, if I take over 50 pairs of bell-bottoms, how much cheaper can they be? The vendor's attitude was firm. Over 50 pairs is 50 each. Over 100 pairs is 45 each. That's the lowest price. If you want them, take them now. He touched his chin, silently calculating the number, 100 pairs. But his mind was quick, and he soon thought of a way. Does anyone want to group buy bell-bottoms with me? Chu Viewfing held up a sign with the 2 words group buy written on it, shouting loudly, come and sign up here. A young man walked by, found it very novel, and asked curiously, a group buy? You mean we buy together? Chu Viewfing replied happily, that's right. Do you want to get some bell-bottoms too? Another woman was attracted over. Oh, I want a few pairs too. Chu Viewfing was very happy. It seemed this trip would be quite fruitful. How many pairs does everyone need? I'll tally it up and collect the money. The 3 of them stated the quantities they wanted one by one. 20 pairs. I'll take 50 pairs. 5 pairs will be enough for me. Chu Viewfing smiled with satisfaction. Adding my own share, that's a total of 105 pairs. That's enough. After confirming the order, the 3 of them gave him the money. A few minutes later, Chu Viewfing enthusiastically led the 3 of them away. The shop up ahead has the cheapest bell-bottoms, and the quality is also very good. The young man spoke up. Okay, you lead the way. The older woman was a bit skeptical. Don't you dare trick me. Don't worry. Just as they arrived, the shop owner's stock was almost sold out. The people below were all clamoring to buy everything. This is the last batch of bell-bottoms. Whoever wants them, speak up. Boss, I want them. I'll take them all, boss. I want them. Chu Viewfing was stunned. Damn it, they're all snatched up? The boss thought that was the end of it. But he quickly came up with a new plan. I've got it. He raised the foreign exchange certificates in his hand and shouted loudly, boss, look at the money in my hand. I want 105 pairs of bell-bottoms. The denim kind. Chu Viewfing's hand kept waving the foreign exchange certificates to attract attention. Just as expected, the boss took the bait. Foreign exchange certificates. He immediately yelled to his employee, Asyong, get that customer over there 105 pairs of bell-bottoms, the denim kind. All right. After they got the goods, they gathered to divide them up. The older woman praised the young man profusely. Young man, that was a great idea of yours. He chuckled. It's a win-win situation. The young man suddenly made another request. All right. Sir, I just remembered. I need one more pair of men's bell-bottoms. Chu Vyufing looked up. Men's bell-bottoms? He closed his eyes, racking his brain. He even looked down at his own stained pant legs and shoes. Then he touched his chin and thought, maybe I should get a pair for myself too? At this moment, night fell, blanketing all of Zhahai. Chu Vyufing found Qin Ego and persistently asked for his help. Brother Qin, please pick a good spot for me. But the man kept hesitating. Seeing his difficult attitude, Chu Vyufing smiled warmly and lit a cigarette for him. Brother Qin, try this cigarette. I'm counting on you for the stall matter. He took a drag from the cigarette before agreeing. I'll try my best. Go to the registration desk and pay the fee first. Only after the fee was paid did he agree to lead Chu Vyufing. When they arrived, Qin Ego pointed and said, this stall. He happily accepted. Okay. A few seconds later, the man stuck his hands in his pockets and swaggered off. You clean it up yourself. I'm off to do my work. Chu Vyufing was very respectful towards this person. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Qin. Chu Vyufing carried out the boxes one by one, and soon he was at the last one. Looking at the initial results before him, he smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. He only had enough money to rent this spot. The stall was a bit old, with some rusty spots, but he was still happy as he laid out all his merchandise. All done. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoduo and the others were in a restaurant with a classic-looking exterior. Shun Ziren began gently. Let me make some introductions. Jiang Xiaoduo's expression looked unnatural, a stark contrast to everyone else. Shun Ziren stood up and introduced the young man sitting next to Jiang Xiaoduo. Sure, Jiang, my friend, he's a driver by profession. The bald-headed Tian Liang across from them enthusiastically shook his hand. Hello. My name is Tian Liang. Hello. Shun Ziren introduced in more detail. Liang is our high school classmate who just moved to Zhahai and works at the Southwest Equipment Factory. Hearing this, Shi Jiang laughed and joked. Hey, Shun Ziren, Brother Tian is much more capable than you. The monthly salary at the equipment factory is at least 100 yuan. He's no ordinary person. Shun Ziren put her hand on Jiang Xiaoduo's shoulder and said something that hit home. Sure, Jiang, if you keep teasing me, I'll take Jiang Xiaoduo home. Then she announced loudly, all right, let me say this first. Liang is new to Zhahai City, so this meal is on me. That's the quickest way. Sure, Jiang clapped his hands excitedly, as if he'd hit the jackpot. Great. Everyone clapped enthusiastically. Only Jiang Xiaoduo sat still without moving. The sky gradually darkened. Chu Vyufing's stall started its business. Chu Vyufing hawked his wares with all his might, attracting the people around him. Imported bell-bottoms, high-quality brand-name goods. Come and have a look. Take a peek. Don't miss out as you pass by. A woman approached and asked, can you prove they're imported? Chu Vyufing pointed at the pants. Speaking fluent English, of course, look at the material and style of these pants. The two chatted enthusiastically for a long time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After talking for a while, it seemed the customer was satisfied, so he took the opportunity to ask, do you think this size will fit? But this customer was still very clear-headed. You still haven't said how much a pair costs. This was his sales strategy. He happily revealed, direct from the manufacturer, the price is very cheap, less than 100 yuan, only 99.9 yuan. And that's not all. Chu Vyufing continued to introduce non-stop. Furthermore, there's a promotion today. He began to describe what the customer needed to do. If you want to participate in the promotion, you just need to buy these pants, go home and change, wear them for a walk around the night market, and I will immediately refund you 5 yuan. This immediately appealed to her. Really? Chu Vyufing confidently patted his chest. Of course. If you change into them and don't think they look good, I will also give you a refund. She no longer had any hesitation and immediately placed an order. Then give me a small size, I'll try it on. The one in my hand is a small size. Holding the pants, the customer left happily. Chu Vyufing shouted joyfully. First sale of the day. Very quickly, it became completely dark, and the moon rose high in the sky. Shun Ziren's friends had finished dinner and were strolling down the street. It's nice to take a walk after eating. Yeah, it is. Does Jiang Xiaoduo like to take walks? Jiang Xiaoduo felt uncomfortable and only replied softly, I like it too. A girl named Pei suggested. Ziren, Xiaoduo, let's go for a walk in a night market. It's much more interesting than just wandering the streets like this. A corner of the market became lively because of the customer who had just bought the pants pants. She was walking around in her new pants. Everyone was full of praise. Those pants are really beautiful. That's right. They look so stylish. That customer returned to Chu Vyufeng's stall. He gave her a thumbs up in praise. Wow, so beautiful, just like the advertisement said. He returned the money to her. Your 5 yuan, I'm a man of my word. She was also surprised that it was true. Thank you. The other girls saw this scene, their eyes shining like stars. TSK, TSK. It's real, I'm tempted. Taking this opportunity, Chu Vyufeng directly shouted to attract customers. Imported bell-bottoms. Today, as long as you wear bell-bottoms to the night market, you'll get a 5 yuan refund. He immediately confirmed every word, loud and clear. Fair trade, no cheating the old or the young. Soon, he had collected a sum of money. Chu Vyufeng smiled contentedly. He had hit the jackpot tonight. At this moment, Pei noticed a female customer's pants and hurriedly tapped Shin Ziren on the shoulder, calling out, Ziren, Ziren. Pei's face was full of surprise. Look at the bell-bottoms that girl is wearing. They're so unique. Shin Ziren agreed. They're really different from the ones sold in department stores. Very fashionable. The two girls who just passed by were both holding a pair of pants, having just come from Chu Vyufeng's place. It seems they're sold over there. Let's go take a look. Okay. A large crowd had gathered at his stall, scrambling to buy. He had to busily attend to them one by one. Let me get my notebook to write it down. I also want a small size. I'll reserve a small size. Pei and Shun Ziren squeezed in and asked, Boss, how much are the bell-bottoms? Chu Vyufeng turned his head and replied, The bell-bottoms are 99.9 yuan a pair. We're out of small sizes right now, but you can put down a 1 yuan deposit to reserve a pair. Shun Ziren saw that familiar face and was extremely surprised. Chu Vyufeng, why are you here? At this moment, there was only one person left in his eyes. Zhang Xiaoduo. He felt a little emotional, his eyes fixed on her. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, he greeted her enthusiastically. Xiaoduo, you're at the night market too? After I sell out this batch, I'll save a pair for you from the next one. Jiang Xiaoduo's mood worsened, and she didn't say a word. Chu Vyufeng said with a bright smile, Your silence means you agree. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoduo lowered her head, her voice dropping. No need, the pants are too expensive. I hope you'll care more about Wu Na and the kids' lives. Chu Vyufeng hurriedly explained, Xiaoduo, we're different from before. Seeing her friends so upset, Shun Ziren pulled her away. Xiaoduo, let's go. Their old classmate, Li Datsai, also followed. He looked at Chu Vyufeng working hard to sell his goods and sneered. Chu Vyufeng, you're doing great. Maybe you'll become the richest person in our class, haha. Chu Vyufeng paid him no mind, just quietly watching Jiang Xiaoduo, his gaze gradually darkening. Li Datsai stepped forward, looking back and forth between the two of them, but no one spoke. He frowned, a flame of anger igniting in his heart. This Chu Vyufeng guy actually dared to ignore him, so he decided to cause trouble, reaching out and shoving Jiang Xiaoduo hard. Startled, she fell backward, just as Li Datsai had intended. Shi Jiang stepped up and grabbed her wrist to steady her. Witnessing this scene, Chu Vyufeng's heart skipped a beat. Shi Jiang held Jiang Xiaoduo's wrist tightly. Suddenly realizing this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shi Jiang didn't like the physical contact with her and pulled his hand back. Shin Ziren didn't like this either and turned to leave. Let's go, what are you standing there for? Chu Vyufeng's hands clenched into fists, trembling slightly. As they were leaving, he suddenly shouted angrily, Stop! What did you think that you came to show support? Is our friendship as classmates just empty words? You should support your old classmate a little. Li Datsai crossed his arms, looking smug, and said in a loud voice, You're really pushing your luck. Shi Jiang isn't your classmate. Chu Vyufeng feigned surprise. Oh, is that so? Chu Vyufeng was no pushover either, immediately retorting calmly. This friend, Shi Jiang, it seems you're not that close with my classmate either. Li Datsai stammered awkwardly, trying to explain, I was telling Chu Vyufeng not to claim relations randomly. Shi Jiang, don't misunderstand. Shi Jiang said, We were never classmates. Chu Vyufeng stared at Shi Jiang and chuckled softly. Shi Jiang's gaze also became more determined. Then, he reached into his pocket, deciding to pull out his money. He took out a wad of cash, acting like he was loaded. Chu Vufeng, I'm supporting you on behalf of your classmate. No need for change. Chu Vufeng's expression immediately changed, and he warmly welcomed him. Thank you, classmate Shi Jiang. What size do you need? Let me write it down. Boy said without hesitation. I'll take a medium, they'll take smalls. All right. A moment later, the transaction was complete. However, Jiang Xiaoduo seemed to still be lingering, stopping to look at him for a long time. Shun Ziren had to pull her away by the hand. Come on, Xiaoduo. Stop looking. Seeing her back, his heart also pounded. A few seconds later, he decided to speak up. Xiao Duo, let's talk. Hearing his call, Jiang Xiao Duo abruptly stopped walking. Her classmate, seeing her predicament, unhappily reminded him, Chu Vu Fong, you two are divorced. Chu Vu Fong couldn't hold back his emotions anymore and replied coldly, thanks for the reminder. Jiang Xiao Duo stood hesitating for a long time. Shun Ziren asked in confusion, Xiao Duo, why aren't you leaving? What's there to talk about with that kind of person? Her eyes were full of contemplation as she whispered, just loud enough for Shun Ziren to hear. There are some things that if not made clear, he won't give up. In the end, she decided to go back and talk. The people behind them wouldn't stop whispering. Xiao Duo is too soft-hearted with Chu Vu Fong. I think there's still feelings there. Otherwise, why would they be so entangled like this? Shi Jiang looked at her, feeling upset inside, but having no right to stop her. Seeing Shi Jiang's unhappy expression and hearing those words, Shun Ziren angrily yelled at Li Dicai, that's enough. Seeing her walk up to him, Chu Vu Fong was very happy. Xiao Duo, her hands were clenched, looking very unnatural. Let's talk over there. The two stood under a large building where no one was passing by. Jiang Xiao Duo suddenly stopped walking. Her voice as cold as ice. What does it say it? Chu Vu Fong started telling her about family matters. Xiao Duo, a lot has happened since you left. Hu Han was arrested. My parents' issue was handled fairly, and you now receive her compensation. She felt these things had nothing to do with their relationship, so she impatiently turned to leave. He hurriedly opened his fanny pack again. Then let's talk about today, Xiao Duo. Look, I earned this much money in one evening. In his wallet was a wad of cash earned from selling bell-bottoms. Jiang Xiao Duo lowered her head, not even giving him a glance. Chu Vu Fong. As usual, she called his name. He was still smiling. Yeah. She closed her eyes, frowning slightly, her expression very impatient, deliberately emphasizing, we're already divorced. I have to get married again in the future. Stop following me. Okay. Hearing these cold words, Chu Vu Fong was stunned. She then added decisively, go back to Lin Shui. Let's never see each other again for the rest of our lives. His eyes were filled with the desire to hold on to her. Xiao Duo, however, something deep inside him held him back. He suddenly burst into a pained laugh, his whole body trembling helplessly in extreme pain. This meeting between the two ended here. In a flash, it was the next morning. Su Guitao smiled and waved at Chu Vu Fong. Over here, over here. Chu Vu Fong looked around and realized this was the man he had gone to pick up goods with last time. He happily walked over and said warmly, Brother Su, you're here too. Su Guitao stated his purpose. I'm here on behalf of my company to check out some new arrivals. As soon as he heard, Chu Vu Fong guessed, a trading company? Su Guitao gave a thumbs up in admiration. Smart. I'm an employee of Guanghai International Trading Company. Hearing this, a new business opportunity immediately sparked in his mind. Guanghai International Trading Company, from simple clothing to large-scale frozen goods agencies, as long as it was trade, import, and export, it fell within its business scope. In other words, for some foreign products, it had channels to contact suitable factories. Yes, Chu Vu Fong enthusiastically suggested, Brother Su, let's go together later. Su Guitao immediately agreed. Sure. As they walked, Su Guitao asked Chu Vu Fong, are sales in Zhahai that high? It's only been a day, and you're already back to pick up more stock? Chu Vu Fong explained, they'll be even higher later on. Su Guitao had a different perspective. When business is good, everyone will rush to do it. Later on, the competition will get bigger, and profits will drop. Chu Vu Fong puffed out his chest and said confidently, I know, that's why my business will only last a few days. Su Guitao didn't quite understand. What do you mean? He smiled and answered concisely, a price war. It needs to be a quick and decisive victory. An angry roar echoed inside Jiang Xiao Duo's house. On the floor, a glass cup had just been smashed to pieces, water splashing everywhere. I'm so furious. It turned out Jiang Yongwang already knew Chu Vu Fong had appeared in the city. He cursed nonstop. They're already divorced, yet he's still clinging on like a lingering ghost, following her all the way here. Outside, Jiang Xiao Duo had also just gotten home. She placed her hand on the doorknob, about to open it, having heard all the curses just now. She resolutely opened the door, preparing to face it. Seeing her enter, her father immediately called her name in a stern voice, Xiao Duo. He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. When did he arrive? Jiang Xiao Duo sadly lowered her head and answered honestly, 2 days ago. After hearing this, he angrily jumped to his feet again, shouting. He came to borrow money again, didn't he? How much did you lend him this time? Seeing him lose his composure, Jiang Exen quickly pulled his hand to calm him down. Yongguang. Jiang Xiao Duo seemed used to this attitude, so she wasn't scared at all. He didn't borrow money, we just talked for a bit. Her uncle, Jiang Mingming, was calmer. What was so important that you had to talk behind your friends' backs in a deserted place? Look how angry you've made your father. Jiang Xiao Duo was at a loss for words, not wanting to talk about it. She stammered. Jiang Exan looked at her with a pained expression, then came up with an idea. Back then, we told you not to marry him, but you just wouldn't listen. Xiao Duo, how about we give him some money and tell him not to bother you anymore? Jiang Yongguang immediately flew into a rage. No, I know this type of person best. Give him money once, and there will be countless times after. He'll treat you like an ATM. Jiang Exine didn't know what to do. Then what should we do? Jiang Xiao Duo walked over, held her mother's hand, and comforted her. Mom, it's okay. I'll handle it myself. In the evening, the night market opened again. As soon as he set up his goods, a customer came to place an order. Boss, I'll take a pair of bell-bottoms. Chu Vu Fong smiled, pleased with this result, getting a customer so quickly. But that customer had already opened her wallet, ready to pay. 99.9 yuan, right? He quickly explained, sorry, you didn't pre-order. The price is now 110 yuan. The female customer's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe it. Why did it go up so much? Chu Vu Fong was truly a sly fox, able to come up with an excuse for anything. Yesterday was the cost price, no profit. The quantity wasn't large, and this batch only has a few pairs. I can't sell you pants that someone else has already ordered. The female customer put her money away, not accepting it. Even so, you can't just raise it by 10 yuan. Sell it to me at yesterday's price, or I'm leaving. Letting her walk a few steps, Chu Vu Fong shook his head. I really can't. I won't even make back the factory cost. This stock is already selling for 130 in Shanghai. This sentence hit the female customer's psychological sweet spot. She immediately turned back and agreed. 110 it is. I'll take one small pair. Just as this customer left, the next one arrived. Boss, 2 smalls, 1 medium, pre-ordered last night. When the customer asked, he also replied cheerfully with a friendly attitude. Boss, are these bell-bottoms flattering? Look at this stitching, this side cut. He casually held the money he just received, chatting with the customer for a bit. This lady bought them for 110 yuan. It's a good thing you pre-ordered. Otherwise, it would also be 110, not a penny less. Here's your deposit back. After the 2 girls got their items, they left excitedly. Good thing we pre-ordered last night. This style is really a hot item. We got a great deal. Chu Vu Fong rubbed his chin, thinking the next effect should be quick to follow. Time passed. A few days later, Chu Vu Fong's stall was still doing brisk business. A familiar pair of legs walked up. It was the first customer who had opened his business. Oh, business is pretty good. Hearing her voice, he smiled and turned around. It's you. She happily stated her purpose. My friend wants a pair too. Can you still sell it to me at the old price? But Chu Vu Fong said helplessly, the lowest factory price is already 110 yuan. The female customer's eyes widened as she praised him. You really know how to do business. So clever. On her way home from work, someone suddenly called out to Jiang Xiao Duo. It was sure Jiang. He had run into her by chance and hurried over to ask, getting off work so late? She replied, we had a general cleaning today. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao Duo took the initiative to invite Shi Jiang. Let's go to the night market together. I have an appointment to pick up some pants. He didn't hesitate at all. On the contrary, he was very enthusiastic. Sure. The next evening, she went to the night market with Boy again. Knowing the meeting would be awkward, Boy stopped and said, Xiao Duo, we're at the turn. You go get them yourself. That's Chu Vu Fong. Jiang Xiao Duo smiled gently. It's okay. Let's go together. I need to talk to him about something. Feeling that she was being a bit blind, Boy wanted her to understand. Xiao Duo, you're thinking too simply. There are some men you just can't reason with. You should stay away. Jiang Xiao Duo lowered her eyes, her mood seemingly better than the past few days. But these words must be said. Having no other choice, Boy had to agree. All right then. Let's go. Today's available stock is already sold out. Chu Vu Fong took out his notebook to write down the names of the remaining customers. Anyone who wants a small can pre-order. I'll go to the factory to get more stock. Several people clamored. I want one. I want one too. Boy walked up and said, Chu Vu Fong, I'm here to pick up the pants. He smiled and said, okay. A moment later, he handed the bag of goods to Boy. Here you go. 3 pairs in total, all packed together. Okay, As she left, Chu Vufong happily said goodbye. Thanks for the support, old classmate. Come by often. The girls around who wanted to order whispered. His old classmate even bought 3 pairs. Looks like the quality is guaranteed. Boy took out a pair and gave it to her. Xiao Duo, here's yours. She quickly waved her hand to refuse. You keep it. I'm not taking it. Then the two said their goodbyes. I'll be going then. Yeah. Jiang Xiao Duo's steps were very firm as she walked towards a stall. She was no longer as uncomfortable as in their previous encounters. Her mood was much lighter. Zhu Vufeng, hearing the familiar voice, he excitedly turned around. Xiao Duo, why are you here? She said directly. Do you have time now? I want to talk to you. Yeah. Chu Vufeng scratched his head, feeling very guilty. Is it because of what happened that night? Your family. I'm sorry, Xiao Duo. She was about to say something, but he wanted to speak his mind first. His gaze extremely sincere. I know I've caused you trouble. After all, we're already divorced. His whole body trembled, as if he was about to cry, and his voice was unstable because of it. But She looked at him with a pained heart. In truth, she still had a lot of feelings for him. Chu Vufeng suppressed the emotions in his heart and firmly asserted, Xiao Duo, I promise you, I won't bother you anymore in the future. But if you want to get married, I can marry you anytime. Hearing these words, Jiang Xiao Duo blushed, her cheeks turning red, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Whenever she was silent like this, he would say his familiar line, if you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. A moment later, the two arrived at Jiang Xiao Duo's house. Standing at the door, she said politely, I'm home, thank you for taking me back. After saying that, she turned to go inside. Looking at her retreating figure, Chu Vufeng couldn't help but call out again, Xiao Duo. She immediately turned back to look at him. Chu Vufeng authoritatively dropped a firm statement. I just feel that. Besides me, no one is worthy of you. The night sky tonight felt emptier than usual. The living room door of Jiang Xiao Duo's house slowly opened, and she walked in heavily, trying to hide the pain in her heart. Jiang Xian, who understood her daughter best, walked out worriedly. Why are you just getting back? Why are your eyes so red? She couldn't help but ask directly, did Chu Vufeng bully you? Jiang Xiao Duo wiped away a tear that was about to fall and stubbornly explained, it's nothing, just some dust in my eye. Jiang Xiao Hua peeked her head out of her room and asked her sister, Sis, you didn't go looking for Chu Vufeng again, did you? The young girl genuinely didn't want her sister to have any involvement with that former alcoholic. Didn't you promise Mom and Dad you wouldn't get entangled with him anymore? Jiang Xiao Duo walked over and gently explained, I want to make things clear with him. That will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Jiang Xian and Jiang Yongwang didn't believe these perfunctory words. Really? How much of what he says can you believe? He said decisively, our family has already made an appointment with young Master Lu's family. You two will go have a meal tomorrow. As soon as she heard this, Jiang Xiao Duo flared up, loudly arguing with her father. I'm not going. Can you please not force me to go on a blind date? I just want to be alone right now. Jiang Yongwang was also angry, spitting out harsh words about her life. Take a look at yourself, a high school graduate, a temporary worker, and divorced on top of that. If you were my daughter, would young Master Lu even agree to a blind date? Unable to take it anymore, her attitude became defiant. Then he can just marry you. Without hesitation, Jiang Yongwang slapped his daughter across the face. Her cheeks swelled red, stinging with pain, deeply etched with agony. Jiang Xian witnessed this scene, her heart aching as if it were being cut. Oh, my heart. He turned to his wife in a panic. Jiang Xiaohua was also stunned and turned her face away. She collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her voice gradually weakening. Xiao Duo. She rushed over in a panic, clutching her mother's heaving chest. She brought up the past again. Xiao Duo, back then when we didn't let you marry that scoundrel Chu Vufeng, you were just as angry. Jiang Yongwang supported his wife. Axin, she only wanted what was best for the daughter she gave birth to. But what was the result? This time, listen to your parents. Will it harm you? Jiang Xiao Duo felt for her mother, her eyes welling with tears. Yes, I'll listen. She sobbed, forcing herself to obey. I'll listen. Chu Vufeng now sold not only at the night market, but also during the day. No matter the time, there were always customers coming to buy. I want a pair of large-size bell-bottoms. Take a look at this one, miss, it's a large size. His old classmate Chu Jun was with Shun Ziren, and Boy strolling and chatting happily. Shun Ziren, don't you think that person is funny? Suddenly, Boy glanced across the street and saw Chu Vufeng. She didn't hesitate to call out, Chu Vufeng, what are you doing here? Boy wasn't shy about asking, and he wasn't shy about answering. Selling pants, what else? Boy was wearing the bell-bottoms she had bought from him a few days ago. Seeing this, Chu Vufong pointed at her and compared her to Shun Ziren. Your outfit is well-styled. Look, compared to your friend next to you, it's much more fashionable. Chu Jun pretended to be angry and shouted at him. Chu Vufong, do you even know how to talk? He spoke without thinking, pointing directly at the pants boy was wearing and criticizing. Wearing your kind of indecent pants, is that supposed to be fashionable? Seeing his improper behavior, Chu Vufong took the opportunity to tease the class monitor. How can you say a classmate is indecent? Chu Jun was at a loss for words, stammering an unclear explanation. Chu Vufong, classmate boy, I didn't mean that. Chu Vufong wouldn't let it go, crossing his arms and questioning. You still remember we're classmates? Who was it just now that slandered the pants I sell as indecent? He stammered, unable to say a word. At this point, he had gained the upper hand in the conversation, freely complaining about his hardships and cornering Chu Jun class monitor. We're trying to make an honest living. We only make a 20-cent profit on each pair, and you still talk about me like that. Shun Ziren felt this wasn't right and pointed at him, asking, you said you only make a 20-cent profit on each pair? Having been called out, Chu Vufong froze. Unable to deal with it, he quickly picked up his clothing rack, turned, and left. I'm leaving. I don't have time to chat with a young lady of the Shun family. I'm going to set up my stall. Shun Ziren found Chu Vufong very detestable. This guy is such an eyesore. She angrily turned her head to remind boy, from now on when we see Chu Vufong, don't greet him again. We're not close. Soon it was evening again, and the night market lit up. At this moment, he was eating noodles when Chin Ego appeared out of nowhere, smiling and putting an arm around his shoulder, acting familiar. Vufong, I didn't expect a kid like you to be so capable. Your stall is the busiest in this whole night market. Chu Vufong frowned, pretending to be in a difficult position. Brother Chin, don't say that. I really don't know how much profit these pants make. I'm just working for someone else. Chin Ego's eyes widened, his expression puzzled. Then where's your boss? Do you guys really have a connection to get goods from abroad? Chu Vufong lightly touched the shoulder of the person next to him. Brother Chin, you're giving me too much credit. I'm just a hired hand. Why would they tell me these things? He angrily threw down his cigarette, but pointing at his face and scolding. I'm fine. This kid doesn't have a single honest word in him. He slammed the table and stood up. From now on, you don't need to come to this night market anymore. Who do you think you are? Okay, Chu Vufong simply replied. But I've already paid today's management fee. I have to finish up. As he walked away, he turned his head back and shouted, fine. From now on, don't even think about selling here again. He paid it no mind and continued eating his noodles, thinking to himself, just as expected, I just didn't think someone would get impatient so quickly. But at least I've captured the market first. Researching, selecting samples, ordering, and shipping all take time. This period is enough for me to earn another sum. After eating, Chu Vufong went to a public phone booth, inserted a coin, and dialed a number. Brother Su, it's me. The other end replied. Vufong, what's up? Brother Su, I need you to do me a favor. Tomorrow I'm going to Xiang's place. Help me place an order for a batch of goods. I'll come to Guanghai tomorrow to give you the money. The other person asked, no problem, how many? Chu Vufong smiled, 110 pairs. After saying that, he hung up. He walked back, calculating as he went. I still have 8 pairs left. If I sell all 118 of these, I'll be a rich man, no more worries about food and clothing. When he got back to the factory, Chin Go called out to him, Chu Vufong. Seeing Chu Vufong holding his things and about to leave, he roared angrily. Have you thought it through? If you don't hand over your source, don't even think about making a living here. He completely ignored him, letting out a smug snort. A moment later, as Chu Vufong was carrying his rack of bell-bottoms back to his place, he ran into Jiang Xiao Duo. This surprised him a little. Xiao Duo, seeing him, she was also stunned. Chu Vufong, seeing this, Chu Vufong calmly walked past her, greeting her with a Xiao Duo hello. She turned her head to look at his retreating back, a flash of disappointment on her face. You, early the next morning, at Su Guotao's building. Hello, Vufong. Are you off the train yet? Okay, I'll wait for you at home. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Knock. Su Guotao was eating breakfast and got up to open the door. Chu Vufong entered and greeted him. Brother Su. Su Guotao politely invited him in to sit. Come in, have a seat. He eagerly asked, have the bell-bottoms arrived? Su Guotao pointed to the pile of pants on the floor and said, they've arrived. They're all there. Seeing what he needed, Chu Vufong said happily, thanks, Brother Su. He brought out rice and dishes from the kitchen, inviting him to stay and eat. Vufong, you haven't eaten, have you? Come and try my cooking. Looking at the dishes on the table, he didn't refuse, replying cheerfully, okay, when I have the chance, I'll show off my skills for you to try. As they ate, Su Guotao asked Chu Vufong, speaking of which, why were you in such a hurry to get the goods this time? He explained, there are quite a few people who are getting jealous and some have even threatened me, wanting to find out my supply channel. Hearing this, he said calmly, "That's all to be expected. Bell-bottoms are such a lucrative piece of meat. Of course people will want to fight for it." He then asked again, "So how much have you made from the bell-bottoms?" Chu Vufang thought for a moment and replied, over 10,000 yuan. Su Guitao's jaw dropped in astonishment. "That much?" He pressed on, "How much do you sell one pair for?" He calmly replied, 110 yuan a pair. After hearing this, he asked with some concern, "That expensive? Do people buy them?" Chu Vufang explained confidently, "Zhai City's economy is at its best right now. People have money, so I'm taking the high-end route." With that, he took out a passbook and handed it over. "Brother Su, this is for you." Su Guitao curiously took the passbook and opened it. Seeing the number in the book was 5,000, he jumped up in astonishment, saying to Chu Vufang, who was preparing to leave with his goods, "The total cost of the goods is 4,950. This is a 5,000 passbook." He chased after him, calling out, "There's extra." Chu Vufang turned his head and said, "Just keep the remaining 50 yuan with you for now." That evening, on the train to Zhai, Chu Vufang sat in his seat, looked at the pile of pants beside him, and muttered, "Everything is just beginning." That night, at Jitty Garden, he had set up his stall to sell bell-bottoms, the last batch from the factory. He held a megaphone and shouted, "Clearance sale." Two girls walked by and, seeing this, started talking. "Bell-bottoms, I wanted to buy these at the night market before. Let's go take a look." Seeing customers, he immediately introduced, "Clearance sale, 110 yuan a pair." The girl heard this and said, "It's a clearance sale, but still 110 yuan?" Chu Vufang put on a sly, flattering expression. "This is the last batch from the factory. They won't be sold in Zhai City anymore. Mainly because there was no profit before." The girl with her said, "That's still a bit expensive." Even though it was expensive, people were still buying. He continued to shout into the megaphone, "Clearance sale, last 3 days, last 3 days, last 3 days." When the sun came up, Chu Vufang finally took a break, sitting and eating bread. He calculated again. "I only sold a quarter of the stock in one morning. It seems someone else has also started importing and selling them. Moreover, once the shopping mall has a competing product that sells for less than mine, the reputation I've built up will collapse instantly. Even if I lower the price, it's not certain anyone will buy. Therefore, I have to sell all the bell-bottoms before that happens." At Shun Ziren's house, she flips over a mahjong tile and says cheerfully, "I won. A self-drawn win." It turns out they were playing mahjong. One of them says, "This is so boring. I'm not playing anymore." I went in the powder room to touch up my makeup. Everyone dispersed. Jiang Xiao Duo had been looking gloomy ever since the game started. Shin Ziren then asked, "Xiao Duo, what's wrong? You don't look so good." Jiang Xiao Duo replied, "My mom just told me that Lu Rue guy is coming to pick me up soon." Shun Ziren asked, "Pick you up? Your blind date is quite thoughtful." She lowered her head and sighed. "Haze. I get annoyed just seeing him. I find him very detestable." Shun Ziren walked over and patted her shoulder comfortingly. "He's better than that Chu Vufang. Let's go together. I wanted to go out anyway." Meanwhile, Chu Vufang was still selling with great enthusiasm. Imported bell-bottoms, big clearance sale. Last 3 days. He said into the megaphone, "It's really the last 3 days." Suddenly, a customer came and asked for the price. "How much for a pair?" He replied cheerfully, 110. Lu Rue said, "Give me a small size." Chu Vufang wrapped them up and handed them over. "Here's the small size, take it." Lu Rue took the pants and went to pick up Jiang Xiao Duo. Seeing her and her friends, he greeted them first. "Hello everyone, I'm a friend of Xiao Duo's." Shun Ziren smiled at her. "Xiao Duo, this friend of yours isn't bad. He even came all the way to my house to pick you up." Hearing this, he asked about her house. "I heard that the people who live here are all rich and powerful. I didn't expect your family to be so impressive." Hearing him say that, Shun Ziren could only say helplessly, "Let's go for a walk. You and Jiang Xiao Duo can have some privacy." Lu Rue suggested with a smile, "Let's all go together. The more the merrier, and we can get to know each other." Shun Ziren agreed. "Okay." While walking, they heard Chu Vufang's sales pitch. "Last 3 days," Shun Ziren said in surprise. "Chu Vufang, why is he at the gate of my residential area?" Lu Rue added, "I heard he's been here all day." He was startled. "Wait a minute, Chu Vufang." Suddenly understanding, he turned back and asked, "Xiao Duo, is that your ex-husband?" Seeing her look at Chu Vufang with such affectionate eyes, he was furious. "Xiao Duo, what do you mean by this?" She retorted, "What do I mean?" Lu Rue then argued, "What do you mean by looking at him like that?" She replied, "So what if I look at my ex-husband? Is it something to be ashamed of?" Ziren, try to mediate. "Oh, come on. It's not a big deal. It's not worth arguing over. Let's go, let's keep walking." The 3 of them continued walking. She couldn't help but look back. Seeing this, he roared, "Xiao Duo, are you coming or not?" Jiang Xiao Duo also lost her temper. yelling back, I'm not going. Can you stop ordering me around? She said angrily. And another thing, Mr. Lu Rue, I'll look wherever I want. What's it to you? Lu Rue was not to be outdone, saying, Xiao Duo, you think I actually want to be on a blind date with you? If it weren't for the bureau chief, do you think I'd bother with you? A temporary library worker, seeing the commotion over here, Chu Vufang called out to Jiang Xiao Duo. Jiang Xiao Duo turned around, and he waved his hand, saying, Come here, come here. She shyly walked towards him. Seeing her approach, he handed her a bag, saying, Help me hold this bag. Jiang Xiao Duo blushed and replied, Okay. He continued selling the pants. Factory clearance bell-bottoms, final batch. When they're gone, they're gone. Lu Rue became furious and stormed over. Jiang Xiao Duo, you have such great taste. He pointed at the two of them and said loudly, getting involved with this kind of scum, who only makes 2 dimes for every pair of pants he sells, deserves to be poor his whole life. He shouted even louder, Bell-bottoms sold a loss here, really not making a profit, a hardworking man, only making 2 dimes per pair. An Annie who was shopping saw this and chimed in, Humph. He's working hard to earn a living, and look at you, coming here to deliberately cause trouble. How unreasonable. Another person chimed in, That's right. What do you work? What kind of teacher raised someone like you? Lu Rue was rendered speechless. The first Annie immediately bought a pair of pants. Here, give me a large size. Another Annie also came to buy. Young man, give me 2 pairs, 1 large and 1 small. Yes, ma'am. Chu Vufang clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, ladies. As he spoke, he covered his face with his rough hands. Thank you, thank you. After buying the pants, the two of them were still discussing. There's nothing wrong with the quality of these pants. You can tell just by touching them. This is all hard-earned money. The other replied, That's right, look at that young man. He looks so tired he's about to cry. He continued to shout loudly, Final batch. Factory goods, inventory clearance, really not making a profit. Hearing the lady who just bought them say these factory direct pants were being sold at a loss, everyone gathered around to look. Seeing this, Shun Ziren turned to ask Chu Jun, So Chu Vufang can endure hardship like this? Chu Jun replied, He probably just wants to make an effort, but brute force alone won't get him anywhere. After hearing this, Shun Ziren decided to leave. Let's go. Let's find Jia Bei and the others. Chu Jun replied, Okay. In the evening, Chu Vufang was sitting and counting the pants. 10, 12, 14. After counting, he was secretly pleased. 42 pairs. He sold 42 pairs today. He turned to her and said, Xiao Duo, it's getting late. Let me walk you home first. She replied, Okay. And so, the two of them walked home, one after the other. Jiang Xiao Duo spoke up to explain, That person this afternoon was arranged by my parents. I had no other choice. He asked, What about you? What do you think of him? She replied, Of course, it's just to appease my family. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Xiao Duo's house. He said, All right, go on in, get some rest. As soon as Jiang Xiao Duo's mother saw her, she asked, Xiao Duo, how did it go with Lu Rue? She answered vaguely, Yes, it was okay. As she entered the house, she saw someone sitting in the room. Brother, you're here too. Jiang Mingming nodded in greeting. Yeah, I can talk to Dad for a bit. You go get some rest first. Jiang Xiao Duo said, Oh, in acknowledgement. The door closed softly, making a slight sound. Jiang Mingming turned back to continue his conversation. He said eagerly, Dad, were you serious just now? The cost price for the bell-bottoms is 45 yuan? That kid at the night market sells them for 110 a pair. The profit margin must be huge, right? He tried to persuade him. A store in Wanwen shopping mall has already stocked them. We can't miss this opportunity. Jiang Yongwang was not very convinced. Selling for 110 a pair, can they really sell at such an expensive price? Jiang Mingming repeatedly insisted, while providing solid evidence to convince his father. Dad, don't worry. It's absolutely possible. They're selling for 110 a pair at both the night market and Jitty Park, and sales are very good. Jiang Yongwang, on the other hand, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jiang Mingming urged impatiently, Dad, what are you still hesitating for? Dad, lend me 5,000 now, and in less than a month, your son will pay you back with interest. He was annoyed that his father's reaction wasn't what he expected. Business changes in the blink of an eye. If you're a step slow with the money, someone else will snatch it away. Dad, say something. Under pressure from his son, Jiang Yongwang had to make a decision. Fine, but I'm telling you, this is the last time you're borrowing money. Jiang Mingming was satisfied, overjoyed beyond words. He patted his father's shoulder. Okay, thanks, Dad. Don't worry, Dad. We'll definitely make a fortune this time. Just you wait and enjoy the good life. The father walked away, leaving a reminder. All right, Jiang Xiao Duo is looking for a job now, and our family's expenses are not small. Dealing with Jiang Xiao Duo is already enough trouble. Don't you be reckless too. Jiang Mingming was unconvinced. Dad, I'm trying to make money for our family. family. When Jiang Xiao Duo got married, she took so many things with her, and what did she bring back? When one at least has a shop. Jiang Yongwang was at a loss with this grown-up but brainless son of his. He just let out a sigh. In a large commercial building, an office was filled with important documents. Deep inside the reception room, a man initiated the conversation. General Manager Wu about the bell-bottoms. He handed the person opposite him a thick envelope. The other man took it and tucked it into his inner pocket, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry about the supply source. You can get the goods directly from a port. The unified wholesale price at Guanghai Shizenhang is 45 yuan. He changed the subject, but I can give him to you for... This was Wu Jixiang. The man making the request stammered. How much? Wu Jixiang held up 4 fingers. 40. Kong Jinkai was immediately overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. He clasped his hands in thanks. Oh, Mr. Wu, thank you so much. He stood up excitedly. For the past 2 days, the small vendors in the department store have been in a frenzy, all talking about bell-bottoms. Everyone is looking for a supplier. Mr. Wu, so the price they're getting is... Wu Jixiang smirked, a cunning look in his eyes. Rest assured, they're also getting them for 45, some even for 50. The guys at Shizenhang are very cunning. Kong Jinkai slapped his chest and laughed heartily. Mr. Wu, with your assurance, I'm even more relieved. He said smugly, thinking of a wonderful prospect of getting rich. As long as they dare to stock up and compete with me, I'll dare to lower my prices. If they sell for 110, I'll sell for 100. If they sell for 80, I'll sell for 70. If they dare to sell for 45, I'll sell for 44. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Let's see how those bastards compete with me. Ha ha ha. The smile on Wu Jixiang's lips didn't change, looking extremely mysterious. Kong Jinkai suddenly said, "Oh right," he clasped his hands fawningly. So, Mr. Wu, when will my shipment arrive? Wu Jixiang replied, tomorrow afternoon. No need to rush. A day or two doesn't matter. In Zhahai City, you'll definitely be the first to get the stock. Kong Jinkai grinned from ear to ear. That's great. At this moment, Chu Vu Fong was out selling as usual, but he noticed there were far fewer customers. The whole morning was deserted. He didn't sell a single pair. He put his hands on his hips. It seems Jitty Park is saturated. I have to move to another spot. Maybe I'll check out the department store area. Chu Vu Fong started on his way. But after just a few steps, a few aunties called out to him. Aren't you the guy who used to sell bell-bottoms at the night market in Jitty Park? Carrying a string of pants on his shoulder, he turned his head. Yes, that's me. The 2 new customers said one after another, give me a large size. Me too. A large size. Chu Vu Fong was quick-witted. It seemed he could still make a few sales here. He immediately picked up his megaphone and enthusiastically shouted, Factory Direct bell-bottoms. They shape your figure. Last 2 days. His shout echoed. It's really only the last 2 days. Jiang Xiao Duo happened to be passing by and heard him. She looked at the crowd busy shopping. A very prominent person was taking payment. Ma'am, you pay first, please. She blushed, pressing his lips together. Chu Vu Fong, ma'am, do you have those bell-bottoms here? We don't. Let's go look somewhere else. Okay, why isn't this guy back yet? Wen, what took you so long? How did it go with the supplier? A few people came asking for bell-bottoms this morning. Sigh, I had to pull so many strings just to get a lead. It's still the stock from Guanghai Shizenhang, and the price has gone up to 50 yuan now. It went up 5 yuan in just a short while. If you had borrowed the money from your dad sooner, this wouldn't have happened. All right. I placed the order 5,000 yuan for 100 pairs of bell-bottoms. That's great. When will the stock arrive? The day after tomorrow, in the afternoon or evening. So that means we can start selling bell-bottoms the day after tomorrow. Think about it. If we sell 2 pairs of pants, that's equal to my 1 month's salary. That's right. If business is good, I'll quit my job and work with you. I can't believe they sold out so quickly. Hello, Mr. Su. It's me, Chu Vu Fong. Chu Vu Fong, what's the situation over at Ahung's place now? It's gone up to 50 yuan a pair. A little faster than expected. How are things on your end? How many have you sold? They're all sold. All sold? Made over 10,000? Yes. Oh my god. So Chu Vu Fong, are you going to order more stock? Not anymore. Ahung's side has raised the price. To be blunt, a lot of small vendors have started stocking up. Some big vendors can even get a lower price. And if they drive the price down, none of us will be able to survive. Mr. Su, that's all for now. I'll find you when I get back. I still have to help someone with something. Mr. Chin, what are you doing here? Came to see you. Mr. Chin, have a smoke. Huh? What do you mean by this? Mr. Chin, be flexible with me. Let me go back to the night market to sell my goods. There's no better place than the night market. Go back. The stalls at the night market are for the unemployed. You want to cut in? Oh, so you're not qualified. Mr. Chin, I'm being sincere this time. Not just cigarettes. I'll also tell you my supplier. Oh, shouldn't you have been like this from the start, little brother? If there's money to be made, we should make it together. What's your purchase price for the bell-bottoms? 50. What? Really? I have a seller's phone number. I can give it to you. You can call and order the stock directly. But there's a condition. What? You have to rent me a stall at the night market as soon as possible for half a year, and it has to be big enough. That's not a problem. Is this spot big enough? It's big enough. It's big enough. Thank you for looking out for me, Mr. Chin. It's a small matter. Hello, do you guys have bell-bottoms now? We are a wholesaler. Right. I want to wholesale bell-bottoms. Yuna, you know yet, Shaozheng. Everything is going well for me here in Zhihai. Yuna is coming to Zhihai for university soon. And I was thinking about you Noyet and Shaozheng. If only they could transfer schools here. Our whole family could be reunited again. But if Noyet and Shaozheng also come to Zhihai, housing will be a big problem. Renting a house now, it's not as cost-effective as buying one. An apartment in a residential complex is about 70 square meters, and including fees, it would probably be around 5,000 yuan. If it's a courtyard house in the countryside opposite Jiang Xiaoduo's house, it would probably be around 8,000 yuan, but the area is up to about 120 square meters, and if it's renovated later, the future benefits would also be greater than an apartment. As for Yunoyet and Shaozheng school transfer, I'll have to ask him for help. Director Kong, it's me. Chuvu Fong, you kid, how have you been in Zhihai all this time? Very well. Thank you for your concern, Director Kong. In 2 days, I'm preparing to return to Linshui City. Director Kong, I have a matter in Zhihai that I need your help with. Haha, no problem. When you get back, let's have a meal. I haven't even thanked you for helping with that big matter last time. You're too kind, Director Kong. You helped me get so much compensation money from my parents. I should be the one thanking you. It is the right thing to do. Kid, call me when you get to Linshui. Yes, don't worry, Director Kong. I'll hang up now. The phone call quickly ended. Chuvu Fong gently hung up the phone. His mind was quite troubled now. The matter of Chuvu Noyet and Shaozheng. Speaking directly with Kong Jianzhong, having someone to help is better than nothing. He still had to pay attention to all aspects. After that, he got on a train to go home, carrying 2 large bags of food in his hands. Chuvu Fong walked at a leisurely pace. Nearing his residential area, he saw his younger brother playing from a distance. Chuvu Fong called out to the boy, Shaozheng. The child immediately dropped his toy and ran towards Chuvu Fong. Big brother. Shaozheng looked excitedly at the bags in his hands. Big brother, did you bring this back? Big brother, you bought so many delicious things. Chuvu Fong laughed and teased the boy. Look at what a little glutton you are. It's all for our family. We'll eat when we get home. As soon as they entered the house, Shaozheng excitedly called out to everyone. Eldest sister, second sister. The boy kept shouting, Big brother is home. Chuvu Na and Chuvu Noyet came out of their room, happily welcoming their older brother. Why did you come back so suddenly, big brother? Chuvu Fong smiled brightly and explained. There's something I want to discuss with you all. I was going to write a letter, but I didn't get to send it. He went into the kitchen, saying as he walked, I'll cook first. We can talk while we eat later. A while later, the meal was served on the table, and everyone gathered around. At this point, Chuvu Fong finally spoke. Yuna is also going to university in Zhihai. I'm not at ease leaving you two at home. So I'm planning to have Unoyet and Shaozheng transfer to Zhihai to study. He smiled and asked, our whole family living together, how about it? Chuvu Noyet agreed without hesitation. Yes, we'll listen to you, big brother. Shaozheng was also very eager to go to the big city, but Chuvu Na looked troubled. Big brother, is it easy to transfer schools? Chuvu Fong didn't hide anything and said directly, it's hard to say. Tonight, I'll go find Kong Jinzhong and ask. That afternoon, he went to the Linshui steel plant. Chuvu Fong stood outside for a while, not in a hurry to go in. People in the factory should be getting off work soon. I'll just wait outside for a bit. As he was wondering where to go to kill time, he suddenly saw Kong Jianzhong's figure from a distance. He called out happily, Director Kong. He was startled and slowly walked towards Chuvu Fong. Kong Jianzhong patted his shoulder and said enthusiastically, you kid, you got back fast. Have you eaten? Come on, I'll take you to eat. Chuvu Fong took out a gift. Director Kong, I've already eaten. I mainly brought back some specialties from Zhihai City for you. After settling down in the restaurant, Chuvu Fong began to explain his plan. Director Kong, I want to transfer Chuvu Noyet and Shaozheng to Zhihai to study. Kong Jianzhong looked at him in surprise. Chuvu Fong took out an envelope. Can you see if you can help? Looking at what he handed over, Kong Jianzhong smiled brightly. Chuvu Fong, you're being too formal. Afraid he would refuse, he quickly interrupted, looking troubled. Yuna is going to university in Zhihai City, and I'm also building my career in Zhihai City. At that time, there will be no one to take care of Anoyet and Xiaozhang. It wasn't until they were about to part ways. Chu Vufang sincerely took out the envelope again and pleaded, Director Kong, you must help me with this. Kong Jinzhong waved his hand awkwardly. I'll help you ask about the school transfer. It probably won't be a big problem, but there's no need for this money. He leaned in again, wanting to stuff the money into his hand. Hey, Director Kong. Kong Jinzhong's face suddenly turned serious. Chu Vufang. He warned unhappily, if you keep this up, I won't agree to help. Chu Vufang stopped immediately. He patted his chest and assured him, in that case, thank you, Director Kong. If you need any help from me in the future, just find me. By the time they finished talking, it was already 11 o'clock. He wandered the streets, seeing everyone holding the same type of goods. Chu Vufang sighed. So many people are stocking up on bell-bottoms. The scene before him left him speechless. This is just crazy. In the shopping mall, an urgent voice shouted, Sister Wenwen. A female employee rushed to the counter. Sister Wenwen, something's happened. She asked doubtfully. What happened? The female employee reported with a very serious expression. They're also selling bell-bottoms upstairs. Unexpectedly, Woman seemed to find it normal. In this whole shopping mall, anyone who sells clothes is stocking up on bell-bottoms to sell. Seeing her so calm, the young girl hesitated and said, It's just... Woman didn't understand. It's just what? The young girl covered her mouth and whispered, The store right at the entrance is only selling them for 44 yuan a pair. Not just Wenwen, even Jiang Mingming was stunned. What? He couldn't believe it. Selling for 44? The lowest purchase price is 45, and it's even a rare item. That store at the entrance is selling for 44. Are they selling a loss? The female employee couldn't explain it clearly either, just relayed the situation. The other store owners are also talking about this. The brand and quality are all the same, but they're only selling for 44 yuan. Suddenly, a shout echoed from upstairs. Direct from the factory, selling at a loss for 44 yuan. Jiang Mingming immediately turned and pulled his wife. Let's go up and see. At this time, Chu Vufang was still wandering alone. Suddenly someone called him, Vufang. Chinigo approached and said, My stock has arrived, 50 pairs. He looked at him and praised, Mr. Chin, you're really rich. Chinigo lit a cigarette and said, Frankly, rich my ass, I borrowed from everywhere, I'm up to my neck in debt. Then he asked Chu Vufang for advice. You've sold bell-bottoms before, and business was pretty good. Teach me how to hawk my wares when selling. He was also very kind and agreed. Sure, no problem, I'll teach you. Chu Vufang cupped his hand to his mouth and mysteriously instructed, Mr. Chin, just sell at my old stall. Just say you're the old owner of that stall. The boss selling in person will be more persuasive. Chin Ego immediately followed. Okay. The sky quickly darkened and all the stalls lit up their lights. Chin Ego held a megaphone, his heart pounding with excitement. Chin Ego, I'm finally about to get rich. He immediately shouted, Factory direct bell-bottoms. The boss is selling them himself, at a loss, 110 yuan a pair. Unexpectedly, a girl passing by immediately showed interest. Is this the same store as before? Chinigo didn't shy away and admitted, Yes. I am the boss. The girl actually believed him. I'll take a small one. Chinigo immediately quoted the price. Okay, 110. He was secretly pleased. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid's method to be so effective. I just shouted once and already got my first customer. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly, when suddenly a passerby asked in surprise, Are bell-bottoms still being sold for 110 now? She kindly reminded the other girl, Don't buy from him. He's a dishonest merchant. Chinigo got angry. What does this woman mean? She wasn't scared at all, and criticized him. I'm talking about you. The exact same bell-bottoms in the department store are only 44 yuan a pair. Chinigo was shocked. What? How much did you say they're selling for? She repeated firmly, 44 yuan. Chinigo found it absurd. Shouted loudly, Impossible. The ones sold in that department store must be fakes. If they're exactly the same and sell for 44 yuan, I'll give you these pants for free. Just then, an Annie passing by joined the conversation. I just bought this at the department store, 44 yuan a piece, everyone. See if they're the same? The girl took it to have a look, utterly astonished. Oh my god, they're identical. She turned around and cursed Chin Ego furiously. You're a dishonest merchant. They sell for 44 and you sell for 110. After hearing this, everyone misunderstood and gathered around to curse him for being a dishonest merchant. So deceitful. Meanwhile, Chu Vufang, standing on a higher floor, had seen everything clearly. Selling for 44 apiece, there was only one possibility. His expression grew heavy. It was a Hong's upstream distributor who had changed to a lower purchase price and was then selling a low price. Chin Ego downstairs was suffering in silence. How could this be? How could this be? While he was in a panic, Jiang Xiaoduo happened to walk by and glanced inside. It's not Chu Vufang. It was unclear what she was thinking, her expression a bit pensive. But then Jiang Xiaoduo paid it no more mind and continued straight ahead. Just as she turned, someone from behind called out to her. Xiaoduo. Jiang Xiaoduo turned her head and saw Chu Vufang waving at her. Xiaoduo. She immediately turned back. He walked over and asked, "Just got off work?" Jiang Xiaoduo replied gently, "Yes." After hearing her, he invited her. "Do you have time now? Want to go for a walk together? The moon is really full tonight." As the two were walking side by side, Chu Vufang suddenly noticed, "Xiaoduo, are you in a bad mood?" An image of Lu Rui flashed through her mind, but she said nothing. Seeing this, Chu Vufang changed the subject. "Xiaoduo, I told you about Vuna, right? She did very well on her exams. In another month, she'll be off to Zhehai for university." Hearing him say this, her expression grew darker and darker. "So, Xiaoduo, have you ever been to Guanghai City? It's considered the fashion capital now." Chu Vufang continued to boast cheerfully. "Also, last time after selling out, I made a trip back to Linshui City." Seeing that she didn't seem right, he stopped and asked with concern, "Xiaoduo, what's wrong?" As if she couldn't hold it in any longer, Jiang Xiaoduo turned around and reproached him shyly. "Why didn't you tell me you came back? I thought you weren't coming back." Only then did Chu Vufang understand. He suddenly grabbed Jiang Xiaoduo's hand and without a second word, pulled her into a run. The two of them ran like that on the empty street. After a while, Jiang Xiaoduo spoke up. "Vufang," she said, panting, "I can't run anymore." He looked at her and smirked. The next second, Jiang Xiaoduo's cheeks immediately flushed red. Chu Vufang suddenly pulled her into his arms. "Xiaoduo." His voice made her heart flutter. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaoduo also reached out and hugged Chu Vufang back. The two of them just held each other quietly under the streetlight. After a long while, Chu Vufang gently pushed her away and asked with concern, "Xiaoduo, is something troubling you? Are your parents pressuring you again, right?" Jiang Xiaoduo awkwardly avoided his gaze. Seeing this, Chu Vufang boasted cheerfully, "Xiaoduo, I made some money selling bell-bottoms before. Now I'm a 10,000 yuan household." Her eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Xiaoduo asked in disbelief, "Really? I thought those pants really only made a profit of 2 jiao a pair." Chu Vufang affirmed, "It's true, Xiaoduo." Her face lit up again. "That's great. How about we go to the Jinghua Hotel to celebrate tomorrow?" "My treat, I just got paid." Chu Vufang interrupted her, promising, "Xiaoduo, if I save up a little now, I can buy a house in Zhehai City. We definitely won't have to live miserably like before." He confessed sincerely, "You might not believe what I'm saying. After all, I treated you so badly before. But now I still hope you could trust me one more time." He lifted Jiang Xiaoduo's face and proposed seriously, "I will definitely treat you well. Will you marry me?" She didn't expect it, her cheeks blushing. However, Jiang Xiaoduo didn't agree immediately. "Vufang, can you give me some time?" "My family." Chu Vufang was very understanding and didn't press her. "Okay." Then Jiang Xiaoduo wanted to say goodbye. "Vufang, it's getting late." He immediately replied cheerfully, "I'll walk you home." At this moment, an argument was breaking out at Jiang Xiaoduo's house. Jiang Yongguang's voice echoed through the house. "That 5,000 yuan, Jiang Mingming." Jiang Xiaoduo heard it as soon as she walked in the door. Jiang Mingming knelt on the ground, trying to calm his father. "Dad, don't worry. It's not a total loss. There was just a small incident. Let me explain it to you slowly." When one beside him spoke up for him with a trembling voice, "Dad, it's like this." She struggled to recount. Originally, the plan was all good, but it turned out that Kong Jinkai on the 3rd floor got a batch of factory good from somewhere and sold them straight for 44 yuan. Mingming cried out aggrievedly, "Dad, about this, one said at the department store. That guy's just doing it to attract customers." One confirmed. "That's right. I already asked his helper privately. The stock isn't large. He can sell for a few days at most, and then the price will go back up to 110 yuan. Jiang Mingming awkwardly assured him. Right, Dad. Let's just stock up first. It's not too late to sell when the price goes back up." Jiang Yongguang could only sigh helplessly and turned to leave. He only left a piece of advice. "Hayes, don't be reckless. Be sure of what you're doing." Seeing his father had left, Jiang Mingming finally dared to get angry. "Humph, so many people in the department store stocking up. It's not just us. Are we still afraid we can't beat that Kong Jinkai guy?" In the afternoon, Chu Vufang received a call from Su Guotao. "Vufang, didn't you say you were coming to Guanghai in the next 2 days to discuss new business? Why aren't you here yet?" He then scheduled, "I'll be there tomorrow. Oh, by the way, brother Su, where do you work?" Su Guotao's voice came from the other end of the line. Guanghai International Trading Company. Remember I told you last time. Chu Vufang understood and replied, "Oh, that's right. It's nothing, Brother Su. Let's talk when we meet." The next day, he went to meet Su Guotao as scheduled. He saw Chu Vufang and greeted him cheerfully. "You're here." "Vufang," he said apologetically. "Sorry, Brother Su. Something came up, so I was delayed. I'm a little late." But Su Guotao was still very easygoing and waved his hand. "No problem, no problem." After the two sat down, he began to speak. "All right, Vufang, you told me before that you didn't plan to continue selling bell-bottoms. So what do you plan to do next?" Chu Vufang shared leisurely. "Brother Su, given the nature of your work, you probably know, in September of '79, at the Tokyo East 3rd Ring Agricultural Exhibition Hall, a very special sales exhibition was held." Su Guotao immediately said with excitement, "I remember, the exhibits were no longer various agricultural products." He continued, "but many novel products, like sewing needles, quartz watches, and bicycles with gears." Su Guotao added, "In short, that was a beginning. Exhibitions everywhere sprang up like mushrooms after rain, like clothing exhibitions, children's goods exhibitions, household goods exhibitions. Lots of them." Seeing his interest, Chu Vufang continued, "That's right, especially in '81, the toy companies of Shanghai and Beijing even jointly held an imported toy exhibition." Su Guotao also remembered, "Yes, I want to see it, although it wasn't big. Those toys were particularly fashionable." Chu Vufang didn't shy away, revealing, "These exhibitions in '84, which is next year, will be held again then." His words greatly surprised Su Guotao. "Huh? Next year?" He gave a vague laugh. "Huh, just a random guess." Chu Vufang analyzed silently to himself. So to speak, exhibitions were initially a way for many units to clear out their inventory. As he later learned, it wasn't until the '80s that exhibitions gradually transformed from a means of quickly liquidating inventory into a synonym for high-end. Chu Vufang understood the social psychology very well. People craved new things from the outside, as monotonous life was too boring. This was also why bell-bottoms could become popular. Though expensive, their style was individualistic and they were high-end goods. After careful consideration, he suggested, "Brother Su, we can hold an exhibition in the night market area of Zhihai City." Su Guotao was astonished. "Hold an exhibition in Zhihai City? How will we do that?" "The process for an exhibition is very complicated," Chu Vufang explained calmly. "It is a bit cumbersome, but Brother Su, if you have the company's supply sources, this whole thing becomes very simple. Approach the factories that sell products and talk to them about the procedures." He began to explain the exhibition matter in detail. "The purchasing power of Zhihai City is not low at all. This will definitely make money. Those factories won't refuse." It seemed Chu Vufang had a clear grasp of the entire process. "As long as there are many factories willing to hold an exhibition, then we negotiate with the urban management of Zhihai City and pay the venue usage fee. Everyone will make money together. I think the chances of a successful negotiation are very high." "So where do we make our money?" Su Guotao wondered. Chu Vufang's answer was very simple. "We can order a batch of hard-to-sell clothes from a garment factory." Then he laid out the plan. "Just display them at the exhibition and sell them, borrowing the exhibition's reputation to sell our own clothes." Su Guotao still didn't understand. "Huh? What do you mean?" Chu Vufang patiently explained. "Simply put, we sell alongside other factories, but our products are different, so naturally there's no competition." He enthusiastically pointed out the benefits. "Then we borrow the exhibition's reputation to sell our own things. We provide the space for free, and we also help them find an outlet for their surplus stock. We make money together." Hearing this, Su Guotao slapped his thigh, incredibly excited by Chu Vufang's words. "I think this can work." Seeing that he was convinced, Chu Vufang then proposed, "So, Brother Su, let's be clear about the money between us brothers. For the cost of goods from the factory, we'll each pay half. Profits will be split evenly, and if there's a loss, we'll each bear half." He happily agreed. "Okay." Su Guotao stood up to pour water, not forgetting to ask Chu Vufang, "So what do we do first?" Chu Vufang pretended to think for a moment, then said, "Let me make a list. See which category is most profitable for us. Then we'll go find the manufacturers to contact." The two of them enthusiastically discussed the business. The initial plan will definitely still sell clothes and accessories for female students. They're the main consumers in this area. One person gave an opinion, the other always supported it. "Okay, Okay. Without hesitation, Su Guitao drove Chu Vu Fong to meet a partner. This old Sure is very straightforward. He's from the easiest factory to talk to that I could contact, and he doesn't put on airs. After driving for a while, he stopped and said, "We're here." Su Guitao pointed to the gate ahead and introduced, "This is the factory." Chu Vu Fong observed, "Cooperating with a factory that sells clothes, accessories for female students, and toys could attract the customers we need, and the two sides wouldn't be in competition. It's perfect." Su Guitao recalled. "Now that you mention it, back in '82, he signed a contract with our unit for an export order, a special batch of Sun Wukong toys. The investment wasn't small, but sales were sluggish. The foreign market didn't show any interest." Recalling this, he became sad. "Afterwards, we had to terminate the contract with the Little Star Toy Factory. To be honest, I feel a bit guilty towards Shiji Gang. When we signed the contract, we made such firm promises. But in the end, when you signed the contract," Chu Vu Fong said very lightly, "That's normal." Unexpectedly, Su Guitao repeated, "Huh, normal?" He pointed out the reason to him. The cultural promotion was insufficient. People didn't understand our culture, so buying a toy they had no concept of, who would want it? The two of them analyzed as they walked. Production costs, intermediary fees, plus shipping fees. The total cost wasn't low at all. So it's understandable that the foreign market didn't buy them. Compensation is also a normal part of business. He silently added in his mind. Back then, the four great classical novels weren't famous yet, and production techniques weren't advanced. The most unwise choice was to export, assuming that the toy was representative. The two walked together for a while, then stopped in front of a door. Su Guitao raised his hand to knock, calling out loudly at the same time, "Old Sure, are you there?" "Old Sure," he repeated. "Are you there?" Immediately, there were hurried footsteps from inside and a reply. "Yes, yes, yes." Shiji Gang pulled the door open forcefully, greeting them enthusiastically. "Old Su, it's you? What brings you to my place today?" Su Guitao immediately introduced the person beside him. "Old Sure, today I'm introducing you to a person in charge from the Jiangshui garment factory." His curious gaze turned towards Chu Vu Fong. "A garment factory?" Seemingly having a good impression, Shiji Gang happily gestured for them to enter. Oh, we're all friends here. Please come in. Please sit." But after they went inside, Shiji Gang asked more clearly, "Old Su, what brings you two here today?" Su Guitao didn't answer directly, but deferred to Chu Vu Fong. Let Chu, Director Chu, tell you." He wasn't shy at all as he introduced himself and stated his purpose. "Director Sure, hello. I'm the director in charge of sourcing and sales for the Jiangshui garment factory. I came here today with Section Chief Su to discuss something with you. Organizing a trade fair in Zhihai City." He repeated, confused. "A trade fair in Zhihai?" Chu Vu Fong affirmed, "That's right." He smiled and explained the plan more clearly. "To solve the inventory problem of the toy factories in Guanghai City, we want to partner with several toy factories in Guanghai that have serious inventory issues to organize a trade fair in Zhihai City to clear out some of the excess toy inventory and increase profits for the factories." Shiji Gang already looked very interested. "Oh, come, you two have some tea first. Let's talk slowly." Then, he found it strange and wanted to confirm. "Director Chu just said you're the one organizing the trade fair, but you sell clothes." "Yes." Chu Vu Fong immediately explained, "I sell children's clothing, which is the same concept as you selling toys. Both are sold to children." Shiji Gang looked thoughtful. "Children's clothing. I've heard of trade fairs, but they're all held in big places like Beijing and Shanghai. I've never heard of one being held in Zhihai." "Yes, that's right," Chu Vu Fong calmly replied. "It's precisely because it's never been held there that we should go and join forces to organize a trade fair." He suddenly listed a series of brands. Little Star Toy Factory, Lushuan Toy Factory, Kanda Toy Factory, Jianfeng Toy Factory, including our Jiangshui garment factory. Chu Vu Fong said with a confident smile, "Which factory's warehouse can confidently guarantee that they can sell that large amount of excess inventory at a trade fair in Beijing?" Shiji Gang was left speechless by his question. This, seeing that he was wavering, he immediately said a decisive stream of words. "I can't guarantee it, but I think Director Sure, you can't guarantee it either, and neither can the directors of the other toy factories." Chu Vu Fong pointed out the problem. "All of our unsold inventory was originally products that were rejected by the market. They didn't sell. Why?" Without waiting for him to answer, he provided the solution. "Because other people's toys are much better than ours, so customers naturally won't buy them." Shiji Gang seemed to have been convinced by him. "That's true." Then he raised another issue. "So, can you guarantee sales in Zhihai City?" He smirked. "I can." Director, sure. I'm from Zhahai myself. I understand the market there very well. Currently, Zhahai is making urban achievements, and the purchasing power of the people in Zhahai is not weak at all. Chu Vu Fong took a sip of water, drawing out his words. Furthermore, Shiji Gang became even more curious. Furthermore what? He suddenly slammed the cup down on the table. Chu Vu Fong said excitedly, I've already rented a space in the night market area next to the most expensive hotel in Zhahai. When the time comes, I'll provide it to everyone for free to hold the trade fair, which will save another expense. But Su Guotao still felt worried. That sounds great, but the procedures for organizing a trade fair are also very cumbersome. What about that? What if we waste our time and effort running around and can't get the procedures done? Wouldn't that be? Chu Vu Fong patted his shoulder reassuringly. For that, we'll have to rely on our section chief Su. Then he guaranteed very confidently. The current policy from above is to actively encourage businesses like ours to clear out goods. As long as we go together to discuss it with the leadership, there's definitely a way to get this done. However, Shiji Gang was still a bit hesitant. That's easy to say, but I'm afraid. Chu Vu Fong became even more resolute. Director, sure. Everything we're doing now is for the factory. We have so many workers to support. Now that the problem and difficulties have appeared, we have to find a way to solve them. His words successfully reminded him that the workers' wages were already a month overdue. If they could sell half of the Sun Wukong toys in the warehouse, the factory's difficulties would be resolved. After weighing the pros and cons, Shiji Gang agreed. All right. The two immediately shook hands. Director Chu, we're counting on you for this. Chu Vu Fong turned his head and winked at Su Guotao, who immediately understood and spoke up. Old sure, when little Chu told me about this, the first person I thought of was you. That business between us before. Shiji Gang quickly waved his hand, showing he didn't mind. AI, that was a long time ago. Besides, it wasn't your fault. It was because the toys I produced weren't good. Hearing that, Su Guotao, relieved, suggested, how about this? In 3 days, you come to my unit. I'll introduce you to our bureau chief Wang. Then you can discuss organizing the trade fair. He patted his shoulder and agreed. All right, old Su, you're a true friend. Shiji Gang suddenly remembered something. Right, Director Chu, what about the directors of the other toy factories? How did the discussions go? He lied without batting an eye. It's all been settled. Hearing that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You've worked hard, Director Chu. Just like that, Su Guotao and Chu Vu Fong went from factory to factory with their proposal. The Lushuan Toy Factory also shook hands on a partnership with them. Next was the Konda Toy Factory, which was also successfully persuaded. Even the Huaduo Toy Factory agreed to participate in this trade fair. Everything went very smoothly. On Shun Xiren's birthday, he walked in and hurriedly apologized. Xiren, sorry, I just dropped off 2 foreigners. I'm a step late. She smiled and said it was fine. It's nothing, we just got here too. Chu Jun started the conversation. Liang. How's work been lately? He scratched his head shyly. Not bad. I even have free time to stroll around. It makes me not want to go back to Linshui City anymore. Hearing that, the class monitor lamented. Now that you're here and your job is stable, who will want to go back to that small city of Linshui? He suddenly pretended to remember. Right, I heard Chu Vu Fong seems to have gone back to Linshui. No wonder I haven't seen him selling bell-bottoms lately. Chu Jun used polite words, but was actually putting Chu Vu Fong down. For someone like him, going back is for the best. He doesn't have the ability to survive here. Shun Xiren showed her agreement. That's right. Then she turned to Jiang Xiaoduo, who had been looking gloomy the whole time. With a "this is for your own good" expression, it's best that he went back. That way, you won't have to bother Xiaoduo anymore. Jiang Xiaoduo kept avoiding the topic, stammering as she began. Me and Chu. On the other side, Jia Peipei suddenly condemned Chu Vu Fong. Speaking of that Chu Vu Fong, he's really no good. I heard he even cheated his classmates out of money. She recounted. He said the lowest clearance price for the bell-bottoms was 110 yuan, not a single yuan less. But at the department store, the exact same pants were only 44 yuan a pair. Shun Xiren stood up and chimed in. These pants of mine were bought at the department store, 44 yuan a pair. This is the genuine product straight from the factory. Li Ditsai was very surprised after hearing this. 44 yuan? Chu Vu Fong sold them for 110 yuan a pair. Doesn't that mean he made a lot of money from the bell-bottoms? He pondered. If that's the case, you're right. It's possible he earned quite a bit. Chu Jun laughed scornfully. Haha, you all think too highly of Chu Vu Fong. If he was making money, why would he go back to Linshui? He's just a wage earner, probably making only 20 cents per pair of pants. The more Jiang Xiaoduo listened, the more upset she became. Ignoring her feelings, Chu Jun continued, acting like an expert. Most of that money was taken by the boss behind the scenes. He mocked Chu Vufong. For all we know, he probably still thinks the purchase price of those bell-bottoms is 110 yuan a pair. They immediately burst out laughing at Chu Jun's words. Seemingly unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Xiaoduo stood up coldly. Shen Ziren found it strange. Jiang Xiaoduo, what's wrong with you? She announced firmly. Chu Vufong and I have remarried. If you guys continue to mock the man I love, Jiang Xiaoduo said bluntly without any hesitation, then don't call me for gatherings in the future. He was taken aback by her. What? Not just him, the others were too. Huh? Tian Liang quickly asked. You made up? Chu Jun was left speechless by her, only able to gape, unable to speak. Shen Ziren came to her senses and reacted strongly. Huh? Xiaoduo, you want to remarry Chu Vufong? Looking at everyone's expressions, Jiang Xiaoduo confirmed decisively. The man I love and I are preparing to remarry. Unable to accept it, Shen Ziren objected. Xiaoduo, you're crazy. Have you forgotten how Chu Vufong used to hit you? She quickly advised. All he did all day was play cards or sleep. You went through so much trouble to get a divorce, and now you want to go back? Jiang Xiaoduo retorted in a low voice. He's not like he was before. Jiang Xiaoduo recalled Chu Vufong's gentle face. He's no longer the person he used to be. Hearing these words, Shen Ziren was so angry she clenched her fists. She pointed at Jiang Xiaoduo and said angrily, I see you've really forgotten the pain once the wound has healed. Back then you cried and told me Chu Vufong hit you, and your mother was so angry about it she was hospitalized. You're really... Shen Ziren finally exploded. You're truly brainless. Shen Ziren pointed at Shi Jiang beside them and sincerely introduced him. I introduced Shi Jiang to you. He's also a taxi driver, but what about you? Every time we ate together, when did you not look annoyed? Who do you think you are? Hearing these words, Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't know what to say. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoduo couldn't talk back, Shen Ziren scolded her even more fiercely. Looking at it now, you're a perfect match for that good-for-nothing Chu Vufong. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoduo couldn't stand it anymore, her hand tightening on her bag strap. Then she turned and walked away. After hearing this, Chu Jun angrily shouted, truly brainless. Shen Ziren, if you hadn't spoken up for her last time, I definitely wouldn't have let that coward Chu Vufong off so easily. He said to Shen Ziren, now she has the nerve to be angry with you. Seeing the tense situation, Tian Liang said in a panic, I'll go check on Jiang Xiaoduo. You guys eat first. Chu Jun pulled Shen Ziren closer, smiled, and said, come on, Shen Ziren, sit down and eat first. Don't skip your meal because of Jiang Xiaoduo. Then he laughed heartily. Changing the subject, it's your birthday today. But Shen Ziren irritably snapped at him. Birthday my ass. Seeing Shen Ziren walk away, a bewildered Chu Jun chased after her, calling Ziren. Li Datsai raised his glass and said, Chu Jun, let them be. Let's eat. Don't let it go to waste. But Chu Jun was no longer in the mood to eat either. He forced a smile. You guys eat. I'm going out to check on Ziren. Hearing this, Li Datsai then turned to clink glasses with Shi Jiang. Hey, brother Shi, let's eat. Shi Jiang immediately replied cheerfully. Let's eat. Everyone eat. Wasting is shameful. Outside, the sun was scorching. Chu Vufong was pushing his bicycle up a slope when he suddenly stopped. Chu Vufong turned and said to Su Guotao, Brother Su, you push it, this slope is too long. Su Guotao nodded, okay. After pushing for a while, the two of them finally stopped. Chu Vufong raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Phew, we're finally here. He looked at the house ahead and said tiredly, this is the last house. Su Guotao replied, that's right. It wasn't until dusk that the two of them pushed their bikes back. Su Guotao rubbed his hands together happily. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. We managed to settle everything. Chu Vufong smiled, as if everything was within his expectations. Those toy factories only have to do a very simple thing, and they even get to share in the profits. There's no reason for them to refuse us. The two walked with their bikes under the streetlights, and Chu Vufong continued. For us, the real challenge is just beginning. Then Chu Vufong remembered. That's right. Tomorrow we still have to go to the Jiangshui garment factory to solve their inventory problem from last year. Su Guodao happily agreed. Okay, Chu Vufong, you should get some rest early then. The next morning, at the Jiangshui garment factory, Director Jiang hurried out to greet them. Section Chief Su, you came without giving any notice. I should have met you at the gate. Su Guotao replied politely. It's all right. It's only a 10-minute walk. Then, Su Guotao introduced Chu Vufong to Director Jiang. Director Jiang, This is the Chuvu Fong I mentioned to you, a big merchant from Zhihai City who can help our factory solve the winter inventory problem. Director Jiang's full name was Jiang De. He said enthusiastically, "Oh, so young and so capable." Chuvu Fong waved his hand and replied modestly, "You're too kind. It's just a small business." Then he asked Jiang De, "Director Jiang, how many pieces of winter inventory from last year do you have?" Jiang De rubbed his chin and thought. "In total, there are about over 6,000 pieces." Chu Vu Fong asked again, "So how many pieces are women's clothing?" "About 5,000 pieces are women's clothing," Jiang De replied. Chu Vu Fong continued to ask, "So what was the factory price for the women's clothing last year?" Jiang De answered honestly, There are 3 types of women's winter clothes in total, with factory prices of 8 yuan, 9 yuan, and 10 yuan. Chu Vu Fong's gaze darkened slightly, and he thought to himself, the price of these clothes isn't cheap. Jiang De led Su Guitao and Chu Vu Fong inside. Section Chief Su, "Boss Chu, please take a look first. I'll go make some tea." Chu Vu Fong walked back and forth in the room, carefully examining each piece of clothing. He felt the fabric for a moment, and finally understood. So this was the fabric used to make the clothes. No wonder they were unsellable. At this moment, Jiang De returned, holding 2 small teacups. Section Chief Su, "Boss Chu, have some tea first, then continue looking." Chu Vu Fong made a direct request. "Director Jiang, I'll only take the 5,000 pieces of women's clothing, nothing else." Jiang De immediately became excited and agreed. "All right, Boss Chu, if you take all 5,000 pieces of women's clothing, I'll give you a flat rate, 7 yuan. Chu Vu Fong cut short his joy. "That's too high." Jiang De was stunned. "Huh?" Chu Vu Fong slowly analyzed. The raw materials for Jiangshui Garment Factory's high in production. The quality of the Dacron fabric is indeed high, but because of this very point, many people wear one Dacron garment for several years. Plus, our country's cotton production has increased for many consecutive years, and textile goods are sufficient to meet people's needs. He slowly explained this to Jiang De. Chu Vu Fong continued to point out the weakness. The disadvantage of Dacron fabric compared to textile goods is even more obvious. It doesn't feel comfortable enough to wear. He used a sharp argument to conclude. This is the reason why your sales have been declining for many consecutive years. Chu Vu Fong looked up at Jiang De. "Director Jiang, I want to ask, your inventory from last year, how many times larger is it than the inventory from the year before?" After hearing this question, Jiang De was momentarily unable to answer. Seeing his attitude, Chu Vu Fong knew he was right. He smiled and continued. "The situation with Dacron fabric now will only get worse day by day, which can be seen from the summer sales figures." Jiang De broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "That's right, sales from this summer until now haven't even reached a quarter of what they were before." Jiang De then asked, "Boss Chu, so what is the reason?" Then Chu Vu Fong explained. "In the past, Dacron fabric sold very well, partly due to the circumstances understanding the market better, and using a high price then discounting it to sell to us, capitalizing on everyone's mentality of loving a bargain." He specifically emphasized the most important aspect. Buying your products didn't require fabric ration coupons. You just paid cash, and what's more, anyone could stock the goods. But something that is about to happen in the future will make these advantages vanish into thin air, leaving only its disadvantages, and by then consumers will no longer buy it. Hearing this, Jiang De was a little confused. Chu Vu Fong's face darkened as he revealed a crucial piece of information. On December 1st, 1983, that is December 1st of this year, the fabric ration coupons that have been in circulation for 30 years will be discontinued. Jiang De was immediately so shocked his jaw dropped. What? Su Guitao was just as surprised. Huh? The teacup in Jiang De's hand trembled uncontrollably. He lowered his head, thinking in fear. If what he says is true, and the fabric ration coupons are abolished, the circulation of goods from other factories will also become easier. Then the amount of this year's winter inventory will be unimaginable. It could even bankrupt the entire factory. On the other side, Chu Vu Fong secretly reached out and gave Su Guitao a thumbs up of approval. Then Su Guitao immediately stepped forward and said, "Old Jiang, this news came down from above." Then Su Guitao leaned into Jiang De's ear and whispered, "But you absolutely must not spread this news. I wouldn't tell this to just anyone." Chu Vu Fong crossed his arms and said, "Therefore, Director Jiang, I won't take them for 7 yuan. You can just keep them, and I'll come back next year to ask again." To ensure Jiang De would agree, Su Guitao added another sentence, "Old Jiang, 5,000 pieces is not a small number. He put his arm around Jiang Dae's shoulder and said, when Boss Chu told me he wanted a batch of Dacron fabric, you were the first person I thought of. There are plenty of garment factories in Guanghai City. Where could he not buy them? Hearing this, Jiang Dae was clearly swayed. He placed the teacup on the table. Then Jiang Dae called out in a low voice, Director Chu. His face was full of desperation. Then you name a price. Chu Vufang held up 4 fingers for yuan. This price also stunned Jiang Dae. 4 yuan? Even Su Guodao broke out in a cold sweat. Huh, such a ruthless bargain? Chu Vufang calmly analyzed. From buying the raw materials to producing the Dacron fabric, the cost is about 2 yuan. Adding in workers' wages, rent, and machinery fees, a price of 4 yuan is indeed lower than the production cost, a type of loss leader clearance. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. But although this price is a loss, the goods sitting there cannot be turned into money. And now circulation is a harsh reality. Jiang Dae sighed helplessly. He raised his hand in agreement. All right, we'll go with the price Boss Chu offered, for yuan a piece, for a total of 5,000 pieces. Paid in one lump sum. Chu Vufang smiled and replied, good, it's a deal. Su Guotao was still in shock. This Chu Vufang is too good at negotiating to be able to settle on such an unreasonable price. The two returned as dusk was falling. Chu Vufang was pushing his bicycle on the road, walking with Su Guotao. He was still deep in thought. 5,000 sets of women's winter clothes made of Dacron fabric for around 20,000 yuan, of which I invested 10,000. That's my entire savings. As he was thinking, Su Guotao worriedly tugged on Chu Vufang's sleeve. Chu Vufang, he asked in disbelief. That was too impulsive. Thinking back now, those 5,000 sets of clothes have been in stock for so long. Can they even be sold? Chu Vufang smiled confidently. Brother Su, since we've already bought them, there's no need to worry about anything else. The most important thing now is how to discuss organizing the trade fair with Bureau Chief Wang from your unit. Hearing this, Su Guotao's spirits were immediately lifted. Okay, I understand. Chu Vufang, from now on, I'll follow all your arrangements. Su Guotao said, giving Chu Vufang a firm pat on the back. After meeting the bureau chief, Su Guotao began politely. Bureau Chief Wang, on behalf of the factories, I'd like to thank you for your support. Bureau Chief Wang smiled and replied, Su Guotao, you're being too polite. An event like a trade fair, how can I not support it? On the other side, Shui Wenwen crossed her arms and laughed smugly. Haha, not so arrogant now, are you? Didn't you still obediently change back to the old price? I don't know what that guy was thinking. Just then, a customer asked, how much are the bell-bottoms here? Jiang Mingming pointed to the bell-bottoms and answered, this is a new style of bell-bottoms, 110 yuan. The female customer then bargained, if you sell them for 100 yuan a pair here, I'll buy them. Shui Wenwen ran in from outside and said in a low voice, I can sell them to you for 100 yuan a pair, but you can't tell other customers, okay? The girl immediately beamed, don't you worry. I definitely won't blab. After she walked out of the store, Jiang Mingming waved. Come back when you're dressed up. Looking at the 100 yuan in his hand, Jiang Mingming's eyes lit up. Making 50 yuan in one go, that's not much less than my monthly salary. Shui Wenwen nudged him with her elbow. Hey, look at you getting all excited. This is just the beginning. Also, she whispered, keep your voice down. Be careful other customers don't hear. At Jiang Xiao's house, she and Jiang Xin were busy cooking dinner. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jiang Xiaoduo frowned and looked outside. Jiang Xin said excitedly, it must be Lu Rui. Jiang Xiaoduo, go open the door. Jiang Xiaoduo silently walked out. By now, the knocking had been going on for a while. Jiang Xiaoduo frowned and thought to herself, I'll take this opportunity to make things clear with my parents. So she reached out and turned the doorknob. Appearing at the door was not only Lu Rui, but also Shin Ziren. Jiang Xiaoduo exclaimed in surprise. Ziren? Shin Ziren looked at Lu Rui and said very naturally, Xiaoduo, isn't it a coincidence? I happened to run into Lu Rui downstairs. Jiang Xiaoduo recalled her previous fierce expression and just remained silent. Seeing Jiang Xiaoduo's attitude, Shen Ziren frowned unhappily. Xiaoduo, what's wrong? Am I not welcome anymore either? Jiang Xiaoduo replied awkwardly. No, not at all, please come in. Jiang Xin peeked out from the kitchen and said cheerfully, Ziren is here too. She smiled at Shen Ziren. Ziren, there's fruit on the table. Then she turned to Jiang Xiaoduo, her attitude changing instantly. You go cook, let Xiaoduo talk to Lu Rui. Jiang Yongguang also came out at this moment and said enthusiastically, Ziren, how has Mr. Shin been lately? These past few days, a new batch of students arrived at the unit, and I've been training them. so I haven't had a chance to visit him. Shen Ziren smiled and replied, he's still doing well, still traveling around. I'm lucky if I get to see him once a week. A voice called out from inside the house. Time to eat. Jiang Yongwang said enthusiastically. Ziren, try this shrimp dish. Shun Ziren replied politely, yes, I can help myself. After eating for a while, Shun Ziren suddenly spoke up. Uncle, actually the reason I came today is mainly because there's something I want to tell everyone. What is it? Jiang Yongwang asked immediately. She looked at Jiang Xiaoduo with a fake smile. Uncle, you know about my relationship with Xiaoduo. I truly see her as my own sister. Then, Shun Ziren then frowned and said to Jiang Yongwang, but do you all know about Xiaoduo's situation? She's planning to remarry that person named Chu Vufang. Hearing this, Jiang Yongwang immediately shouted, what? Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes widened in astonishment, and Jiang Xian was no exception. Jiang Xiaoduo frowned at Shun Ziren, thinking to herself how naive she was to think Shun Ziren had come to apologize to her. Seeing that Jiang Yongwang's face had darkened and he was trembling with anger, Shun Ziren added another sentence. Uncle, moreover, Jiang Xiaoduo told me this herself at my birthday party. Jiang Yongwang pointed straight at Jiang Xiaoduo's face and yelled, what on earth is going on? At this moment, Lu Rui also spoke up. Bureau Chief Jiang, actually, there's something I haven't told you. Jiang Yongwang asked immediately, what is it? He frowned, pretending to mention it casually. That time Aunt Jiang asked me to pick her up at Jitty Park. I saw Chu Vufang setting up a stall there. Jiang Xiaoduo was even flirting with her ex-husband right in front of me. Jiang Yongwang finally couldn't take it anymore. He shot up, slammed the table, his whole body looking like it was about to erupt in flames. Xiaoduo, you're actually getting involved with that piece of trash again? Why did you cry and call me to bring you home back then? Jiang Xiaoduo quickly stood up to explain, Dad, it's not what you think. Chu Vufang has really changed for the better. He's making money selling bell-bottoms now. Then she turned to look at Lu Rui. As for this Lu Rui, just looking at him makes me sick. Jiang Yongwang swung his hand and slapped Jiang Xiaoduo straight across the face. What did you say? The slap was very hard. Jiang Xiaoduo staggered and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shun Ziren's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoduo. She immediately ran towards Jiang Xiaoduo, the corner of whose mouth was already bleeding. Jiang Xiaoduo's face darkened, and she trembled with anger. Immediately after, there was a loud noise. Jiang Yongwang and Shun Ziren both turned their heads to look at the same time. Sob! Jiang Xian suddenly fell from her chair, groaning in pain. Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes widened in shock. She rushed over to help her up. Mom, what's wrong with you? In the end, only panicked shouts remained in the house. Quick, get her to the hospital. After Jiang Xian was hospitalized, Jiang Yongwang stood in the hallway and angrily scolded. Xiaoduo, why do you have to stick with that good-for-nothing? Will you only be happy when you've angered your mother to death? But Jiang Xiaoduo remained silent, her eyes filled with sorrow and dilemma. Seeing her not answering, Jiang Yongwang became even angrier. Why aren't you saying anything? Isn't your mother's illness all because you provoked her? Back then, you hid your marriage from us. You didn't respect your parents at all. His lips trembled, his voice full of helplessness. Xiaoduo, consider this me begging you. Can you please stop causing trouble? Jiang Yongwang slumped into a chair, looking at Jiang Xiaoduo in anguish. Stay away from that Chu Vufang. I'm begging you. Jiang Xiaoduo had to use all her strength to say a sentence, Dad. Chu Vufang. He's really not like he was before. Jiang Yongwang roared. Do I have to kneel before you for you to agree? Jiang Xiaoduo shot up. She walked over and gripped Jiang Yongwang's arm tightly. Dad, don't force me like this. I'm forcing you? Jiang Yongwang asked, trembling, then pointed to the hospital room and yelled, "Oh, the one forcing us. Your mother is still in emergency care right now. Who is forcing whom in the end?" At the mention of her mother, Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes welled up with tears again. Fine. Then, Jiang Xiaoduo tremblingly let go of his arm. Fine. She bit her lip in pain, tears streaming down her face. I agree. I won't see him again. I will never see Chu Vufang again. Hearing these words, the hallway finally fell silent. Elsewhere, Chu Vufang and Su Guotao had just returned from a celebration. Chu Vufang happily started singing, "Your smile is so sweet." Su Guotao laughed until his eyes crinkled. Chu Vufang, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Chu Vufang replied modestly, "It's just a good song." Su Guotao asked, "Those toy factories will need a day or two to prepare the goods. Why don't we stay for a day? And I'll show you around Guanghai City tomorrow?" But Chu Vufang refused without hesitation. "No thanks, actually. I have something urgent to go back for. There's someone I really want to see right now." "Who is it?" Su Guotao asked. Chu Vu Fong smiled until his eyes were just a slit. The person I love? Hee hee, I miss her. Seeing Chu Vu Fong so happy, Su Guitao asked, have you had too much to drink? What time is it? Chu Vu Fong decided right away. How about I go back tonight? In the end, Su Guitao had no choice but to give Chu Vu Fong a ride back on his bicycle. As he pedaled, Su Guitao said, damn, I thought you were just drunk and talking nonsense, but you're really going back. Hey, Chu Vu Fong could only laugh. Upon arriving, Chu Vu Fong went to find Qin Ego. Hello, Boss Qin. Chu Vu Fong. When Qin Ego saw him, he immediately flew into a rage. He rushed forward and grabbed Chu Vu Fong by the collar. You still dare show your face here? Damn you, you've ruined me. Chu Vu Fong let Qin Ego yell at him, still grinning. Ruined you? I wouldn't dare, Boss Qin. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Ego was so angry he swung a fist straight at Chu Vu Fong's face. You little brat, stop playing games with me. You're the one who set me up. But before the punch could land, Chu Vu Fong pushed him away. Qin Ego cried out in pain. Aya. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. Chu Vu Fong. Qin Ego ground his teeth and called his name, pointing at Chu Vu Fong's face and roaring. You dare push me? Don't even think about setting up a stall in the night market ever again. Chu Vu Fong replied calmly. Boss Qin, what you're saying isn't right. I've already paid the management fee. My name is clearly written on the receipt. So why can't I set up a stall? Qin Ego got up and said stubbornly, I'm the one who says you can't set up. I won't let you set up your stall to sell things today. Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong immediately smiled with satisfaction. Good, Boss Qin. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you. Then he suddenly shouted, everyone, you all heard that? I've paid the management fee, and this Qin Ego won't let me set up my stall. Qin Ego was not intimidated and shouted back, I'm the one who says you can't. I'm in charge of this night market. No one can interfere. After saying this, Chu Vu Fong immediately turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind. Boss Qin has no regard for old times. After all, I used to work for you. All right, I won't say any more. I wish Boss Qin a prosperous business. Qin Ego cursed from behind. Nonsense. When did you ever work for me? It wasn't until dusk that Chu Vu Fong arrived at the door of Bureau Chief Lu's house. I'm here. Chu Vu Fong looked at the main gate and said to himself, I have to show some sincerity. The compound security guard suddenly walked over and asked, Hey, hold on. What are you looking for? Chu Vu Fong held up a piece of paper. I have this. Please take a look. The guard took it and looked. On it were written 3 clear words. Letter of introduction. The guard then asked, Are you the big boss introduced by the Guanghai International Trading Company? Chu Vu Fong replied, No, I'm just in charge of providing the venue in Zhihai for them. Inside, Bureau Chief Lu was leisurely taking a sip of water and continuing to look at his documents. Hearing a knock on the door, Bureau Chief Lu called out, Come in. Hello, sir. Chu Vu Fong walked in and introduced himself with a smile. Bureau Chief Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I'm Su Guitao's younger brother, the one providing the venue for the trade fair. Seeing him, Bureau Chief Lu immediately broke into a smile. Oh, it's you. Have a seat. Director Zhang will be here soon. He turned to Chu Vu Fong and said, In a little while, I'll take you to that night market to explain the situation. As for how many days the trade fair will be held, don't be in a hurry. We'll see based on the specific situation of the small merchants in Guanghai City. Chu Vu Fong smiled and politely clasped his hands, saying, Yes, thank you, Bureau Chief Lu. It's just that. Seeing his expression, Bureau Chief Lu asked immediately, What is it? Is there some difficulty? Chu Vu Fong frowned, his tone full of helplessness. Bureau Chief Lu, there's indeed a difficulty. He scratched his head and asked Bureau Chief Lu, I'm providing my venue for free for the small merchants of Guanghai City to use. I don't need to pay an exhibition fee, right? Bureau Chief Lu asked in surprise. An exhibition fee? Chu Vu Fong looked up blankly. Yes, that night market manager, Qin Ego, demanded a fee from me, saying that this exhibition requires a daily payment of 20 yuan. Bureau Chief Lu was even more astonished than before. He shot up and asked again, the night market manager, Qin Ego, and 20 yuan a day. Chu Vu Fong immediately recounted the whole story. I've already rented the space for half a year, and I explained the exhibition to Qin Ego, but he didn't care. He said that as long as it's held at his place, he has to collect money. Also, seeing him hesitate, Bureau Chief Lu asked again, also what? Chu Vu Fong then stammered. Qin Ego said that this money ultimately has to be handed over to you. Handed over to me? Bureau Chief Lu asked back in disbelief. Chu Vu Fong cried out, feeling extremely wronged. That's right. Of course, I didn't agree, and as a result, that Qin Ego immediately started hitting people. Then Chu Vu Fong wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and recounted in a low voice. Normally, that Chin ego also frequently bullies us small vendors. He relies on being your relative, abusing his authority over us. What? Bureau Chief Liu angrily slammed the table with a loud bang. He pointed to himself in disbelief. And he's my relative? Just then, there was another knock on the door. Bureau Chief Liu said sternly, "Come in." Director Zhang walked in and said, "Bureau Chief, you were looking for me?" Bureau Chief Liu asked angrily. "Xiao Zhang, who on earth is that Chin ego?" Director Zhang replied, flustered. I think he's the night market manager." Seeing that Director Zhang didn't know either, Bureau Chief Liu waved his hand. "Have someone investigate. Investigate for me." Then, as if remembering something, Bureau Chief Liu said, "Oh, right, while you're at it, ask the other small vendors, see how much he has abused his authority, compile a list, and show absolutely no leniency." Yes, I understand," Director Zhang replied seriously. That evening, Chu Vufang returned to Chin Ego's place, carrying a box of goods. "Hello, Boss Chin." When Chin Ego saw him arrive, he was furious. "Chu Vufang, you still dare to come back?" He immediately pointed at Chu Vufang's face and roared arrogantly. "I already told you, don't even think about setting up a stall at my place." Chu Vufang didn't answer Chin Ego, but said to another person, "Did you see that?" Chin Ego was bewildered. Suddenly, the police rushed forward and grabbed Chin Ego's arm. Chin Ego turned his head in alarm. "Don't move." Two police officers held Chin Ego's arms tightly. He shouted in panic, "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me?" A police officer shouted sternly, "Chin Ego, be cooperative. Come with us." Seeing Chin Ego being led away, the nearby small vendors gloated and whispered, "This parasite has finally been caught. I heard this Chin Ego guy was reported by someone." Chu Vufang even deliberately called out after him, "Boss Chin, do you still need these bell-bottoms? Do you need me to clear them out for you?" Chin Ego's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't say a word. After settling the matter, Chu Vufang headed back, carrying a bag of apples. He thought happily to himself, "At this hour, Jiang Xiaoduo is probably at home." At this moment, Jiang Xiaoduo was walking down the street, carrying a lunchbox, her eyes gloomy, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, Chu Vufang reached out from behind and hugged Jiang Xiaoduo, calling with a smile, "Xiaoduo." Chu Vufang looked at her gently. "Xiaoduo, I'm back." But Jiang Xiaoduo snapped angrily. "What are you doing?" She pushed Chu Vufang away. "Can't you see I'm carrying things?" Then Jiang Xiaoduo ran off. Seeing her reaction, Chu Vufang's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he picked up the bag of apples and chased after her. Chu Vufang followed behind Jiang Xiaoduo, calling out, "Xiaoduo, let me help you with the lunchbox." Jiang Xiaoduo replied coldly, "No need, I can carry it." Seeing Jiang Xiaoduo heading towards the hospital, Chu Vufang kept calling after her. Xiaoduo, he asked worriedly. "Are you going to the hospital up ahead? Did something happen at home?" "None of your business." Jiang Xiaoduo didn't turn back, only giving a short reply. Chu Vufang's voice was full of concern. "Even if something happened at home, you could have at least told me." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoduo suddenly stopped walking, remaining silent. Chu Vufang immediately caught up and took Jiang Xiaoduo's hand. "Xiaoduo, can you tell me what on earth happened? I should have the right to know, shouldn't I?" Jiang Xiaoduo suddenly turned her head, then yanked her hand out of Chu Vufang's grasp. "Let go of me." Seeing Jiang Xiaoduo's reaction, Chu Vufang was stunned, calling out, "Xiaoduo," but Jiang Xiaoduo just looked at him sadly, turned, and walked into the hospital, leaving only one sentence behind. "Wait for me here. Don't come over. I'll come down and talk to you later." Watching Jiang Xiaoduo walk further away, Chu Vufang's hand holding the bag of apples tightened unconsciously. He stared blankly at Jiang Xiaoduo's retreating back. "Xiaoduo, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Xiaoduo walked away with a lunchbox, her face full of sorrow. Her footsteps suddenly halted, and Jiang Xiaoduo's trembling voice echoed in the cold, quiet night. "Vufang, why do you have to keep asking me what happened?" "No, you fool. I just don't want to say the words of parting." Sob. Two streams of clear tears slid down her beautiful face. After composing herself, Jiang Xiaoduo entered the hospital room. She said to Jiang Xian, "Mom, the kanji is ready. Please get up and have some." Jiang Xian sat up and replied, "All right." She took a bite of the kanji and praised with satisfaction. Today's kanji is delicious. It's very soft and tender." Seeing Jiang Xian eating with appetite, Jiang Xiaoduo said, "Mom, eat slowly. I'll come visit you again tomorrow afternoon." But Jiang Xian placed the lunchbox on the bedside table. Seeing Jiang Xiaoduo about to leave, Jiang Xian waved her over. "Xiaoduo, come here, sit by Mom's bed." Jiang Xiaoduo forced a smile. "Mom, you should rest early. It's almost 10 o'clock. The hospital will be asking visitors to leave soon." Jiang Xian's voice was almost pleading. "All right, then I'll just say a few words. Xiaoduo, you must remember what you promised me. Don't see Chu Vu Fong anymore. Jiang Xiaoduo replied, flustered, yes, Mom, don't worry. I definitely won't contact him anymore. She recalled the scene of Chu Vu Fong returning drunk and slapping Jiang Xiaoduo, her voice somewhat relieved. With your promise, Mom can rest assured. Just thinking about that Chu Vu Fong scares me. Whenever I remember how Chu Vu Fong used to hit you, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. Only you would forgive him time and time again. Jiang Xiaoduo tucked her in. All right, Mom, go to sleep now. It's getting late. I'm leaving now. All right, Jiang Xen smiled at her, but the sadness between her brows was unconcealable. The hospital room door closed, and Jiang Xiaoduo couldn't help but tremble and burst into tears. Her frail body leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down. Jiang Xiaoduo clutched her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Sob. Chu Vu Fong was still waiting outside. He called out worriedly, Xiaoduo. Seeing Jiang Xiaoduo come out, Chu Vu Fong immediately approached her. Xiaoduo, are you okay? Is your mom in the hospital? But Jiang Xiaoduo didn't answer, just walked past him, saying as she went, let's go. After walking a short distance, Jiang Xiaoduo spoke up, Vu Fong. She looked at Chu Vu Fong with a look of disgust. A person like you is really strange. Who gets divorced and still shows up at their ex-wife's home like you do? Hearing these words, Chu Vu Fong was momentarily stunned, speechless. Let's not contact each other anymore. Jiang Xiaoduo continued, her face dark. Xiaoduo. Chu Vu Fong hurriedly grabbed Jiang Xiaoduo's hand. He asked earnestly, can you tell me the reason? Jiang Xiaoduo replied coldly, my family doesn't approve. Just mentioning your name is enough to make my mom so angry she ends up in the hospital. How do you expect me to be with you? She looked at Chu Vu Fong in anguish. Chu Vu Fong said in a panic, but I'm a 10,000 yuan household now. Didn't you tell your family? Besides, I just closed a business deal. I can earn even more money. Didn't you tell your parents about this? Chu Vu Fong expressed earnestly. I'm a completely different person from before. Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaoduo shook his hand off. She turned to leave. Fine, so what? You're just a self-employed individual. Chu Vu Fong froze, looking at her, the words he wanted to say all caught in his throat. He frowned in pain, calling softly, Xiaoduo. The distance between them grew wider and wider. Jiang Xiaoduo walked on, crying silently. Vu Fong, I'm sorry. The next morning, Chu Vu Fong gave the money to the agent. This is the remaining amount. Count it. The other person counted the money and replied cheerfully, yep, it's all here. Then he handed Chu Vu Fong a piece of paper. Here are the house deeds. This house now belongs to Boss Chu. The agent left happily, not forgetting to wave, Boss Chu, I'll be on my way. Remember to find me next time you're buying a house. Looking at the contract in his hand, Chu Vu Fong was lost in thought. The house is bought, so when Vu Na and the others come to Zhahai, they'll have a place to stay. It's just, he glanced to the side, his mood turning gloomy again. If it weren't for not having enough money, he had originally planned to buy the small house near Jiang Xiao's home. Under the bell tower, Chu Vu Fong stood alone, waiting for someone. A moment later, a group of people approached. Chu Vu Fong smiled and said, you're here. Su Guotao led a group of people over. Vu Fong. Chu Vu Fong hurried forward and said politely, you've all worked hard. He asked Su Guotao, Brother Su, what time exactly will our goods arrive? Around 10 o'clock tonight. Su Guotao replied. Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong said enthusiastically, great, everyone, in a bit we'll go meet the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce first. Get the registration procedures done, then go to the night market to see our stall and tidy it up a bit. Afterward, Director Zhang carefully reviewed Chu Vu Fong's report. He smiled and said to Su Guotao, all right, I wish you all a successful exhibition. Su Guotao politely clasped his hands. Thank you, Director Zhang. In the evening, Chu Vu Fong led everyone to an empty plot of land. Everyone, this is the place. As soon as Shi Jigang saw it, he became excited. This space isn't small. Good, good. Chu Vu Fong walked over carrying a sign. Brother Su, give me a hand. Then the red banner was unrolled. Su Guotao asked curiously, Vu Fong, did you make this? Chu Vu Fong smiled and nodded. When the time comes, the atmosphere must be impressive. The next morning, along with the sound of a loudspeaker, the exhibition officially began. Factory direct sales. The night market is holding an exhibition. Chu Vu Fong stood in front of the large banner, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, Guanghai City's big factory. Everything is sold at a loss. A child saw a toy car, excitedly pulled his mother's hand. Mom, there are toys over there. The carts are all filled with small Sun Wukong masks. Another little boy pulled his mother's hand. Mom, look, there are other toys over there. The boy next to him, his eyes shining, exclaimed, wow, so many Sun Wukongs. The other mother looked at the pile of toys, her eyes wide with astonishment. Those toys looked quite fashionable, things she had never seen in the department store. The fair was filled with the chirping of children. Wow, a small truck, Mom. I want it. I want it. Seeing how much their children liked them, the mothers called out to others. Let's go check out the fair too. The other sister also led her son over, responding enthusiastically. Okay, let's go see what you like. Seeing this scene, Su Guodao said excitedly, Vu Fong, quite a few people have followed us here. At the fair, a little boy in a blue shirt excitedly pulled his mother's hand. Mom, buy me that big tiger. More and more people arrived, everyone asking curiously, how do you charge for entry here? Besides toys, what else do you have? Chu Vu Fong smiled and said loudly, no admission fee, anyone can buy. The factory is having a huge sale. As long as you're a citizen of Zhahai City, you can buy. Su Guotao, standing to the side, was instantly astonished. He hadn't expected so many people to come. It seemed the effect of their mobile advertising just now was very good. Chu Vu Fong looked at his people and continued humorously. Everyone, the people are all here, so next, it's up to you to show what you've got. Hearing this, Shiji Gang's group all stared, wide-eyed and bewildered. Su Guotao raised the megaphone and shouted with all his might. The biggest garment factory in Guanghai, Jiangshui Garment Factory, has gone bankrupt. Dacron fabric, originally 40 or 50 yuan, now only 20 yuan. Only 20 yuan. The mothers were all attracted by Su Guotao's voice. Is it a Dacron winter coat? Let's go take a look. Chu Vu Fong, sly as a fox, held up the clothes and invited with a smile. Sizes are limited. Once they're sold, they're gone. Flat price of only 20 yuan. You won't lose out by buying. You won't be cheated by buying. A woman immediately asked, can be a little cheaper? Chu Vu Fong shook his head and replied, no cheaper. This is all a clearance sale loss. Once the sizes are sold out, they're gone. Hearing this, the ladies all swarmed over. This one's for me. I'll take this large size. Let me try it on. Shiji Gang's group stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Bankrupt? You can shout like that? They hurriedly ran off. We have a hurry up and shout too. Let go. And so, a bamboo dragonfly whizzed through the sky. Li Datsai, while vigorously spinning the bamboo dragonfly, shouted loudly, hey kids, bamboo dragonflies, hurry over and see. 50 cents each. Factory clearance at a loss. The children were immediately attracted. Mom, look, that thing can fly. The mother approached and asked, boss, how much is this? Li Datsai said with a grin, not expensive, 50 cents each, clearance at a loss. Shiji Gang, on the other hand, held up a Sun Wukong mask and shouted, Sun Wukong has returned from trip to America. Kids, hurry over and see. A young man with curly hair held up a small frog. Self-running little tin cars, and also little tin frogs. Hurry and buy them. Chu Vu Fong held a coat and vigorously pitched. Come over and see. Take a look. Jiangshui Garment Factory has gone bankrupt. Dacron fabric, originally over 50 yuan. Today it's a flat price of only 20 yuan. A crowd immediately surrounded the stall. Everyone scrambling. Give me one. I was here first. 30 minutes later, Chu Vu Fong was still pitching. The remaining stock is not much. You'll miss out if you're slow. Flat price of only 20 yuan. The other vendors, seeing that no one was buying their goods, said unhappily, why do I feel like this boss Chu is just using the exhibition's name to sell his own products? The fish seller immediately retorted, are you brainless? Right now, the space is free for us to use, and we're staying at his place at night. It's good enough that we're making money. Why care about what others are doing? Su Guotao waved to a customer. Take care. Come again if it looks good on you. He looked at the pile of clothes that was more than half gone and thought happily, we've already sold dozens of sets. After deducting transportation, cost, and labor, the profit from this small fair is 1,000 yuan. Su Guotao thought smugly, of this money, Chu Vu Fong and I each get 500, which is equal to several months of my salary. Suddenly, Shiji Gang nudged Su Guotao with his elbow. Shiji Gang asked doubtfully, Old Su, aren't you guys selling children's clothes? Su Guotao stammered, that. Shiji Gang looked around. How come after watching for so long, there isn't a single piece of children's clothing? It's all women's Dacron clothes? Chu Vu Fong from the other side chimed in. Brother Shi, you don't understand. What we have here is bundle economics. Hearing this, Shi Gang asked blankly, Huh? What economics? Chu Vufang approached him and replied mysteriously, Bundle economics. Think about it. There are children here who want to come buy toys, but some mothers are too lazy to leave the house. Now that I'm selling these women's clothes, how can they not come? Then Chu Vufang put on a very reasonable expression. You guys make money from the children, we make a little money from their mothers. This is called a win-win cooperation, to grow bigger and stronger, to create brilliance. Shi Gang broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap. You can do it like this? This boss Chu's mind is just too brilliant. By the time the fair ended, it was already dark. As everyone walked back, they praised excitedly, Boss Su, I didn't expect you to be a business genius too. Su Guothao smiled humbly and replied, I'm just earning my keep. Hee hee. Li Datsai said cheerfully, All right, old Su, say no more, treat us to a meal. Ha ha ha. Su Guothao laughed heartily. My treat, definitely my treat. Just then, Shi Gang turned his gaze to Chu Vufang. Why isn't Boss Chu saying anything? Chu Vufang pointed his throat. Huh, my throat is all hoarse. Li Datsai looked at Shi Gang and teased. All right, old Shi, your voice isn't quiet either. We were almost deafened by your shouting. Su Guothao added, That's right. At the fair, your voice was the loudest. Then the whole group burst into laughter. Back at the house, Su Guothao dropped by Chu Vufang's room and asked Vufang, How'd it go? Chu Vufang smiled and replied, All done. He reported to Su Guothao. My side counted 5,020 yuan. Su Guothao said happily. My side totaled 6,980 yuan. Chu Vufang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Su Guothao still couldn't believe it, hurriedly rummaging through his bag. Wait, let me count again. He pulled out the money and counted it over and over. Then excitedly gave a thumbs up. No mistake, 6,980 yuan. Chu Vufang rubbed his chin and said, So that adds up to 12,000, which means we sold 600 sets today. Su Guothao excitedly leaned over the table. That's right, Chu Vufang. Tomorrow will definitely be even better. Chu Vufang smiled and replied, Definitely. The fair has just begun. Once the news spreads, more and more people will come later. At this point, Chu Vufang suddenly let out a long yawn. Then he put his hands on his hips and walked out, leaving only one sentence. Brother Su, go to sleep. Tomorrow will be another tiring day. Okay, Su Guothao replied. The next morning, Su Guothao ran out and said, Vufang, I've sent it for you. Chu Vufang looked at the receipt in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Then let's keep up the hard work today. Chu Vufang clenched his fist as if making a resolution. Su Guothao also nodded. We'll definitely work hard. And so, the banner was hung up again. Chu Vufang's voice was particularly attention-grabbing. Don't miss out as you pass by. Rock-bottom prices. Flat price of only 20 yuan. A person asked curiously, rock-bottom prices? What kind of word is that? Another vendor's eyes widened with excitement. That word sounds very cheap, very stimulating for buyers. Then the two of them immediately ran back to their stall. Quick, let's shout like that too. In another place, Shui Wenwen asked, Why haven't you gone to work yet? Jiang Mingming frowned and replied, Go to work? Look at the business in the shop. What mood do I have to go to work? Shui Wenwen rubbed her chin, looked at him, and said, Didn't they say the night market is holding an exhibition, selling Dacron fabric from a bankrupt factory? Wait a few more days for them to leave, and business will naturally get better. Hearing this, Jiang Mingming immediately suggested, Dacron fabric from a bankrupt factory? Then let's go buy a few sets too. Shui Wenwen shook her head and refused. Not going. That Dacron fabric isn't breathable. It's not comfortable to wear. Speaking of which, Shui Wenwen suddenly remembered something. That's right. There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? Jiang Mingming asked. I found a source for bell-bottoms at 44 yuan a pair. Hearing this, Jiang Mingming's eyes widened in astonishment. On another side, a female classmate of Jiang Xiaoduo ran over and said, Xiaoduo, I heard there's a fair near your house. And there's no admission fee. Jiang Xiaoduo asked in surprise. I didn't know that. Her friend suggested enthusiastically. Then let's go check it out together. I heard there's a batch of Dacron fabric from a bankrupt factory being cleared out. Clothes originally 50 yuan are now only 20 yuan. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoduo was also curious. Really? That's really cheap. The friend walking with Jiang Xiaoduo chattered on. They're all winter clothes. It's perfect to buy one to wear in the winter. At the fair, the hawking sound rang out incessantly. Flat price of 20 yuan. Last day, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The classmate called out to Jiang Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, come line up here. After getting in line, the friend kept talking. I heard that once this batch is sold out, it's gone. Jiang Xiaoduo smiled and replied, Is that so? The friend went forward and asked Su Guothao, Boss, I want a small size. Are there any brighter colors? Su Guohao pointed to the pink coat hanging right in front of them. Is pink okay? The friend immediately replied, yes. Su Guohao then asked Jiang Xiaoduo, little lady, what about you? Jiang Xiaoduo replied softly, same as my friend, a small pink one. Su Guohao turned his head and said to Chu Vufang, comrade, 2 small pink ones. 2 small ones. Chu Vufang walked out holding 2 coats, but stopped mid-sentence. Chu Vufang stared wide-eyed at Jiang Xiaoduo, and Jiang Xiaoduo also looked at him in surprise, her cheeks immediately turning red. The friend next to her took the clothes and said politely, yes, thank you. Chu Vufang picked up the pink coat, smiled, and said to Jiang Xiaoduo, comrade, your color is, Jiang Xiaoduo's face was as red as a ripe tomato, stammering and unable to speak. After they left, the classmate exclaimed excitedly, I got it, what a bargain. But Jiang Xiaoduo, hugging the pink coat, couldn't help but glance back towards the stall. She was silent for a long time, her thoughts unknown. The sky gradually darkened. Seeing Su Guohao and Chu Vufang packing up, Shi Jigang walked over and said, Boss Su, with business this good, let's have white flour noodles tomorrow. With something extra? Cornmeal noodles are too stingy. Su Guohao replied humorously, haha, no problem, an extra egg for everyone tomorrow. He wiped his sweat, said reluctantly, but I really don't make much profit on these Dacron clothes. I only earn 2 jiao per piece. Shi Jigang's eyes widened. Come on, man, 2 jiao a piece? I don't believe it. He put his hands on his hips and said to Su Guohao, old Su, are you still trying to fool me? I've been in business for many years, after all. Su Guohao stammered in reply. Well, about that, Shi Jigang leaned close to Su Guohao and whispered, if you didn't make 5 jiao per shirt, would you have run all the way to Zhahai City to sell them? Huh. Hearing this, not only Su Guohao but even Chu Vufang was stunned. Su Guohao put his arm around Shi Jigang's shoulder and laughed heartily. Old Shi, you see through it but don't have to say it out loud. Shi Jigang said smugly, give me 2 extra eggs tomorrow morning. That night, Su Guohao and Chu Vufang sat together counting money. Su Guohao said, Vufang, I've counted it twice. The total is 10,100. Chu Vufang also reported his count. My side totals 14,100. He smiled and calculated. So the number sold today is 1,210 pieces. Plus the 600 from last night makes 1,810 pieces. Su Guohao was so happy his nose was in the air. It's only been 2 days, and tomorrow is the weekend. Business will definitely be even better. That's a given. Chu Vufang smiled, his eyes crinkling. Chu Vufang's reminder echoed in the room. Go to sleep, brother. We still have to get up early to make breakfast tomorrow. Su Guohao replied, yeah, okay. The next morning, Su Guotao's booming voice rang out. Time to get up for breakfast. Sure enough, in each person's bowl of noodles, there was an extra sunny side-up egg with a runny yolk and 2 boiled eggs on the side. The banner was hung up again. Rock bottom prices, final day. Chu Vufang continued to hawk. Dacron fabric, not 88, not 55, a flat price of just 20 yuan. Shi Jigang held up a Wukong statue. Son, Wukong from America. Do you want one? Li Dicai was not to be outdone. Small cars that can run, little friends, come and have a look. That evening, the two sat down to count money again. A total of 13,100 yuan. My side is 18,000 yuan even. Su Guotao's nostrils were about to flare as wide as a bowl. Vufang. These sales are just as you said, getting higher day by day. Chu Vufang smiled and calculated silently. There were about 1,700 Dacron shirts left, and at the previous sales rate, they could be sold out in another 2 days. Afterward, Chu Vufang stepped outside and noticed the others were also packing up their things. You guys sold out so quickly? A curly-haired man laughed and replied, there were a few pieces left. We sold them cheap to Jiaming and Old Shi's group. We're heading back to Guanghai first. Over at Shi Jigang's spot, there were only a few neatly stacked boxes left. Chu Vufang asked while eating a popsicle, Old Shi, why have you stopped too? Not selling anymore? Shi Jigang said leisurely, what's the rush? There's only a little stock left. I'll hawk for a bit later, and it'll all be gone. He waved Su Guotao over. Old Su, come over and chat for a bit. If we can't sell what's left, we'll just take it back to the factory, yeah? Su Guotao's gaze fell on a group of schoolgirls walking by, and he said with a smile, more customers are coming. You guys go ahead and talk first. On the other side, Shinziren was saying to Jia Bei, Bei, Dacron fabric goes out of style so quickly now, and those clothes aren't comfortable to wear, not breathable at all. Jia Bei smiled until her eyes crinkled. It's fine, as long as it keeps you warm. I'll buy one to wear in the winter, and it'll be perfect to bring back for my mom to wear during the new year. Then they walked over and asked Su Guotao, Boss, How much are these clothes? Su Guitao immediately held up 2 fingers. Flat price of 20. Today's the last day. We're not selling tomorrow. It's a huge bargain if you buy now. While the two were looking at the clothes, Chu Jun noticed Chu Vu Fong eating a popsicle nearby. Chu Jun pushed up his glasses, frowning as he asked Chu Vu Fong, "Why are you here?" Chu Vu Fong replied nonchalantly, "Selling things." Chu Jun asked contemptuously, "Selling things? A petty street vendor? Don't tell me you're the one who invited everyone to this fair." Chu Vu Fong thought to himself, if this were the first day of sales, I would definitely have said I was just hired help, but now... Then he walked closer to Chu Jun and retorted without any courtesy, "If I didn't organize it, did you?" Shinziren turned her head in astonishment, asking in disbelief, "You? A lowly vendor has the connections and resources to organize a fair?" Chu Vu Fong stood under the banner, smiling as he looked to the other side. "Look down on petty vendors? Let them tell you who organized this fair." Seeing this, Shi Ji Gang and Li Datsai immediately vied to shout loudly, "Boss Chu, tomorrow is the last day of the fair. Is there anything we need to prepare? Boss Chu, don't forget to include me in the next fair. Boss Chu." Chu Jun was so shocked his whole body trembled. Seeing that the stall owner was Chu Vu Fong, Shanziren contemptuously threw the clothes back at Su Guitao. "What era is this to still be wearing this stuff? Let's go. Who knows how much this junk costs to source?" She even deliberately said, loudly for Chu Vu Fong and everyone to hear, "Did you hear that? Ja Bebe, don't bring me to places like this again next time." Night enveloped the small house. Chu Vu Fong walked into the room from outside, carrying a large bowl of noodles, looked at Su Guitao, and called out, "Brother Su, eat your noodles first." He held up the stack of money in his hand and replied, "Wait a moment, let me finish the accounting first." Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong smiled and said, "Yes, all right." He sat down opposite Su Guitao, placed a bowl of noodles on the table, and asked caringly, "Do you need any help?" Hearing this, he immediately refused. "No need. I have to count it one more time to be sure." Su Guitao's hands flew as he counted the money. After counting, he held up the stack of cash, his eyes shining brightly. Su Guitao held up 2 stacks of money, shouting excitedly, "Wow. Chu Vu Fong, we sold a total of 32,680 yuan today." Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong raised his hand and suggested, "Let's go to the bank to deposit the money first thing tomorrow morning." Hearing this, he immediately gave a thumbs up to assure him, "Yet don't worry." Suddenly, Su Guitao slammed his hand on the wooden table in front of him. Immediately after, he shouted at Chu Vu Fong opposite him, "Vu Fong." Su Guitao raised both fists, his mouth wide open as he yelled, "Thank you. To earn so much money in such a short time, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Thank you so much." Chu Vu Fong closed his eyes, held up a hand and shouted, "Stop." He smiled and said, "If it weren't for Brother Qin, whether the fair could have been held smoothly would still be a question, so there's no need to say thank you." Chu Vu Fong's expression grew serious, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. As he said, "Just say." He clasped his hands together, his spirits soaring as he shouted, "Congratulations to Brother Qin. Congratulations on your great fortune. Let's cooperate again when there's a chance in the future." Su Guitao leaned in close, grabbed Chu Vu Fong's hand, and said softly, "Okay, Chu Vu Fong, we must cooperate again if a good opportunity comes up in the future." He immediately agreed. "Okay." He raised his hand, looking at him doubtfully, and asked, "So Vu Fong, can we get another batch of Dacron fabric from a different garment factory and sell in Zhihai City using this fair model?" Chu Vu Fong wagged a finger, negating the idea. "No." Su Guitao was startled and asked why. Chu Vu Fong held up one finger, leaned close to him, and explained, "The risk is too great. No one can guarantee how much Dacron fabric the Zhihai City market can absorb. Most importantly, Dacron fabric has been on a downward trend." His gaze shifted slightly, thinking about that region, and said, "Even if we go to other cities, not to mention connections, different cities have different consumption levels, and a similar marketing method from Beijing might not necessarily be effective. If the income and risk are not proportional, there's naturally no need to continue." Su Guitao rubbed his chin, responding thoughtfully, Okay, I didn't expect there to be so many tricks to it." Suddenly, he laughed loudly. "Vu Fong, if you have any money-making ventures in the future, you must let me know." Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong just responded with a radiant smile. He frowned slightly, recalling his past life, and thought to himself, but the premise is, for things that can be completed independently and for which one can bear the consequences, it's definitely safest to do them alone. I saw too many cases of partners turning into enemies in my past life. Chu Vu Fong reflected on those days of walking on thin ice, telling himself, in the competition of the business world, you can't mix in any personal feelings. Mutual exploitation, where each party gets what they need, that is the most comfortable way to cooperate. The next morning at the Zhai City train station, Su Guitao and the others stood in front of the station, waving and shouting to Chu Vu Fong. Vu Fong, contact us when you get back. Boss Chu, don't forget us. Next time, you have a way to get rich. He replied with one hand on his hip and the other waving. Okay, Brother Su, old sure, old bye. I wish you all a smooth journey. Chu Vu Fong watched the backs of the three as they left, thinking to himself, now that Brother Su and the others are gone, it's time to start my new plan. Immediately after, he appeared at a public phone booth, dialed a number, and spoke into the receiver. Hello, Director Kong. It's me, Chu Vu Fong. Kong Jinzhong was sitting in his office, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, he immediately replied, Oh, Vu Fong. How have you been lately? Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong laughed and replied, I'm doing fine. Oh, right, Director Kong. I'm going to Shanghai for a trip tomorrow. I'll have to trouble you with Unemployed and Xiaozheng's matters. Kong Jinzhong's promise came from the other end of the line. Don't worry, Vu Fong. Just focus on your own business. Hearing that, he smiled and said, Director Kong, thank you. In Shanghai, with its dense skyscrapers, Chu Vu Fong sat in a noodle shop and quickly finished a bowl. Afterward, he appeared on the street, looked up at the high-rise building in front of him, and read, Shanghai Fashion Company. Chu Vu Fong recalled his past life and couldn't help but mutter, I remember back in '80, the Shanghai Fashion Company established the first fashion performance team of New China. His gaze shifted slightly as he recalled the events of his past life, thinking to himself that performance awakened people's desire for beauty and, moreover, influenced the development of the fashion industry. In '84, the Shanghai Fashion Company held a grand model show in Beijing. Chu Vu Fong recalled those outfits. Musing, some people said that at the time, all the outfits in the model show were sold for over 100 yuan. He thought of the big contracts, pondering. It was also from that time that the garment factories in Shanghai gradually became the overlords of the fashion industry. Chu Vu Fong brought the noodles he had picked up to his mouth, thinking to himself, from '83 to '84, a one-year difference, people's spending power won't have changed drastically. If I move the timeline up by a year, there probably won't be any major issues. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. It's just that with my current savings to cover the venue costs, the model's performance fees, and the money for sourcing the clothes, it's still far from enough. The corner of Chu Vu Fong's mouth turned up slightly as he mumbled, but he put the noodles in his mouth, began to chew, and said, This is definitely worth a try. In front of the shopping center building, a man with a cigarette in his mouth stood in front of Tuong Min Min's stall, shouting loudly, Rest assured, everyone besides you, all the other small vendors are getting bell-bottoms at the original price. The next shipment will go up to 50 yuan a pair. He immediately got excited, raised his hand, and shouted, Order 10,000? That's too many. We can't come up with that much money right away. The other man took the cigarette out of his mouth and asked back, Oh, come on, you're all big bosses. How can you not come up with it? He grinned and said, Actually, if you can't, you can order 5,000, but the purchase price is 46. 2 yuan more expensive. Hearing this, Tuong Min Min turned to look at Teet Van Van and suggested, Van, how about we order 5,000 pairs? Her expression was grim, and she quickly vetoed it. No. Right after that, Teet Van Van raised her hand and said, We'll order 10,000 pairs. Tuong Min Min was startled and shouted, 10,000? Where are we going to get the money? Teet Van Van put her arm around his shoulder, pulled him aside, and said, Don't get so worked up. Think about it. The difference between 46 and 44 is 2 yuan. That works out to 400 yuan less in profit. Hearing this, Tuong Min Min questioned loudly, You think I don't know that? The problem is, where am I going to get that money? She immediately lowered her voice and suggested, How about we ask Dad for some more? He immediately waved his hands in refusal. No way. Dad said last time was the last time. Besides, I can't just think about myself. There's still Luong and Chu Hoa who need money. So, Teet Van Van leaned in close to him and said, Am I doing this for myself? Isn't it also to earn some money for this family? Tuong Min Min roared angrily. But what do you want me to tell Dad? We just took 5,000 yuan not long ago, haven't even earned a single cent, and now you want 10,000. Hearing this, she just laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Teet Van Van like this, he shouted in alarm. Are you crazy? What are you laughing at? She held up a finger, trying to persuade Tuong Min Min. The fair is over now. Our business will definitely get better. If we miss this chance to get rich, won't you regret it? Teet Van Van smiled and persuaded. Besides, once we've made the money, we can just secretly put it back, right? What's more, Mom's health isn't good, and this way, the house won't be in such chaos anymore. Tuong Min Min was a little hesitant, rubbing his chin and saying, this. She immediately puffed out her chest and guaranteed, trust me, selling bell-bottoms is a quick way to make money. That night, in Tuong Min Min's apartment, the whole family was gathered around the dining table. Tuong Vin Quang reached out to pick up some food, looked at Tuong Chu Doa, and advised, Chu Doa, eat more meat, you've gotten thinner lately. Hearing this, she immediately put the meat in her mouth and started chewing. He looked at Tuong Chu Doa and started to say, that Lu Tui fellow isn't right for our family. He's been around, and Dad knows what kind of person he is. Her eyes sparkled, and she replied softly, yes. Tuong Chu Doa looked at Zhang Tan and said, Dad, Mom, my job is about to become a permanent position. Hearing this, she was immediately stunned, shouting in disbelief. Really? Tuong Chu Doa's voice rang out, replying, yes, really. Zhang Tan rubbed her red, swollen eyes, her whole body trembling, repeatedly exclaiming, good, 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 good. The faint light from the street lights outside shone in. Inside the house, Teet Van Van smiled, put her hand firmly on Tuong Chu Doa's shoulder, and said with a laugh, Chu Doa, your relationship with Mom and Dad has just eased up. Take this chance to take Mom and Dad downstairs for a walk. She pushed Tuong Chu Doa out, saying, don't clean up, your sister-in-law is here. She went along with the push, stepping out and repeatedly replying, oh. The door closed immediately. Teet Van Van glanced around and called softly, Min Min, hurry into Dad's room. They're all gone. Tuong Min Min peeked out from behind the door, put a finger to his lips, and said, shoo, keep it down. You keep watch, I'll go in and get it. He pushed the door open and walked in. Tuong Min Min rummaged through the drawer with his hand, and after a moment, he exclaimed, got it. He was holding the passbook. Tuong Min Min clutched the book in his hand, muttering under his breath, Dad, I'll consider this money a loan from you. I'll definitely pay it back. In another small rented room, Chu Vu Fong pushed the door open and walked in. The little girl in the room immediately asked, are you here to rent a room? Hearing this, he replied, that's right. Chu Vu Fong walked further into the house and said, are your parents home? I'm renting for quite a while. I want to see if the price is reasonable. The short-haired girl immediately turned her head and shouted, Mom. A middle-aged woman hurried out, a spatula in her hand, and looked at him, asking, young man, renting a room? Chu Vu Fong held up 2 fingers and replied, ma'am, how much do you normally rent it for? The house at the end of the alley charges 2 yuan a day. He held up both hands and said, ma'am, can you give me a slightly cheaper price? I'll rent it right here. The middle-aged woman held up 1 finger and countered. Then I'll give you a fair price, 180 a day. That's absolutely the lowest price. Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong quickly agreed. Okay. She smiled and asked, young man, how many days are you renting for? He replied softly, 7 days. The middle-aged woman raised her spatula and immediately changed her tone. 7 days doesn't count as a long-term rate, so I'll charge you 190. Chu Vu Fong frowned and thought to himself, this lady is really good at flipping the price. But he could only agree out loud. Okay. That night, the moon was hidden by dark clouds. Chu Vu Fong lay alone on the bed in his room, fast asleep. The next morning, the sun began to rise. At a bus stop, people were crowding onto the bus. On the bus, Chu Vu Fong was squeezed so tightly his whole body trembled, and he thought to himself, is this a Shanghai bus? At the bus stop, he got off, his whole body trembling and unsteady, muttering, I was almost crushed to death. Chu Vu Fong's shod feet stepped forward. He stopped in front of a large building and exclaimed, I'm here. Chu Vu Fong pursed his lips slightly and said, let's start from here. The guard in the small house saw him and called out, hey, what are you looking for? Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong hurriedly asked, sir, I'm from out of town to pick up goods. Which way do I go? The man pointed in a direction and said, oh, picking up goods? Just go straight ahead. He turned to go in that direction, not forgetting to turn back, wave, and shout, yes, thank you, sir. The guard, holding a cup, couldn't help but mumble at the sight. Are all the young bosses this young nowadays? Chu Vu Fong walked in and saw a sign. Inside, people were waiting in a long line for their numbers to be called. A voice rang out, shouting here. Next, Chu Vu Fong approached a group of standing men and asked, sir, excuse me, is this the warehouse for picking up up goods? The man heard him and replied, yes, this is the place. Get in line first. He raised his hand and said with a smile, thanks. A voice echoed in the building. Next, Feng Bao Bao was sitting on a chair, saw Chu Vu Fong walk in and asked, what do you want to order? Hearing this, he smiled and asked, what kinds of goods do you have? I'm a new small vendor. I'm not very familiar with things. The man closed his eyes and listed black and white small floral dresses, sleeveless one-piece dresses, white bao skirts. Chu Vu Fong's gaze flickered to the warehouse next to them, and he exclaimed, oh. He looked to one side and said, that one. Seeing Chu Vu Fong hesitate, Feng Bao Bao immediately got angry. His hand holding the pen stopped abruptly, and he tapped it impatiently. Finally, Feng Bao Bao couldn't take it anymore and roared at him. Are you ordering or not? There's so many people waiting in line behind you. Do you think we're just here to serve you? Chu Vu Fong immediately reached for a cigarette from the pack on his person. He offered 2 cigarettes to the other man, smiling as he asked, my friend, sorry to trouble you. He said, I don't really have a good idea about those clothes yet. Could you let me go in and take a look around? Feng Bao Bao immediately shouted, no smoking in here. The clothes are all flammable. If they catch fire, can you afford to pay for it? A cold gust of wind blew past, and Chu Vu Fong froze on the spot. He quickly pulled back the 2 cigarettes, laughing awkwardly. Oh, haha, I'm not smoking, I'm just holding it in my mouth. Just holding it. Chu Vu Fong clasped his hands together, pleading, my friend, I'm ordering a large quantity of goods. I need to see what they actually look like. Business isn't easy. I hope you can make an exception. Hearing this, Feng Bao Bao waved his hand in agreement. Fine, but you have to wait until everyone else has finished ordering before you can go in and see the samples. Chu Vu Fong smiled and said, okay, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. He quickly stood to the side, watching the crowd continue to line up and go in. The sunlight outside gradually faded. Lu Tannian, carrying many things in both hands, suddenly dropped them all over the ground. He cursed in frustration. Oh, for crying out loud. Chu Vu Fong, who was nearby, quickly ran over and called out, sir, let me help you. Lu Tannian laughed heartily. Oh my. Thank you, young man. He carried a bag of goods and walked alongside the other man, introducing himself. Sir, my name is Chu Vu Fong, and you are? Hearing this, the man smiled and replied, oh, my name is Lu Tannian, yes. Chu Vu Fong smiled at him and asked, Mr. Lu, what's the name of the person who was processing our orders earlier? Lu Tannian immediately answered, him. His name is Feng Bao Bao. Lu Tannian turned his head to look at him and asked probingly, you're from out of town? Is this your first time here too? Chu Vu Fong followed him, smiling as he replied, yes, I'm from Beijing, and it is my first time. Lu Tannian looked at Chu Vu Fong and reminded him in a low voice, no wonder. It's a good thing you didn't offend him earlier. That guy is very petty, and his father is the director of the distribution department. If you offend him, he'll definitely make things difficult for you. Standing next to the other man, he heard this and said with a laugh, is that so? Then I'm really lucky. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Tannian burst out laughing and replied, don't mention it. Lu Tannian climbed onto a tricycle, waved goodbye to Chu Vu Fong. All right then, Mr. Chu, I'm off. Thanks. He turned back and walked step by step in the opposite direction. Chu Vu Fong walked and mumbled to himself. They should be finishing up over there soon. His eyes darted to the side as he calculated to himself. But with Feng Bao Bao's personality, he'll definitely say he's off work and tell me to come back tomorrow afternoon or something to brush me off, making me wait in a long line to order again. Chu Vu Fong looked at the man who was losing his temper and thought to himself, clearly, a newcomer has to be tactful. A little money should do the trick. Feng Bao Bao's gaze flickered towards him. Right after, he raised his hand and ordered, come back in the afternoon. We're closed for lunch. Seeing this, Chu Vu Fong closed his eyes and exclaimed, just as I expected. He silently watched Feng Bao Bao get up from the table. Chu Vu Fong sighed softly. He suddenly jumped up, cursing, oh, for crying out loud. Chu Vu Fong quickly shouted, I'm coming. The cellar door had closed. He walked in, looked around, and said, all right. Feng Bao Bao followed behind Chu Vu Fong, observing carefully. He turned his head to look at Feng Bao Bao and apologized. Mr. Feng, I'm sorry about this afternoon. I was tactless and troubled you. Hearing this, the man raised his hand and asked back, I was just thinking of the other small vendors. It's not easy for them to travel all this way, and you're just standing there. What are others supposed to do? Chu Vu Fong turned his head away, muttering under his breath, so you do know I came all this way. He immediately gave a thumbs up, smiling and praising. Brother Feng, you're right. It was me being impatient. Thank you for telling me all this. How about We go out for a meal this noon. Feng Bao Bao crossed his arms, peeking at Chu Vu Fong with one eye slightly open, and said, that's fine. We can grab a quick bite. Outside a large restaurant, Chu Vu Fong sat looking at Feng Bao Bao opposite him and asked, Brother Feng, I'm ordering quite a large quantity of goods. Can you let me go to the factory later to see our clothing samples? He held up one finger and asked, how much are you planning to order? He held up 4 fingers and replied, for now, about 40,000 yuan. Feng Bao Bao was startled, exclaiming, oh, I couldn't tell. This kid is a big spender. Chu Vu Fong immediately said repeatedly, Brother Feng, you see, for a small merchant like me ordering in such large quantities, can the price be a little lower? With so many goods, the price can definitely be cheaper. He replied with his eyes half closed, but 30 or 50 cents is cheaper, and 1 or 2 yuan is also cheaper. Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong immediately smiled and said, Brother Feng, I understand that. He held up one finger, leaned in close, and asked, how about this? I'll go to the factory this afternoon to see the goods first. As long as there are no problems with the goods, we could discuss it later. Feng Bao Bao immediately patted his chest and assured, of course you can. This afternoon, I'll personally take you to the factory to see the goods. The evening sun shone on the warehouse entrance of the factory. Feng Bao Bao followed Chu Vu Fong into the warehouse, introducing, the samples and inventory are all here. Take a look for yourself. He looked in amazement at the dresses hanging on a nearby clothing rack. Chu Vu Fong reached out to feel the fabric. He felt it for a moment, couldn't help but purse his lips into a smile, and praised inwardly. As expected of a Shanghai garment factory, the styles and quality are both not bad. From a distance, Feng Bao Bao saw Chu Vu Fong standing there trying on clothes and called out, how is it? No problem with the styles, right? Hearing this, he turned his head and asked back, there's no problem with the styles, but after the specific price, let's talk again tonight. Hearing this, he angrily crossed his arms and shouted, what? Chu Vu Fong immediately approached to explain, Brother Feng, I'm definitely taking this batch of goods. You can rest assured about that. He held up one finger and said with a smile, but the quantity is not small. After all, I need to discuss the specific quantities and styles with my company's people. Feng Bao Bao rubbed his chin, musing aloud. Is that so? Hearing this, he reminded him, all right, then I'll go discuss it first. We get off work at 6:30. You can come find me then. Chu Vu Fong quickly agreed. All right. The setting sun illuminated the garment factory building. Chu Vu Fong walked out with his hands in his pockets, muttering to himself. The clothing styles I just noted down are of decent quality, but the purchase price is also high. It comes out to about 15 yuan per piece. He glanced inside, calculating silently. Even if Feng Bao Bao could be pushed down to 14 yuan, with 10,000 used for venue, model, and management costs, the remaining 40,000 would all be used for purchasing goods. Chu Vu Fong looked at his hand and thought, selling at 50 yuan after deducting shipping and other miscellaneous costs, the highest profit would only be around 120,000. He raised his hand to his chin and thought, this is still the most ideal situation. Plus, with Feng Bao Bao in the picture, the variables are huge, and the risks to be faced are also too high. Chu Vu Fong thought to himself, but for now, Feng Bao Bao is someone who cannot be bypassed. The sun was high overhead. At the garment factory, Chu Vu Fong appeared at the same spot. Feng Bao Bao was working. He raised his hand and waved slightly, and the other man turned his head. A glint of joy appeared in Feng Bao Bao's eyes, and he smiled faintly. In the same large restaurant as yesterday, Chu Vu Fong stood beside Feng Bao Bao pouring him wine and asked, Brother Feng, can our factory's modeling team come to Beijing to perform? He raised his wine glass and drank it all. Feng Bao Bao's cheeks were flushed, and he gestured in agreement. Of course, with money, they can go anywhere. You just need to arrange the venue in Beijing, then hire the models to go over. Hearing this, he said softly, is that so? Chu Vu Fong's eyes darted to the side as he began to calculate. Handling the venue myself, where do I find the connections? After the modeling team arrives, there's still the issue of getting them into the venue. And if the promotion isn't done right, the investment will all go down the drain. Feng Bao Bao raised the wine glass in his hand and asked, by the way, little brother, have you finished discussing the order? Chu Vu Fong replied, it's done. Immediately after, his voice rang out as he began to state the prices. Dark-colored coats, purchase price 15 yuan, 100 pieces. Black long dresses with small floral prints, purchase price 15 yuan, 100 pieces. 100 red V-neck women's dresses, purchase price 15 yuan. After hearing this, Feng Bao Bao exclaimed in surprise. It's all high-priced women's clothing? He slammed his wine glass on the table and said, how about this? For a purchase price of 15, I can give you 14. This is the lowest purchase price. Feng Bao's expression darkened as he began to speak. But then he picked up his chopsticks and started stating his condition. I'll take a 20-cent commission for each piece. For your 40,000 yuan batch, that calculates to a saving of 3,000 yuan. For me to take 500 yuan from that isn't much, right? Chu Vufang waved his hand and said, Brother Feng, how many big clients like me do you meet in a year? Feng Bao frowned, agitatedly shouting, What do you mean by that? He said with a straight face, I'm talking business with you. He stood up agitatedly and yelled, Talking business? What on earth do you mean? Chu Vufang raised his hand and said with a placating smile, Brother Feng, please hear me out first. He suddenly stood up, laughed loudly, and began to boast. The reason I've made it this far in Beijing today isn't because of luck, but because I understand Beijing, understand what the girls like to wear, and I understand the market even better. He held up one finger, leaned close to the other man, and said in a low voice, The reason I sought you out today wasn't to discuss this pocket change of a few hundred yuan with you. Feng Bao's face was flushed, and he looked at Chu Vufang in confusion, his mind a blank. He raised both hands, his eyes sparkling, and declared loudly, Even if you meet 4 big clients like me in a year and make 2,000 yuan, what's the point? I want to use your connections and access to organize a model show in Beijing. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, Of course, I'll cover the model fees and venue costs. In addition, I also want to sign a contract with you. Chu Vufang frowned and began to speak. For every piece sold, I'll give you a 5 yuan cut. Once the 40,000 yuan worth of goods are sold, your share will be at least 15,000 yuan. Feng Bao raised his hands and began to calculate. 5 yuan per piece. He held up a finger and added, Brother Feng, all you need to do is say a few words. I can even give you that 500 yuan tomorrow, but you can think about it. Which one ultimately makes more money? Feng Bao pretended to be calm and poured himself some wine, saying, But organizing a model show in Beijing isn't an easy thing to arrange. I thought you were just asking casually earlier. He gripped his wine glass tightly and said, This matter requires the factory director's signature. The factory only uses the modeling team for performances when launching new styles. Feng Bao tilted his head back and drained his glass, saying loudly, Besides, you're just a wholesaler. Although you're ordering a lot, it's not an exceptionally large amount. This matter isn't easy to discuss. Chu Vufang heard that the order wasn't large. He could increase the order quantity. Organizing a model show is precisely to increase effectiveness. As long as it can bring benefits to the Beijing garment factory, then this matter can be discussed. Feng Bao, his face flushed, asked back, How much can you increase the order by? How can you bring significant benefits to the factory? He raised his hand and began to speak. The benefits are just like the contract I mentioned to you earlier. I can sign a contract with the factory director for every piece sold. I'll pay 14 yuan. Even the order quantity. Chu Vufang's voice rang out, saying, We'll sign a new contract. I'll put up 40,000 as collateral during the model show period, even if only one piece is sold. A sample sales contract appeared. Chu Vufang held up one finger and said, I won't even need this 40,000 back. All of this can be written into the contract in black and white. Irrefutable. After hearing this, Feng Bao laughed loudly and asked, Organizing a model show can make that much money? Chu Vufang raised his hand and replied with a smile. There are profits, but of course there are also risks. And the consequence you all have to bear is getting 40,000 for nothing. He scratched his face doubtfully and asked, Is there really such a good deal? Chu Vufang turned and walked towards Feng Bao. He placed a hand on the other's shoulder, patted his chest, and said, Brother Feng, besides that 500 yuan, you'll also get some money for your hard work. Feng Bao asked doubtfully, Money for hard work? Chu Vufang held up one finger and affirmed, That's right. Brother Feng, as long as we successfully negotiate the model show, I'll give you this amount. A full moon hung high in the sky. Chu Vufang stood in front of the building looking at Feng Bao and reminded him, Brother Feng, please give some thought to what we just discussed. After hearing this, he replied, All right, I'll go home and think it over. The lights were still on at Feng Bao's house. Feng Hailai was holding his young grandson, cooing happily, Oh. Feng Bao pushed the door open and called out loudly, Dad, I'm home. Feng Hailai saw him and began to lecture. You've been drinking? Associate less with that crowd. Stay away from them. You hear? Feng Bao was taken aback and said loudly, Yes. His face flushed. He said, Dad, I really wasn't with that crowd today. I was discussing some matters with a client. Feng Hailai immediately shouted angrily, A client? Discussing what? I'm warning you. If you're using my name to take commissions from people, that past incident of being fired for a mistake, Don't you dare act so recklessly. Feng Bao put his hands on his hips and said loudly, Dad, why do you always see me like that? I was discussing legitimate business. His father asked impatiently, discussing what? His voice was heard narrating in the room. Dad, it's like this. After listening, Feng Hai snorted coldly and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? How could there be such a foolish person spending their own money and effort to sell things for our factory? Feng Bao immediately exclaimed, Dad, it's true, although I'm also quite suspicious. But after thinking it over, his father stood up holding his grandson and said without turning back, all right, don't think about this anymore. Just be good and do your job well. Feng Bao leaned back against the sofa. He glanced to the side, thinking to himself, 2 meals, and if this is settled, I'll get 1,000 yuan right away. Feng Bao looked up and muttered, besides, for every piece he sells, I'll earn another 5 yuan. The next morning, at the garment factory, Feng Bao saw Chu Vu Fong walking over and called out, you're here. He immediately beamed, raised his hand, and called out loudly, little Chu, come on, let's go have lunch first. Seeing this, Chu Vu Fong thought to himself, it seems the matter is already halfway to success. 2 simple dishes were on the table. Feng Bao sat opposite, raising his hand and smiling. It's my treat today. I feel bad letting you pay all the time. Seeing this, he turned his head and cursed under his breath. He talks as if we're eating some kind of delicacy. Across from him, Feng Bao held up a finger and said, this afternoon, I'll take you to talk to my father. But the matter between us, no need to tell my father. Chu Vu Fong smiled and replied, no problem. Outside the director's office door, Chu Vu Fong stepped inside and began to speak. Director Feng, let me briefly introduce myself. Time flew by. The clock struck past 12. Feng Hai raised his hand in confusion and asked, I still don't quite understand what you mean. That 40,000 for the goods of the factory, is it ultimately counted as part of the purchase cost? Chu Vu Fong smiled and replied, it's not. He spread his hands and began to give an example. For example, if I hold a fashion show and only sell 1 piece, that 40,000 still goes directly to the factory. The goods shipped to Beijing will also be returned. He raised a hand to his chin, suddenly understanding, so that's how it is. Feng Hai looked at Chu Vu Fong and asked probingly, your name is Chu Vu Fong, right? Hearing this, he calmly replied, yes. He held up 1 finger and said, I have to discuss this matter with Factory Director Liu. The venue must be personally decided by him. If we can't find a venue in Beijing, then nothing else matters. Chu Vu Fong's voice rang out, asking yes. So, when do you think would be a good time for me to come back? Feng Hai quickly replied, tomorrow morning. You 2 come see me together. The next day, at the fashion factory, Feng Bao paced back and forth, anxiously searching. He looked around, thinking to himself, why isn't he here yet? A man walked up to Feng Bao and said loudly, Brother Feng, have you issued the invoice for the 5 floral dresses for me yet? He immediately roared in anger, what's the rush? Aren't I issuing it now? Pay up if you're taking the goods. Suddenly, Chu Vu Fong approached from a distance. Feng Bao saw him and called out happily, oh, you're here. Feng Bao stood up and ran towards him, shouting loudly, Xiao Chu. He looked at Chu Vu Fong and exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Chu, there's hope for that matter. Feng Bao said happily, after you left yesterday, I specifically went to my father and told him you're my brother, asking him to definitely help you. After work, my father told me that Factory Director Liu agreed to discuss it with you in detail. After hearing this, he smiled and said, thank you, Brother Feng. Rest assured, the matter I promised you before, I will definitely not go back on my word. The evening sun shone on the fashion company building. Feng Bao walked beside Chu Vu Fong, smiling and calling out, we can discuss it once we meet Factory Director Liu in a bit. Seeing Feng Hai, he called out, Dad, Xiao Feng is here. Beside him, he also greeted politely, Director Feng, sorry to bother you again. He smiled and replied, Factory Director Liu just finished a meeting. Let's go. I'll take you over. The director of the Beijing garment factory, Liu Dequang, appeared with a smile on his face. Chu Vu Fong politely initiated the greeting. Factory Director Liu, hello, my name is Chu Vu Fong, a longtime individual business owner at the East Market. Liu Dequang placed a hand on his shoulder and said, you're quite a capable young man. Yesterday, I heard from Old Feng about your cooperation proposal. What? You want to use your own money to sell our factory's goods? He immediately replied, yes, I've already brought the money. Liu Dequang was extremely surprised. Oh, I couldn't tell, young man. You're quite well off. He asked, Xiao Chu, right? Why do you want to cooperate with our factory so much? Chu Vu Fong didn't beat around the bush. He said frankly, to make money, of course, Factory Director Liu. Actually, the cooperation plan I'm proposing is also the business model that the Beijing garment factory will need to develop in the future. Lu Duquang's hand, holding a teacup, paused. He asked curiously, "Oh, tell me more." Chu Vufang calmly explained to him, "Let me explain it to you this way. I'm now giving that 40,000 yuan a new name, calling it a franchise fee. This amount is the cost paid to borrow the brand effect of the Beijing garment factory. Since I paid the fee, I now have the right to sell Beijing brand clothing. So my identity has now changed. I'm called your franchisee." Hearing these words, Lu Duquang couldn't help but be astonished. Feng Hailai and Feng Baobao were equally surprised. Chu Vufang continued to explain to everyone, "Using this method, we can continuously attract individual business owners from all over the country to join." A simple mind map was drawn. In the center is the Beijing garment factory. Then individual business owners from all four sides point to it. From there, he continued, "Using this method, we can continuously attract individual business owners from all over the country to join. After these individual business owners become dealers, for every piece of clothing your factory sells, your side can collect a fee." Then he continued to mention, "Based on the saturation rate of each region, we must protect the interests of the franchisees, which means identifying regions and regulating the number of franchisees. 10 in Beijing, 8 in Shanghai, 5 in Guangzhou, 2 in Zhejiang. Do it gradually. The brand's reputation will get higher and higher, and the market share will also grow. Of course, you also have risks that you need to bear." After hearing all this, Lu Duquang listened intently. Chu Vufang knew he didn't quite understand. So he added, "For example, other garment factories might also use this model to attract more businesses to become dealers, thereby lowering the franchise fee. Next, it's about who can best meet the tastes of the consumers. Now, by paying a 40,000 franchise fee, I can utilize the brand effect of the Beijing garment factory to reduce the risk of market competition." Finally, he said confidently, "This is also the purpose of my cooperation." After hearing his speech, Feng Hailai felt extremely proud. Factory Director Lu, "This is the individual business owner I told you about yesterday." Seeing this, Lu Duquang suddenly appeared extremely astonished. Then he turned away, thinking to himself, "Franchise fees, suppliers, this business model, isn't this everything I need?" After thinking, he looked at Chu Vufang and smiled. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked at Chu Vufang and began to ask, "How did you come up with all this?" Chu Vufang said happily, "Factory Director Lu, can we continue discussing our cooperation now?" Feng Hailai and Lu Duquang exchanged glances, and after a moment, they nodded in agreement. Lu Duquang suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." After a while, he looked at Chu Vufang. "Hey, what do you think is the most suitable place to hold the model show?" Waiting for just this moment, Chu Vufang clenched his fist, secretly rejoicing. His eyes lit up, revealing his excitement. He thought to himself, "Success." Then he said in a clear voice, "A shopping mall, rent the first floor space, expand the front rows of seats, arrange them neatly, so that visitors on the upper floors can also look down on the show from above." Next, he handed Feng Bao an envelope. "Brother Feng, this is the 1,000 yuan I mentioned to you before." Feng Bao took it. He checked it briefly. It was full of cash. Feng Bao was so happy he stammered this. "Xiao Feng, this matter," Chu Vufang said cheerfully to him. "You made so much money. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal at a restaurant?" "Brother Feng?" Feng Bao laughed smugly. "Haha, of course. Chu Vufang, let's go. Don't be polite with me today." Next, Chu Vufang pulled him along, adding a few more words as they walked. "Brother Feng, about the agreement between us, maybe you should just tell your father." Feng Bao replied, "Vufang, you don't know how strict my father usually is with me. If he finds out about this money, I won't be able to keep a single cent." Not long after, the two of them had arrived at a restaurant. Feng Bao kept putting food on Chu Vufang's plate, saying, "Shout at Chu, eat." As Chu Vufang ate, he was constantly calculating. In his world, the real turning point for the Beijing garment factory was that model show. The clothes on the runway were sold out. The urgently dispatched goods were also sold out. Now, if the miracle can be repeated, then the revenue will reach 1 million. Thinking of this, the piece of meat he had just picked up paused before it reached his mouth. But Lu Duquang would surely not believe that a model show could create such a huge sales miracle. If the goods are not enough and a second dispatch is needed, then who gets the profit from the second batch of clothes? It's not written in the contract. The concept has become ambiguous. I could take it, or the garment factory could take it. The matter is too troublesome, and Lu Duquang wouldn't agree to write it into the contract. To swallow the entire profit from the second order, I can only rely on Feng Hailai. He has the authority to decide on dispatching goods. At that time, if I directly say that my order has increased, it will be reasonable. Right now, Feng Bao Bao and I have become a community of shared interests. Thinking this, he couldn't help but smirk. The two of them clinked their glasses. Chu Vu Fong suddenly stood up. He held his wine glass, left his seat, and walked over to Feng Bao Bao, calling Brother Feng. Feng Bao Bao was a bit drunk by now, constantly saying, "Xiao Chu, come here, have a drink with me." But in his heart, Chu Vu Fong was thinking, I never expected that giving him 5 yuan would become the key to this matter. He then sat down next to Feng Bao Bao and whispered to him, "Later, we'll go to your house, and then we..." After hearing this, Feng Bao Bao's expression suddenly turned serious. He said, returning to Feng Bao Bao's house. As soon as he opened the door, Feng Bao Bao said happily, "Dad, I'm home." Seeing his son come home drunk, Feng Hailai's face showed displeasure. "Why did you drink again?" Chu Vu Fong, who was following behind him, greeted Director Feng. Seeing him, Feng Hailai's expression softened considerably. He said, "Oh, Xiao Chu is here." Then he stood up and invited him in the house to sit. "Come in, sit inside." Feng Bao Bao then said, "Dad, we came here today because we want to discuss an important matter with you." Feng Hailai was suddenly a little surprised. Oh. The clock showed 9 o'clock. Feng Hailai was sitting and pondering that piece of paper. He stroked his chin, sighing constantly. Feng Bao Bao asked impatiently, "Dad, how is it?" He said seriously, "Bao Bao, resign tomorrow." As soon as he heard this, Feng Bao Bao's mouth fell open in astonishment. Chu Vu Fong smiled. Perhaps he had already anticipated this. Feng Hailai read out the factory's regulation. The factory has a rule: no private dealings with customers. Once discovered, it's immediate dismissal. Feng Bao Bao disagreed. He said, "But Dad, Feng Hailai smiled again. "That's right. It's not a big deal. You and Xiao Chu just focus on doing good business. Even the matter of the second shipment, which concerns Xiao Chu's profit, I will handle it." Chu Vu Fong was waiting for just this sentence. He immediately agreed, "Yes." Then Director Feng, "I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll be heading back now." He nodded happily. All right. At the commercial district, Kang Tian Tai was loudly hawking his wares. Bell-bottoms, selling at a loss to clear stock. Newly imported bell-bottoms, now only 43 yuan a pair. 43, just 43 yuan a pair. Come and get them. As soon as they heard this price, the other stall owners became annoyed. What? Ignoring them, Kang Tian Tai just shouted even louder. "Big sale, come over and buy. Only 43 yuan a pair." This naturally attracted the curiosity of the customers. Seeing this, the angry shop owner shouted, "What a madman, what good will this do you? Kang Tian Tai, you're crazy. Selling bell-bottoms at a loss?" Tuong Min Min shouted, "Kang Tian Tai, you little brat, what do you mean by selling so cheap?" Kang Tian Tai, who was drinking water, was annoyed by the interruption and said, "So damn noisy." He calmly walked over and confidently asked, "What are you all yelling about?" Seeing that his anger might lead him to do something foolish, Teet Van Van comforted him. "Min Min, don't get worked up." Tuong Min Min said nervously, "If he sells like this, I'm afraid we'll be stuck with all our stock. I even got the money from my dad." Another shop owner couldn't help but shout, "Kang Tian Tai, are you crazy?" Kang Tian Tai wasn't flustered at all, instead becoming even more defiant. Hey, it's my freedom to sell for 43 yuan. I just can't stand you unscrupulous merchants cheating consumers. You dare to sell a pair of pants for 110 yuan. Hearing this, the customers continuously showed their support. The boss is so nice. Someone even gave him a thumbs up. This comrade really thinks about his common folk. Hearing these words, Tuong Min Min was like fuel added to a fire. He trembled with anger and even cursed. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." He quickly ran over. Seeing that he was about to cause trouble, Teet Van hurriedly stopped him. "Min Min, what are you doing? Don't get worked up." As soon as he reached Kang Tian Tai, Tuong Min Min said aggressively, "Kang Tian Tai." Seeing his furious expression, Kang Tian Tai said in a mocking tone, "What's wrong? Jealous? I just don't want you unscrupulous merchants to make money." Tuong Min Min glared at him. Kang Tian Tai started to provoke him. "Are you going to hit me?" Just as he wished, Tuong Min Min officially made his move. A crisp slap echoed. It was followed by the sound of Kang Tian Tai's water cup falling. Tuong Min Min gave him a push, and Kang Tian Tai fell backward onto the ground, letting out a cry, "Ah." After hitting him, Tuong Min Min pointed at him and cursed, "You son of a bitch, you dog." However, this was exactly his goal. He suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Then Kang Tian Tai pretended to be the victim. He pointed at Tuong Min Min, who had just hit him, and shouted aggrievedly, "An unscrupulous merchant is hitting someone. He wants to beat me to death." Tuong Min Min didn't expect to be set up. He asked angrily, What? Kang Tian Tai's underlings took the opportunity to chime in. "He's hitting someone. Get him." Several large men appeared out of nowhere. surrounding Tuong Min Min, while cursing. What do you think you're doing? Acting like a hooligan? Don't move. With his arms twisted behind his back, Tuong Min Min tried to explain, no, it's not like that. Let me go. Kang Tien Tai got up and said loudly, yes, he is acting like a hooligan. Quick, call the police, comrades. Deal with him severely. Hearing this, Tuong Min Min was stunned. Deal with me severely? Without any hesitation, Tuong Min Min was dragged away helplessly by the crowd. Come with us to see the police. Seeing this, Teet Van Van ran over and said, what are you doing? Let my husband go. Kang Tien Tai stood behind, watching this scene with great satisfaction. He said, you're still too green to play with me. Tuong Vin Quang's voice echoed throughout the building. What? Arrested for hooliganism? Then he'll lose his job, won't he? Teet Van Van said worriedly, Dad, he's been taken to the police station. What do we do now? Hearing this, Tuong Vin Quang's legs became unsteady and he trembled. He's been arrested? Tuong Chu Doa quickly supported him, Dad. He said with a trembling hand, we'll go to the police station first. With that, he forced himself to walk. Tuong Chu Doa looked at him with a pained expression. Then she turned to ask her sister-in-law about the situation. What on earth happened? Teet Van Van recounted. Min Min got too worked up, and then he hit Kang Tien Tai. His hand, about to reach for the doorknob, stopped upon hearing that hateful name. Tuong Vin Quang's expression changed, revealing a murderous look as he said, Kang Tien Tai, he's not an easy person to deal with. At the police station, as the three of them walked in, a policeman spoke up and asked, Comrade, what can I do for you? Tuong Vin Quang calmly replied, Hello, comrade policeman. I am Tuong Vin Quang from the Cultural Bureau. My son had a little misunderstanding with someone earlier and was brought here. The policeman asked, Who is your son? Tuong Vin Quang said softly, Tuong Min Min. As soon as he heard that, the policeman angrily slammed the table. He shouted loudly, Him? What misunderstanding? He has already confessed. I arrested him myself after investigating. Then he stated Tuong Min Min's crime. This kid assaulted someone without reason in a public place. The person who was beaten is now in the hospital. There was a crowd of people at the scene who testified against him. How did it become a misunderstanding when you say it? Tuong Vin Quang didn't think so. He quickly grabbed the policeman's hand. That's not it, comrade policeman. He looked straight at the other man and began to explain, My son, I know he's a good kid, just a bit impulsive. That policeman immediately shook off his hand. He's 30 years old. Is he still a kid? He even lectured. Besides, hitting someone without reason in a crowd. If this isn't hooliganism, what is? You're really something. Tuong Vin Quang didn't know what to do, but Teet Van Van was terrified. Dad, what do we do now? If this continues, Min Min will really lose his job. Tuong Vin Quang suddenly asked seriously, Where is that Kang Tien Tai now? Teet Van Van immediately said, He's probably still at the People's Hospital. At the People's Hospital, Kang Tien Tai was bandaging his own head, laughing as he did so. Haha. The nurse saw this and said, puzzled, There's nothing wrong with your head. You really don't need to bandage it. Tuong Vin Quang pushed open the door to the hospital room and started by asking, Kang Tien Tai, are you all right? As soon as he saw him, Kang Tien Tai asked suspiciously, Who are you? Tuong Vin Quang smiled kindly and said, I am Tuong Min Min's father. The moment he heard this name, Kang Tien Tai suddenly had a severe headache. He cried out, Oh my God, my head hurts so much. Ouch, my whole body hurts. The son of an official acting like a hooligan, hitting people whenever he wants. Not expecting things to turn out this way, Tuong Vin Quang felt extremely scared. He bowed his head and said, Boss Kang, it was wrong of Tuong Min Min to hit you. But young people can be a bit impulsive. It doesn't mean he's a hooligan. Hearing this, Kang Tien Tai impatiently yelled, Nonsense. He started to argue. You leaders really know how to talk. When you hit people, it's impulsiveness. When we hit people, it's hooliganism. Tuong Vin Quang was in a bit of a difficult position. Boss Kang, not letting him hesitate, Kang Tien Tai screamed, wailing loudly, Oh my God, hurts so much. There's no justice in this world. Tuong Vin Quang immediately clasped his hands to negotiate. Boss Kang, our Tuong family are not unreasonable people. For hitting you this time, we must certainly compensate you. How much do you think is reasonable? Then you can have a word with the police. Just say it was a moment of youthful impulsiveness, and we'll consider this matter settled. After hearing this, Kang Tien Tai put on a pitiful act. Oh, I'm just afraid there might be some after effects. Unlike you great leaders, who all have iron rice bowls. What if one day I suddenly faint? What will my wife and children do? Tuong Vin Quang then offered a number. How about this? Will 200 yuan in compensation be alright? Kang Tian-tai wailed again, showing his dissatisfaction. Oh my god, it hurts so much. A hooligan hit me. This made Tuong Vin Quang flustered. He bowed his head and asked quietly, then how much compensation do you want? The smile on Kang Tian-tai's face gradually turned wicked. He named a sky-high price, demanding 2,000 yuan. Then, he added, if it's less than 2,000, this matter isn't over. Faced with this exorbitant price, both Tuong Vin Quang and Teet Van Van were stunned. What? Teet Van Van angrily shouted. Don't you think you're going too far? Kang Tian-tai said, it's fine if you don't compensate. Then just let that Tuong Min Min be branded a hooligan and rot in jail. Although he was very angry, for his son's sake, Tuong Vin Quang had to say, all right. Hearing this, Teet Van Van called out in a difficult tone, Dad. Tuong Vin Quang gritted his teeth and said, 2,000 yuan, I'll give it. As they left the hospital, Teet Van Van began to question him. Dad, why did you agree to his terms, Dad? Tuong Vin Quang's face was full of misery. He said, what's done is done. There's no use talking about it now. There's still some money at home. I'll go get it. Teet Van Van suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt. Dad. She looked at him sorrowfully. The money at home is all gone. Hearing this, he stared at her blankly. Huh? Dad. Teet Van Van then pleaded softly, Dad, listen to me. Please don't be angry. Dad, last time to restock the goods, Min Min, he took the money from under your bed to pay for the goods in advance. Like a bolt from the blue, Tuong Vin Quang was stunned and asked again, what did you say? Then, he roared in anger, how dare you? That was all the emergency money for Xiao Hua and Liang Liang. How could you be so selfish, not leaving them anything at all? Dad, unable to say a word, Teet Van Van dropped to her knees with a thud. She hugged his leg and said loudly, we were truly wrong. We weren't thinking straight at the time. It was just a moment of folly. Dad, please see if you can raise the money from somewhere. Min Min can't lose his job. Otherwise, what will we do in the future? Tuong Vin Quang was furious. He pushed her hand away and shouted, get lost. He turned and said, raise it? That's 2,000 yuan. Where am I supposed to raise that for you? Teet Van Van cried loudly, Dad, Min Min is your own son. Are you really going to watch him suffer and do nothing? Dad, boo-hoo. Seeing his daughter-in-law crying miserably behind him, Tuong Vin Quang couldn't bear it for a moment. He gathered his courage and said, let's go to the hospital. Hearing this decision, Teet Van Van asked blankly, Dad, aren't we going to borrow money anymore? Why are we going back to the hospital now? Tuong Vin Quang bit his lips so hard they were about to bleed and said, borrow. Then, he flew into a rage, scolding Teet Van Van to her face. 2,000 yuan. Who are you going to borrow it from? Do you think money is easy to come by? You think every family has that much money to lend you? Teet Van Van was scolded to the point of tears. She said, Dad, so what should we do now? Tuong Vin Quang turned around and replied bitterly, write an IOU. As soon as Kang Tian-tai heard this, he asked, not understanding, huh? Write an IOU? He looked displeased. What good is an IOU to me? What if you go back on your word and deny it? Tuong Vin Quang replied awkwardly, we won't. I definitely won't go back on my word. Tuong Vin Quang suddenly pulled out a card, saying to Kang Tian-tai, Boss Kang, this is my work ID. I am the director of the Bureau of Culture of Cheat High City. If you go to my workplace and cause a scene, are you afraid I won't give you the money? Kang Tian-tai read the information inside and couldn't help but be startled. The Bureau of Culture director? Feeling that the position was not small, he said cautiously, since Director Tuong has spoken, I must also give you some face. But the IOU can't be for 2,000. He even emphasized it has to be 2,500. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuong Vin Quang's face immediately turned pale. 2,500? Teet Van Van felt it was very unfair. Shouting, Kang Tian-tai, don't go too far. Hold on. Kang Tian-tai shrugged. You don't agree? If you don't agree, then forget it. Then let Tuong Min Min be branded a hooligan and rot in jail. Not wanting his son to end up like that, Tuong Vin Quang immediately raised his hand in agreement. Don't. 2,500 it is. I'll write this IOU. Very quickly, an IOU with his thumbprint was written. Holding the paper in his hand, King Tian-tai laughed gleefully. Haha, Director Tuong is the reasonable one here. Although Tuong Vin Quang's heart ached, he still forced a laugh with him. Ha ha ha. Elsewhere, Feng Hai Lai had just finished speaking with Chu Vu Fong. That's about it. Chu Vu Fong immediately replied, yes, okay. Director Feng, I've noted it all down. He smiled happily and said, that's right. Let Bao Bao go with you. You two are partners, so you should do this together. That's right. Chu Vu Fong became excited. He put his arm around Feng Bao Bao's shoulder and said, exactly. I was just thinking of bringing Brother Feng along. Next, He made another request. Oh right, Director Feng, about the model team. Can you let me go take a look? To pick a few well-known models. Feng Hailai looked at him, puzzled. Well-known? Where do we get well-known models? They are all originally female workers from the factory. Chu Feng then said two names. Ngudan Dan. Nay Nana, are these two here? This made him even more curious. In the practice room, the first thing that caught the eye were endless long legs. They were wearing high heels and practicing diligently. No Yu led Chu Feng over, saying, "Ahead is the model team's practice room." As she spoke, No Yu opened the door to the practice room, introducing to him, "Inside here is the model practice room." Seeing a stranger, the models all turned their heads curiously to look at him. No Yu enthusiastically pointed at them and said, "The one with her hair tied up and the one with short hair are Ngudan Dan and Nana." After hearing this, Chu Feng replied with a sound. He quietly observed them from a distance. The black sunglasses made Chu Feng look more handsome than usual. He smiled and thought to himself, "Not bad, it's these two." According to his memory, in his past life, Ngudan Dan and Nana were both huge stars. With the two of them, this performance is bound to be a success. Moreover, if they are the stars of tomorrow, then on our first meeting, I must leave them with the impression of a handsome guy. Thinking of this, his smile became even more mischievous. Then, he put on a very imposing air and greeted them. "Hello, everyone." Seeing his strange behavior, the models couldn't help but be surprised. Nana was trying to hold back her laughter, but his comical appearance still made her unable to resist bursting out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha." Ngudan also let out a long laugh. "He's so funny." Seeing this, No Yu said, "Mr. Chu, the girls are all very happy to see you." Chu Feng felt a bit embarrassed, saying, Is that so?" Then, an endless burst of laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha ha." If there were a hole nearby, Chu Feng would definitely jump into it. He blushed with embarrassment, wondering inwardly, "What the hell is wrong with me? Why am I so shy?" After laughing enough, Ngudan Dan coughed lightly twice. Ahem ahem. Then, she seriously introduced herself. "Hello, Boss Chu. I am Ngudan Dan, the captain of the model team. I welcome you on behalf of the model team." This was followed by a round of enthusiastic applause from the girls. Feeling less embarrassed, Chu Feng spoke up. Thank you for everyone's welcome." 3 days later, No Yu suddenly cut him off, which surprised him a little. "Our garment factory will hold a large-scale ordering performance in Beijing, selecting 12 people. Ngudan Dan, Nana, you two will be in charge of selecting the other 10 people." Chu Feng silently praised this No Yu. She knew I especially needed these two, so she let them be in charge of selecting the people. This way, no one's feelings would be hurt, truly full of experience. The girls all agreed. Okay. Nana silently wondered, "Why am I suddenly being asked to choose people? And we have to go to Beijing?" Suddenly, she noticed Chu Feng staring at her and became wary. As Chu Feng watched, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Ngudan Dan is very energetic, while Nana is graceful with an aura befitting a cool goddess. Ngudan Dan shyly reminded him, "Boss Chu, what are you looking at?" Chu Feng didn't realize that his recent expression looked very suspicious. Being reminded, he blushed. He started to get flustered, thinking to himself, "I'm done for. Once I focus, I forget everything else. I stared at the girl for too long." So, he seriously got to the point. "Well then, Captain Ge, I'll trouble you to select the performance team. I'll be leaving first." No Yu quickly said, "Boss Chu, there's still some things to." Chu Feng didn't dare to stay long, quickly walking out of the practice room, saying before he left, I'll make a move first. Make a move first." Ngudan Dan put her hands on her hips. Not normal. Nana also agreed. "That's right, acting like a rogue. You can tell he's not a good person at a glance." Ngudan Dan suddenly teased her. "Nana, that boss just now didn't take a fancy to you, did he? Look at his eyes. They lit up when he looked at you." Nana was startled. She blushed bright red. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ngudan Dan continued to tease. It's true, I saw it too." Hearing this, the girls couldn't help but laugh. "Ahaha." Nana angrily shouted, "All of you shut up." In the evening, on the wide highway, Chu Feng sat in a yellow container truck. Looking at the scenery outside, he thought to himself, "It'll be 12 o'clock soon. We can get ready to enter Beijing." A moment later, 2 yellow container trucks arrived. He said loudly, "Stack all the goods neatly for me." Then he filled out the warehouse entry form. At this time, Lai Ka Tang was urging the workers, hurry up, pick up the pace. After this trip, we're done. Chu Vufang suddenly spoke up and asked, "Oh right, brother Lai." Lai Ka Tang replied with a sound, "Yeah." Chu Vufang then said, "After this shipment is unloaded, I'll have to trouble you to make another trip overnight to the garment factory to pick up another batch of goods." Lai Ka Tang replied casually, "When the time comes, just go directly to Director Feng to sign a form. Then take this order form to the factory to pick up the goods." Chu Vufang said sheepishly, "My memory has been so bad lately. I forgot what Director Feng assigned." Lai Ka Tang was suspicious. "Boss Chu wants to take so much? Is there no problem with the quantity?" Chu Vufang replied cheerfully, "No problem. Director Feng has already signed it. You can rest assured." Without any suspicion, Lai Ka Tang immediately agreed. "Okay." After finishing, Lai Ka Tang shouted, "Clean everything up. Get ready to go back." Suddenly, footsteps were heard from behind. Tak and Hong suddenly greeted, "Boss Chu, the goods have all arrived." Chu Vufang replied excitedly, "They've all arrived. Which shipment is it?" Hearing this, Tak and Hong praised him. "Boss Chu is young and talented, with great ambition, coming here to organize a model show to sell clothes." Chu Vufang immediately replied, "General Manager Ta, you're too kind. If it weren't for Director Luke's help, I wouldn't dare." Then, being busy, he told him to wait a moment. "I need to give Brother Lai a few instructions." Then he turned around, waved goodbye to Lai Ka Tang. "Brother Lai, travel safely." Chu Vufang casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes and said cheerfully, "I only have one pack of cigarettes left. Let's share one for each of the brothers. Smoke it later when you set off to stay awake." As he was about to reach out and take it, Lai Ka Tang suddenly noticed that what Chu Vufang was handing over was not just a pack of cigarettes. There was also some cash tucked inside. Lai Ka Tang paused for a moment. After taking it, an enthusiastic smile appeared on his face. "Haha, then thank you for your kindness, Boss Chu." Lai Ka Tang even put his arm around Chu Vufang's shoulder, adding excitedly, "Boss Chu, for the shipment that Director Feng signed for, we will work day and night and try to deliver it to you within 4 days." After hearing this, Chu Vufang replied, "Thank you." Lai Ka Tang turned his head and said to his brothers, "Brothers, let's go. Time to head back." After finishing with Lai Ka Tang, Chu Vufang continued talking to Ta Ken Hong. "General Manager Ta, let's go. There's still some things to check." He whispered as he walked. "General Manager Ta, tomorrow we." The next morning, Ta Ken Hong found Chu Vufang to report on the progress. "We finished setting up the stage a long time ago, but you'll have to wait until closing time tonight to do the full rehearsal." Chu Vufang agreed. That's how it has to be. Then, Ta Ken Hong turned his head and asked, "Are the models all arranged?" Chu Vufang replied cheerfully, "All arranged. Just let them rest. They can come over tonight." After hearing this, he waved his hand to leave. "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be going." "Yes," Chu Vufang replied enthusiastically. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, General Manager Ta." At this moment, he suddenly felt a little nervous. He thought to himself, "In my past life, Ngudan Dan and Nay Na Na only became famous after 84. Now it's a year earlier. I wonder if it will have the same effect." As he walked, he couldn't help but calculate the cost for the venue, transportation, and various other expenses. "I don't have much money left. Luckily, there are no other expenses for now." Looking at the grand stage in front of him, he said with determination, "No matter what, this time must be a success." After that, he directly started instructing Feng Bao Bao, "Install it securely. Wait a minute, it's crooked." "Yes, just like that, that's good." No Yu suddenly appeared. As soon as she saw him, she came forward to greet him. "Boss Chu, you're here too?" Hearing her voice, Chu Vufang turned around. "You're here?" No Yu replied, "We're all here." He gave a gentle smile. "Are these two the hosts?" The young man in the black suit said, "That's right." The girl in the red dress raised her hand and said, "Hello, Boss Chu." Chu Vufang handed them a piece of paper, saying, "These are the new lines prepared for you too. Please familiarize yourselves with them quickly." The girl in the red dress took the paper and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, new lines?" Chu Vufang immediately replied, "That's right. Please take a look right away." No Yu suddenly noticed. In the distance, Feng Bao Bao was whistling while carrying things. She thought to herself, "Feng Bao Bao, didn't he already resign? Why is he here?" "Boss Chu, the lights have all been tested." Hearing that, Chu Vufang gave a thumbs up and said, "Good." Next, he shouted, You can call the models over now." No Yu immediately replied, "Oh, okay." A moment later, the models arrived where Chu Vufang was. As soon as he saw them, he waved and called out, "Girls, over here." Then, he casually introduced, Everyone, the performance outfits are all ready, and I will assign them to you. Dan was a bit surprised. You're assigning them? Isn't this No You Use job? No You Use said cheerfully. This time, just follow Boss Chu's arrangements. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. After a moment, Dan had to agree. She said, all right then, since Boss Chu is the one paying for the show, he can have it his way. Without wasting time, Chu Vu Fong took out a blue dress and said in Dan, try this one on, see if the size fits. Dan took the floral dress. Extremely excited. Boss Chu's eye for clothes isn't bad. Nana replied, a little unhappy. It also depends on who's wearing it. Not long after, the task of distributing the performance outfits was completed. Chu Vu Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's done. Choosing clothes according to these girls' figures is really not an easy task. Suddenly, a noise from the stage area caught his attention. His expression turned unhappy. This is outrageous. He pointed at them and yelled, did I pay to bring you here so you could laugh and joke around with each other? Being reprimanded so loudly. Dan looked astonished. No You also instinctively turned her head. At this moment, Chu Vu Fong was furiously scolding the models on stage. Let me tell you, Luke Duk Kwong arranged this performance, but he used my money. The outfits here, the entire venue, it's all my money. What kind of attitude is that you're showing me? He was fuming, shouting without holding back. I am promoting your factory, including the reputation of your modeling team. You need to understand this clearly. Because Chu Vu Fong was speaking the truth, Na and Dan could only listen in silence. Chu Vu Fong said angrily, anyone who dares to slack off, I'll call Luke Duk Kwong right now and have you get lost immediately. Seeing no one react, he yelled, what are you still standing there dazed for? We only have one evening. The show is tomorrow. If you're not doing a dress rehearsal, what are you doing? Hearing this, Dan pulled herself together, quickly turned, and said to her sisters, get up, everyone. Let's use this time for the dress rehearsal. After that, he said coldly to the two hosts, I'll go over the script with you two. The girl in the red dress was startled and replied, yes. The young man in the suit was also startled. Okay. The next day, the stage lights quickly came on, shining on the two hosts. The male host cheerfully began, dear distinguished guests. Dear friends, the female host fluently continued, good evening, everyone. The male host said cheerfully, in this sweltering summer, dear friends, we are here today hoping to drive away the heat and bring a bit of coolness to everyone. Below the stage, everyone listened attentively. The female host enthusiastically introduced, this is a trend-setting fashion show. This is a lavish visual feast. Then, the male host spoke, this is an unforgettable moment. This is a flame that ignites passion. After that, they both said in unison, and now, please welcome the angels of the stage, the beautiful models. They use their steps to express beautiful youth, use their figures to interpret the elements of trend. The audience below the stage was full of anticipation. The male host said in a loud voice, please welcome our beautiful models to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Na, in a sparkling yellow one-piece dress, walked out radiantly. Her stunning beauty made everyone in the audience gasp in admiration. Wow. Immediately after was Dan. She wore a short skirt paired with a white long-sleeve top, looking even sweeter. This sweet appearance officially set the audience ablaze. So beautiful. Wow, another one. Seeing the audience's reaction, Chu Vu Fong felt very satisfied. He smiled and said, all right. His eyes lit up. The atmosphere is hyped up. This is the effect I wanted. Then, he signaled towards the backstage. Prepare the next segment. The female host immediately nodded, but the audience below the stage became even more enthusiastic, continuously shouting, another one, so beautiful. The male host stepped onto the stage and asked everyone to be quiet. Audience members, please be quiet for a moment. Then, he added, the exciting performances are still to come. He happily announced some very exciting news. But before that, our Beijing garment factory has prepared a special benefit for everyone. The female host played along and asked curiously, oh, a benefit? What kind of benefit? This also piqued the audience's interest. The male host acted very enthusiastically. Oh my, you don't know? The outfits our models just wore, the audience present today can also buy them. The female host asked in astonishment, what? The latest summer collection? Everyone here can buy them. The male host immediately continued, that's right. The outfits are designed by a famous American designer, exactly the same as what our models are wearing, available only today. Then, he emphasized once more, you could buy them right here. The female host asked, so what about the price? How much is it? The male host immediately replied, the price is something you definitely won't expect. The audience below was full of anticipation. anticipation. The male host said in a loud voice, "All styles, only 100 yuan. One price for all, only 100 yuan. The female host looked astonished. 100 yuan? Is it really only 100 yuan? Isn't our factory making any profit? Then, in the audience, No Yu started to complain a little. The clothes the models are wearing are indeed very beautiful, but 100 yuan? The friend next to her immediately replied, "That's right, it feels a bit expensive." Suddenly, Chu Vufang shouted wrong. He yelled from the audience, "The price is wrong." Then, he walked onto the stage and said loudly, "The price for the clothes was announced incorrectly. One piece should be at least 110 yuan. Then, he acted extremely angry and said, "At 100 yuan, our factory won't make a single cent." The male host immediately retorted, "Didn't we say we'd sell at factory price? That our garment factory doesn't need a profit?" Chu Vufang said angrily, "Who told you that? We have to sell them for 110 yuan apiece." The male host looked awkwardly at the audience, then said, "So what should we do? We've already told the customers that the 100 yuan price is a benefit." Chu Vufang disagreed. He firmly objected. "No way. It must be changed to 110 yuan. Faced with Chu Vufang's insistence, Feng Bao Bao's voice suddenly rang out with surprising volume. "All right." He walked out from backstage. "General Manager Chu, if the host has already announced the price, then let's just consider it a benefit for our friends in Beijing." Chu Vufang acted very regretful, but Feng Bao pointed to the audience and replied, "To announce it and then change it, isn't that deceiving the customers? We have to be mindful of our factory's image." Then Feng Bao quickly put his arm around his shoulder to comfort him. "All right, let's just sell at this price. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Hearing that, Chu Vufang sighed repeatedly. Sigh. Hearing this, the audience below all agreed. "How can you change the price? Get off the stage." Well done. Public opinion was developing in a good direction. So the male host spoke up. "All right, those who want to buy, please line up over there. The clothes are exactly the same as what the models wore. You just need to register your size." The female host happily repeated the price. At factory price, 100 yuan apiece. And so, the audience swarmed over. Oh, look, the factory must be taking a big loss this time." A woman in a beige top said happily, "I'll take a number 1. The one the first model wore." The woman in blue next to her immediately placed an order. "Give me a number 7, the one the tallest model wore." Backstage, Feng Bao couldn't help but say joyfully, "Selling so well like this, for every piece sold, I get 5 yuan." A salesperson enthusiastically said loudly, "Everyone, no need to rush. Since we promised everyone a benefit, we will definitely only sell it to you for 100 yuan. Our Beijing garment factory will not go back on its word. Everyone please line up in an orderly fashion." Chu Vufang gave a satisfied smile. "Haha." Good Dan couldn't help but be amazed. She was secretly amazed it can actually sell this well. She turned to Chu Vufang, thinking to herself, "This boss Chu, he's not simple." At this moment, next to the show's booth, people were crowded together in a mob, scrambling to buy things faster. "Give me a number 9. I want number 12. Here's the money. I'm buying number 11. Here's the money. Take it quickly." Chu Vufang watched from a distance, calculating in his head. At this rate, this batch of clothes will sell out soon. The second shipment should be on its way. It can arrive the day after tomorrow in the evening. This isn't the stock your factory called to order, but the extra I ordered in advance. 2 hours later, a salesperson ran backstage, reporting to Feng Bao in a panic. "Brother Feng, we're out of stock. The customers are causing a scene." To think the stock would sell out within 2 hours. This astonished Feng Bao. "What? Sold out?" Then he quickly ran onto the stage and suddenly announced loudly, "The stock is sold out. Everyone doesn't need to line up anymore." Hearing that the stock was sold out, the people at the back of the line were very dissatisfied, scolding nonstop. "What kind of people are you? We've been lining up for so long, and you just say it's sold out? When you started selling, you told us not to rush, and now you say it's sold out." Then they all demanded, "No way, you have to figure something out." "That's right, figure something out." Faced with this firm demand, Feng Bao quickly replied, "Everyone, no need to rush. The stock is on its way. Anyone who wants to buy our clothes, please come back the day after tomorrow. We will still be selling here." Then he added, "For the stock on the day after tomorrow, I guarantee the style and quality will be exactly the same as today's." The women heard this and asked, "What about the price?" "That's right, what's the price? You have to be clear about this." Feng Bao immediately replied, "You can all rest assured about this. Since we promised everyone, we won't increase the price by a single cent. We'll still sell it to you at the factory price of 100 yuan. The performance was a complete success. Chu Vufang quickly said to everyone, "Everyone has worked hard." The people working for him all replied cheerfully, "It's nothing. It's our job. It's what we should do. We just didn't expect the stock to sell so quickly." Then, Chu Vu Fong then looked at Feng Bao Bao. Brother Feng, have you collected all the money for the goods? Later we'll count it again, then check the accounts. Feng Bao Bao, hugging the money bag, replied happily, it's done. All the money has been collected. No Yu excitedly said to her models, oh my, I can't believe our modeling team got interviewed this time, and the captain and Nana even got on TV. I didn't expect this boss Chu to be so capable. One person replied, that's right. That's right, Chu Vu Fong instructed. Could everyone please move all the bags in the office, then call Manager Shui up? Jiang Dehai immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go get Manager Shui right away. And Nana was staring intently at Chu Vu Fong. Seeing this, Nyo Dandan patted her on the back and teased, what are you looking at? You're in a daze. And Nana shyly turned away, saying petulantly to Nyo Dandan, Dandan, you scared me. Nyo Dandan looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Boss Chu is quite impressive, isn't he? Nana. And Nana said sulkily, what does it have to do with me? Deciding not to tease her anymore, Nyo Dandan said, all right, we have to go back early tomorrow. Let's go pack our things. And Nana replied shyly, I know. A moment later, Chu Vu Fong spoke up. Is everyone here? At this time, there were 3 bags of money on the table. He crossed his arms and said, well then everyone, let's begin. One by one, the bags were opened, revealing stacks of crisp banknotes inside. Without being told, everyone took a stack and quickly started counting the money. Before long, neat stacks of cash were arranged on the table. Jiang Dehai happily reported, my count is correct, 10,000 per stack, for a total of 500,000. Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong said, very good. Feng Bao Bao couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed in astonishment, 500,000? In one day? Shui Tailong quickly spoke up, Boss Chu, there's no problem with the payment for the goods. According to our agreement, you need to pay our garment factory 70,000. Chu Vu Fong replied enthusiastically, no problem. It's all clearly stated in the contract. He added, but this bonus definitely won't stop at just that amount. After hearing this, Shui Tailong looked at him with a puzzled expression. Huh, Boss Chu, what do you mean it won't stop at that amount? Chu Vu Fong calmly explained, there's another shipment on its way. Once we sell all those clothes, it will be the same as before. I'll give you a commission according to the contract. Shui Tailong was stunned. What? It's already been shipped? Chu Vu Fong said, that's right. As soon as the trade fair started, I discussed it with Director Fong. A new shipment is on its way, expected to arrive the night after tomorrow, and we'll start selling the morning after that. At that time, I'll have to trouble everyone to work hard for a few more days. Shui Tailong stood there dumbfounded, finding everything that was happening a bit hard to believe. In the factory director's office, Lu Daguang, who had been on the phone for a while, suddenly exclaimed in shock. What? He shot up from his seat and asked again, 5,000 pieces sold out in one night? Shui Tailong reported nervously, yes, that scene wasn't selling, it was a frantic scramble. Moreover, this event has really built a reputation for our garment factory. In the evening, reporters even came for an interview. Lu Daguang smirked. This Boss Chu, he's really not simple at all. Shui Tailong looked around, and seeing no one, lowered his voice into the phone. Director Lu, there's one more thing I need to report to you. After selling out this batch, Chu Vu Fong ordered another 5,000 pieces. It was Director Fong who signed for it. After hearing this, Lu Daguang asked, did you know about this? Then he showed a look of delight and said, Director Fong signed for it? When did this happen? Shui Tailong replied softly, probably last night. Director Lu, since the clothes are selling so well, I think we can completely cut this Boss Chu Vu Fong out and sell them ourselves. Even though Director Fong signed it, isn't Chu Vu Fong still in Beijing? There's no way his name could be on the shipping slip. This shipment can be considered as one we shipped ourselves, having nothing to do with Chu Vu Fong at all. Hearing these words, Lu Daguang suddenly fell silent. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Shui Tailong asked impatiently, Director Lu, are you listening? Lu Daguang reminded him that Boss Chu Vu Fong is very meticulous. He drafted the original contract himself. Do you think he would leave such a big loophole? This second order, he must have already signed it long ago. With that, he slammed his hand on the table, a clear glint of hostility in his eyes, and snorted coldly. This old Fong Shilai? Early the next morning, Jiang Dehai called out, Boss Chu, you have a phone call. He pointed to the phone and said, it's Director Lu. After Chu Vu Fong picked up the phone, he quickly moved away. Boss Chu, I'll get back to work now. Chu Vu Fong calmly took a deep breath and picked up the receiver. Director Lu, you were looking for me? Outside the door, Shui Tailong was standing there, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. Lu Daguang said enthusiastically, Boss Chu, congratulations. I didn't expect so much stock to sell out in one night. Chu Vu Fong replied excitedly, Director Lu, It's all thanks to the influence of our garment factory and the performance of the modeling team as well. I must thank you. I hope you'll give me a chance to go back and treat our workers to a meal. Lu Deguang gave a faint laugh. Then this meal of yours won't be cheap, will it? Ha ha ha. Oh, right. Your shipment sold out in one night. Do you need more? I can send you another batch. Just from this question, Chu Vufang secretly realized that Lu Daguang already knew about him and Feng Shilai secretly signing the contract. On his end, Lu Daguang still sounded cheerful and excited. Of course, since it's a contract, the profit sharing will still follow our previous agreement. Chu Vufang paused for a moment. Yes. He thought to himself, he's trying to test my attitude before deciding how to deal with Feng Shilai. Chu Vufang replied cautiously, Director Lu, thank you for your kind offer. But actually, Lu Daguang laughed in reply, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Oh, so that's how it is. I really didn't expect that you guys had already placed an order in advance. Chu Vufang said carefully, yes, I mentioned this to Director Feng before. We had a few drinks at the time, and he nodded in agreement. Lu Daguang's expression turned a little unpleasant. He said, all right, from now on, if you need anything, just tell me directly. There will be some adjustments to positions in the factory soon. Director Feng might be transferred to another position. Yes, Chu Vufang replied, I understand. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He thought to himself, he's a smart man. After all, no matter how our relationship changes in the future, interests will always come first. At that very moment, a tense confrontation between him and Lu Daguang had quietly begun. In the evening, Lu Daguang's voice was heard. All right, I understand. He had just hung up, and the phone call left him deep in thought. This was also within my expectations. The next day, the television screen was replaying the fashion show from a few days ago. After reconciling the accounts, Feng Bao gave a thumbs up and said cheerfully, the second shipment of 5,000 pieces, payment of 500,000, not a single cent missing. The mood was extremely excited. Chu Vufang said, Manager Shui, everyone has worked hard. Shui Tailong replied, Boss Chu, it's the same as always, it's what we should do. This is our responsibility. He suddenly became tense and asked, so, Boss Chu, when do you think we should head back to the factory? We still need to bring the money back to turn it in. Chu Vufang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this Manager Shui is truly dedicated to the factory. With that thought, he gave Feng Bao a task. Brother Feng, go ask if Manager Shui has finished writing the letter of introduction. We'll leave as soon as we've packed up the money. Feng Bao quickly replied, okay, I'll go right now. With that, Feng Bao dashed out the door. Chu Vufang calculated silently, upon returning this time, that other matter should also be put into the plan. On the TV, Neo Dandan and Ni Nana were being interviewed. A friend saw them and said happily, wow, Dandan Nana, you two are on TV. I'm so jealous. Your appearance fees will probably go up a bit now, right? Suddenly, a girl with short hair asked doubtfully, come on, Captain, did that flashy-looking guy really sell 10,000 pieces? Neo Dandan replied, it seems so. The short-haired girl was astonished. Huh? I heard it's 100 yuan a piece, so doesn't that mean he made? Neo Dandan calmly stated a number, 1 million. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was so shocked their jaws dropped. 1 million? The short-haired girl's eyes were now filled with admiration. Captain, is he really that amazing? Neo Dandan was silent for a long time, not saying a word. The short-haired girl couldn't stand the curiosity and urged, Captain, don't just stand there in a daze. Neo Dandan had to admit, well, he's quite capable. The short-haired girl was overjoyed. That millionaire, isn't he the good fortune for the rest of Sister Nana's life? And Nana, being suddenly brought into the conversation, immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Hey now, the short-haired girl leaned close to Nana and said, the way he looked at you before, it seems like he likes you. And Nana was so embarrassed her face turned red as a tomato, and she quickly waved her hands. Stop it, you guys, don't tease me like that. Neo Dandan suddenly noticed the clock. The hand were pointing to 3:05. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Beijing, Liyuan Hotel. Chu Vufang and Feng Bao were standing on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. Feng Bao spoke up. Vufang, time really flies. It feels like I've known you for a very long time. Chu Vufang replied, Ahaha, Brother Feng, I feel the same way. Feng Bao asked with some curiosity, so, what are your plans for the future? Chu Vufang pondered, the future? Then he said, I plan to open a garment factory in Zhahai, similar to the Beijing garment factory, but not entirely the same. In short, it's hard to explain clearly right now. Feng Bao was puzzled after hearing this. Why open it in Zhahai? Isn't the market in Beijing bigger? Chu Vufang answered bluntly. It's cheap. Costs are lower in remote areas. Worker salaries and factory building prices are all cheap. As long as we open a dealership in Beijing, we can still get a share of the market. So opening the factory in Zhihai won't affect market development. That makes sense, Feng Baobao said, so that's how it is. Now I really feel that whatever you do is right. Suddenly, he became a bit lost, but Chu Vufang placed a hand on Feng Baobao's shoulder and said confidently, Brother Feng, if you want to join, you're always welcome. I'll talk to you in detail when the time comes. Encouraged, Feng Baobao immediately became more confident. Okay. Suddenly, an idea struck Feng Baobao, and he said, Oh, right, I just remembered. You tricked me before by saying you were from Beijing. You're actually from Zhihai, aren't you, you kid? Chu Vufang feigned annoyance. Who told you to act so bossy all the time? Feng Baobao found his expression hilarious and burst out laughing. You kid, ha ha ha. The next morning, Chu Vufang happily went to find Lu De Guang. Director Lu, I just finished reconciling the accounts with Manager Shui. I heard you were looking for me. As soon as he saw him, Lu De Guang said, Oh, Boss Chu is here. With that, he walked over and said excitedly, Congratulations, you've made a fortune this time. Chu Vufang said modestly, Without Director Lu's help, how could I have been so lucky? You are my benefactor. I thank you again. Lu De Guang invited him warmly. You kid, ha ha ha. Don't just stand there, sit. Yes. Chu Vufang didn't stand on ceremony and replied. Lu De Guang said enthusiastically, The reason I called you over this time is about the franchise store you mentioned before. I want to hear more of your thoughts. The clock quickly showed 11:05. Outside, everyone was waiting for Chu Vufang. Neo Dandan said a little impatiently, They've been talking for so long. It should be over soon, right? Shui Tailong comforted her. Director Lu and Boss Chu are discussing big business. It can't be rushed. A moment later, the two walked out together, Lu De Guang laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. I still don't quite believe you'd be content with just being a small franchisee. Chu Vufang said frankly, Being able to follow Director Lu and make a little money, that's all I'm planning for now. Seeing the two finally come out, Neo Dandan greeted Director Lu. The short-haired girl also called out Director Lu. Lu De Guang raised his hand and said calmly, Hello, hello. Then he placed his hand on Chu Vufang's shoulder and said, Everyone, this is our factory's business partner, Chu Vufang, Boss Chu. I'm sure you've all met. To thank everyone for their hard work at the Beijing exhibition, Boss Chu wants to treat everyone to a meal at the Chu Min restaurant today. Hearing this, the short-haired girl's eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, that foreign-funded restaurant? Another girl in a blue shirt said with an admiring look, You need foreign exchange certificates to eat there. Lu De Guang walked ahead, waving his hand and saying, It's not far. Let's walk over. The people behind him all responded in unison. Okay, let's go. Let's go eat at the foreign-funded restaurant. Thank you, Boss Chu. The girl in blue suddenly whispered to the short-haired girl, Hey, do you guys think Boss Chu will ask for Nana's phone number later? Neo Dandan overheard this and couldn't help but feel a little worried. She looked at Chu Vufang, her feelings indescribable. Inside the luxurious restaurant, delicious dishes were continuously placed on the table, looking extremely tempting. Chu Vufang and everyone raised their glasses and shouted, Cheers! Cheers! After the meal, everyone was very excited as they said goodbye to him. Boss Chu, thank you for the treat. Thank you, Boss Chu. Lu De Guang stayed behind, shook Chu Vufang's hand, and said, Boss Chu, let's keep in touch after you get back. He also happily agreed. Yes, Director Lu. Chu Vufang let out a sigh of relief, stretched, and said comfortably, I can finally go back to Zhihai. Just then, a hand gently tapped his shoulder. Chu Vufang turned around in surprise, and it was Neo Dandan. She waved her hand and said with a smile, Boss Chu. Chu Vufang asked, Captain Neo, is something wrong? Neo Dandan stammered. Well, her hand suddenly gripped his sleeve. Neo Dandan's cheeks flushed, and she didn't dare to look directly at Chu Vufang. Actually, just then, a bus drove up. Chu Vufang's eyes widened as he shouted. When Neo Dandan looked up, Chu Vufang, who had just been standing there, was gone. Chu Vufang finally caught up to the bus, leaving only one sentence behind. Captain Neo, see you next time. Neo Dandan watched the bus drive away, speechless. She frowned, seemingly regretting the missed opportunity. That night, when everyone was fast asleep, the light in Chu Vufang's room was still on. 2 invoice summary sheets lay neatly on the table. Chu Vufang and Feng Shalai were both staring intently at the numbers on the paper, their expressions extremely serious. Feng Shalai broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I've worked hard my whole life and haven't earned this much, and now he's made 50,000 in just a few short days. He glanced at Chu Vufang, who was drinking water, and silently admitted, This young man is not simple. And so, Feng Shalai walked up to Chu Vu Fong and said, Vu Fong, I heard from Bao Bao that your next step is to build a garment factory in Zhihai. Chu Vu Fong immediately stood up and replied, Yes, that's the plan. I came today to discuss this matter with you, Uncle Fong. He furrowed his brow, looking very troubled. Regarding the construction of the factory, I'm actually not very clear on it. The layout ratio of the workshop, staffing, the number and types of machines to prepare, where to find contacts, where to source raw materials, and recruiting talent are also problems. Then, Chu Vu Fong smiled again and asked, In the initial stage, to get the factory running normally, we need experienced old craftsmen to help. Uncle Fong, you have extensive connections in this field. Do you have any leads? Feng Shilai stroked his chin and replied, But has the market in Zhihai opened up yet? It won't restrict the private economy, will it? Chu Vu Fong immediately answered, It won't. He recounted what he had learned earlier. The only pillar industry in Zhihai City is the steel industry, making the economy very monotonous and employment very difficult. The leaders have also thought of many ways, but they've only solved a small part of the problem. If I open a fashion design workshop and solve the employment problem for educated youth, the leadership will definitely support me. Looking at it from another angle, I'm responding to the call of the policy, which is a good thing. So I have 100% confidence. Feng Shalai stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then answered decisively, Okay. He put his arm around Chu Vu Fong's shoulder and said excitedly, Let's go. Chu Vu Fong, regarding the issues you just raised, let's go inside and talk in more detail. Yes. Chu Vu Fong immediately agreed. A while later, Chu Vu Fong finally walked out of the room. Well, that's all for now. I'm heading back. Feng Shalai happily waved goodbye to him. Okay. When Chu Vu Fong had walked a short distance, Feng Shalai suddenly ran after him and called out, Oh right, Chu Vu Fong, don't forget our matter. I'll be waiting for your news. He looked up at the Beijing Zhihai sign and thought to himself, It's finally time to go home. The feeling of having a home is so good. Chu Vu Fong gave a relieved smile. Elsewhere, Chu Vu Na and Chu Vu Yu were leading their youngest brother to the train station. Chu Vu Na's eyes widened in amazement. So grand. It really is a big city's train station. Chu Vu Yu also let out an "Oh, yeah, it's huge." Just then, Tian Liang walked over with a bicycle, calling out, Vu Na. Chu Vu Na quickly turned her head. Huh? Tian Liang approached and asked, Vu Na, Vu Yu, do you two still remember me? I'm your older brother's classmate, Tian Liang. Yes, Chu Vu Na replied. I remember, brother Liang. Tian Liang smiled and said, Let's go then. I'll take you to your place first. The two nodded in agreement. Yes, okay. On the way, Chu Vu Na suddenly asked, Brother Liang, where's my brother? Tian Liang replied, Vu Fong went to Beijing on business. He should be back tomorrow. Chu Vu Na smiled at Tian Liang. Okay, brother Liang, sorry to trouble you then. Seeing her being so polite, Tian Liang quickly said, It's okay, no trouble at all. Vu Na, don't be so formal. Your brother and I are very close. He then turned his head to look at Chu Vu Yu and Chu Vu Zheng. All right, Vu Yu, Vu Zheng, your school introduction letters are ready. After we put your things away, I'll take you two to register at the school. Hearing this, both of them replied happily, Yes, okay. Wow, that's great. Just then, Chu Vu Na and Tian Liang stopped walking, both exclaiming in surprise, Huh? Jiang Xiaoduo also paused for a moment. Jiang Xiaoduo, are you off work? Tian Liang spoke first. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded. Yes. She turned to the three siblings and asked with a smile, Vu Na, Vu Yu, Vu Zheng, you've come to Zhihai too? Chu Vu Na stammered in reply, Yes, we just arrived. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoduo reached for the bag at her side. She took out a few bills and handed them to Chu Vu Na. Vu Na, take this 10 yuan, buy something for Vu Yu and Vu Zheng to eat. Sister-in-law. Chu Vu Na quickly waved her hands. No need, sister-in-law. We really don't need it. We have enough money. After that, Chu Vu Na hurriedly waved. Sister-in-law, we'll get going now. Tian Liang also said, Xiaoduo, we'll be on our way. See you later. Okay. Jiang Xiaoduo replied. Long after they had walked away, Jiang Xiaoduo was still standing there, watching them. Tian Liang sensed something and turned his head to look back. Jiang Xiaoduo's figure was still standing in the same spot, lost in thought. She frowned and looked away, seeming a little troubled. A while later, Chu Vu Fong finally returned, carrying a bag of fruit. Chu Vu Na, who was cleaning the window, was the first to see him. It's brother. She waved happily, hearing her voice. Chu Vu Zheng and Chu Vu Yu also turned their heads towards the door at the same time. Chu Vu Na ran joyfully towards Chu Vu Fong. Brother, you're back. Chu Vu Fong ruffled Chu Vu Zheng's hair and asked with a smile, "When did you guys get here?" Chu Vu Na replied, "Yesterday afternoon." "Brother, are you tired?" "Not tired, come on, let's go inside first." Chu Vu Fong then led his 3 siblings into the house. He turned to ask Chu Vu Yu, Vu Zheng, "Have you two registered at the new school yet?" Chu Vu Yu nodded. "We went this morning. We're starting school tomorrow." Hearing that, Chu Vu Fong said with satisfaction, "That's good. All right, I brought back some clothes for you. You can all wear new clothes to school tomorrow." "Yes, thank you, brother." Chu Vu Yu smiled, so widely her eyes crinkled into slits. "We have new clothes to wear." Chu Vu Zheng cheered excitedly. Once inside, Chu Vu Zheng immediately rummaged through Chu Vu Fong's bag. "Brother, did you only bring back clothes? Is there any food?" Chu Vu Fong affectionately pinched the little boy's nose and chided lovingly, "Eat, eat, eat. All this little guy thinks about is eating." Chu Vu Zheng pouted, turned his face away, and replied, "Xiao Zheng just wants to eat a little more, to grow up quickly and protect my older brother and sisters." Chu Vu Fong ruffled his head and praised with a smile, "Oh, is that so? Our Xiao Zheng is so sensible." He. Being praised, Chu Vu Zheng immediately beamed with pride. Chu Vu Fong suddenly turned to Chu Vu Na and said, "All right, Vu Na, I didn't make it clear in the letter before, but you can all live in this house without worry. I've bought it." Chu Vu Na exclaimed in astonishment, "You bought it? Then how much did it cost?" Chu Vu Fong chuckled and replied casually, "You're still young. You just need to know that your big brother will make money. Don't worry about how much." Hearing this, Chu Vu Na could only reply with a yes. Then, Chu Vu Fong added, "Don't feel any burden in this new environment. Our family doesn't lack money now, but you must study well, especially you two." He pointed at Chu Vu Noyet and Chu Vu Chin. After speaking, Chu Vu Fong let out a big yawn. I'm so sleepy." Chu Vu Fong sighed and walked into his room. "All right, then you guys can look at the things I brought back. I'm going to take a nap. You don't need to call me for dinner. Remember to wash the dishes after you eat." The 3 of them replied in unison, "Yes." Chu Vu Fong entered his room and only let out a satisfied sigh after he lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "In the end, the bed at home is still the most comfortable." Chu Vu Fong leisurely gazed at the scenery outside the window. The next morning, Chu Vu Fong woke up and went out to brush his teeth and wash his face. He squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush and worked up a full lather in his mouth. Just then, Chu Vu Na walked by and said, "Brother, I saw sister-in-law yesterday." Chu Vu Fong immediately asked, "Where did you see her?" While wiping her face, Chu Vu Na replied, "I don't know either. I just know there's a library there." Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong shrugged, saying with a nonchalant expression, "Oh, so that's how it is. She works there, so it's normal for you to run into her." Chu Vu Na continued, "Besides, when I saw sister-in-law yesterday, she even tried to give me money." Hearing that, Chu Vu Fong was startled and asked, "You didn't take it, did you?" "I didn't." Chu Vu Na immediately replied. Chu Vu Fong breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Chu Vu Fong gave a bitter smile. "Our family already owes her enough. Besides, she never had a single good day with me." Seeing him like this, Chu Vu Na said in confusion, "I know, it's just... She paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, "Brother, can you marry sister-in-law again?" Chu Vu Fong unconsciously tightened his grip on his toothbrush, glaring as he asked, "Huh? Why are you worrying about this?" Chu Vu Na replied awkwardly, "It's because you just said sister-in-law never had a good day with you. Now that you've made money, you should bring sister-in-law back to live a good life." The corners of Chu Vu Fong's mouth curved into a faint smile. He gave a helpless laugh and replied, "It's not that simple. You'll understand when you get to university, just like that kid Lin Chan." Hearing this, Chu Vu Na's cheeks immediately flushed red. She hurriedly asked, "Why are you bringing him up? What does he have to do with you and sister-in-law?" Chu Vu Fong didn't answer, just narrowed his eyes and asked back, "You like him?" Chu Vu Na immediately stammered, "You, what nonsense are you talking? That guy acts like a hooligan every day, just like a gangster. How could I possibly like him?" Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong gave an awkward smile. "Well, this is the same problem with me and Jiang Xiaoduo now. Maybe she doesn't like your brother anymore. After all, I was a scumbag before, wasn't I?" At this point, Chu Vu Fong turned and walked away, leaving behind only one sentence. "Marrying her back isn't that easy." Elsewhere, Ho Chinyu shouted loudly, "Tian Liang Liang, you make a girl wait for you every time, so man you are." Tian Liang Liang hurried over, scratching his bald head. Sorry. Sun Wenwen immediately spoke up for Tian Liang Liang. "I just got here too. It's not as serious as you make it sound. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go quickly." Ho Chinyu didn't mind, just smiled and said, "We got paid today. How about we go to a restaurant for a meal? The ladies don't have to pay." The person next to him replied, "Okay, I have no objection." Tian Liang Liang also said happily, "I have no objection either. Just as the four of them were about to leave, Chu Vu Fong caught up and called out, "Wait a minute." Hearing this voice, Tian Liang was startled. He turned his head and shouted excitedly, "Vu Fong." Chu Vu Fong walked over, waving. "Hello." Tian Liang asked excitedly, "When did you get back?" Chu Vu Fong smiled and replied, "Last night." Then, he handed Tian Liang a set of new clothes. "Here for you." Tian Liang looked at the shiny package in his hands and asked curiously, "Oh, what's this?" Chu Vu Fong replied casually, "Some clothes I brought back from the capital. I brought a few sets for you. If they don't fit, you can take them to a tailor to get them altered." Tian Liang hugged the clothes and replied happily, "Okay, Vu Fong, thanks." Then, Chu Vu Fong casually asked, "Are you and your colleagues going out to eat? I happen to come looking for you to eat too. How about we go together?" Sun Wenwen stepped forward and said, "Sure, the more the merrier. Let's go together." "Where did this guy come from?" Ho Chinyu asked the person beside him. "Who knows?" The person beside him replied blankly. Arriving at the restaurant, Chu Vu Fong pointed at several items on the menu and started ordering. 1 fish and 5 pork trotters. He kept ordering, barely skipping any dish. Then, as if feeling it still wasn't enough, Chu Vu Fong added, "Oh right, add a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup." Ho Chinyu was stunned speechless, his finger tapping heavily on the table. "Hey, comrade." Then, Ho Chinyu said angrily, "You've ordered so many dishes, that's at least 70 or 80 yuan. Even if you're freeloading, you should be more considerate of others." His face red with anger, he shouted, "Our money doesn't grow on trees." Seeing the tense situation, Tian Liang quickly tried to mediate. It's okay. It's my treat today." Seeing this, the corners of Chu Vu Fong's mouth curved into a smile. He turned to the waitress and said, "Excuse me, please change the pork rib soup. I've just ordered a soft-shelled turtle soup." After hearing this, Tian Liang was also stunned. "Huh?" The other two also glared at Chu Vu Fong with hostility. Ho Chinyu was fuming. He roared angrily, "You, what do you mean by that?" Chu Vu Fong raised his hand and waved, signaling for him to be quiet. He put his arm around Tian Liang's shoulder and said casually, Liang helped me out big time before, so this meal should be on me." Hearing this, the other two's momentum immediately deflated. Is that so?" After the meal, Tian Liang said, "I'll walk Vu Fong for a bit. You guys go back first." Sun Wenwen and the others nodded. "Okay, Liang, we'll head back first then." As Chu Vu Fong and Tian Liang were walking, Tian Liang suddenly turned to Chu Vu Fong and asked, "What exactly did you do in the capital?" Chu Vu Fong replied modestly, "Just want to sell some clothes, nothing much." Chu Vu Fong asked slyly, "That girl from earlier, she's probably interested in you, right?" Tian Liang's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh?" Then, he scratched his ears shyly. "Never mind my business. What's going on with you and Xiao Duo?" "We ran into her that day when we took Chu Vu Na and the others home." Tian Liang changed the subject and asked. Chu Vu Fong shrugged and replied, "We're divorced. We've gone our separate ways." Tian Liang exclaimed in disbelief, "No way." He asked in surprise, "Didn't Xiao Duo say she wanted to remarry last time? It's not that you've made money and now you want to find someone better, is it?" Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock, "What?" Seeing Chu Vu Fong's serious expression, Tian Liang became a little flustered. What's wrong?" "I was just kidding." Chu Vu Fong shook his head and asked again, "Not that sentence. What did you say before that?" Tian Liang repeated, "I said Xiao Duo wants to remarry you." "Oh, you didn't know?" Chu Vu Fong was utterly shocked. "Remarry? When did she talk about remarrying?" Tian Liang smiled and replied, "It was last time at Shun Ziren's birthday party. At that time, she said in front of everyone that she wanted to remarry you." Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong's expression immediately darkened. Tian Liang frowned, recalling, "But our classmates were all bad-mouthing you. I was just about to defend you when Xiao Duo got angry. What exactly happened?" Chu Vu Fong pressed. Tian Liang's voice came out slowly. "At that time, Shun Ziren had a very heated argument with her. That's roughly what happened." Chu Vu Fong lowered his head, unable to hide the sorrow on his face. Seeing him like this, Tian Liang quickly asked, "Vu Fong, are you okay?" Chu Vu Fong forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine." Then he asked again, "All right, did something major happen to Xiao's family?" "About half a month ago, I saw her at the hospital." Tian Liang guessed. It was probably her mother who was hospitalized. It wasn't anything serious. She was discharged after a few days. Then, Tian Liang lowered his voice. "But there's something strange. I heard that Xiao Duo had another big fight with Shun Ziren afterwards. It seems the two of them have completely cut off contact." Chu Vu Fong let out a breath. "I see." Then he patted Tian Liangliang's shoulder lightly. Let's go, Chu Vu Fong said with a smile. Tian Liangliang walked with Chu Vu Fong for a while, then said, Vu Fong, I'm heading back to the factory. Chu Vu Fong nodded. Yeah, see you another time. He walked down the street, now all alone. As Chu Vu Fong was walking, he suddenly saw a couple. The girl asked worriedly, what if my parents don't approve of us? The young man smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm here. I'll definitely do my best. Seeing this scene, Chu Vu Fong could only sigh and blame himself. Chu Vu Fong, you're such an idiot. He turned and continued walking, his face full of sorrow. You think just by saying a few nice words and doing a few good deeds, Xiao Duo will compromise with you? That she would cut ties with her family and friends? Chu Vu Fong looked up at the sky, lost in thought. On what grounds? Just because you think your future is so extraordinary? Yes, you know what you're capable of, but does Xiao Duo? His hands unconsciously clenched so tight they trembled. He looked at the full moon in the sky, blaming himself over and over again. Don't you know how much pressure she's been under because of you? Chu Vu Fong, you haven't even shared any of her burdens, have you? The next morning, at the director's office, Director Zhang's voice came from inside. Come in. Chu Vu Fong walked in, smiling as he said, Director Zhang, long time no see. Seeing it was him, Director Zhang's expression immediately relaxed. Oh, it's Xiao Feng. He approached Chu Vu Fong, teasing, you're not here to organize another trade fair, are you? Chu Vu Fong laughed heartily. No, sir. I just took a trip to Beijing recently. He then placed a bag of fruit on the table. Chu Vu Fong said, let's sit down and talk. Director Zhang nodded. After they sat down, Director Zhang began to praise him. You even went all the way to Beijing. This kid is really capable, traveling all over the country, north and south. Chu Vu Fong replied humbly, it's just to make a living. Not like you, sir, becoming a director at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce at such a young age. Director Zhang asked cheerfully, haha. You were the best seller at the last trade fair, weren't you? I heard the factory went bankrupt, so you were selling a loss. Chu Vu Fong answered honestly. It's true we were clearing stock, but we didn't go bankrupt. We're preparing to transition and open a new garment factory. Director Zhang rested his hands on his thighs and couldn't help but praise him. Impressive. You private business owners are really sharp. He walked to his desk and picked up a thermos. Oh, by the way, Xiao Feng, you must be here for a reason. What can I do for you? Director Zhang turned his head to look at Chu Vu Fong and asked. Chu Vu Fong pointed to the gift bag in his hand and replied with a smile. Didn't I take a trip to Beijing recently? You helped me out so much last time, so I brought back a little something for you. Seeing the gift basket, Director Zhang waved his hand. I can't accept this. It was all official business, just part of my job. Chu Vu Fong insisted warmly. It's just some sweets for the kids. If Director Zhang is so formal with me, you must not consider me a friend. Director Zhang quickly replied, I really can't. Chu Vu Fong smiled and asked again, then how about I treat you to a meal? A meal? Director Zhang was surprised. Then he seemed to understand something and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, all right. Xiao Chu, just tell me what's on your mind. Chu Vu Fong smiled slightly. Nothing gets past you. You're right, there is something. Then he stated his intention directly. I plan to build a garment factory in Zhahai. A garment factory? Director Zhang sat down at his desk and asked. Chu Vu Fong nodded and replied, yes. A garment factory. Director Zhang took a sip of water and replied, a garment factory isn't something you can just open on a whim. You need the approval of our bureau director. Coming to me is useless. Chu Vu Fong also looked agreeable. Yes, I should indeed find our director Liu. But he paused for a moment, his voice becoming sharp. This factory of mine can solve the employment problem for a considerable number of educated youth. Employment for educated youth? Director Zhang was immediately drawn in by this phrase. Chu Vu Fong smiled and asked Director Zhang, could you see when our director Liu has some time? I'd like to talk to him about opening the factory. Director Zhang readily agreed. I'll try to put in a word for you, but it'll have to be this afternoon. He's in a meeting this morning. Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Zhang. Chu Vu Fong smiled, so widely his eyes crinkled. Director Zhang replied casually, we're friends. It's nothing. Besides, this is part of my job. After finishing his business, Chu Vu Fong went for a walk on the street. He thought to himself, it's still early. I'll just walk around for a bit. Just then, Chu Vu Fong suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He looked up at the large building in front of him and said softly, I forgot Jiang Xiao's workplace is right near the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. So, Chu Vu Fong headed over. At her workplace, Jiang Xiaoduo seemed to be organizing documents. She looked at the huge bookshelf in front of her, a bit troubled. Where should this book go? Jiang Xiaoduo mumbled. Seeing her like this, Chu Vufang could only give a helpless smile. This girl, no wonder she found a stable job. Her professional skills are at the bottom of the ranks. Then he slowly approached Jiang Xiaoduo. Chu Vufang spoke up, "Comrade, where do you keep the economics books? I'd like to take a look." Hearing someone call her, Jiang Xiaoduo turned around. As soon as she saw Chu Vufang, her cheeks flushed. "Ah, it's you." Chu Vufang still had a bright smile on his face. Jiang Xiaoduo stammered. Then she shyly pointed to the left. "Those books aren't in my section. You'll have to ask over there." Chu Vufang leaned in closer and asked with a smile, "So which books are you in charge of?" Jiang Xiaoduo's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she stammered, "Huh? I." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoduo frowned and looked away, as if she had realized something. She moved closer to Chu Vufang. You. Jiang Xiaoduo was a little angry. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Chu Vufang said with a smile, "I'm borrowing a book to read, to learn more." Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes widened in surprise. She blushed and turned away again, replying in a low voice, "But my section doesn't have the kind of books you mentioned." Chu Vufang asked gently, "Then what do you have in your section?" Jiang Xiaoduo's voice was even quieter than before. "The books in my section are just a few short novels." Chu Vufang said with a smile, "Then give me a novel, one that you recommend." Jiang Xiaoduo then asked, "So do you want to borrow it or read it here?" "Either is fine." Chu Vufang replied concisely. Jiang Xiaoduo frowned and said, "What do you mean either is fine? If you borrow it, you have to pay a deposit, but you don't need one to read it here." Chu Vufang replied, "Then I'll read it here." Jiang Xiaoduo turned to find a book, not forgetting to remind him, "Let me tell you, you can't make any noise while reading. You can only sit and read at that table over there, and you have to be careful when you read. Don't damage the book." Chu Vufang smiled obediently and replied, I know." Jiang Xiaoduo searched for the book she wanted to recommend, but suddenly couldn't find it. "Huh, not this one." She scratched her face in confusion. "It's not over here either." Seeing her flustered state, Chu Vufang was a bit speechless. Jiang Xiaoduo turned back to him, flustered, and said, "Wait a moment, why can't I find that book all of a sudden?" Chu Vufang said gently, "No rush." The corners of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. "I'll wait for you slowly." Jiang Xiaoduo was stunned, her face full of confusion. "That's strange. I remember putting that book here recently." A book placed on the bookshelf caught her attention. Chu Vufang shyly scratched his cheek, thinking to himself, "I've seen it all along." Then he reached out, his arm going over the top of Jiang Xiaoduo's head. She seemed to sense something unusual about Chu Vufang and glanced at him. He chuckled, reaching out to take that book. "Is it this one?" Seeing Chu Vufang so close, Jiang Xiaoduo's cheeks flushed slightly. The book was now in his hand. She tilted her head, looking back and forth between the bookshelf and Chu Vufang. "Ah, where did you find it?" He gave a slight smile and held it out in front of Jiang Xiaoduo. "It was right next to you." Her face, already red, turned even redder, and she let out a surprised "oh." The bookshelf was filled with books of all sizes and colors, dappled with golden sunlight. Jiang Xiaoduo sat in a chair, engrossed in a book, while Chu Vufang leaned against the edge of the table. "Let's have lunch together today." Her hand, holding the pen, continued to write steadily on the paper. Jiang Xiaoduo glanced at him briefly. "No, I have to go home." She picked up the book beside her. "Finished." Then Jiang Xiaoduo tidied up her things on the table. "The book and the slip must be kept carefully. They'll be checked upon return." Chu Vufang stood opposite her and replied softly, "I know." He smiled slightly and waved to her. "See you another day then. Vuna and the others are also in Zhihai. Go visit them when you have time." Jiang Xiaoduo silently watched Chu Vufang's retreating figure, a trace of sadness finally appearing in her eyes. "I'm sorry." By now, the sun was gradually setting, leaving only the twilight glow. Chu Vufang and Chu Vuna were walking on the street. "You have to study hard in university, you hear?" She tightened the strap of her bag on her shoulder. "I know." Chu Vuna turned to him and said, "Brother, Lin Nin also got into university. He's coming to Zhihai tomorrow too." Chu Vufang just glanced over and readily agreed. "Oh, planning to stay at our place for a few days? No problem." She hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "That is, Lin Chan wants to come too." Seeing her like this, he was a bit surprised. Don't tell me that kid got into university too?" Their conversation was lively. "Of course not. In my class, only Lin Nan and I passed. He's coming here to work. Can he stay at our place for a few days?" Chu Vufang burst out laughing. "Staying for a few days is no problem. You're not in love with that kid, are you?" Suddenly being asked about love, she was so surprised her face turned bright red. "Huh?" Chu Vuna waved her hands around shyly and exclaimed, what nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing her reaction, Chu Vufang felt somewhat relieved. "It's good that you're not. Just focus on your studies in university. It's not too late to think about romance later, you hear?" Chu Vuna's cheeks were still slightly flushed. She pouted and mumbled, I already said it's not like that. Director Lu walked in slowly. Sorry, I had some unfinished business yesterday afternoon. He was the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Lu Jintang. Chu Vufang clasped his hands and said with a smile, Director Lu, you're too kind. Director Lu politely pointed to a chair. Sit down and talk. He also slowly walked over. Holding a cup of water, he turned back and asked Chu Vufang, I heard from Director Zhang that you plan to build a factory? He was sweating profusely, a bit hesitant. Yes, I want to build a garment factory in our city of Zhahai. Director Lu seemed very interested in Chu Vufang's plan. So what scale of factory are you planning to build? He frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Scale? Do you mean land area or with a number of workers? He answered Chu Vufang's question with a gentle smile. I mean, how many employment problems for educated youth can you solve? He answered hesitantly, at least 60 people. We plan to buy 60 sewing machines, so at this, he burst out laughing, haha. Then Director Lu took a sip of water. Seeing his attitude, Chu Vufang was a bit dazed and confused. Then he let out a sigh. Xiao Chu, my impression of you is quite good. But the number you just mentioned, I can't report that upward for you, understand? He leaned slightly towards Director Lu. Director Lu, then what you mean is, he gave a meaningful smile. Secretary Shun is coming for an inspection this afternoon. I'll ask for you then, see what the secretary thinks. Then Chu Vufang stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Yes, then I'll have to trouble you, Director Lu. Director Lu remained seated and replied, All right, I won't see you out then. He watched his back as he walked out the door until the sound of the door closing was heard. Only then did Director Lu let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. After leaving Director Lu's office, Chu Vufang kept thinking about the number. Solving employment for 60 people was already a lot, but he was still lost in his thoughts. At the same time, Chu Vufang couldn't help but worry about the future. If he hired too many people, it would be very detrimental to his future plans. After all, his startup capital was only 610,000. When he looked over, he saw Chu Jun and Shun Ziren talking happily. As Chu Vufang took another step, the two of them also took a step forward. Finally, the three of them were now standing face to face, just a few steps apart. Yo, Chu Jun, holding a stack of documents, pointed at him. Chu Vufang, what are you doing here? Chu Vufang frowned impatiently. He thought to himself, these two. He angrily gave him a shove, shouting loudly, Is where I am any of your business? Chu Jun cried out from Chu Vufang's sudden action. The stack of documents in his hands also fell to the ground because of it. Chu Vufang, his face displeased, roared at Chu Jun. Every time you see me, you're full of sarcastic remarks. If you're so free, go home and shovel shit. At this moment, Shun Ziren couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to block Chu Vufang. What do you mean by that? What's with the explosive attitude? Chu Vufang put his hands on his hips and yelled, What do I mean? I'm minding my own business. Why are you pointing and staring at me? His shouting had attracted the attention of everyone around. It looks like there's an argument over there. Let's go see. Chu Vufang glanced over and saw that the surrounding people had also noticed them. As for Shun Ziren, her face was flushed with anger, and not to be outdone, she yelled back at Chu Vufang. Will you stop it? He became even more aggressive, shouting louder. Good heavens, is there any justice in this world? Do these people think they can bully common folk just because they have a job? The two of them were utterly astonished by Chu Vufang's attitude. Passers-by were drawn by his voice, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger. Everyone, look, tax bureau officials are bullying a common citizen. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Chu Jun also began to feel anxious. The last time I went to get some paperwork done, those people were also very arrogant. What scam? He grabbed Shun Ziren's arm and tried to pull her away. Shun Ziren, let's go. Don't stoop to this guy's level. Even as she turned to leave, Shun Ziren didn't forget to curse at Chu Vufang. Hooligan. They left him with a triumphant smile on his face. Haha. You all love ganging up to curse at Jiang Xiaoduo, don't you? In the early evening, Chu Jun was angrily arguing with Shun Ziren. Who the hell does that Chu Vufang think he is? Shun Ziren, you saw it too, right? That kind of person is just a hooligan. We must stay far away from him in the future. She snapped impatiently. It's disgusting. Stop talking about it. Let's walk faster. The two walked down the street. Chu Jun was still fuming. I really can't swallow this anger. Checking the list of enterprises at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, it's quite good. Shin Yuping praised sincerely. These enterprises have indeed created considerable value for Zhahai City. He continued cheerfully. Later, when the comrades from the tax bureau arrive, we'll look at the tax payment situation for the first half of the year, and everything will be clear. Lu Jintang felt a little unhappy. Secretary Shun, it's not just that. those private enterprises have also played a huge role in terms of employment. Shin Yuping, who was walking, turned around upon hearing him. That's right, this issue still relies on private enterprises. Lu Jintang said enthusiastically. Exactly, we must still encourage the development of private enterprises. This afternoon, a young man wants to come over. He told me earlier that he wants to open a garment factory. Shin Yuping replied, is that so? Then that's a good thing. There was a knock on the door from outside. Lu Jintang said to him, that must be the people from the tax bureau. Shin Yuping smiled silently. He turned to the door and said, please come in. Chu Jun and Shun Ziren pushed the door open and entered. Shin Yuping spoke up. The comrades from the tax bureau have arrived, and you even brought so many things over. It must have been a lot of trouble for you. Shin Ziren said enthusiastically. It's no trouble. It's what we should do. She introduced, Uncle, this is my colleague, Chu Jun. He was astonished, looking flustered at Shun Ziren, then at Shin Yuping. Chu Jun awkwardly bowed his head to greet Secretary Shun. Hello, Secretary Shun. He smiled at him. Hello, Shin Yuping said as he walked. Then let's get to work first. After we're done, we'll go have a meal together. Chu Jun thought to himself, I can't believe her uncle is Secretary Shun. He gave a sly smile. Hith. In the morning at the library, closing the book, Chu Vu Fong stretched, finally finished reading. He suddenly noticed, seeing that Jiang Xiaoduo was still putting books on the shelf. Chu Vu Fong said in surprise, you're still not done organizing? Coming closer, Chu Vu Fong spoke up. Xiaoduo, let's go for lunch this afternoon. I have a few things I want to talk to you about. She suddenly fell silent. Chu Vu Fong called again. Xiaoduo. She replied coldly, there's no need. I'm very tired every day now. I just want to go home and sleep. Chu Vu Fong felt uneasy. Xiaoduo, has something happened at home? Can you tell me? Jiang Xiaoduo replied calmly. No, it's probably just because I haven't been resting well. If you have something to say, just say it here. Chu Vu Fong then said, Vuna, Xiao Zheng, and everyone else miss you a lot. Do you want to find some time to come visit the kids? She was a little impatient. Chu Vu Fong, you should go home. I have to change shifts, he said in surprise. He quickly forced a smile. All right then. He waved goodbye to Jiang Xiaoduo. I'll come visit you another day. Walking outside, he happened to pass by Kong Jinkai, who was approaching menacingly. He shouted furiously, Jiang Xiaoduo. She was startled. Kong Jinkai continued to roar. It's been half a month since you borrowed the money. What? Not even a peep out of you? Let's go find your director father. Jiang Xiaoduo said hurriedly. Let's talk outside. You're disturbing others. Outside, a large crowd had gathered to watch them because of Kong Jinsai's shouting. Debts must be paid. That's a matter of course. What? Are you trying to welch on the debt? She repeatedly denied it. No, that's not it. Chu Vu Fong was holding a freshly bought roasted sweet potato. Not what? Kong Jinsai's shouts carried a long way. Chu Vu Fong wondered as he nibbled on his sweet potato. Someone's arguing. He looked closely at the crowd. Chu Vu Fong was horrified. Xiaoduo, damn it. He rushed over, dropping the sweet potato he had just bought. Kong Jinsai's face was red with anger. Then I'll go to Director Zhang's workplace and see how you officials bully us farmers. He pushed Kong Jinkai away. Will you get the hell out of my sight? Chu Vu Fong stood in front of Jiang Xiaoduo. What kind of farmer are you? Do any farmers dress like you? He asked, confused. You, who are you? Chu Vu Fong shouted. This is what a real farmer looks like. Neither of them was willing to back down. What are you doing? What do you know about this to be meddling? What are you trying to do? Bullying a girl in front of so many people. Jiang Xiaoduo tried to pull Chu Vu Fong away but failed. Chu Vu Fong roared at him. Don't you know what kind of society this is? Still trying to act like a hooligan. Kong Jinkai replied timidly. What nonsense are you talking? Jiang Xiaoduo said to him. Let's go. The two of them left together. Chu Vu Fong warned. You better watch out. He said in surprise. Huh? What the hell? Who on earth is this guy? They walked a long way. Chu Vu Fong questioned angrily. Who was that man just now? Jiang Xiaoduo chose to remain silent. He pressed. What on earth happened? Her voice was a little tired as she walked and spoke. Both were silent. He suddenly patted her shoulder. Xiaoduo. She turned around. Jiang Xiaoduo said timidly. Actually, it's nothing. My brother lost some money in his business and borrowed money from that person. So he came to collect the debt. Chu Vu Fong said in surprise. Your brother owes money. Why isn't he looking for your brother? Your sister-in-law works at the mall. He could look for her too. Why come looking for you? She stammered. He doesn't know where my brother is. Chu Vu Fong asked worriedly. How much money does your brother owe him? She didn't expect him to ask this and was a little surprised. Jiang Xiaoduo took a few steps forward and said coldly. Why are you asking that? It has nothing to do with you. Chu Vu Fong hurried after her. Xiaoduo, I'm not the same as I was before. I've organized a trade fair and even went to Beijing to sell clothes. I've made quite a bit of money. If your family is in trouble, I have the ability to help you now." She couldn't accept Chu Vufang's help and replied silently, "There's no need. It's really fine." Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with sorrow. "Why are you treating me so well now?" Chu Vufang was stunned by her question. He pretended not to hear. "Huh? What did you just say?" Jiang Xiaoduo quickly replied, "Nothing. My brother owes him some money. He's intentionally not paying it back to teach my brother a lesson. I have to go back, and you shouldn't come to the library anymore. I'll also find time to visit Wu Na and the others. I'm a bit busy right now." Watching her leave, Chu Vufang felt a little reluctant. Xiaoduo, as he walked down the street, he thought to himself, "I'll think about this later. For now, I need to deal with the matter at hand." Standing in front of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, a knock sounded on the door. Lu Jintang thought to himself, "Oh, it must be Xiao Chu at this hour." Pushing the door open, Chu Vufang immediately greeted Director Lu. He said enthusiastically, "Xiao Chu, you're here. Come in." Shen Ziren was stunned. "Chu Vufang, why is he here?" Seeing her, he was also very surprised. "Shen Ziren? Why are they here?" Lu Jintang spoke up. "Xiao Chu, let me introduce you. This is Secretary Shun of our Zhihai city." Chu Vufang was suddenly startled. Secretary Shun? Seeing Shun Ziren and Shun Yuping standing next to each other, looking so similar, could they be related? A flicker of worry arose in his heart. Could this trip him up? Chu Vufang greeted cheerfully. "Hello, Secretary Shun. It's a real honor for me to be able to meet you today." He immediately praised him. The young man has a great spirit. He ordered Chu Jun Xiao Chu, "Get a chair for the young man." He immediately complied. Yes, sir." Hot tea was placed on the table. Chu Vufang spoke up. "Secretary Shun, my plan for building the factory, the initial steps are as follows. The Phase 1 investment is 300,000. Shen Yuping nodded, indicating he was listening to him. Shun Ziren suddenly interjected. "Swindler. Uncle, he's a swindler." He turned to her. Lu Jintang said in astonishment. "What?" Chu Jun looked smug beside her. She immediately accused Chu Vufang. "Uncle, don't listen to this swindler." Chu Vufang was so nervous, he broke out in a cold sweat. Shen Yuping asked, confused, "Do you know each other?" She immediately replied, "It's more than just knowing him. Uncle, this is a deceitful and scrupulous merchant. Director Zhang's daughter is his ex-wife. He even beat his wife, has bad character, and is a hooligan." Shen Yuping immediately looked towards Chu Vufang. Chu Jun continued, "I can also prove it. We were originally classmates. Shun Ziren and Jiang Xiaoduo are friends. She can't stand Chu Vufang bullying her friend." Before he could finish, Shen Yuping shouted, "That's enough." Shen Ziren looked at him with an expression of disbelief. He looked at them and said, "Comrades from the tax bureau, do your jobs well. What is the meaning of bringing these things up?" Shen Ziren said worriedly, but he turned to Chu Vufang and said, "Right, you just said you're preparing to build a factory in Qiang village, and you'll fix the road for them while you're at it. What are the standards for this road?" Chu Vufang began to talk about his plan. "As long as you approve that piece of land for me, I can guarantee a roadbed no less than 5.5 meters wide, a road surface no less than 4.5 meters wide, with a total length of 2 kilometers. Lu Jintang, standing behind, sighed to himself. He talks a big game. Shen Yuping also thought to himself, during the heavy rainy seasons these past few years, the people of Qiang village can't even leave their homes. If we can help them repair the road, it would solve the transportation problem for 5,000 villagers. He lowered his head and chuckled. Ha. You speak very well." Chu Vufang looked at Shen Yuping in surprise. Shen Yuping replied, "In the past, other private enterprises have talked about repairing the road, but they created too few jobs, so we didn't approve that piece of land for them." He resolutely said to him, "Secretary Shun, I'm also from our southwest province, and I will definitely do my best. But right now, the most I can provide is 70 job positions." Shen Yuping smiled calmly. Ha. He then stood up. "Young man, very good." The two of them were secretly delighted. It seemed this act was not in vain. Chu Vufang also hurriedly stood up. "So your meaning is..." His voice turned serious. 300,000 is indeed not a small sum. I need to understand this clearly. But most importantly, where did you get this money from? Xiao Chu, I must remind you, even if all the land approval procedures are completed, if the origin of your money is not clear, there will be a lot of trouble. What? Chu Jun looked at him contemptuously. How could Chu Vufang have 300,000? Shen Ziren snorted smugly. "I'd like to see how he's going to keep up this act." Chu Vufang burst out laughing. Ha. Secretary Shun, what you've said this is right up my alley. He curiously asked why he said that, and Chu Vufang replied enthusiastically. A while ago, there was a fashion model show held in Beijing. I wonder if you've heard about it. Shen Yuping was surprised. A fashion model show? Chu Vufang said, I can't disclose the specific details, but it was jointly organized by me and 6 directors of garment factories in Beijing. That show generated over $1 million in revenue, so it's not too much for me to have earned 300,000, right? He was stunned. What? Shen Ziren couldn't believe it. It was him again? How could that be? Shen Yuping wanted to confirm again. Was this really planned by you? Chu Vufang replied confidently. Of course, all of this can be verified. I have no need to lie. Secretary Shan, I hope you can give more consideration to the difficulties of us private enterprises. From building the factory to producing and selling clothes, every step requires investment and carries risks. Compared to Guanghai, our Zhihai has no decent private enterprises apart from its initial energy advantages. I want to build a factory in Zhihai because I have an attachment to my hometown. But if I'm obstructed at every turn, then I can only go to Guanghai to seek development. Chu Vufang's plan left Shen Yuping very satisfied. He burst out laughing and patted his shoulder excitedly. Young man, the way you talk makes it sound like we're bullying you. Don't be hasty. We can discuss this slowly. He nodded. Yes, sir. Shen Yuping said cheerfully. We will consider the difficulties of your private enterprises. Even if there are no support policies now, it doesn't mean there won't be in the future, right? He quickly clasped his hands in thanks. Oh, then I must thank Secretary Shan in advance. Shen Yuping inquired. You and Ziren are classmates, so you must be from Linshui too? He replied, yes. I'm from Linshui. He asked again, how many people are in your family? Chu Vufang answered, I have 2 younger sisters and 1 younger brother below me. He said with some awkwardness, my parents had an accident due to faulty equipment in the factory. Shen Yuping nodded in admiration. Oh, no wonder they say the eldest brother is like a father. How about this? Xiao Chu, come find me at the government building tomorrow, and we'll discuss the details. Chu Vufang replied excitedly, yes, sir. He turned his head and said, Ziren, see your classmate out. Don't let a small misunderstanding damage your friendship. She flatly refused. I'm not going. He gave her a cold glance. Shen Ziren immediately became somewhat wary and quickly agreed. I know. Chu Vufang bowed to bid them farewell. Then Secretary Shan. Director Liu, I won't disturb you any longer. She walked behind him with a displeased look on her face. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Chu Jun quickly said, hey, I'll go see my old classmate off too. Secretary Shun is so right. What conflict between friends can't be resolved? After the 3 of them left, Lu Jintang said, we need to investigate this fashion model show. If this kid really did it, then he's not simple. Shen Yuping agreed. Yes. I think so too. Lu Jintang asked curiously, Secretary Shun, you told Ziren to see him off because you want to... Shen Yuping sighed. To temper her personality, she can't just keep doing whatever she wants. He replied, that's true. It's about time she tasted some hardship. Then Shen Yuping said, but that kid named Jun is no good at all. Chu Vufang walked leisurely ahead, while Chu Jun panted as he chased after Shun Ziren from behind. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and called out, Shun Ziren. Chu Vufang turned back to warn her. You listen to me carefully. Don't be so self-righteous and go looking for Xiao Duo. If I find out you're pressuring her again, you'll see how I deal with you. What? Shun Ziren was still dazed, not understanding what was happening, when Chu Jun shouted loudly, Vufang, what do you mean? He shot an impatient glare, then pointed at Chu Jun and yelled, you shut up. His anger stunned both of them. He didn't stop, moving closer to warn him. If you cause any more trouble, don't think I won't dare to touch you. Chu Jun took 2 frightened steps back. Chu Vufang left them with one last sentence. Don't take my words as hot air. Then he strode away, not forgetting to wave goodbye to them. This series of actions from Chu Vufang left Shun Ziren and Chu Jun staring at each other in a daze. Over at the shopping center, Jiang Mingming and his wife walked in with sour faces. Shui Wenwen gritted her teeth and said, selling at a loss. Let's see how long you can last. Just then, Chu Vufang also walked in. He walked up to his shop and called out loudly, is anyone here? The moment Jiang Mingming saw him, he cursed angrily, you lingering ghost, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a broadcast came from upstairs, bell-bottoms, 43 a pair. He immediately turned to Jiang Mingming and his wife, frowning as he asked, how much are you selling your bell-bottoms for? Jiang Mingming pointed at Chu Vufang and said loudly, is that any of your business? Who let you in here? His wife gently nudged her husband, then stepped forward with a welcoming smile to introduce. The bell-bottoms here are imported from the U.S. We sell them for 100 a pair. Would you like one? Chu Vu Fong couldn't help but be astonished. They're selling for 43 upstairs, and you're selling for 100. Are you crazy for money? Shui Wenwen casually pointed upstairs and said, then go buy it upstairs. What are you doing here? Chu Vu Fong sighed helplessly. It's unclear what nerve this action of his struck in Jiang Mingming, who rolled up his sleeves and strode forward aggressively. Are you sick? Didn't you hear me ask you? Why did you suddenly come here to throw a fit? His wife quickly pulled at his shirt. Chu Vu Fong remained calm and said, you're selling bell-bottoms for such a high price. Aren't you afraid it will affect the sales of your other clothes? The season is about to change, and you're still hoarding so much stock. What are you thinking? Hearing this, Jiang Mingming froze for a few seconds. Huh? Shui Wenwen immediately asked him, what do you mean? Chu Vu Fong didn't hide anything, explaining to them, you're selling the same item for such a high price, customers will think your shop is a huge ripoff. Over time, will anyone still come here to buy clothes? They're selling so cheaply upstairs. They must have been doing it for a while now, right? Jiang Mingming listened with some anxiety, but still had to admit, yes, that's right. Chu Vu Fong continued, these bell-bottoms, I was the first one to sell them for 100 in Zhahai, and I set that price. You still want to sell them for 100 now? Aren't you daydreaming? What? The couple were both stunned. Shui Wenwen quickly asked, you were the first one to sell them? Then what's the actual import price for these bell-bottoms? I imported them for 45 back then. What about you? Shui Wenwen said honestly, then we're cheaper than you. Our second batch cost 44. Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong showed a look of indifference. Is that so? That's still higher than 43. This business is definitely a loss. A loss? His wife asked again. This batch was all bought at a low price. How could it be a loss? Chu Vu Fong's face darkened as he asked, how can the one upstairs sell for 43? Shui Wenwen only thought he's selling at a loss. I like to see how long that bastard plans to sell a loss. Are you stupid? Chu Vu Fong was at a loss, saying, listen to that, broadcasting like that. Is he afraid people don't know he's selling at a loss? If customers hear this, won't it just help his business get better? Hearing this, Shui Wenwen was startled. She immediately turned to discuss it with her husband. Chu Vu Fong looked around at the shelves and snorted softly. Looking at the mountain of clothes, he muttered, with so much stock, this will be hard to get rid of. Then he turned to Shui Wenwen and her husband and asked, how many bell-bottoms did you import? You must have at least 10,000 worth of stock piled up. If I have a lot of stock, I'll just sell it slowly. When his batch is sold out, won't people come to my place to buy? Hearing such a naive thought, Chu Vu Fong also felt extremely helpless. You have a nice thought? Bell-bottoms have just been introduced in Zhahai. How could he be selling at a loss? He's selling for 43, so he's definitely making a profit. He must have a cheap supply channel. You just don't know about it. He continued to brainwash them. Shui Wenwen was still a bit stubborn, but Chu Vu Fong didn't give her a chance to argue, saying directly, when I went to Beijing a while ago, someone was already selling them for 20 a pair. If that batch gets shipped to Zhahai, what will you do? You'll be stuck with all this stock you've hoarded, you know? Shui Wenwen was speechless and asked in a panic, then what should we do now? Chu Vu Fong then suggested, your selling price must be slightly lower than the one upstairs from start to finish, no matter how much they drop it. You're already at a loss. You can only try to lose as little as possible. Think on the bright side. You can still earn it back in the future. Jiang Mingming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. You came here just to say these things? He then pointed to a corner and said, there's one more thing. You two come over here to talk. Huh? The couple was a bit stunned. Jiang Mingming followed Chu Vu Fong to a quiet corner. Jiang Mingming couldn't help but ask, what on earth is going on? He put his hands in his pockets and asked Jiang Mingming seriously, are you in debt to someone? Huh? After composing himself, Jiang Mingming realized another problem. How did you know? Did Xiao Duo tell you? Are you still in contact with her? Chu Vu Fong didn't answer, asking instead, how much did the batch of bell-bottoms in the shop cost? Where did this money come from? Jiang Mingming said loudly, what does this have to do with you? Chu Vu Fong, is it any of your business? What's your relationship with our Jiang family? Hearing this, Chu Vu Fong recounted, yesterday I passed by the library and saw someone looking for Xiao Duo to collect a debt. Their attitude was terrible, and they even made a scene at the gate of her workplace, which reflects badly on her. Do you understand? Chu Vu Fong gradually questioned his former brother-in-law. Did you take the money for the bell-bottoms from home and also borrow from outside? Is all the money tied up in stock that hasn't sold, which is why people are coming to make trouble? How did you? Jiang Mingming stuttered, unable to form a sentence. In any case, Chu Vufang already knew the answer. He placed a hand on Mingming's shoulder and said, "Brother, listen to me. How much do you owe now? Tell me, I can help you pay it back. Don't worry, I won't go to Xiaoduo or use anything to threaten her. This is what I owe her." Seeing his former brother-in-law still hesitating, Chu Vufang continued to persuade him. "That guy is no good. Aren't you worried that if he doesn't get the money, he'll go to your dad's workplace to cause trouble?" Jiang Mingming thought to himself, could he really be helping me pay off the debt? This person, how could it be? Isn't this Boss Jiang? Kong Jinkai cheerfully walked over to greet him. Kong Jinkai was still grinning as he asked, "Boss Jiang, how's business lately? When are you going to pay back the money you owe me?" Chu Vufang saw the newcomer and was a little curious. Why is this person? Jiang Mingming was a bit stunned when he saw the person. "It's you?" Seeing Jiang Mingming's expression, Chu Vufang immediately asked, "Do you owe him money?" Kong Jinkai puffed out his chest and admitted, "That's right, he owes me money. What about it? You want to pay it back for him?" Hearing this, Chu Vufang turned to Jiang Mingming and asked, "How much do you owe him in total?" I. While Jiang Mingming was stammering, unable to speak, Kong Jinkai pulled out an IOU and said, "Around 2,500, written in black and white, clear as day, with a fingerprint too." So Chu Vufang turned to Jiang Mingming for confirmation. "Jiang Mingming, you really owe him this much money, and the IOU is real, right?" Jiang Mingming had no choice but to helplessly agree. Yeah. Hearing this, Chu Vufang stepped forward. "All right, this money will definitely be paid back to you, but not right now. Did you agree on a repayment date?" Right, not right now. Surely Director Jiang wouldn't cheat a commoner out of his money? Kong Jinsai's loud laughter made him furious. "Shut up. If someone else hears what you said and it causes a bad impression, do you believe I really won't pay you back? You dare not pay." Chu Vufang warned, "If you harass my family again, we'll see if I dare not pay." Hearing this, Kong Jinsai's face turned red with anger. "Kid, are you looking to die?" Chu Vufang immediately pointed to his own head, provoking him. Come on, hit me right here. It's 2,500, come on." Although he was trembling with anger, Kong Jinkai still had a brain and didn't make a move. Chu Vufang, having gained the upper hand, assured him, "This money will definitely be paid to you when it's due. But if you cause any more trouble during this time, never mind you cursing at me. We'll see if I spare you then." Then he turned and called to Jiang Mingming, "Let's go." Watching them leave arrogantly, Kong Jinsai's face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth, wondering, what's the background of this guy? As they walked, Chu Vufang asked Jiang Mingming, "How exactly did you end up owing him this money? Tell me the specifics." Seeing that Jiang Mingming was still tight-lipped, Chu Vufang had to continue persuading him. "Brother, it's come to this. What are you still hiding? I feel like I owe Xiaoduo too much and want to help her. Do you understand? I made some money selling bell-bottoms. 2,500 is really nothing. But you have to explain this matter clearly to me, understand?" At this point, Jiang Mingming finally agreed to talk. All right. He closed his eyes and began to recall. It was like this at the time. After hearing Jiang Mingming's story, Chu Vufang assured him, "Don't worry about Kong Jinsai's matter. I'll try to give it to him tomorrow." He also reminded Jiang Mingming, "You guys need to quickly sell your goods at a discount. Clearing the inventory is urgent. Even if you don't make money, you can't let him make it." Okay. This time, Jiang Mingming was completely compliant. Seeing that everything was settled, Chu Vufang waved goodbye. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Goodbye." Okay, Jiang Mingming thought to himself, this guy seems different from before. Dinner time at Chu Vufang's residence. He ate while instructing his younger sister, "Vuna, tomorrow I'll take you guys to buy some things, and also take you for a tour of a university." Okay, Chu Vuna heard this and happily agreed. Yes. Chu Vufang then turned to Lin Chong and asked, "What about you, Lin Chong? Do you have any plans?" Lin Chong replied a bit awkwardly, I'll go to the construction site in the south to have a look first." After hearing this, Chu Vufang advised, "Try to find simple jobs that pay by the day. It's okay if you earn a little. If you can't find a place to live, come back and stay here." Thank you. You're all Vuna's classmates, so don't be so formal. Come on, Lin Chong, Lin Nan, let's eat, don't be polite." The next day, in the living room, Secretary Shun leisurely said while drinking tea, "Xiao Chu, for the procedures for that piece of land, I will do my best to give you the green light." Hearing this, he was overjoyed and thanked him. "Thank you, Secretary Shun." Chu Vufang also assured him, "Regarding the employment issue for the 70 workers, please rest assured, I will definitely strive to complete the goal." Secretary Shun took a sip of tea then said cryptically, "Speaking of the employment issue, I have something to ask of you, Xiao Chu." Secretary Shun, you're being too kind. Whatever you need me to do, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Secretary Shun placed a hand on Chu Vufong's shoulder and said gently, "Xiao Chu, find a way to increase the number of laborers to 80. Chu Vufong quickly agreed. "Yes, since you've said so, I will overcome the difficulties and definitely complete it." "Good. Ha 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 ha." Secretary Shun was happy to hear this and patted Chu Vufong on the back. He asked again, "Tell me about how you organized the model fashion show in Beijing. What was your thinking, so I can learn too?" "Yes, sir." After some explanation, Secretary Shun couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, so that's how it is." He looked at his watch, then said, "All right, Xiao Chu, there's a party later. You should come along too." In the evening, as the sun set, Chu Vufong and Xin Yuping went to meet Lu Jintang. "Director Lu, hello." Seeing him, Lu Jintang was very happy, his face beaming. "Secretary Shun, Xiao Chu, you're here." They stood there chatting together. "Yes, I'm following Secretary Shun to broaden my horizons." Lu Jintang briefed him on some necessary matters. Later, a few factory construction bosses and people from the Commerce Bureau will be there. Everyone could discuss it slowly. Shun Ziren and Chu Jun stood behind, their faces full of astonishment. Chu Vufong glanced over, feeling very annoyed in his heart. "Shun Ziren, as expected, you're here too." She also thought uncomfortably. "Chu Vufong, why is he here too?" Xin Yoping's gaze shifted to the person next to him. "What is this Xiao Chu doing here? Did Ziren invite him?" Just then, Bilingual walked over. "Secretary Shun, long time no see." The two shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. "Long time no see." Xin Yuping said politely, "Let's go inside." Bilingual respectfully made an inviting gesture. "Secretary Shun." "After you." Chu Jun took the opportunity to run up and greet him, Secretary Shun. As a result, he didn't say a word and turned to leave. He still didn't know that he hadn't left a good impression at all. He excitedly took a deep breath. "I must perform better later and strive to get praised by the leader." Chu Jun remembered something and asked, "All right, Shun Ziren, what do you think Chu Vufong is here for?" She was like a firecracker, angrily roaring. "Why do you care about him?" He was scolded until he was red with embarrassment, stammering, "I was just asking casually." Hith. Late at night, Xin Yuping stood before everyone. "All right, everyone, no need to see me off. We've pretty much finished our discussions tonight. Regarding Xiao Chu's factory construction, I hope you all proceed with it soon." Lu Jintang couldn't be more satisfied. "We will definitely give our full support." Bilingua also gave a thumbs up. Secretary Shun, you can rest assured about this matter. Chu Jun, who had been in the back the whole time, suddenly called out again, Secretary Shun. He paid no attention, saying directly, "Let's go." Even after their car had left, he still didn't give up. Chu Vufong's face was grim, and he snorted a few times. Is he an idiot? Only that fool still hadn't figured it out. This time, Secretary Shun has definitely remembered me. Hith. At the shopping center, Jiang Mingming was carrying water back when he ran into Kong Jinkai, who was already waiting in front of his stall. He gesticulated wildly, asking with false righteousness, "Oh my, boss Jiang. Your director Jiang promised to pay me a sum of money before September 1st. Now where's the money?" "Hey!" Jiang Mingming shouted angrily. "I'll give you 500 at noon. Now get lost." Kong Jinkai walked over to where he was standing. "When you pay the money, I'll leave." "Hey, Director Jiang, that person doesn't seem very honest." This sentence made him so angry his veins popped. "Who are you calling dishonest?" "What?" Kong Jinkai resorted to his old trick, preparing to play the victim to provoke him. "What now? You want to hit me again? Hit me on the head." Then he pointed aggressively. "You don't dare to hit, and your whole family doesn't have much money. Useless. The whole family is..." Before he could finish his words, another voice cut in from a distance. "What did you just say?" Kong Jinkai reflexively turned his head to look. Chu Vufong had arrived at some point and directly provoked him. "Come here." He trembled slightly, stammering, "What? You owe money and won't pay, and now you want to hit someone?" The fire of anger in his heart blazed. "Did I say I wouldn't pay you? What nonsense are you spouting at my family shop?" The two went back and forth arguing, making Jiang Mingming, who was standing in the middle, tired just from turning his head. "Then pay up. Then you come here." He was provoked to the point of madness, stomping his foot. "So what if I come over? You think you can take me?" Chu Vufong pulled out a wad of cash and gave it to him. "Count it carefully." Jiang Mingming and his wife looked at each other, speechless. That's right. Kong Jinkai finished counting and laughed as if he'd hit the jackpot. Haha, the money's all here, so we're even. As he turned to leave, he didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. "All right, Boss Jiang, you wanted to hit me just now, didn't you?" Jiang Mingming was startled. Before he could even open his mouth, the other man spoke first. "I'll lend you some guts. Do you dare to fight?" Chu Vufang raised his fist. "You dare shout one more time?" "You don't dare, but see if I dare to hit you." This made Kong Jinkai tremble with fear, almost fainting. Passers-by looked into the shop, saw the two young men arguing endlessly, and began to gossip. "It's starting again. Are these two families looking for trouble again?" Trouble is more interesting. It'd be best if both families cause so much trouble they both go out of business. Chu Vufang was so angry his jaw dropped. Cursing, "Kong Jinkai, you come over here and try me." He waved his hand, indicating there was no need for more words. "You guys are good. I can't compete with you. I still have to try and sell my bell-bottoms." After achieving his goal, Chu Vufang immediately pointed to this and continued, "Selling bell-bottoms? Is it? Come on. Even if we take a huge loss, we won't let you have any peace. Dear customers, from now on, our shop will sell bell-bottoms at no profit. One pair of bell-bottoms for 42 yuan. Cheaper than Kong Jin's size, only 42 yuan. After speaking, he smugly crossed his arms and smiled, letting his opponent stand beside him, stunned. You're standing in the middle of the shopping center, Chu Vufang shouted, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. "Everyone, remember, whatever price Kong Jin's size shop sells their bell-bottoms for, our shop will sell them for 1 yuan cheaper." His eyes lit up, his fists clenched, looking straight at him. "Kong Jinkai, you remember this well. My family won't let you have any peace even if we don't make money." Unable to win by cursing or fighting, Kong Jinkai turned and left. "This madman, I can't be bothered with you." After handling things on this side, he went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. "Director Zhang, sorry to trouble you." He placed a neat stack of documents on the table. He smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all. This is all part of our job." Chu Vufang glanced at the clock. It was exactly noon. "Let's go have lunch together." Director Zhang waved his hand shyly. "Oh, Boss Chu, no need for such trouble. I could just walk a few steps and eat at home." But he didn't agree. He walked straight over and put an arm around his shoulder. "Let's go together. It just so happens there are a few things that aren't clear. I'd like to trouble you over lunch." He had no choice but to accept, nodding awkwardly. "All right then." Feng Shalai heard the phone ring and immediately ran to answer it. "Hello? Who is it?" The other end of the line immediately replied. "Uncle Feng, it's me, Vu Feng," he said in surprise. "Vu Feng?" Feng Shalai listened silently as he explained the whole story. "Uncle Feng, the land procedures have started now. We need some site plan design reports. I'm completely unfamiliar with these things, so I still want to ask for your help. Also, we need a lot of experts. Uncle Feng, I'll have to trouble you to take care of all these matters." He thought it was some difficult matter, but it turned out to be within his capabilities. He laughed and said, "No problem. I'll get started in a few days. Once I'm ready, I'll come to Zhahai as soon as possible." Hanging up, ending the call, Chu Vufang circled the supervision item in his notebook. Looking it over, he sighed. It seems there's still a lot to prepare. In the afternoon, dusk fell again. Shui Wenwen asked her husband as they walked, "How are we going to tell Dad about this later? If Dad finds out Chu Vufang paid the money, who knows how angry he'll be?" Jiang Mingming frowned, forced to rack his brain for a plan. "Then let's just say business picked up, we sold some bell-bottoms, and paid him back." He rubbed his chin, pondering for a long time. But what about Xiaoduo? Finally, he turned to his wife for her opinion. "How about we just tell Xiaoduo? Anything but that." Shui Wenwen vehemently objected. "No way. Jiang Xiaoduo had such a hard time cutting ties with Chu Vufang. If she finds out, she'll definitely go looking for him." Seeing that it made sense, Jiang Mingming agreed. "Okay, let's not say anything for now. We'll wait until the bell-bottoms." As they were about to leave, a voice called from behind, Brother Mingming. He called his sister's name, Xiaoduo. She asked curiously, "Brother, didn't you come looking for me this afternoon to get money?" Then she took out a thick envelope, carefully explaining, "I went home at noon. Dad already prepared the money." The couple looked at each other in silence. Finally, he spoke. "You keep this money, take it back to Dad." Jiang Xiaoduo was bewildered. "Huh?" He held up the large bag of things he had just bought, smiled happily, and said as he walked, "I'm going home for dinner today." Jiang Xiaoduo wasn't that clueless. She remembered the main issue. "So, has Kong Jin's money been paid back?" Pressed to this point, he answered impatiently, "Yeah, it's paid." Lifting her head, she saw Chu Vufang standing over there on the phone. I know. Jiang Xiaoduo looked at her brother and urged, "Brother, let's go quickly." Unexpectedly, Jiang Mingming paid no mind, raised his hand and called out loudly, "Vufang." He was on the phone not far away, glanced over, but couldn't interrupt his call. Yeah. He continued his conversation. Jiang Xiaoduo didn't understand why her brother suddenly called out to him. Why did you proactively greet him just now? Jiang Mingming stammered for a long time without giving a reason. All right. Shui Wenwen quickly jumped in to smooth things over. Xiaoduo, it's all in the past. We don't have any grudges against him. Saying hello just shows that our family isn't petty. Yeah. Right. Jiang Xiaoduo wasn't stupid. Were you two hiding something from me before? Did Chu Vufang pay Kong Jinsai's money? Her brother was truly an idiot, revealing the truth after just one question. Once we sell all the bell-bottoms, the money will be returned to him. Jiang Xiaoduo was so angry she was about to faint. Then why didn't you tell me in the first place? Shui Wenwen looked at her with some apprehension. Xiaoduo, you know the situation at home. Your brother was also worried you'd get entangled with him again. Besides, Chu Vufang himself said, this is all what he owes you. She turned to leave, emphasizing a few things to them. We're divorced. He doesn't owe me anything. Jiang Mingming shouted, Xiaoduo. He hurriedly explained everything, then advised, don't worry about this anymore. Don't worry. The money will definitely be returned to him. Why are you going to look for him? Of course, she didn't listen to them. At the very least, I have to say thank you to him. Besides, he treats us so well. Are you two only just discovering that now? Didn't you two notice? He's become a much better person. Watching his sister just walk away, Jiang Mingming panicked. Right, but this is between me and him. Why are you getting involved? Arriving at the phone booth, there was no sign of Chu Vufang anywhere. Jiang Xiaoduo was bewildered. He's not here. Early in the morning, as the sun rose, Feng Shilai was already busy packing his luggage. Neo Dandan walked in and called out, Uncle Feng. Her cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head to say softly, I came to see you off. Feng Shilai turned back with a faint smile. I'm an old man. There's nothing worth seeing off. Neo Dandan knew she couldn't hide it from him, so she spoke directly. I just came to say a few words to you. Feng Shilai was surprised. Oh, what is it? She looked up and asked, Uncle Feng, did you quit your job to prepare to go to Zhahai? Some things are better left unsaid. Besides, I'm not from there. What would I go to Zhahai for? Neo Dandan took out a slip of paper and stuffed it into his hand. Uncle Feng, if you see Chu Vufang, please tell him call me back. Feng Shilai remained silent. Neo Dandan, seeing her task was done, turned and ran off. Uncle Feng, I'll be going then. Looking at the slip of paper in his hand, he smiled happily. This kid, Chu Vufang. A week later, in Zhahai, at a large dining table, Chu Vufang gave detailed instructions. Everyone, get ready. We're going to be busy for a while, and the food will be terrible, so you must eat a lot today. Feng Shilai took out the slip of paper Neo Dandan had given him earlier. Vufang, you little rascal, you're really something. You only knew the girl for a few days, and you've already stolen her heart. Chu Vufang was baffled, still not understanding what was going on. What? He held up the slip of paper, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Chu Vufang was impatient and a little annoyed. Uncle Feng, what on earth is this? Feng Shilai explained briefly. This is Neo Dandan's phone number. The girl specially ran over to ask me to pass it to you. Chu Vufang was doubtful. Neo Dandan? The father and son, Feng Shilai and Feng Bao, played off each other. You didn't expect it, did you? Her face was bright red at the time. You're a lucky kid. Chu Vufang recalled that before he left, she did indeed come to see him. Is there something you need? That is, Chu Vufang now understood to some extent. It can't be that serious. Walking on a dirt road with the village chief, Chu Vufang spoke first. Well, once this road is repaired, it will be much more convenient for the villagers to get around. He also agreed. That's right. Everyone in the village praises you, saying Boss Chu has truly done a great deed of charity. Not at all. It's just what I should do. Zhang Chengtai recognized the person approaching from a distance, waved his hand, and called out, Secretary Sure. Sure Yuyong and Haizi ran over, eagerly asking village chief Zhang, You're here? Zhang Chengtai introduced the person beside him. Secretary Sure, let me introduce you. This is the director of the Huaduo garment factory, Chu Vufang. He was also surprised. So young? Chu Vufang quickly stepped forward to shake his hand and greet him. Secretary Sure, we'll have to trouble you for a while. He shook his head repeatedly. You're too polite. You're helping us repair the road. How is that a bother? Come, let's go inside and talk. Yes, all right. In the evening, the three of them, Chu Vufang, Feng Bao, and Feng Shilai, sat outdoors, chatting by a fire. If we do that, I'm afraid the Beijing garment factory will hate us to death. Chu Vufang spoke up. That's how business competition is. The big fish eats the small fish. It's fundamentally the fairest rule in the world. As for what Lu Deguang will think of me, I couldn't care less. Feng Shilai didn't want to take the risk and flatly disagreed. In short, let's take it slow. Our factory has just been established. We shouldn't move too hastily. Chu Vu Fong's expression darkened. Uncle Fong, no one understands this era better than I do. In short, you just need to cooperate with me with all your strength. Leave the marketing to me. Fong Shalai was already committed and had to see it through, so he nodded in agreement. All right. Fong Bao cheerfully encouraged him. Vu Fong, I will also cooperate with you with all my strength. Receiving the encouragement, Chu Vu Fong beamed. Brother Fong, with a crouching dragon and phoenix chick like you helping, how can we worry about our great cause not succeeding? A moment later, he yawned, really unable to stay awake any longer, and stood up first. Going to bed. Fong Shalai spoke up and asked, all right, Vu Fong, that little girl Nyo Dandan, you still haven't contacted her? He looked awkward. I've already forgotten what she even looks like. What's there to contact? The father and son, Fong Shalai and Fong Bao, looked at each other and laughed. Ha ha ha, this kid Vu Fong. In the shopping center, the couple Jiang Mingming and Shui Wenwen were happily counting money. Hee. In just a few days, we've sold over 100 pairs and recovered 4,000 yuan of our capital. Just then, a woman ran over, shouting, refund. They're selling them for 25 yuan a pair in Yishui Alley, but you sold them to me for 41 yuan. You're too black-hearted. Give me my money back now. Shui Wenwen was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening. The scene shifts to the library where Jiang Xiaoduo works. Her colleague, Du Wan, asked, you look very familiar. Are you looking for Xiaoduo for something? Chu Vu Fong smiled and replied, it's nothing. I was just passing by and dropped in to see her. Well, I'll be going now. Watching his retreating figure, another female colleague leaned in and said, this Xiaoduo really has some skills. The people who come looking for her are all impressive. Wasn't the last one a taxi driver? The female colleague with glasses replied, I don't know. The other one said excitedly, I saw everything. A woman who's been divorced once is truly formidable when she remarries. Du Wan, jealous, walked away abruptly. You're the formidable one. What did you say? Nothing. The colleague was furious. What kind of person is she? Over here, a crowd gathered to cause trouble. Refund. This is a scam store. Give me my money back. A red-haired woman yelled. Are you going to give a refund or not? Shui Wenwen was so scared her voice stammered. I'll give a refund. Chu Vu Fong stepped forward from behind. On what grounds should you give her a refund? The woman thought he was an easy target and rushed forward to challenge him. I bought the pants at this store. On what grounds can I return them? Chu Vu Fong replied. They sell bell-bottoms upstairs and downstairs. Who knows where you bought them? A bystander shouted. She did buy them from your store. Right, I bought them from you people too. Your store is too black-hearted. Chu Vu Fong couldn't take it anymore. He glanced back and said, Jiang Mingming, go get the purchase invoices. He was dazed but still complied. Oh, I'm going right now. Chu Vu Fong took the purchase invoices and threw them down in front of them. See this? Our purchase prices are 50 and 44. Selling at 41 is selling at a loss. Who knows if you bought cheap goods elsewhere and came here to scam the price difference? Let me tell you, this is extortion. This is hooliganism. After being scolded, those Annies could only shut their mouths. After chasing away the hooligans, Chu Vu Fong started to lecture the couple. I really don't understand you two. You finally managed to sell some goods. Why would you give refunds? When they bring a whole crowd to demand refunds, you won't be able to stop them. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Shui Wenwen asked worriedly. So what should we do now? Chu Vu Fong explained about the cheap pants. I've been to Yishui Alley to check. It's true. Someone is selling them for 25 yuan a pair. Going on like this is not a solution. How about this? Let's go have a meal together. I also have something I want to talk to you two about. Jiang Mingming was still hesitant, but his wife beside him nodded. Okay. Shui Wenwen, afraid her husband didn't get the hint, gave him a pinch. As it happens, I also have something to tell you. Chu Vu Fong nodded. Let's go then. In the restaurant, the couple spoke in concert. We've made a decent amount of money selling bell-bottoms lately, so let's pay you back 2,500 first. That's right, we should pay you back first. Although we need a lot of money at home recently, we can still manage to save up. Chu Vu Fong shook his head and waved his hand. No rush. He became serious. I have something else to discuss with you, and you'll need money for it then. You two just hold on to this money. There's no rush to pay me back. Oh, although Shui Wenwen was a bit scared of such matters, she still agreed. Is that so? Then that's fine. Vu Fong, so tell us, what should we do now? He then explained, you can't sell at the shopping center anymore. Customers who want to buy will go to Yishui Alley. You two have to go to the night market to set up a stall and sell them for 24 yuan a pair. She was astonished. The night market? Chu Vu Fong told them. That's right, my stall over there hasn't expired yet. You two could just go there. They wanted to sell the goods, but they didn't want to set up a stall outside. Setting up a stall is so embarrassing. But he still instructed them carefully. Remember, the price must be exactly 24 yuan a pair. You can only attract customers by having a price advantage. Jiang Mingming nodded. Got it. Chu Vu Fong continued. Besides this, there's one more thing to discuss with you two. What is it? You two go to the night market and sell bell-bottoms from a stall for 2 days. Definitely don't open the store in the shopping center anymore, and then change to a different sign. Jiang Mingming was surprised. Change the sign? Just let me finish. This sign will read, Beijing Garment Factory Franchise, Store Number 23. Shui Wenwen was startled by his words. Beijing Garment Factory? The same Beijing Garment Factory that held a fashion show before? Chu Vu Fong nodded. Ma'am, that's right. She asked again with some apprehension. You're borrowing their brand to sell clothes? Isn't that a bit improper? It'll be a lot of trouble if we get sued. He explained, no, it's actually clothes from the Beijing Garment Factory. I have a contract with them. You two just do as I say. After the meal, it was already very late. Chu Vu Fong said goodbye to them. I'll be leaving first. Okay, Vu Fong, be careful on your way. After he had gone, Shui Wenwen looked at her husband excitedly. If we can sell clothes from the Beijing Garment Factory, they'll definitely sell like hotcakes. Jiang Mingming agreed. That's right, with such a big brand, we definitely won't have to worry about sales. In the end, there's always a what if. Look how cunning Kong Jinkai is. The moment he saw someone returning goods, he closed his shop immediately. But you just opened the door for them to make returns, and even took back more than 10 pairs. After being scolded at length, the sleeping lioness inside Shui Wenwen could no longer rest. You have the nerve to lecture me? When you saw people returning goods, you just cowered on the side and watched. Besides scolding me, what else can you do? You're not acting like a man at all. They went back and forth, neither giving an inch. What do you mean? Who are you calling not a man? You're the one not acting like a man. Shui Wenwen was furious, wanting to grab a megaphone to argue. You only know how to lose your temper with me. Look how manly Chu Vu Fong is. He pulled me right behind him. No one in your entire Jiang family can compare to even a fraction of Chu Vu Fong. Jiang Mingming also strained his neck to yell back at her. Shui Wenwen, are you brainless? If you hadn't insisted on stocking so much inventory, would all this have happened? I'm talking about today. Why are you bringing up old stuff? Today, I'm going to settle this with you. Early the next morning, Chu Vu Fong woke up very early and called out to everyone. Time to work. Fong Shilai and the others came out. Vu Fong, good morning. He smiled and said, Uncle Fong, you don't need to get up so early. I can go supervise by myself. A bald young man said cheerfully, Boss Chu, you're so diligent, waking up this early too. They left with their arms around each other's shoulders. Aren't I just afraid you guys will slack off? Ha 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 ha. Entering the room, Fong Shilai called out loudly to his son, Fong Bao Bao, stop sleeping. He sat up groggily, huh? What's wrong? Fong Shilai said angrily, what time is it and you're still sleeping? Can't you make a good impression on Vu Fong? Fong Bao Bao scrambled out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and ran out. I'm coming right over. He finally broke into a smile. This silly kid. In the evening, at the night market, the couple Jiang Mingming stood silently looking at each other. He spoke first. You go hawk the goods. I have a formal job. It wouldn't look good if someone from my work unit saw me. She shot him a sideways glance. I'm not going. It was a stalemate. How can you do business like this? Go on, hawk them. You hawk them if you want. I'm not doing it. Are you brainless? You can't. Before he could finish his sentence, a familiar voice was heard. He saw Jiang Xiaoduo approaching, and both of them were curious. Huh? Why are you here? She smiled lightly. I came to see how your business is going. Why do I get the feeling I'm not welcome? Jiang Mingming stammered. Because Chu Vu Fong is also coming over later. Although she was a little surprised, she didn't pay it much mind. She picked up a pair of bell-bottoms to look at, then asked, You've set up a stall. Shouldn't you be hawking your wares? Shui Wenwen shrugged. It's useless to hawk. Anyone who wants to buy bell-bottoms has surely gone to Yishui Alley. Her brother beside her also chimed in. That's right, Chu Vu Fong is really something else, renting a stall in the night market. Is that even reliable? Jiang Xiaoduo was hit with one surprise after another. Chu Vu Fong, this stall is his? Jiang Mingming, shameless and feeling very proud, said, his stall was empty, so he let us use it to sell things. You don't need to worry about this. Jiang Xiaoduo was not happy, her expression showing it clearly. Then why didn't you tell me? He answered casually and perfunctorily. Well, you know now, don't you? Don't worry about the money we owe him. We'll pay it back. Oh, Shui Wenwen then came forward, speaking in a half-complimentary, half-critical tone. I think we should go back to the shopping center. We can't sell anything here. Jiang Mingming chimed in. That's right. After all, people who go to the shopping center want to buy things, while people who come here are just strolling around. It's hard to sell. Jiang Xiaoduo was about to die of anger at her brother and sister-in-law. Why are you two like this? You have to hawk to sell things. Shui Wenwen, wanting reward without effort, shrugged indifferently. Xiaoduo, it's useless. The customers have all been snatched away by the ones in Yishui Alley. She retorted fiercely. Does anyone do business like you two? Chu Vufang wasn't like this before. Shui Wenwen pointed and said, how can that be the same? He was the first one to sell bell-bottoms, with no competition. Of course it was easy to sell. The situation is different now. You can't just use brute force in business, understand? Jiang Xiaoduo grabbed a pair of bell-bottoms from a stall, ignoring them. If you two want hawk, I will. Bell-bottoms, 24 yuan a pair. Everyone come and buy. Bell-bottoms, 24 yuan a pair. A woman glanced over, but just gave a glare and turned away. 24 yuan bell-bottoms. Jiang Mingming sighed. Are you silly? Don't you know your sister-in-law and me? That's right. It's the same whether we hawk or not. Just then, Chu Vufang walked over and asked, how's it going? Xiaoduo, you're here too? She nodded slightly. He walked straight over to them and asked, right, how's business? Jiang Mingming stammered. Oh. Shui Wenwen immediately jumped in. We haven't sold a single pair yet. This spot is too remote. We can't sell anything at all. Her husband also added, that's right, the customers have all been snatched by Yishui Alley. How about we go back to the shopping center to sell tomorrow? Chu Vufang was surprised by what they said. Not a single pair sold. Jiang Xiaoduo walked to his side. They just aren't willing to sell seriously. I think they probably sold a few pairs. He found what they said ridiculous. You two say Yishui Alley is stealing your customers, but that place is at least 7 kilometers away. How could it steal your customers? The individual businesses in the shopping center are all struggling to sell their goods. You want to go back there? Are you trying to jump into a pit of fire? Jiang Mingming and his wife were left speechless. But Chu Vufang continued. I used to sell them here for 110 yuan a pair, and they still sold. You two are only selling them for 24 yuan, so how can you not sell any? Forget it. There's no point explaining it to you two. He took a pair of bell-bottoms and went out, starting to hawk. Bell-bottoms imported from America, 24 yuan a pair. The cheapest bell-bottoms in Zhahai. Everyone come and take a look. 24 yuan a pair. Tuesday clearance sale. They'll be gone if you're late. Whoever wants to buy, come over here quickly. The woman who originally wanted to return the pants at the shopping center now heard such a cheap price and immediately looked over. Bell-bottoms for 24 yuan a pair? Chu Vufang greeted her enthusiastically. Go ahead and ask around. We're even 1 yuan cheaper than Yishui Alley. You can also buy half a cadia bag. The surrounding crowd immediately rushed over. Do you still have size medium? I want a size S. He used his masterful skills to interact with each customer. Yes, but there aren't many left. If you want to buy, you'd better be quick. They'll be all gone in a moment. The night market is bustling with people. There's no shortage of buyers, only the fear of not having enough goods to sell. Give me a size medium. I also want a size medium. You've taken the money. Hurry up and give me the pants. Here's the money. I want a size large. Chu Vufang went all out to boost sales. The pants haven't even been zipped up yet. Whoever wants to buy quickly. Sizes small and medium are almost sold out. Jiang Xiaoduo turned to look at her brother and shouted angrily. What are you still standing there dazed for? Hurry up and lend a hand. Jiang Mingming nodded blankly. Okay. He turned back to his wife. Quick. Bring out all the sizes. Shui Wenwen was swamped. I know. After everyone had bought their items and left, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Chu Vufang wiped the sweat from his brow with his hand. Jiang Mingming came up from behind. Vufang, thank you. He turned his head and smiled lightly. Just as he picked up some water to drink, Jiang Xiaoduo came over again. Vufang, are you all right? He looked at her. Nothing seemed amiss. I'm fine. He took a sip of water. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoduo worriedly stopped him. Don't drink it. Drinking unboiled water will give you a stomachache. I'll go home and get you some water. He found it too troublesome and shook his head. It's fine, but she was still worried. Don't drink it. Chu Vufang pointed at the cup of water and chuckled. It's not like I drink it often, it's fine. Jiang Xiaoduo grew more and more anxious. You still can't drink it. She was about to say something else. Vufang, but Jiang Mingming waved from a distance. Vufang, we've finished cleaning up. He turned and walked straight towards them. Let me tell you too, continue selling at the night market tomorrow. You sold for 24 today. The shopping center might also lower their prices tomorrow, so you have to act fast. He scratched his head, got it. Vufang, thank you. We've troubled you too many times. Chu Vufang said enthusiastically, it's nothing, we're all family. Halfway through, he felt a bit embarrassed and corrected himself. We're all friends. At this point, he didn't beat around the bush anymore. Right, there's one more thing I want to tell you too. It's about the Beijing garment factory. Anyway, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance. Shui Wenwen turned to her husband. It's getting late. Let's take the clothes and go home too. She then added a few words of admiration. This Chu Vufang's mind is really sharp, and he's so manly. I think he must be a 10,000 yuan household by now. Mingming, don't you think so? Jiang Mingming, his sore spot having been poked, didn't agree at all. How could that be? That's a 10,000 yuan household we're talking about. She sighed and walked away. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's hurry up, clean up, and go home. Early the next morning, everyone at the Huaduo garment factory started working, each to their own task, no one disturbing anyone else. Put it over here, just put it close to this side. Chu Vufang also came over carrying a shovel. Someone saw him and shouted, Everyone, Boss Chu is here to work. Can't you all put a little more effort into it? The villagers who were repairing the road immediately greeted him. Boss Chu, he said with a laugh. If you don't work like me, a piece of meat will be deducted from your meal. In the evening, at the home of Secretary Shun Yuping, he called out loudly, Ziren, we have a guest. Go open the door. She ran out happily. It's so late. Could it be that big brother is back? Opening the door and seeing Chu Vufang in front of her, her face immediately darkened, and she said unhappily, It's you? Why are you here? Chu Vufang replied nonchalantly, I'm looking for Secretary Shun. Shun Ziren was fuming. Don't you know how to pick a time? What are you looking for my eldest uncle for at this late hour? Shin Yuping spoke up at this moment. Shun Ziren, we have a guest. Why are you talking like that? She turned around abruptly, but he came so late. He said with a laugh from behind her, I was the one who called him over. Why is this child so insensible? He's your classmate, after all. How can you talk to him like that? His wife, Chugi, came out from the kitchen to smooth things over for her niece. All right now, our Ziren has been like this since she was little. She doesn't mean any harm. She waved her hand. Shin Ziren, come over here and help your auntie with the cooking. She ignored whatever Chu Vufang wanted and walked straight away. Chu Vufang stayed behind and said, clasping his hands, Well, Secretary Shun, I've troubled you again. He gave a faint smile. This girl, Shun Ziren, is too straightforward. I hope you don't mind. He waved his hand and said cheerfully, It's all right. Just as Annie said, she doesn't mean any harm. Standing next to her aunt, she still wouldn't let him off, turning to scold him. Were we that close in high school? You're truly shameless. Chu Guei sighed helplessly. This child, sitting on the sofa, discussing matters with him. Shin Yuping asked, Are all the sewing instructors invited from Beijing? Chu Vufang didn't hide anything. Yes, after the list is finalized, we can bring the employed sisters to the factory for centralized training. He was very pleased with this and replied immediately, Good. Suddenly remembering something, he asked again, Little Chu, could it be that you've been trained abroad? Chu Vufang was very surprised, but he quickly answered his question. Shin Ziren and I were classmates. Why do you suddenly ask that? He pretended not to care. Just a casual question. As for the list, it will take about 3 more days. I'll give it to you once it's finalized. Chu Guei came out from the kitchen and said to her husband, Let's eat first. Don't let the young man go hungry. Shin Yuping looked at him and invited, Yes, little Chu, let's eat first. Not wanting to refuse the elder's kindness, he replied, Yes, sir. She walked over and patted Chu Vufang's shoulder. Such a tall young man. In the evening, he and Shun Ziren walked home along the same path. She muttered unhappily to herself, My eldest uncle is really something. Why did he have to make this guy walk me home? It's not like I can't get home by myself. Chu Vufang was smoking and blew a puff of smoke towards her. Shun Ziren waved her hand in disgust and covered her nose. Can you not smoke next to me? He didn't like her either, and decisively threw the cigarette to the ground and stamped it out. She was just about to praise his obedient action when Chu Vufang took another cigarette out of his pocket, making Shun Ziren fume with anger. You don't need to walk me home anymore. Just go quickly. Chu Vufang couldn't take it anymore and roared. You think I want to walk you home? Nah, off. Shun Ziren's face turned red with anger. What kind of attitude is that? Chu Vufang walked ahead, waving his hand. Come if you want, don't if you don't. As soon as he walked off, a cold wind blew from behind, giving one goosebumps. Shun Ziren had no choice but to follow. Thinking to herself, you just wait. Chu Vufang glanced back. I've spoiled you too much. Arriving at Shun Ziren's apartment complex, Zhu Jun and another friend had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the two of them approach, Zhu Jun said happily, Ah, you're finally back. The other female friend immediately hugged her. Ziren, we just went to your place, but no one was there. We were planning to stay the night at your place. Zhu Jun pointed at him unhappily and asked Chu Vufang, Why are you with Ziren? As if afraid he couldn't provoke him enough, he put on a helpless look, shrugged, and said, "After having dinner together, I couldn't just not walk her home, could I? Now that she's here, I'll be heading back." Zhu Jun turned to her. "Xiren, why did you come back with that hooligan?" Shin Xiren turned and walked away angrily. "Don't ask anymore. I'm so annoyed I could die." Her two friends hurriedly chased after her. "Xiren, wait for me." Zhu Jun watched the others back recede into the distance, wanting to kill someone on the spot. Chu Vu Fong. When he got home, he immediately saw his younger sisters sobbing at the door. "Sobi, Sobi, Sobi." He asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Lin Nan looked at him with tear-filled eyes and said, "Brother, Lin Chong was beaten up by someone." Chu Vu Fong was alarmed. "Which room is he in?" She immediately pointed inside. "Still in that room, lying on the bed without moving. We told him to go to the hospital, but he won't go." Lin Chong. In the room, he was lying on the bed with a bruised and swollen face, unable to move. His whole body was covered in injuries, and he couldn't even sit up to say hello. "Brother." Chu Vu Fong went over and urged, "Let's go, we're going to the hospital first." He firmly refused this option. "I'm not going. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a night's rest." Chu Vu Fong was furious. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Lin Chong said, trembling, "I'm not going. I'm not going to the hospital no matter what." In the end, it was because his family was poor. He didn't have much money, and Lin Nan still had to go to school. She ran in to persuade him. "Lin Chong, what are you doing? Hurry up and go to the hospital." He yelled, "I'm not going." Then he glared at her. Lin Nan said heartbrokenly, "It doesn't cost that much to go to the hospital. I have money here, just be good and go." Lin Chong stubbornly lay on the bed. "Not going, not going, I'm not going no matter what." His sister couldn't persuade him, so Chu Vu Fong immediately scolded. "Lin Chong, are you brainless? You're already crippled like this, and your whole family is counting on you. What if you're left with a permanent injury? Who will take care of your parents in the future?" As soon as he heard that his whole family was counting on him, Lin Chong trembled. "Mom and Dad, Like a child, he burst into tears. "Brother, my leg hurts so much." Having convinced them, Chu Vu Fong called his sisters over to help. "Let's hurry to the hospital." That evening, on that deserted road, the family members were all running like the wind. "Does it hurt anywhere else besides your leg?" Lin Chong, slumped over his brother's shoulder, was gradually drifting off. "Probably not. I just feel dizzy and want to sleep." Absolutely nothing can happen to him. Chu Vu Fong instructed his sisters, "Keep talking to him. Absolutely do not let him sleep." The girls obediently and immediately agreed. "Yes, yes, yes." Arriving at the hospital, he ran straight inside, shouting, "Emergency! We need an emergency here." Seeing this, a nurse immediately came out and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Vu Fong briefly explained the situation. "He was beaten and injured. I suspect a head injury." Lin Nan stood beside them, stunned. "His brain?" The nurse pointed over there, giving directions. "Have him sit down. I'll go get the doctor." A while later, after undergoing various tests and scans, the doctor looked at the films and told them, "It's right here, a concussion. There are already signs of hemorrhage. He needs surgery immediately, or his life will be in danger." Lin Nan stepped forward and urged, "Then operate quickly." The doctor explained, "The surgery has risks, a family member needs to sign, and moreover, the surgical fee is quite high." She stammered and asked, "How much does it cost?" The doctor replied, "Anesthesia, surgery, plus various other fees. The total is about over 500 yuan. Lin Nan was stunned by this number. 500 yuan? She stepped forward, grabbed the doctor's hand, and shook it. "Doctor, can you operate first?" The doctor could only sigh. "The hospital has its rules. There's nothing I can do. You have to pay first." Lin Nan trembled all over and finally, with a thud, knelt down in front of Chu Vu Fong, sobbing, "Brother." Chu Vu Fong hurriedly bent down to help her up. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." The girl pleaded, "Brother, please save Lin Chong. I'm begging you to advance the surgery fee for me." Chu Vu Fong comforted her. "I'll advance it. Get up quickly. There's no need for this, don't worry." Then he turned to the doctor and said, "I'll go pay the surgery fee right now. Please prepare for the surgery quickly." The other party also nodded. "All right, you go down to the first floor to pay. I'll prepare for the surgery." Outside the operating room, Lin Nan kept saying, "Brother, Vuna, thank you both so much." Chu Vu Fong waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing." Chu Vuna looked gently at her best friend, Lin Nan. "There's no need to be so formal between us. As long as Lin Chong is okay, that's all that matters." The girl nodded happily. "Yes, yes." After a long, agonizing wait, the doctor finally came out of the operating room and asked, "Who is Lin Chong's family?" Lin Nan hurried over. "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor smiled happily and replied, "The surgery was very successful, don't worry." The girl was so happy she almost jumped for joy. "Really? That's wonderful." The two over there also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that he's okay. That scared me to death." Over at Jiang Mingming's place, a new sign has been hung. Beijing Garment Factory franchise store. Shui Wenwen excitedly said to her husband, "This Beijing Garment Factory clothing, in all of Zhahai, only we get to sell it." He nodded, "That's right, and we get the goods directly from the factory." Thinking about the origin of this sign, she praised, "This time it was really all thanks to Chu Vu Fong. I never expected he even knew people from the Beijing Garment Factory." "That's right, I didn't expect it either. This great favor certainly didn't just fall from the sky." Then again, the reason he was willing to help us like this isn't at all because of Xiao Duo. You said about his thing with Xiao Duo. Is there some misunderstanding in our family? Jiang Mingming couldn't explain and could only scratch his head. Well, just then, the main character of the story, Jiang Xiaoduo, and her colleague Du-Wan arrived. "Brother, how's business?" "Xiaoduo, you're here?" The couple greeted them warmly. Shui Wenwen was so happy her face flushed. "Very good. Much better than before." Du-Wan, standing beside them, then spoke up. "Big brother, sister-in-law, I'm Xiaoduo's colleague. I want to come pick out a dress today. Could you two give me a little discount?" As soon as he saw the girl, Jiang Mingming grinned from ear to ear, which made his wife beside him very unhappy. "I recognize you, Du-Wan, right? Don't worry, we'll give you the cost price." Getting what she wanted, she smiled happily and said, "Hee hee, thank you then." In the evening, the three of them walked home together. Jiang Mingming chatted happily. "Let me tell you, this afternoon 2 customers came, both to pick out dresses, and a regular customer came back, which proves our styles are very appealing." Jiang Xiaoduo, walking behind, suddenly spoke up. "Brother, have you seen Vu Fong recently?" They turned their heads to look at her at the same time and replied, "Huh? No news." She quietly lowered her head, feeling a little disappointed. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lin Nan stood beside her younger brother, scolding incessantly. "How could they be so calculating? And to beat you up like this, let's go report it to the police. Let the police arrest them." He raised his fist, as if wanting to punch his sister to her senses. "All right, stop talking. You don't understand anything." The girl, having been scolded by her brother, stood by his side, hurt and silent. Chu Vu Fong also walked over. "Lin Chong, are you feeling better? Still nauseous?" The boy scratched his head shyly. "Much better, brother. It's just that my head still hurts a little. My leg doesn't hurt anymore." Chu Vu Fong placed a bag of fruit on the table and nodded. "That's good." Then he asked with a serious face, "Tell me, who beat you?" Lin Chong hesitated for a long time, still unable to say a single name. Chu Vu Fong walked over and patted his shoulder. "Don't be afraid. Tell me everything clearly. You can't just let people bully you for no reason, right?" A moment later, this is what happened. Lin Chong recalled. "The southern construction site doesn't hire temporary workers. It's all contracted out to people from the same village. So I found this group of fellow villagers to work with. When the job was done, the foreman paid that group of people but didn't give me a single cent, so I went to reason with them." Leaving the hospital room, Lin Nan ran after him, calling out, "Brother Fong, I have to trouble you again with Lin Chong's matter. Really, thank you so much." The girl bowed her head carefully as she spoke. Chu Vu Fong comforted her. "Lin Nan, there's no need for that. Go home and rest. You've been tired all day." The girl smiled happily, accepting his kind words, yes. Meanwhile, Chu Vu Fong went to find Shin Yuping to talk. "Secretary Shun, this time there are a total of 50 workers. During the training period, our factory still has to pay their wages. The cost is not small." He acted as if it was a matter of course. "This batch of workers comes with a quota. These difficulties, you'll have to overcome them yourself." Chu Vu Fong. Chu Vu Fong shouted indignantly. "How can you just dump this on me for no reason? I have to overcome it, but you should also give our private enterprise some support. Otherwise, if we have to take another 30 people later, I'm afraid we'll have to postpone taking on work until next year." Shin Yuping got straight to the point. "You kid, just say it. What support do you want?" Chu Vu Fong proposed. "I want the winter uniform order from the Southwest General Equipment Factory. Can you let our Huaduo Garment Factory do it?" He turned and walked away. "The Southwest General Equipment Factory? I'm not in charge of that. You go negotiate it yourself." He had no choice but to ask, "Then which factory are you in charge of?" "The Finching Iron and Steel Works or the Xinzhou General Equipment Factory would also be fine." Shin Yuping waved his hand. "I'm not in charge of those either." Chu Vu Fong lost all his patience. "Then look, which factory's quota are you planning to give me?" He had to turn back and say, "You kid, I really don't know what to do with you. I remember you're from Linshui City, right? Chu Vufang leaned in close and asked, "You mean you want to give me the quota for the Linshui steel plant, right?" Shin Yuping was startled by him. Haha, all right, if it's the Linshui steel plant, I can help you get in touch. Having achieved his goal, his tone changed 180 degrees. "Thank you so much. Then I'll head back to the factory first." He also agreed. "All right, you wait a few days. The Linshui steel plant will contact you." Remembering something he hadn't done, he turned back. "That's right, Secretary Shun." The man looked over doubtfully. As he said, on the southern construction site, there are quite a few thugs who specialize in bullying workers from the countryside. 2 days ago, they beat a kid from my family until he had a cerebral hemorrhage. It's completely lawless. As soon as Shin Yuping heard this, he became furious. Something like this happened? How was it handled in the end? Meanwhile, the gang of thugs had no idea that disaster was about to strike. Still laughing and chatting happily. Ha ha ha. The police walked over and asked, "Are you Li Zhenghu?" He nodded in confirmation. The police continued, "We need to talk to you about something." He pointed at his own face and asked back, "Talk to me about something?" Before he could react, the police rushed forward to arrest him. "What are you doing? Let me go." His underlings also tried to rush forward, but they didn't get the chance. The police warned them, "The rest of you, stay put." After saying that, they escorted the man away. "Li Jinghu, come with us to assist in the investigation." He shouted, "Assist in what investigation? Assist in what investigation?" The police said coldly, "You'll find out when we get there." At the shopping center, Jiang Mingming and his wife's business was doing quite well. Chu Vufang walked over. "Business is good, huh?" Both of them said happily, "Vufang, you're here." Jiang Xiaoduo was happier than anyone. "You're here." Chu Vufang smiled slightly and nodded. "Yeah." Shui Wenwen came over and asked curiously, "Vufang, why haven't you come by recently? What have you been busy with?" Not wanting to reveal the matter, he gave a vague answer. "Busy with business. What else?" "How's business for you too? How many times have you restocked from the Beijing garment factory?" She told him everything. "We've already ordered twice, and we have to go order again tomorrow. We really have to thank you so much for this time. If you're not busy later, let's have a meal together." Chu Vufang didn't refuse. "Okay." Jiang Mingming interjected from behind. "Today, isn't it Mom's birthday today? We have to go home and eat together." These words put his wife in a very awkward position, not knowing what to do. Well, Chu Vufang scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's okay, we can do it next time. I'll take a rain check on this meal." The three members of the Jiang family stood frozen on the spot, speechless. And in the end, just let him leave. "I have something else to do. You two keep up the good business. I'll come by again when I'm free." Shui Wenwen watched his retreating back and said, "Vufang, don't worry. Next time I'll definitely treat you to a big meal." His eyes filled with anticipation. "All right, I'll remember that." After he was long gone, Jiang Xiaoduo finally started to get angry. "Brother, Chu Vufang has helped us so much. What was that attitude of yours just now?" Shui Wenwen also chimed in. That's right. Jiang Mingming explained. "What was wrong with my attitude? It really is our mom's birthday, and besides, didn't we say next time?" But she wouldn't accept this reasoning. "That's not the point. You just made him very uncomfortable, and you embarrassed me too, you know? He has helped you and sister-in-law so much. Haven't you wondered why? Now that you've met him today, don't you want to sit down and have a proper talk with him?" Jiang Mingming was questioned to the point of not knowing what to do. Jiang Xiaoduo still wouldn't let it go. "Don't tell me you think just thanking him later is enough?" Meanwhile, Chu Vufang and Feng Hailai sat down to discuss business. Feng Hailai said, "You mean no franchise fee? Just providing the relevant licenses is enough to franchise the Hoa DOA garment factory?" He nodded in reply. "That's right, but let me say this first. After franchising, you can only sell our clothes. At that time, we will create a new position for a market investigator who will specialize in visiting partner stores to investigate, limit the number of franchise stores based on the situation, balance customer traffic, and also form a healthy competitive relationship." Feng Hailai was a little surprised. "The Beijing garment factory is still operating according to your previous plan, and you're not charging a franchise fee. Were you planning to compete with them from the very beginning?" Chu Vufang waved his hand. "It's not that dramatic. The main thing is that one franchise store can't cover a large sales area. If we take the high-end route, the franchise fee will restrict too many retail stores that want to join." Feng Hailai thought for a moment and felt it made a lot of sense. That's right, the Beijing garment factory has a model team, so it's more suitable for them to take the high-end route. Chu Vufang grinned widely. "Speaking of the model team, I heard there will be a spring festival gala this year." Feng Hailai was still unfamiliar with these matters. "Spring festival gala? What's that?" His eyes lit up. "It's nothing. I have to go to Beijing in a few months. You'll know then." Feng Hailai asked him curiously, "So for our grand opening, should we invite the Beijing garment factory's model team to help us promote?" Chu Vufang gave a mischievous smile. Of course, we have to invite them. Then we'll casually mention our name, overshadowing theirs. It's no big deal. Understanding his intention, Feng Hailai laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you're quite something, kid. Jiang Xiaoduo and Duan got off work and were on their way home. A colleague came over and asked, do you two want to go eat together? My treat, but they both refused at the same time. I have to go home to eat, thank you. I'm not going either. The female colleague said awkwardly, oh, all right then. Then she turned to her driver boyfriend next to her. Let's go, we'll eat by ourselves. He suddenly saw something. Wait, then he got out of the car and called out. Xiren, Shun Xiren, and Chu Jun were not far away. Sure Jiang, long time no see. New girlfriend? Let me meet her. He smiled very happily. She's in the car. Let's go state-owned restaurant, my treat. Shun Xiren smiled naturally. Who would turn down a free meal? Chu Jun, let's go. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoduo said, this roasted sweet potato isn't as good as last time. Duan didn't notice any difference. Mine is still okay. Suddenly, there was the sound of a bicycle from the other side, and a voice rang out. Boss Chu is treating today. We have to eat our fill. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaoduo hurriedly called out, Vu Fong. Feng Bao Bao saw her and called to him, Vu Fong, a very pretty girl was just staring at you. He grinned smugly. When I get back, I'll call your sister-in-law and tell her you have a little lover in Zhahai. Feng Bao Bao froze completely. This kid, arriving at the place, he led everyone in. This is it. We're eating here today. Sure Jiang saw them and said in surprise, huh? Zhu Vu Feng? Chu Jun was the first to speak sarcastically. I heard that kid is opening a garment factory. Clothes are so hard to sell now. I bet it'll go bankrupt sooner or later. Another person immediately chimed in. Isn't that obvious? Inside, everyone was eating and drinking heartily. The Feng father and son both came to toast him. You two really wait for the dishes to arrive before drinking. Feng Bao Bao refused. No, today we must let Boss Chu drink his fill. Right, everyone? Chu Vu Fong gave a wry smile. Your intentions are not pure. Ha ha ha. Chu Vu Fong, you get scared too? If we're brothers, be a sport. Who's afraid of whom? Come on. Jiang Xiaoduo had followed them here, asking doubtfully, where did they go? Seeing the restaurant next door, she confirmed, ah, here, inside. Chu Vu Fong was speaking boldly. Give me 1 year, and I'll make everyone have a different attitude when they mention the Hoa DOA garment factory. Looking at the table full of men, Jiang Xiaoduo exclaimed, so many people. Someone saw her and immediately asked, Miss, who are you looking for? She blushed shyly and finally pointed at Chu Vu Fong. Him. I'm looking for him. He turned around doubtfully. Who is it? Seeing her, Chu Vu Fong's delight was obvious. It's you. Feng Hailai spoke up first. Here to see Director Chu. Feng Bao Bao. Go get a chair. Let the young lady sit next to Director Chu. Chu Vu Fong waved his hand. What chair? He patted his own thigh. Come here, sit on my lap. The scene before them left Feng Hailai stunned, and even Feng Bao Bao gave a forced laugh. Chu Vu Fong grabbed Jiang Xiaoduo's wrist and pulled her forcefully into his lap. Listen to me, be good, hurry, and sit on my lap. Chu Jun asked the person next to her curiously. Xiren, Chu Vu Fong is such a hooligan. He's not a real man. Shun Xiren said while chewing. Xiaoduo is such an idiot. I really don't know what she likes about that hooligan. Forget it. I can't be bothered. Lu Rue and he tactfully spoke up one by one. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. I'm going too. Me too. Jiang Xiaoduo asked embarrassedly. What are you doing? Feng Bao Bao smiled and asked her, little girl, what is your relationship with him? Chu Vu Fong casually cut in to answer. She's my partner. This statement stunned both Feng Bao Bao and Feng Hailai. Partner? Chu Vu Fong turned his head to tease her. Wifey, you came looking for me all of a sudden. Did you miss me? Jiang Xiaoduo stammered shyly. Chu Vu Fong repeated the question with sparkling eyes. Full of expectation. Xiaoduo, do you miss me? He confessed boyishly. Hurry and tell me, do you miss me? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep and won't be able to hear it. Jiang Xiaoduo couldn't take it anymore and shouted with her eyes closed. Don't be like this. There's so many people. Suddenly, with a thud, Jiang Xiaoduo peeked and let out a surprised ah. Chu Vu Fong, dead drunk, had collapsed onto the dining table. Wifey, you definitely miss me. It was already dark. Only a single lonely streetlight was lit. Feng Hailai said to her, we have to go back to Qiyang village. Are you going back with your partner? No. Jiang Xiaoduo was shy about this new title that she secretly enjoyed, partner. She raised her hands in refusal. No, I'm not going. I still have to go home. Feng Hailai said with a smile. All right then, do you need us to take you home first? Jiang Xiaoduo politely refused again. No need, I can get back by myself. Feng Hailai replied. Is that so? The tricycle creaked as it started moving. Feng Hailai pedaled the tricycle cart carrying Feng Bao Bao and Chu Vu Fong in the back, waving goodbye. Little girl, you should head home soon. It's not safe at night. Jiang Xiaoduo remained standing there, staring blankly after them. She smiled happily, muttering to herself, "Partner, he." Just then, someone walked over and said coldly, "How pathetic." Jiang Xiaoduo turned her head and saw the cold girl, Shun Ziren. Shun Ziren didn't even look at her, scolding her directly. "You're such an idiot. Go ahead and spend the rest of your life with that hooligan." Early the next morning, as the sun peeked over the mountain, Chu Vufang was woken by the light. He sat up and yawned. The memories suddenly flooded back, and Chu Vufang blurted out a curse. Damn it. He immediately rushed out the door. I forgot about the important thing today. In the spacious warehouse, Chu Vufang asked the warehouse manager, "Uncle Feng, how is it going?" Feng Hailai answered, "Other girls have already come to register." Feng Bao, smiling brightly, put an arm around his shoulder and asked, "Director Chu, you surely haven't forgotten everything about last night, have you?" Chu Vufang avoided his gaze and stammered in reply, "I caused a little trouble with my wife and made a fool of myself." Feng Bao teased, "Hiding a beauty in a golden house, huh?" As expected of Director Chu, one look and you can tell you're destined to have sons. Chu Vufang laughed loudly. "You're the one with the big mouth, ha 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 ha." In the building's huge auditorium, Feng Hailai stood before everyone and spoke. "Hello everyone, I am the vice director of the Hoa DOA garment factory, Feng Hailai." He smiled kindly and introduced. "Next, let's welcome our director Chu to the stage to speak." Below the stage, the crowd applauded thunderously. A pair of leather-shoed feet stepped onto the podium. Feng Hailai gestured to introduce the person who had just come on stage. It was Chu Vufang. Someone was curious. "Our director Chu is that young?" The person next to them said admiringly, "That's right. To open such a big factory at such a young age, he's really impressive." Chu Vufang confidently introduced himself. "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. Let me introduce myself. I am Chu Vufang, director of the Hoa DOA garment factory," he said in one long breath. "The higher-ups value us greatly, and the requirement for our factory in the future is to surpass the state-owned enterprises. Therefore, during the training period, whoever has the most outstanding performance can also have their compensation calculated based on the salary of a permanent worker." Chu Vufang emphasized, "But the pressure in the factory will also be immense. Secretary Shun has given me some special privileges," he seriously explained. "As long as someone performs poorly or is uncooperative, I have the right to fire them immediately. Whoever doesn't do a good job will be replaced by others who want this position." In the office, Chu Vufang was trying to explain to the person on the phone, "We have our difficulties here too." The person on the other end of the line reminded him, "If you have difficulties, you overcome them yourself. The second batch of workers must be accepted before mid-November." Chu Vufang quickly replied, "Okay, I understand." Then he wrote the words mid-November in his notebook. Closing the notebook, Chu Vufang looked into the distance, muttering thoughtfully, "Mid-November." He ran to call Feng Hailai, "Uncle Feng." Chu Vufang handed the notebook to him, like a student handing in homework. "I've finished writing the rules and regulations. Let's go outside and discuss them." Okay. The two of them went outside for a walk together. Chu Vufang explained as they walked, "That's the general situation." Feng Hailai nodded. I've pretty much grasped it," he expressed. "However, these regulations on attendance, aren't they a bit cumbersome?" Chu Vufang replied. "At first, it will definitely feel cumbersome and unfamiliar," he explained. "But only this way can hardworking people earn more money, and lazy people won't earn money, which is still better than everyone eating from the same big pot. So even if it's a bit cumbersome for now, we must implement it well." Feng Hailai nodded. That makes sense." Chu Vufang continued, "The promotion channels must also be formalized. Our management team is still short-staffed, but we can't rush it. We have to decide based on their performance." Feng Hailai agreed with a constant smile. All right. He thought to himself, where did this kid learn all this? In a modern multi-story shopping mall, the order lists were endlessly long. The staff were busy arranging and displaying batches of clothes and dresses. While they were working enthusiastically, Kang Tian Tai came over with a glass of wine to cause trouble. "Boss Jiang, how's business?" Jiang Mingming saw him and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Kang Tian Tai chuckled and said, "Hee, I'm here to discuss business with you, of course." Jiang Mingming decisively shooed him away. "I have nothing to say to you. Get out now." Kang Tiantai quickly put on a placating smile. "Hey, what's there to be angry about? Hear me out first." He chattered on, "Boss Jiang, when you order good from the Beijing garment factory, could you order a little extra and share some with me? I won't steal your business. I'll sell them in my store in Nanjing." Kang Tiantai held up 5 fine-looking fingers. "As long as you cooperate, I'll give you 500 yuan each time. How about it?" Regarding his proposal, Shui Wenwen scoffed. Then she rushed forward, pointed at his face, and scolded. 500? If you want to sell their clothes, you have to pay a 5,000 yuan franchise fee." Kang Tiantai, You open your mouth and want to use 500 yuan to take their clothes to sell. Kang Tiantai hurriedly defended himself. Hey, I'm not franchising from their factory. I'm just a middleman. Shui Wenwen roared angrily. Take your 500 yuan and live well with it. My family doesn't want your money. Seeing that he couldn't negotiate, Kang Tiantai pretended to be angry and left. If it's a no, it's a no. Why be so fierce? Jiang Mingming said angrily. Humph. I'd rather give the clothes to someone else than let you make money. Shui Wenwen chimed in. That's right. Shameless bastard. In a private office, Chu Vufang was carefully examining a shirt. He asked Feng Hailai, it's all finished, right? He replied, yes, the required quota has been completed. Hearing this, Chu Vufang grinned from ear to ear and said, then it's time to call the director of the Linshui steel plant. In a spacious, modern office, the phone rang. Kang Qiantrung picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? A voice on the other end replied, this is the Huaduo Garment Factory, calling to confirm the delivery time for the winter uniforms with you. Kang Qiantrung replied, all right, may I ask which department you're from? The other side said, I am the director of the Huaduo Garment Factory, calling you directly. Chu Vufang calmly revealed his identity. Chu Vufang. Hearing this name, Kang Qiantrung was as if struck by lightning. Chu Vufang. He asked the other party in astonishment. You're the director of the Huaduo Garment Factory now? Chu Vufang replied with a bright smile. Yes, that's right. All right. Kang Qiantrung finally managed a complete sentence. How did you become the director of the Huaduo Garment Factory? Chu Vufang replied, it's a long story. Director Kang, I'll also be coming along for the delivery in 2 days. We can have a few drinks then. Kang Qiantrung immediately agreed. All right. Then he hung up the phone. Kang Qiantrung held a steaming cup of coffee, nodding in admiration as he savored it. This kid, the office door creaked open, and Tran Quoc Dat poked his head in, asking Director Kang, did you need me for something? Kang Qiantrung, while sipping his coffee, made a request. In a bit, bring me the third quarter's order forms to look at. Yes, Tran Quoc Dat said with a smile. All right, I'll go get them. Suddenly, Kang Qiantrung spoke up. Wait. He added another request. The day after tomorrow, the Huaduo Garment Factory from Zhehai City will deliver the winter uniforms around 6 or 7 in the evening. You'll work overtime to receive them. Tran Quoc Dat replied without hesitation. All right, no problem. Kang Qiantrung was still lost in thought. Tran Quoc Dat turned to leave. As he turned, he sighed to himself. Sigh, have to work overtime again. I guess I can't make it to the scheduled mahjong game. In the town library, Jiang Xiaoduo was diligently wiping the bookshelves. As she worked, she recalled the words Chu Vufang had said to her. Do you miss me? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep and won't be able to hear it. Those drunken words made her smile happily, this rogue. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiaoduo took out a book. Jiang Xiaoduo turned around awkwardly, giggling, seeing her dazed and silly look. Chu Vufang thought to himself, so silly. Jiang Xiaoduo asked, which book do you need? Chu Vufang said, not too thick, one that you can finish reading after you get off work. So Jiang Xiaoduo said with a smile, all right, I'll go get it for you. Chu Vufang suddenly called her name, Xiaoduo. She turned her head to look at him, puzzled, Chu Vufang, while looking at her bottom, said thoughtfully, according to the customs in our Linshui, with that perky bottom of yours, you'll definitely bear me a son. These crude words made Jiang Xiaoduo blush beet red. She quickly averted her gaze, stammering shyly as she scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Overly embarrassed, Jiang Xiaoduo ran off, really. Chu Vufang stood from a distance and muttered under his breath, truly a silly girl. Jiang Xiaoduo happily flipped through and arranged the books one by one. Chu Vufang sat nearby, reading a book. As she worked, she secretly glanced at the man in her heart. This guy, who knows what interesting things she thought of. Jiang Xiaoduo blushed again and giggled. He. The library sparkled under the sunset glow. Jiang Xiaoduo got off work, changed into her regular clothes, and leaving her colleague behind, she walked towards that young man, Chu Vufang. Let's go. Lin Nin cheerfully asked Jiang Xiaoduo, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us? Jiang Xiaoduo looked at her, then back at Chu Vufang, stammering for a long time without managing a single sentence. So Chu Vufang calmly introduced himself for her. I'm Xiaoduo's partner. Then he smiled and touched Jiang Xiaoduo's shoulder. Xiaoduo, let's go. She replied. The two walked and talked, cheerful and excited. You got off work early today. That's right. Lin Nan, standing behind them, was fed a bellyful of dog food and snorted in annoyance. The sun gradually disappeared behind the building. Chu Vufang said to Jiang Xiaoduo with a smile, I've been so busy lately, I haven't been able to come see you. I'm sorry. Jiang Xiaoduo immediately said, if you're busy, you're busy. Why apologize? Chu Vu Fong scratched his head and chuckled. Ha 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 ha. In a relationship like ours, if one person is too busy, they have to let the other person know beforehand. Otherwise, it's too irresponsible. Jiang Xiaoduo looked at him and asked suggestively, oh, what are we to each other? Chu Vu Fong replied nonchalantly, didn't I just tell your colleague? We're lovers. His straightforward answer left Jiang Xiaoduo silent for a moment. Finally, she said politely, Vu Fong, thank you for the things you've done for my family. I should have thanked you sooner. Jiang Xiaoduo looked at him earnestly. You really don't owe me anything. The business for my siblings, if you want to take it back. Seeing her so worried, Chu Vu Fong said, all right, Xiaoduo, there's no need to say the rest. He said magnanimously, I did these things not because I felt I owed you, but because I couldn't bear to see you suffer. These sincere words moved Jiang Xiaoduo deeply. The two walked for a while, and the sky had already darkened. In 2 days, I'm going back to Linshui City. I'll bring you some delicious food. Jiang Xiaoduo said goodbye to him. Then Vu Fong, you should head back. I'm going home too. Chu Vu Fong replied, all right. Before leaving, she waved goodbye to him, her eyes revealing a reluctant longing. Jiang Xiaoduo had walked some distance, but Chu Vu Fong still stood in place, watching her retreating figure. Xiaoduo, Jiang Xiaoduo, who was walking, suddenly stopped him. Chu Vu Fong called out to her hesitantly. That is, Jiang Xiaoduo looked at him curiously. He smiled brighter than a flower. Let's take it slow. Jiang Xiaoduo understood his meaning. Her eyes widened, and she fumbled with her hands and feet, replying shyly, yes, yes, yes. In the women's dormitory, one room was still lit. On the CEO's 100-square-meter bed, Chu Vu Noyet asked, back in college, Lin Nan was very popular. So many boys fought to carry water for her. So in the end, who did you let carry water for you? Lin Nan stammered in reply, I always carry my own water. Don't listen to Vu Na's nonsense. Chu Vu Noyet teased her with a smile. So did you like anyone in college? Hearing this question, Lin Nan immediately thought of Chu Vu Fong. Chu Vu Noyet stared at Lin Nan for a moment, startling her out of her daydream. She hurriedly explained, as if trying to hide something obvious, no, not a single one. Vu Na then asked, hey, Lin Nan, why didn't you like any of the boys in our class? Our class had quite a few boys. Did none of them catch your eye? Could it be that you already had someone in your heart? Lin Nan stammered for a long time before coming up with a reason. That they were too childish, I didn't like it. Oh, so that's how it is. She changed the subject. Vu Na, why did your brother and sister-in-law get divorced back then? Vu Na replied, I'm not sure about the specifics. My sister-in-law was a good person too. It was probably because their personalities didn't match. Lin Nan was still skeptical about Vu Na's good person answer. Vu Na couldn't take it anymore. She pulled up her legs, buried her face in her pillow, and urged the other two, come on, let's sleep quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow. Chu Vu Noyet also lay down all right. Early the next morning, the sun gradually emerged from the horizon. Lin Nan was happily combing her hair in front of the mirror. The door creaked open. Lin Nan, who was combing her hair, stopped her movements. The person who opened the door turned out to be Chu Vu Fong, getting ready to brush his teeth and wash his face. Brother, Lin Nan, good morning. Lin Nan tried to appear full of the vitality of a good wife and mother. Breakfast is almost ready. Get ready to eat, brother. Chu Vu Fong replied as he walked, turning his head back. Oh, all right. He placed his toothpaste and cup on the table, then began to brush his teeth with a swishing sound. Lin Nan stood from a distance, her eyes crinkling into a smile as she watched the handsome man brush his teeth. Steamed buns, mantou, and hot bread were laid out on the table. The family of 6 gathered completely around the dining table. From the moment they started eating, Lin Chong kept glancing to his side. After hesitating for a moment, he called out loudly, brother. Chu Vu Fong looked at him and asked him, what is it? Lin Chong hesitantly requested, could you introduce me to a lighter job? Once my injury heals, I could do heavy work too. Chu Vu Fong laughed heartily. Wait for half a month. I'll find a suitable job for you. For now, just rest and get well. Don't feel too pressured. Hearing this, Lin Chong seemed to gain a new strength. Brother, I will definitely work hard and pay you back soon. Chu Vu Fong patted his shoulder and praised. Good, you have ambition. Seeing the man she secretly loved and her younger brother getting along harmoniously, Lin Nan smiled happily. In the director's office, after listening to the person on the other end of the line, Luke Duk Kwong asked, a transfer contract? On the other end, Chu Vu Fong said cheerfully, that's right, the one who wants to join is my uncle. I couldn't very well refuse him. Director Luke, you wouldn't deny me this bit of face, would you? Luke Duk Kwong seemed to hesitate before deciding. All right, but, he said in a low voice, after the transfer to your uncle, our previous contract will be void. If his business performance isn't good, I will revoke his slot. Okay. Hearing the other party agree so decisively, Luke Duk Kwong became suspicious. You agreed that quickly? Chu Vu Fong was about to make another request. Then Director Luke. Luke Duk Kwong cut him off. Hold on. He seriously revealed a piece of news. Feng Hai Lai has already resigned from my place. Did you know? Hearing this news, Chu Vu Fong was startled. What? Director Feng resigned. When did he resign? Luke Duk Kwong replied, it's been a while. Lin Shui has a meeting. I have to hang up now. Chu Vu Fong said yes. He hung up the landline phone. Luke Duk Kwong stood before the window, hands clasped behind his back, muttering thoughtfully, doesn't know. He frowned and said to himself, Feng Hai lies suddenly resigning. There must be something going on. Unless, on the other end of the line, Chu Vu Fong sat in his chair, smiling, as if he had achieved some goal. A truck with its bright headlights on sped through the dark night. Chu Vu Fong sat in the passenger's seat, muttering as he looked out the window, this time when I go back, I have to find them for a meeting. In a brightly lit residential area, Tran Quoc Dat leaned against a large gate, smoking and grumbling in frustration. What time is it? And they're still not here. A truck sped over, screeched to a halt, its headlights so bright they could illuminate 3 generations of your past and future. The headlights shone directly into Tran Quoc Dat's eyes, and he roared angrily, damn it, you disrespectful punk. Then he asked the driver, from the Huaduo garment factory, right? What time is it? The driver replied, yes, sorry sir, a mountain road was blocked for over half an hour. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tran Quoc Dat asked again, I heard the director of the Huaduo garment factory is here too. The driver replied, isn't he right here? The person in the passenger seat opened the door and got out. Chu Vu Fong casually put both hands in his pockets and leisurely walked towards Tran Quoc Dat. He waved enthusiastically. Brother Tran, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing him, Tran Quoc Dat looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Chu Vu Fong. While the driver was unloading the goods, Chu Vu Fong asked, Brother Tran, how have you been lately? Tran Quoc Dat scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Pretty good. Haven't I put on quite a bit of weight? Chu Vu Fong then said, the clothes made for your steel mill all have extra fabric, and more cotton was used too. If there are any small flaws in the clothes, Brother Tran, please overlook them. Tran Quoc Dat laughed and said, okay, that's unavoidable. You even know to care for us, adding a little extra cotton. Chu Vu Fong gently placed a hand on his shoulder, patting Tran Quoc Dat's shoulder as he smiled. Brother Tran, you're being too formal. After we're done here, let's go grab a meal. Tran Quoc Dat also laughed along. Ha ha ha, okay. It's been a long time since I've eaten with you. And so, the two of them chatted intimately with their arms around each other's shoulders. We'll talk more over dinner later. Let's get the goods into the warehouse first. Yeah, okay. In another brightly lit building, the inventory clerk reported to Director Tran, at least 30 shirts have their stitching exposed. Tran Quoc Dat immediately said, let me see. The shirt cuff indeed had a crooked seam, but Tran Quoc Dat said, these are all minor issues, they don't affect anything. Besides, Director Chu even added extra fabric for us. He said to the staff, I felt them just now. These clothes will definitely be warm to wear. Yes, sir. Chu Vu Fong was outside, while the two people inside were talking. Director Tran, so should I enter all of it into the inventory? He quietly revealed a vague and mysterious smile, as if hiding some brilliant plan. Tran Quoc Dat asked Chu Vu Fong while drinking beer, how big is your garment factory? Chu Vu Fong replied, our director Kang said, it's the largest garment factory in the southwest province. He calculated while eating 80 mu wide, just recently finished construction. Hearing this number, Tran Quoc Dat was stunned. 80 mu? He then asked, oh right, how did the slot for the Lin Shui steel plant end up in your hands? I heard it was directly approved by the provincial leadership. Chu Vu Fong answered succinctly, Tam Hubin gave it. Tran Quoc Dat was still a bit confused. Tam Hubin? Which Tam Hubin? Chu Vu Fong smiled calmly and revealed, the top leader of Cheat High City, Tam Hubin. The night was pitch black, lit only by the dim glow of streetlights. Two drunkards staggered down the street with their arms around each other. Tran Quoc Dat asked Chu Vu Fong, stay at my place tonight. You're going back to your old house to sleep in the living room. Are you looking down on your big brother here? He invited him for a second round. I still have booze at home. Let's have a few more drinks later, brother. Chu Vu Fong readily agreed. Okay. The next day, the morning sunlight shone into the room. The dawn light woke the drunken Chu Vu Fong. He lay lazily in bed, pondering something. A moment later, Chu Vu Fong sobered up, shot up in bed, and asked in astonishment, damn it, Where the hell am I? He recalled the scene of getting wasted with Tran Kwok that last night. A little later, Chu Vu Fong slipped on his slippers, got out of bed, and exclaimed, "This brother Tran can really hold his liquor." The sound of discussion echoed in the office. In short, Chu Vu Fong was negotiating with Kang Kien Trung, saying that over the past period, he had accomplished pretty much these things. Kang Kien Trung said vaguely, "This matter isn't as simple as you say." Steam rose from the coffee cup. Chu Vu Fong smiled and took his leave. "Director Kang, it's getting late. I'll be going now." Kang Kien Trung then invited, "Yes, come by often when you have time." The door slammed shut, the person having just left. Kang Kien Trung stroked his chin and smiled in admiration. This kid Chu Vu Fong, he's not simple. Back at Chu Vu Fong's garment factory, Chu Vu Fong, Feng Hai Lai, and Master Zhang were discussing. It's still a production issue. Out of 200 sets of clothes, more than 30 are substandard. If this kind of clothing is released to the market, consumers won't buy it. Master Zhang hurriedly asked for another chance. "It's my fault. I was worried about not meeting the deadline, so I rushed a bit. But the clothes produced these last few days are much better than before." Chu Vu Fong replied generously, "All right. In short, there's no need to rush. While ensuring efficiency, you must also ensure quality, especially quality." Master Zhang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." Then Chu Vu Fong gestured. "All right, you can go back to work first." After Master Zhang had walked a short distance, the two cadres were still standing there. Chu Vu Fong turned to ask Feng Hai Lai, "This Master Zhang, his craftsmanship is impeccable, but his management is too poor. He can't bring himself to scold people, and there's no severity when he reprimands them. How can that work?" Feng Hai Lai said, "Yes. I've noticed that too. I've already contacted my master. It should be possible to go over there." The two of them discussed work as they walked. "Good. Speed things up. But Master John's compensation must not be changed." "I know." Chu Vu Fong wore that familiar smile he always had when mentioning undisclosed information. "Oh, right, there's one more thing regarding the Beijing garment factory." Hearing this, Feng Hai Lai was startled and repeated, "The Beijing garment factory?" The empty space contained only the two of them talking. Feng Hai Lai asked, "You mean, when we transfer the slot, we also invite the Beijing garment factory's modeling team to help us with promotion?" Chu Vu Fong replied, "That's right." His face was full of confidence and hope that that time will change the advertising banners. Change them to advertise for the Huaduo garment factory. Feng Hai Lai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The Huaduo garment factory? I'm afraid Luke Duk Kwong will refuse." Chu Vu Fong smiled and explained, "It's just like last time in Beijing. We're paying to invite them over to sell clothes. Luke Duk Kwong won't refuse. And he won't be suspicious." His bold idea left Feng Hai Lai speechless with astonishment. This kid is really something. Then he asked seriously, "So who is the one receiving the transferred slot?" Chu Vu Fong stammered in reply, "Well, about that." At the town library, Chu Vu Fong carried a bag of things to find his beloved, who was busy working. "Xiao Duo." Tuang Chu Doa heard his voice, turned her head happily, and asked, "Vu Fong, when did you get back?" Chu Vu Fong replied, "You're about to get off work, right, Xiao Duo? I have something I want to talk to you about." Tuang Chu Doa hesitated and said, Almost. So wait for me a little while. I'm working overtime for half an hour today." Chu Vu Fong said readily, "Yeah, okay." Tuang Chu Doa worked while pondering. What does he want to talk to me about? Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Could it be that he wants to talk about remarrying? In the bag Chu Vu Fong brought, it was all delicious and nutritious food. After Tuang Chu Doa finished her work, she shyly asked him, "What did you want to talk to me about?" Chu Vu Fong said seriously, "Xiao Duo, the franchise slot for the Beijing garment factory. I want to get it back from your sister-in-law." "Huh?" Tuang Chu Doa was stunned for a moment, but still agreed, okay. She pouted sulkily, turning her head away to think. Is this all he wanted to talk about? The two went to a simple eatery. Tuang Chu Doa asked Chu Vu Fong, "A garment factory? You open a garment factory?" He replied, "That's right, I open a garment factory, a competitor to the Beijing garment factory." Tuang Chu Doa was silent for a moment, saying nothing. Chu Vu Fong broke the silence between them. "Just listen while you eat." The food was steaming hot, mingling with his story. "This debt from Kang Tian Tai. Our family can't take this loss. We must find him and settle the score properly." Chu Vu Fong gestured with his chopsticks as he ate. That's basically what happened. He said so much. But Tuang Chu Doa only noticed one unusually prominent phrase, "our family." This form of address made her heart bloom. He. Chu Vu Fong, completely unaware, asked, "Why aren't you eating? Are you full already?" Tuang Chu Doa was startled and shyly covered it up. I'm not eating anymore, I'm full." Chu Vu Fong picked up the best piece of lean meat and put it in Tuang Chu Doa's bowl. saying, "Don't waste food," being cared for by her beloved. Tuong Chu Doa's heart felt as if 1,000 pink balloons had been blown into it. In the commercial building, a loud shout rang out. What? Tuong Min Min's eyes widened as he roared, "Sell it to Kang Tien Tai." The noise hurt Chu Vu Fong's ears, and he reminded him, "Keep your voice down." Tiet Van hurriedly asked Chu Vu Fong, "What on earth is going on? Why sell the franchise slot to Kang Tien Tai?" Tuong Chu Doe stepped in to mediate sister-in-law. "Let's just hear Chu Vu Fong out first." Tiet Van knew she had been impolite and gave an embarrassed laugh. "Yes, Chu Vu Fong, you talk." And so, everyone listened to Chu Vu Fong explain. "It's like this. At that time, the sky-high franchise fee will become a hot potato. It'd be a pity to throw it away, but he won't be allowed to sell other people's goods, so he'll be very uncomfortable." Hearing him say that, Tiet Van and Tuong Min Min looked at each other. Then Tiet Van awkwardly explained, "Chu Vu Fong, your sister-in-law has also been in business for several years. Let me tell you a few things." Tiet Van gestured animatedly as she told Chu Vu Fong, "You're still young. Some things aren't as simple as you think. We've already advertised the Beijing garment factory everywhere." Tiet Van's words left Chu Vu Fong unable to refute a single thing. Tiet Van was saying, "We've already advertised the Beijing garment factory everywhere." Tuong Min Min cut in, "That's right. These clothes are very hot right now." Chu Vu Fong was unmoved, only uttering 3 words, "Go on." Tiet Van smiled and said, "Besides, it's not like you can just sell the Beijing garment factory's clothes whenever you want. You also need their permission for the franchise. See how advanced their business philosophy is." Chu Vu Fong then said, "Didn't I already say it? In the future, there can only be one franchise store in Zhahai." Tiet Van insisted. "Chu Vu Fong, that doesn't matter. Their prices are uniformly managed." Tuong Min Min chimed in, "Right? He's not wrong." Tuong Chu Doa's face darkened as she said, "Sister-in-law, I think what Chu Vu Fong said make a lot of sense. Let's listen to him. Besides, that slot was originally his." Hearing this, Tiet Van angrily scolded, "You silly girl, what do you know about business?" She explained, "Chu Vu Fong, your sister-in-law isn't taking advantage of you either. Whatever price you plan to sell it to Kang Tien Tai for, your sister-in-law will buy it from you at that price." Tiet Van's words startled Chu Vu Fong. He waved his hand and said, "No way." He began to rebut, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm giving you 1 week. Sell off all the stock in the store quickly. Don't order any more. I'll contact the Beijing garment factory." Tiet Van was astonished, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. I. Finally, she played the family card. "Chu Vu Fong, I'm Chu Doa's sister-in-law. How could you let Kang Tien Tai, the one who bullied Chu Doa, get this good deal?" Chu Vu Fong sighed. What I just said was all for nothing. But he still said firmly, "In short, 1 week. I will take back that slot." Tuong Min Min frowned and said angrily, "Fine. In that case, I'll also return the 2,500 from before." Chu Vu Fong gave a tired smile. "I already said. There's no need. We're family. Why get angry? Why is it so tiring explaining things to you two?" Then Chu Vu Fong walked to one side, away from the noisy couple. Chu Vu Fong called out, "Chu Doa, come here for a moment." He looked at her for a long time. Speaking clearly, Chu Doa, Chu Vu Fong tried to explain his thoughts. "We're all family. Of course I'm on your sister-in-law and brother's side." But the other person smiled and said, "Vu Fong, you don't need to explain to me. I understand everything you said, really. In the future, your clothes will be both high quality and easy to sell. Kang Tien Tai will spend a ton of money to buy a slot, and by then, he won't be able to sell anything." Chu Vu Fong gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. There's no need to explain this to them either, unless it gets to Kang Tien Tai's ears. They'll understand eventually." Tuong Chu Doa beamed. "Yes." At the commercial building, Kang Tien Tai, while smoking a water pipe, asked, "Who's looking for me?" Seeing Chu Vu Fong grinning at the door, he said coolly, "Oh, it's you." As Kang Tien Tai poured a drink, he drawled, "Director Chu." He asked a question. "Wasn't your Tiet Van supposed to talk to me about the previous contract?" Chu Vu Fong was surprised. "What?" Then he quickly explained, "The Beijing garment factory franchise slot has nothing to do with them. That slot is mine." Kang Tien Tai was startled and said loudly, "Oh?" "So," Chu Vu Fong said calmly, "doing business with family is really a hassle. They're always thinking of ways to take advantage of me. The franchise fee is 5,000 yuan. Isn't it reasonable for me to make a profit of over 1,000 yuan?" Then he pretended to sigh. "And what's the result? They just keep complaining about difficulties, wanting to buy it at my cost price." Kang Tien Tai laughed heartily. "Your brother is young and inexperienced. I've suffered losses doing business with him before too." Chu Vu Fong asked Kang Tien Tai in a low voice, "If I transfer the Beijing garment factory franchise slot to you, How much would you pay? Kang Tai's eyes lit up. Just selling it straight to me like that? He held up 2 fingers to bargain. If this is real, I'll buy it from you for 6,000 yuan. How about it? Chu Vufang also held up 2 fingers, shot up, and said in astonishment, 6,000? He angrily scolded. When we transfer it, we have to go to Beijing in person to sign the contract. You don't need to worry about whether it's real or fake. But I'm turning against my brother-in-law and sister-in-law to sell it to you. And you're only offering me this price? But King Tai was also caught up in the bargaining atmosphere. If we have to go to Beijing to sign the contract. He then conceded and asked, so how do you want to sell it? Chu Vufang gestured again to bargain. I'm not asking for much. Just return the 2,500 you cheated my family out of, which means 7,500. Kang Tai was sweating profusely, letting out a long sigh. Oh my God. He scratched his head, looking troubled. How can you call that cheating? I was beaten up by Tuong Min. Hearing this, Chu Vufang turned to leave, then forget it. Seeing this, King Tai hurriedly chased after him, calling, Hey, Director Chu. Wait. Seeing that the fish had taken a bait, Chu Vufang gave a cold smile. Chu Vufang finally agreed. Right. He pretended to say to Kang Tai, I'll come find you in a week. Stop hanging around my sister-in-law's place. Kang Tai was as excited as a puppy. You can rest assured about that. I won't make things difficult for you. With that said, Chu Vufang turned to take his leave. I'll be going then. Kang Tai, ecstatic about getting such a great deal, whistled a cheerful tune. Seeing his behavior, Chu Vufang smiled to himself and continued on his way. Seeing the staff arranging the clothes for sale, Chu Vufang said, 1 week, sell off this stock quickly. Whatever is left can be returned to the Beijing garment factory. Tuong Min turned his head and replied with a frown, Fine. That slot is yours anyway. Sell it to whoever you want. Teet Van, still worried, asked Chu Vufang, Why are you thinking so simply? In the end, you're just letting Kang Tai get the better deal. Chu Vufang affirmed, I've already negotiated the price. Sister-in-law, you should hurry up and sell the stock. Tuong Min said, Chu Vufang, I'll give you your money back. Chu Vufang raised his hand to refuse. I already said there's no need. We're family, why get angry? I'm leaving. As he turned, Tuong Doa noticed him let out a tired sigh. So she said to her brother and sister-in-law, I'll see him off. Teet Van and Tuong Min looked at each other again, exchanging a silent glance. Then, both of them unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Tuong Doa trotted after Chu Vufang. Vufang, wait for me. Chu Vufang stopped and asked her, Aren't you working this afternoon? Tuong Doa replied, I only have a half day today. Chu Vufang nodded. Oh, I see. The sunset colored the old houses. As he walked, Chu Vufang said to Tuong Doa, Remember to remind your sister-in-law these next 2 days to sell the stock quickly. When I get back to the factory, I'll call and temporarily halt the shipments. Tuong Doa nodded. Yes, I know. Then she happily asked the question she had been holding in for a long time. All right, Vufang, why did you name it Huaduo Garment Factory? Chu Vufang suddenly waved his hand cheerfully and called out, Heizi, driving a tricycle, shouted back, Director Chu need a ride? Chu Vufang turned his head and asked Tuong Doa, What did you just say? Tuong Doa smiled. Nothing. You should get going. So Chu Vufang got on the back seat of the tricycle and called back to Tuong Doa. Doa, you should head back too. The workers in the factory were working diligently. Someone rushed in. A woman burst in, shouting for the director, startling both Chu Vufang and Feng Hailai. What's wrong? Han Tuesday angrily complained. We're all in the same factory, all working seriously. Why are the wages different? So why do I have to work overtime to learn this? After she finished speaking, Chu Vufang's brows furrowed tightly. He said directly to Feng Hailai, Director Feng, take her to process her termination. This left him utterly astonished. Han Tuesday was thunderstruck. She loudly demanded justice. On what grounds are you firing me? Chu Vufang walked past her and said coldly, On the grounds that I'm the director here, on the grounds that this is my private enterprise. As he walked towards the door, he said casually, Even if Xin Yuping comes to plead for you, it's useless. Pack your things and go. Feng Hailai hurriedly chased after him, trying to call him back. Chu Vufang. Chu Vufang said resolutely, Uncle Feng, don't try to persuade me. Abusing her connections to act up and wanting to get the same pay? No way. Feng Hailai said quietly, but Secretary Shun is her uncle. Chu Vufang said coldly, even better, kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. The bigger the chicken, the better. Feng Hailai was extremely troubled at the cadre's dormitory complex. The newcomer was banging on the door so hard it was about to break. Mrs. Shun, holding a thermos, greeted her with a smile. You're here? Noticing her niece's expression, She asked worriedly. Tuesday, what's wrong with you? Han Tuesday was still in her worker's uniform, trembling with anger. She quickly asked, who bullied you like this? Han Tuesday managed to squeeze out a few aggrieved tears. She putting on a pitiful act. In front of her aunt, I was fired by Chu Vufang. Xin Yuping, who was reading the newspaper, was also startled to hear this. In the room, with classic Chinese decor, Xin Yuping had heard the whole story. All right, he asked calmly, you also don't know how to pick your moments. How could you ask him directly in front of so many people like that? Han Tuesday tried to argue and explain, but Xin Yuping advised her, all right, go home and reflect on your actions. Write me a self-criticism report and bring it tomorrow. Han Tuesday said obediently, yes, I understand. Uncle, Aunt, I'll be leaving now. Mrs. Shun chased after her, calling, Tuesday, aren't you staying for dinner? Han Tuesday replied obediently, no, Aunt, I'm going. Xin Yuping watched his niece, calculating something in his mind. The landline phone rang incessantly. Feng Hailai looked at the phone, crossed his arms, and guessed, is that a call from Secretary Shin? Chu Vufang's expression was a bit tense. He grunted in agreement. Probably. He changed to a bright, enthusiastic smile to answer the phone. Secretary Shun. The other end of the line replied, Chu Vufang. Xin Yuping reasoned while also applying pressure. Chu Vufang. That girl Han has never worked before, and she's still young. Although she did something wrong, you can't just write her off for one mistake. While Chu Vufang was on the phone, Feng Hailai anxiously gestured beside him. Chu Vufang raised his hand to signal him to stop and continued the phone call. Secretary Shun, I respect you, but I hope you can also understand my position. I must emphasize again, rules and regulations are very important. He seriously emphasized, but she protested in front of everyone. The impact was too negative. Xin Yuping also replied calmly. All right, Chu Vufang, listen to me. He suggested, I'll have the Han girl write a self-criticism report. Have her come to the factory tomorrow to seriously reflect on her mistake, deduct some of her salary. Handling it like that should be enough. Feng Hailai secretly tugged on the hem of Chu Vufang's shirt. Chu Vufang looked at him. He was trying to convey something, but he gave a cold smile, his eyes sharp. Secretary Shun, that's a fine suggestion of yours. I will actively accept it. Xin Yuping laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Chu Vufang, come over for a meal when you have time. Chu Vufang replied, Secretary Shun, thank you for your support. I have to go to Beijing for a trip in a few days. I'll visit you when I get back. Xin Yuping said gently, all right, then I'll wait for your call. Xin Yuping hung up and in the conversation. He rubbed his chin, smiling in approval. This kid, he's really my type. Mrs. Shun came over and called, Mr. Shun. She said to him, he even fired your niece. What do you like about him? Xin Yuping seriously stated his thoughts. It's precisely because he dared to fire my niece that I like him. Hearing this, Mrs. Shun was both annoyed and amused. If you like him so much, be a matchmaker for him. Then you'll become relatives. And he can even call you an elder. Mrs. Shun's spontaneous idea made Xin Yuping's eyes light up. He clapped his hands. That's right. Although Chu Vufang was married, he's currently single. At the same time, Chu Vufang and Han Tuesday sneezed at the same time. At the commercial building, Chu Vufang and Kang Tiantai were discussing matters. Brother Kang, when we meet Director Luke, absolutely don't misspeak. Remember to say you're my uncle. Kang Tiantai chuckled. All right. He gave a thumbs up. You're really capable. You even know the director of the Beijing garment factory. Chu Vufang smiled and said, it's just social networking. You get to know people by interacting often. It's no big deal. Kang Tiantai suddenly asked, oh, right? There's one thing I still don't get. This clothing business makes so much money. Why don't you do it yourself? Chu Vufang ziplit don overtin eat. Firstly, cooperating with you is less trouble. Secondly, in a while, the new store in Nansheng will also have a franchise slot available. Kang Tiantai patted his shoulder. This kid, you're pretty sharp. So that new franchise slot is also yours? Chu Vufang smiled and replied, more or less. They don't allow one person to hold 2 slots. Only by selling this slot to you can I register for the one in Nansheng. Kang Tiantai gave another thumbs up in praise. Your mind is really sharp. Chu Vufang said with a serious expression. If it weren't for those 2 brainless people, this slot would never have been your turn. The next day, at the Beijing garment factory, Chu Vufang and Kang Tiantai were invited inside. Please come in. He waved a greeting. Director Luke, long time no see. Luke De Kwang said warmly, this kid, you're quite early. Then he asked, and this is? Kang Tiantai smiled and introduced himself. Hello, Director Luke. I'm Chu Vufang's uncle. Luke De Kwang showed a look of meaningful surprise. Oh. Hello. Chu Vufang got straight to the point. Director Luke, let's discuss the main business first, about transferring the contract. Luke De Kwang smiled and said, yes, all right. Let's talk about the procedures first. After the transfer contract is signed, I still have to open another franchise store in your Shanghai city. Chu Vu Fong continued. I understand this. But Director Luke, even if you open a new franchise store, it can't be too close to my uncle's stall, otherwise it will affect his business. Standing beside them, Kang Tien Tai listened with his eyes crinkled into a line, chuckling. In his own garment factory, Luke Duk Kwong said with a serious and responsible expression, "You don't need to worry about this," he said, as if turning a blind eye. "But since it's like this, Chu Vu Fong, our previous contract is considered void. I won't interfere in your transaction, but since you've transferred the franchise fee, we won't charge it again." Chu Vu Fong smiled and replied, "All right." Immediately after, Luke Duk Kwong took out a contract. He said to Chu Vu Fong, "Then your uncle can sign it directly, and this contract will be effective." "Great, that's great." Kang Tien Tai was so happy his eyes lit up. Chu Vu Fong smiled and said, "Director Luke, every family has its own problems. My uncle and I will step outside to discuss something and then come back to sign a contract." Luke Duk Kwong readily replied, "Oh, ha ha ha. All right, you two go ahead and discuss it first. No rush." Then he watched the two of them walk out with their arms around each other's shoulders. Luke Duk Kwong's eyes were profound, and he smirked, pleased with some hidden purpose. Humph. Kang Tien Tai held a stack of renminbi and confirmed with Chu Vu Fong, "This is 7,500. Here's your money. After we sign the contract in a bit, the franchise slot will be mine." Chu Vu Fong smiled and replied, "Of course." He said, "Brother Kang, aren't you planning to open another store in Nansheng? I'm thinking of inviting the Beijing Garment Factory's modeling team over. What do you think?" Kang Tien Tai asked doubtfully, "A modeling team? What do you mean?" Chu Vu Fong explained. "Director Luke gives me so much face. Don't you want to know why? Not long ago, I took the modeling team from here on a trip to the capital." After hearing this, Kang Tien Tai was shocked and turned pale. "What?" He lowered his voice and asked, "You're not tricking me, are you? You can really make several $100,000 in a day?" Chu Vu Fong said, "In a moment, when we go inside and talk to Director Luke about this, you'll know for yourself if it's true or not." So, Brother Kang, if we invite this modeling team over, will we still have to worry about not selling clothes?" Kang Tien Tai asked awkwardly. "This? How much would it cost? These people look like celebrities." Chu Vu Fong took the stack of money and said, feigning anger, "If I had known you were so stingy, I'd just give you back your money and find someone else." Kang Tien Tai took the bait again and hurriedly changed his tune. "Hey, don't, you kid," he said decisively. "All right, I'll listen to you. All right." Chu Vu Fong immediately put his arm around his shoulder intimately and said, "The two of us will split it 50-50